Chapter 1. Have I transcended to become Captain America? The protagonist's soul traverses time, embodying a Captain America unlike any other flirtatious, lacking decorum, and an antihero. Please do not view him through the lens of the traditional Captain America. Holy cow. A single exclamation encapsulates a lifetime of astonishment. This utterance not only signifies one person's shock, but also heralds the end of another's existence. As Roger beheld the swiftly approaching pink anime truck, he could not help but question whether he was ensnared in a dream. After all, how could such a fantastical vehicle exist in reality? At the very least, that truck, barreling down at a speed of 120 miles per hour, had just flattened him like a speed bump. He genuinely thought to himself, "Child, it's time to transcend." Faced with the relentless assault of the nation's mightiest heavy truck, Roger had no time to register any pain before his soul departed this world. He only felt a sudden darkness envelop his vision, and when he opened his eyes again, he discovered that he was indeed not dreaming, but encased in ice. Outside, figures wielding ice picks were fervently chipping away at his frozen prison, as if encouraging him, "Hang in there, buddy. We will rescue you." What a compelling scene of cybernetic rescue. However, it was evident that Roger was deluding himself. These individuals were not there to liberate him. Having just been extracted from the ice, his body, akin to a frozen popsicle, was still devoid of sensation as they dragged him toward an oddly designed chair. This chair, replete with an SM aesthetic, was reminiscent of those he had only encountered in interrogation rooms or adult-themed media. Clearly, this group did not arrive with benevolent intentions. Yet, with no feeling in his body, Roger could do little more than watch helplessly as these intimidating figures, easily discernible as nefarious, secured him onto the SM chair. Once his arms and legs were firmly restrained and a bizarre metallic helmet was placed upon his head, a golden-haired, blue-eyed elder approached. He vigorously shook Roger's head while wearing a smile that blended smugness, scorn, and an overwhelming aura of malevolence, whispering in his ear, "You had your chance, and yet you proved ineffectual. Even if you vanquished Red Skull, what of it? Hydra is an entity that cannot be eradicated. Cut off one head, and two shall take its place sinlessly. Captain Rogers, after nearly 70 years, you have ultimately fallen into the clutches of Hydra. Are you surprised? Is this unexpected?" As Roger absorbed the elder's words, a colossal question mark materialized above his head. Damn it, that accursed anime truck, what was its purpose? Am I still in my homeland? No, the more pressing inquiry is, am I still on the original Earth? Hydra? Could it be that notorious villainous organization from Marvel? He referred to me as Captain Rogers? I was just thawed from ice. Holy cow, could it be that I have transcended into the Marvel Universe, reincarnated as Captain America, Steve Rogers? But that cannot be right. Even if I have transformed into Captain America, I should have been thawed by Nick Fury, not extracted by Hydra. Wait, how could I have overlooked this? It's highly likely that S.H.I.E.L.D. is infiltrated by Hydra agents, and falling into their clutches is indeed a possibility. What a disaster. This is the epitome of a catastrophic beginning. Yet, Roger was never one to easily concede defeat. Even if captured by Hydra at the onset, so what? My destiny is mine. To command the path I tread is determined by me alone. Just as Roger's inner aspirations took flight, reality delivered a crushing blow. Ramlo, activate the brainwashing device. From this day forth, Captain America shall cease to exist. Only our Hydra captain will remain. As the blonde elder proclaimed this, a robust man unhesitatingly pressed a button on Roger's chair. Roger felt the metallic helmet tighten around his head, enveloping his eyes, while an eerie blue light emanated from within. "No, this is electroshock therapy. I won't divulge anything to you." Roger sensed an ethereal energy surge from his crown, permeating throughout his being, as if all his energy gates were being flung wide open. To put it plainly, Roger felt as if he might involuntarily relieve himself. Amidst the excruciating stimulation of electric currents, Roger's once stiff body began to regain sensation, his mind awakening, while fragments of the original Captain America's memories intertwined with his own: skinny dog, enlistment, experimentation, super soldier serum, transformation into a muscular titan, jester performances, rescuing comrades, battling Hydra, vanquishing the Red Skull, and ultimately plummeting into the Arctic ice alongside the Cosmic Cube. This encapsulates the life of Steve Rogers, Captain America. Roger could distinctly perceive that as these memories fused with his consciousness, another soul within this body began to dissipate gradually. The Captain Rogers, who steadfastly upheld his sense of justice and lived by it, did not reject him as an intruding soul. Rather, he shielded him from Hydra's brainwashing with his own essence. Perhaps this body, upon awakening, harbored not just the traversing Roger, but also the original owner, Captain Rogers. Upon learning that 70 years had passed since Hydra's grip, he comprehended that he no longer belonged to this era. These memories were the final gift Captain Rogers bequeathed to the new master of this body, a lingering bond he left with the world. And Captain Rogers himself has likely embarked on a journey to another realm, attending a dance that was 70 years overdue. As the memories fully integrated, Steve Rogers' essence completely vanished from this world. From this moment forward, Roger is the embodiment of Captain America. He is a true man. With the soul of Captain America having utterly dissipated, Roger could no longer endure the intense electric therapy from the brainwashing device, and his consciousness began to blur. In the final moments before losing awareness, Roger heard the last words from the outside world. The memories of Steve Rogers have been successfully eradicated. The brainwashing is complete. Now we merely need to instill Hydra's ideology in him, and he shall serve us as the Winter Soldier. Winter Soldier? Bucky. Time swiftly passes a year later. In 2008, America, New York, the affluent district of Manhattan, in a luxurious villa spanning 500 square meters. A piercing ringtone jolts Steve awake from his expansive bed. From now on, he will be referred to as Steve or Rogers, and the name Bucky shall be reserved for psychological descriptions. With a discontented expression, Steve brushes aside the two charming faces resting on his broad chest and answers the incessantly ringing phone on the nightstand. Whoever you are, if you fail to provide me with a satisfactory reason, I swear I will stuff your head into a toilet. After a prolonged silence, Nick Fury's deep voice finally emerges from the other end. Captain Rogers, sometimes I genuinely question how you were selected to become a super soldier and how you rose to the esteemed title of Captain America. Or perhaps, all those years in the Arctic have frozen your brain. Upon recognizing Nick Fury's voice, Steve lets out a cold laugh, showing no leniency. The world is unpredictable. Times are advancing, and people do change, do they not? Just as I could never have imagined that decades later, my superior would turn out to be a walking cotton machine. Chapter 2. The strengthening system of task completion. On the other end, Nick Fury was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly grasped the underlying meaning of Steve's words. With a voice brimming with indignation, he exclaimed, "Captain Rogers, do you comprehend the gravity of your statements? Just that one sentence alone could render you a target of public scorn, leading to your disgrace. Ah. Are you flustered? I can see your urgency. But do take a moment to breathe. However, if you must rush, I could recommend a book that purifies the soul. Would you care to read it?" Nick Fury, under the impression that Steve was succumbing to fear, softened his tone slightly, letting out a huff as he inquired, "What book?" "It is an environmentally themed book titled Protecting Turtles." Following Steve's words, a cacophony of keyboard clattering erupted on the other end of the line. It was evident that Steve's final remark had deftly breached Nick Fury's defenses. After a prolonged silence, Nick Fury's voice returned, laced with gritted teeth. "Damn it, Captain. You have 1 hour to report to the Tricorner Tower, or you can forget about your salary for this month. Do you truly think you can intimidate Captain America?" Steve retorted with disdain. "Oh, do try to withhold a single cent from me. If my pay is short by even a dime, I assure you. Tomorrow's headlines will proclaim the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. oppressing a World War II veteran and withholding the wages of an American hero. Coal magnate. Can you guess who will be the unfortunate soul in that scenario?" Nick Fury fell silent at those words. It seemed he truly dared not act on such a threat. If Steve followed through, the council above S.H.I.E.L.D. would undoubtedly call him in for a thorough reprimanding. More severely, his position as director could be jeopardized by public backlash. As for wielding his authority to suppress news online, Nick Fury could only lament that such actions would bear little fruit in America. If Steve chose to organize a traditional American protest in person, the fallout would be even more detrimental to him. The influence associated with the title of Captain America was not something Nick Fury would dare to trifle with. The more he contemplated, the more he felt powerless against Steve. Damn it, how could he, the epitome of righteousness in America, be subjugated by a mere white man? Had society truly regressed to the 15th century? The more he ruminated, the angrier he became, yet he ultimately refrained from issuing any harsh words to Steve. With a cold huff, he ended the call. "Humph, this mission concerns your World War II comrade, Howard Stark's only son. You may choose to participate or not." Steve gazed at the hung-up phone, stroking his chin in contemplation. The matter involving Howard Stark's son could only refer to Tony Stark. Thus, the task Nick Fury mentioned must pertain to Tony's abduction by the Ten Rings. That unfortunate child, having transformed into Captain Hydra due to the machinations of Hydra, had now found himself ensnared by the Ten Rings, just as in the original storyline. Nonetheless, whether Tony's abduction is fortuitous or not, The mission to rescue him should yield a considerable number of enhancement points. Indeed, as a transmigrator. Although Roger did not physically embody the persona, but rather had his soul inhabit that of Captain America, this does not preclude him from possessing the essential system characteristic of a transmigrator. He too has a system. The system bears a straightforward and unambiguous name, Task Completion Enhancement System. As its name implies, one can acquire enhancement points simply by completing tasks. These points serve a singular purpose, to augment physical attributes. The enhancements encompass various aspects such as strength, speed, defense, mental acuity, agility, and other multifarious distinctions, resulting in a comprehensive fortification that bolsters all his dimensions. However, the activation of this system necessitates a prerequisite. One must first affiliate with a faction and subsequently fulfill the tasks assigned by that faction. Upon his arrival in this world, Roger had no choice. He was immediately subjected to brainwashing and confinement by Hydra. Even though he managed to evade the brainwashing due to the original soul of Captain America shielding him, serving as a scapegoat, had he chosen not to align with Hydra, his tripled peak human physique would still pose a significant risk in attempting to escape. After all, he faced the heavily armed Hydra operatives and the potential lurking presence of the Winter Soldier. Despite inheriting Captain America's combat skills, he could not guarantee his survival in a breakout. Moreover, after careful consideration, he realized that joining Hydra was the optimal path to maximize his system's benefits. Why, you might ask? Hydra is akin to a parasitic entity in the world. From S, H, I, E, L, D, and various governments down to mercenaries and assassin organizations. Hydra's influence permeates these institutions to varying degrees. As Hydra itself states, sever one head, and two shall rise in its stead. During World War II, Captain America decapitated the most significant head of Hydra, Red Skull. However, this act merely drove Hydra into the shadows, allowing it to sprout even more heads, proliferating its influence worldwide. What does Steve's allegiance to Hydra signify? It enables him to operate within both the shadows and light, allowing him to undertake tasks from either side without the constraints of a singular allegiance. For instance, his current identity is that of a double agent for Hydra embedded within S, H, I, E, L, D. He can execute clandestine missions for Hydra while simultaneously engaging in overt tasks for S, H, I, E, L, D, thus reaping substantial rewards for his efforts. You may wonder why, despite retaining his autonomy, Hydra places such unwavering trust in him, permitting him to infiltrate S, H, I, E, L, D without reservation. This trust stems from his successful passage of Hydra's loyalty test. During the assessment, a Hydra official queried, "Hydra, will you sincerely fulfill the tasks assigned to you?" Steve replied, with sincerity more genuine than gold. The task completion promises system rewards. Thus he was indeed sincere. The official further probed, "If tasked with assassinating the president and dismantling the United States, would you comply?" Steve, rising with a solemn expression, responded, "When do we depart? I am prepared." He could hardly fathom the extent of enhancements he would achieve upon completing this task. The tester observed the lie detector registering a complete green signal and promptly declared that no further testing was necessary. The two questions posed were sufficient to demonstrate the efficacy of Hydra's brainwashing. The former Captain America had become a relic of the past. Thus, one of Hydra's leaders, Alexander Pierce, who was also Nick Fury's direct superior and the secretary of the council, confidently appointed him as an undercover agent within S, H, I, E, L, D. After a year of dual agent responsibilities, Steve had successfully accomplished numerous missions, with his physical attributes advancing from a mere 3 to an impressive 9. While this numerical increase may seem modest at first glance, the leap from 3 to 9 signifies a profound transformation. Once physical capabilities surpass the human limit of 1, each additional point represents a substantial qualitative enhancement. For instance, a typical individual, even at the pinnacle of human capability, can exert around 500 kilograms of force. Yet, Captain America's physical prowess, exceeding 3 times that of the human peak, results in strength that far surpasses this figure. With a baseline force starting at 3 tons and capable of reaching 10 tons at full capacity. The increase from 1 to 3 is not merely a tripling. It is an exponential escalation. Now, with a physique 9 times that of the human pinnacle, Steve's baseline strength easily reaches 20 tons, soaring to nearly 100 tons during peak exertion. These figures position him on par with Marvel's iconic second strongest individual, Spider-Man. Chapter 3. Natasha Romanoff. A fleeting thought crossed Steve's mind. Once he had resolved to undertake this mission, procrastination would not be an option. He hastily picked up the trousers and white shirt from the floor and began to dress. Just as he managed to pull up his trousers and fasten 2 buttons of his shirt, 2 delicate, fair hands emerged from behind him, deftly unfastening the buttons he had just secured. 2 soft figures pressed against his back, and a voice, sultry and enchanting, whispered in his ear, "Captain Rogers, where are you rushing off to so early? Why not join us for some morning exercises before you go? Come on, come on." Casting a glance at the eager faces of the twin sisters who were clearly yearning for his attention, Steve resolutely pushed them aside and declared with a serious expression, "No, I cannot. I am pressed for time today and cannot afford a morning workout. You two deceived me into believing our morning exercises lasted until nightfall yesterday. I need to get to work. I am off to save the world, and I must leave now." It must be said that Steve's face possessed a deceptive charm. Should anyone else utter such insincere words, they would have been met with 2 swift slaps. However, when Steve spoke, he seemed to radiate an aura of sanctity, leaving the sisters without a shred of doubt, gazing at him in admiration. "Captain Rogers, you are the greatest hero in the world. We shall wait for your return." Steve's heart stirred as he turned slightly. "No, I am not a hero. You, my dear confidants, are the true heroes. Yet, bearing the mantle of Captain America, I am destined to forego true love. Being with you will only hinder your paths, so it is best we part ways here. It is not worth your wait for me." With that, Steve hastened his steps, escaping the sisters' villa before they could express their heartfelt pleas for him to stay. "Farewell, my 18th and 19th girlfriends." Casting one last glance at the villa, Steve departed without looking back. Having spent a year in this world, he had not only grown stronger through daily missions but also indulged in life's pleasures. With Steve Rogers' remarkably handsome face and physique, it was inevitable that women would surround him. Yet, he never allowed himself to become entangled with just one. Always a man of fleeting passions, the women in his life rarely lasted beyond a month. Each time, he would leave behind a similar trail of insincerity, pulling up his trousers and walking away. Truly, he embodied the essence of a heartless rogue. Yet, Steve held a different view. He merely wished to provide a home for all women, to embrace love in its purest form. What fault was there in that? On one hand, in the realm of romance, Steve was indeed quite the libertine. On the other, he approached his missions with utmost seriousness. He understood that everything he enjoyed was a result of his ever-increasing strength. With power, he earned the right to negotiate and even to lead. Without strength, he would merely be a puppet, either of Nick Fury from S.H.I.E.L.D. or of Alexander Pierce from Hydra. Just like the original Captain America, Steve Rogers, he was manipulated by Nick Fury like a mere pawn, or controlled by Alexander to serve as a lethal machine alongside his best friend, Bucky Barnes. It was only with absolute power that he could instigate change. He was so close. Perhaps he could not only liberate himself from restraint, but also free Bucky. With his physique reaching level 10, as the system indicated, a new ability would awaken, and he was filled with anticipation. The enhancement points from this mission to rescue Tony would undoubtedly elevate his physical prowess significantly. Lost in thought, a sleek black sports car drifted gracefully to a halt just an inch from his toes. The driver's window slid down, revealing a stunning visage rivaling that of the recently crowned cover girls, her enchanting eyes casting a playful wink at Steve. "Hey handsome, where are you headed? Need a ride?" This was not the first time Steve had been approached on the street. In fact, most of his previous girlfriends had taken the initiative to flirt with him, requiring no effort on his part. Those who approached him, whether women or men, were often drawn to his physical allure. However, this encounter was different. The striking redhead before him was not merely seeking a flirtatious dalliance. Her name was Natasha Romanoff, the infamous Black Widow. Yet, Steve felt no fear of this venomous spider raised by Nick Fury. He boldly opened the passenger door and took a seat. "Agent Romanoff, it seems Nick Fury is quite concerned about Stark's situation, sending you, his ace, to assist." Natasha started the car, shrugging casually as she replied, "Ace? I hardly consider myself one. In truth, you are Nick Fury's true ace. He has stated there is no mission you cannot accomplish. Therefore, I am not part of this assignment. I'm here to inform you that the detailed mission briefing has been handed to the Special Forces, and you are to lead them to Afghanistan to complete the task. You have full command. He only wishes to see the results." Having addressed the matter at hand, Natasha quickly adopted a curious expression. "By the way, did you somehow offend Nick?" I sensed a hint of discontent in his tone. "It seems he is quite reluctant to see you now." Steve cast a sidelong glance at the inquisitive Natasha and replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing much. It's just that some individuals have elevated their social status beyond recognition, failing to discern who holds true authority. I merely spoke some truths for certain people to come to terms with." Natasha raised an eyebrow, opting not to pursue the topic. Even as a member of the second most privileged demographic in America, she refrained from commenting on matters concerning the first. With Natasha silent, Steve savored the quiet, closing his eyes to recuperate his somewhat hollow body after the recent relentless battles. The ancients do not deceive me. Indeed, there are no fields left untilled. Only cows exhausted to their demise. Even he, far surpassing ordinary mortals, must concede defeat in the face of relentless battles. Natasha dashed forth with the wild speed befitting a 5-star citizen of Los Santos, swiftly arriving at the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., the Triskelion. As anticipated, Nick Fury had no desire to lay eyes upon her. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Natasha beheld a special operations team, led by Rumlow, who had already stationed a Quinjet in the plaza of the Triskelion, awaiting her arrival. It was evident that Nick Fury intended to deny her entry altogether. After delivering her charges, Natasha exchanged brief pleasantries before bidding farewell to Steve. That damned coal magnate, Nick Fury, would not afford a top-tier female agent much respite. And it was likely that Natasha was to embark on yet another mission. Poor Natasha, believing she had escaped her nightmare in the Red Room, was blissfully unaware that she had fallen into another sinister grasp. Chapter 4. The professionalism of Hydra. Steve internally mused as he approached the Quinjet. After a year of dedicated service, he had ascended to the rank of captain within the Special Operations Team, becoming intimately familiar with its intricacies. Without uttering a word, he gestured for his team to board the aircraft. Upon entering the cabin, Steve tore off his white shirt and casually accepted the deep blue stealth combat suit handed to him by Rumlow. Once he had donned the attire and settled into his seat, Rumlow presented him with his vibranium shield and a specially designed rifle equipped with a grenade launcher. Captain, this mission may require confronting an entire terrorist organization. Besides the shield, you might find this useful, Rumlow remarked. Steve slung the shield over his back, reminiscent of a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle, and examined the custom rifle. Rumlow, you know me well. You've prepared my favorite, the M4A1 Black Knight. However, firearms feel rather primitive to me now. You can keep it. It would only hinder my offensive speed. He toyed with the weapon briefly before tossing the Black Knight back to Rumlow. With each mission, his strength had grown exponentially, leading Steve to increasingly eschew firearms in favor of the visceral satisfaction of hand-to-hand combat. The exhilarating sensation of engaging in physical confrontation had become an obsession, perhaps a side effect of his newfound power, but one he relished. How long has that scoundrel Tony Stark been missing? Any leads? Rumlow produced 2 documents, one adorned with the emblem of S.H.I.E.L.D., the other bearing the Hydra insignia. He disdainfully discarded the S.H.I.E.L.D. report to the floor and handed Steve the Hydra document. Tony Stark has been missing for 2 months now. The inept S.H.I.E.L.D. agents under Nick Fury have failed to uncover a single clue in that time, amassing only useless information. However, our brothers in Afghanistan have stumbled upon some leads. It appears the Ten Rings organization executed a significant operation 2 months ago and has since gone silent. They likely captured Tony Stark and are currently devising something in secret. Yesterday, our operatives in Afghanistan apprehended a lone member of the Ten Rings. We should be able to extract the location of Tony Stark's imprisonment from him. See, this is what we call professionalism. S.H.I.E.L.D. may tout itself as a global intelligence organization, but when it matters most, they prove to be unreliable. When it comes to intelligence gathering, Hydra remains unparalleled. Steve, taken aback, inquired, how could I have been oblivious to Tony's disappearance for 2 months? I was under the impression he had just gone missing. If memory serves, he managed to escape captivity after about 3 months by constructing his own armor. It seems this mission is rather urgent. Otherwise, if Tony escapes on his own, my mission will be a failure. Ramu shrugged, remarking that Nick Fury's initial choice for the mission was not you. It was only after the dispatched agents returned in failure that the task was reluctantly assigned to you. The captain with a flawless completion record. Furthermore, your close association with those twins over the past 2 months had little to do with Hydra. So we refrained from disturbing you, Captain. Steve nodded in understanding, displaying no particular surprise. He was no longer the righteous and selfless Steve Rogers of old. He selectively accepted missions from Nick Fury, favoring those that enhanced his strengths, while outright refusing tasks he deemed unworthy, thus escaping Fury's control. Consequently, Fury's trust in Steve was not as profound as in the original narrative, although he would occasionally assign missions. The core tasks were seldom entrusted to him unless Fury was truly out of options. Steve was indifferent to this. If he undertook fewer S.H.I.E.L.D. missions, he would simply engage more with Hydra. That untrusting black egg of a man might doubt him, but Hydra placed immense faith in him. Within Hydra, he could choose any task he desired, as they prioritized assignments for him. Whether the missions were morally ambiguous or not mattered little. They all contributed to his growth and power. This dynamic resulted in a slow elevation of Steve's status within S.H.I.E.L.D., while his standing within Hydra ascended rapidly. Among Alexander Pierce's faction of Hydra, aside from Pierce himself, he ranked among the highest, even surpassing the likes of Crossbones and Rongmu. He stood at the same level as the infiltrating Hydra members in Congress, wielding the capability to mobilize a significant portion of Hydra's resources for his own benefit, provided he did not commit any fundamental errors. For instance, the Hydra special forces embedded within SHIELD were now effectively under his command. Their mission was to swiftly infiltrate Hydra's stronghold in Afghanistan and extract the location where Tony was being held. Understood. Romlu nodded, promptly instructing the pilot to head towards the Hydra base. The special forces, composed entirely of Hydra members, had no need for veiled conversations. The Quinjet soared swiftly, and Steve merely dozed for a moment before they arrived at Hydra's stronghold in Afghanistan. To his surprise, Hydra had indeed adapted to local customs, as the base resembled a formidable terrorist organization. Judging by its scale, it was likely a noteworthy presence in talent-rich Afghanistan. Truly, the environment shapes its inhabitants. Steve exited the Quinjet with a stoic expression, quickly arriving at the holding facility for the captured member of the Ten Rings, under the watchful gaze of the division's personnel. Upon seeing Steve and his team, the two Hydra guards promptly bowed their heads and opened the iron gate from either side. Steve, accompanied by his fully armed special forces, entered with measured steps. The room was cloaked in darkness. Without opening the iron door, not a sliver of light could penetrate. Only through the sunlight streaming in from the doorway could one discern a man, battered and bound in white cloth, suspended from the ceiling by iron chains. Steve gazed at the barely conscious man, his brow furrowing as he turned to the local Hydra guards stationed at the entrance. Have you beaten him to this state? And yet he has uttered not a single word? I never anticipated that the members of the Ten Rings would possess such fortitude. The two guards exchanged bewildered glances, clearly perplexed. Say what? Steve responded with a sigh. And you, Rumlow, and you, Special Forces, what on earth are you doing? Nearly striking without inquiring? The veins on Steve's forehead throbbed with frustration. If you are oblivious to what to ask, then what purpose does your assault serve? The guards, with an air of nonchalance, replied, It is simply the custom here, regardless of who you are, even if you are the president. Should you fall into the hands of local powers, you must first endure a beating before anything else is addressed. Chapter 5, Parachute? What parachute? Do you even hear yourself? What kind of custom is this? Steve gazed incredulously at Rumlow, wishing he could retract his earlier praise of Hydra's professionalism. Professionalism, my foot. What a load of rubbish. Do they truly consider themselves a local terror organization? Rumlow, equally speechless, silently conveyed to Steve that there was little to be done. Many members of Hydra were recruited locally to better blend in, and it was only natural for them to adopt the local customs. Steve buried his face in his hands, impatiently gesturing for them to leave. Just get out of here. We will handle the rest. The two guards, realizing their error, quickly retreated. Once the two local fools had departed, Steve grasped the white turban of the man suspended before him, urging his lowered head to rise. Speak, where is Tony Stark? To his surprise, the man, already battered and bruised, had been prepared. His cheeks bulged like a toad's, and as he lifted his gaze, he unleashed a mouthful of thick phlegm that had evidently been held for quite some time, aiming directly at him, reminiscent of a Bulbasaur's attack. Yet, Steve was no ordinary man. He was Captain America, a superhuman with reflexes sharpened to perfection. In an instant, he deftly sidestepped the projectile with lightning speed, avoiding the repugnant spit without a trace of contamination. The swiftest of all martial arts is the art of evasion. As long as I dodge quickly enough, I shall remain unharmed. Ha ha ha. However, while he evaded the onslaught, Rumlow, standing behind him, bore the brunt of the assault, getting a face full of the vile substance. Wiping the thick, bloodied phlegm from his face, Rumlow's fury surged, and he nearly drew his weapon to retaliate against the wretch. Damn it, if I don't take you down today, I shall rename myself Crossbones to your mother's chicken bones. Steve quickly restrained the agitated Rumlow, attempting to calm him. Don't act rashly, old Rum. This is our only lead to find Tony Stark, and besides, he hasn't inflicted any real harm on you. We must be magnanimous in our pursuits. Remain composed. To hell with that. He didn't spit on you, so of course, you can afford to be magnanimous. Why don't you try it yourself? Rumlow's anger only intensified at that, and he raised his phlegm-coated hand toward Steve. Steve hastily released Rumlow, giving him a swift kick toward the other members of the Special Operations team. Quickly restrain your vice captain. No one is to let go without my command. Though the team members, struck by Rumlow, wore expressions of disdain and reluctance, the ingrained hierarchy of Hydra compelled them to obey their leader's orders, firmly holding their vice captain in place. Even with the repugnant liquid of Ramlu staining his hands, he dared not let go. Seizing the moment while Ramlu had yet to break free, Steve hastily addressed the man from the Ten Rings, or rather, the man from the Ten Rings gang. As you have witnessed, your forceful spray has thoroughly provoked this formidable figure, whose countenance warns of his ferocity. Should you fall into his clutches, I fear that a swift demise would be a luxury beyond your reach. Thus, I trust you have recognized me. I am Captain America. If you disclose the location of Tony Stark's confinement, I solemnly swear by my honor as Captain America that I shall not take your life. What say you? Steve's combination of threats and sweet persuasion left the man, who had previously anticipated his own demise, momentarily stunned. Who would willingly embrace death when life remained an option? Moreover, the words of Captain America bore a weight of trustworthiness. The man quickly relented without the need for Steve to resort to torture, succumbing to the allure of the captain's personal charisma as he revealed the whereabouts of Tony Stark's imprisonment. Once the coordinates were recorded, the amicable expression on Steve's face vanished, replaced by an impassive nod as he turned to Ramlu. Very well, release your deputy, Ramlu. He is now in your charge. The man was initially taken aback, only to quickly react with indignation, exclaiming, You lack integrity? I curse your ancestors. Having uttered his final remarks, Steve departed leisurely amidst the man's vehement curses directed at his lineage. Awaiting him was a furious lieutenant of Hydra, Crossbones, Ramla Brock. Steve's integrity was of no concern to the Hydra commander. 10 minutes later, upon Ramlu's return, he was drenched in blood. It was clear, without a doubt, that the unfortunate Ten Rings member had met his end. The amount of blood splattered on Ramlu indicated that the man had surely ascended to meet his maker. Oh, but in this realm, he would likely encounter Mephisto or the goddess of death instead. How tragic indeed. This incident imparts a valuable lesson. For the sake of one's own life, refrain from indiscriminate spitting. Knowing the coordinates expedited their quest, the Quinjet took flight, and within an hour, they located the hidden cave of the Ten Rings. Steve recognized that it was time for him, the protagonist, to take action. As they approached, Steve commanded the opening of the rear hatch, boldly peering down at the ground, which lay hundreds of meters below. Ramlu, take the special forces to clear out the surrounding rabble of the Ten Rings. I shall personally rescue the hapless hostages within the cave. No one is to enter without my orders. Understood? Understood. Ramlu, no stranger to collaboration with Steve, was aware that the captain preferred to undertake missions solo, leaving the responsibility of handling the foot soldiers and clean up to others. The rationale behind Steve's approach was simple. The system's missions required his direct involvement. Each time, it was only after the mission's conclusion that the system would notify him of its completion and the rewards earned in enhancement points. This instilled a reluctance in him to test whether the achievements of his subordinates would count towards his own, especially in a task as significant as one concerning Tony Stark. As the cabin door swung wide open, Steve leapt forth without a parachute. Oh, what a thrill! The air resonated with his exhilarated roar. The newly appointed deputy beside Ramlo was utterly bewildered. Does Captain Rogers not carry a parachute? Ramlo cast a glance at him and smiled. No. He has no need for such contraptions. The original Captain America had the audacity to leap from hundreds of meters into the sea or onto the ground. Now, with his enhanced physique, Steve was even less daunted. Mere hundreds of meters were as effortless as walking on solid ground. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed through the sky as Steve positioned his shield before him, making his entrance like a cannonball. Boom. Upon landing, he utilized his shield to smash a Ten Rings terrorist who had looked up in response to the commotion into a pulpy mess. Following this, Steve rolled to dissipate the impact and surged forward several meters, launching his shield with an astonishing trajectory that inexplicably decapitated several terrorists guarding the cave entrance. Ultimately, the shield collided with the mountainside, spun around, and astonishingly returned to Steve's grasp. Truly, it was a spectacle beyond belief. Chapter 6. Tony, your Uncle Rogers has come to rescue you. As for the principle behind it, even Steve himself is uncertain. Ever since he inherited the memories of the original Captain America, he has been able to wield the shield with such finesse. Delightful. Steve caught the returning shield, casually flicking off the bloodstains, revealing his brilliant white smile. Close combat is my innate talent, and the flying shield is my passion. After dispatching the guards at the entrance, Steve pressed on, darting into the cave amidst the cacophony of barking from the Ten Rings gang members, moving with ghostly speed under a barrage of bullets. As long as I am swift enough, the bullets cannot catch me. As he burst into the cave, Steve spread his strong arms and forcefully smashed the throats of two unfortunate souls lying in ambush on either side of the entrance. Did they think they could pull off a sneak attack under my eagle-like gaze? How laughable. With the two incapacitated foes in tow, Steve did not falter, swiftly pivoting around the corner and unleashing a powerful left kick. With the agility of an antelope, he sent the first Ten Rings member, who came rushing from within the cave, flying like a cannonball upon receiving the kick to the chest, crashing against the wall and collapsing into a heap. The power of the super soldier serum is truly terrifying. Soon, the sound of numerous footsteps echoed from the depths of the cave as the Ten Rings squad on guard arrived. Without hesitation, they raised their guns and fired at Steve. Bang, bang, bang. Steve remained unperturbed, confident in his speed, knowing he was quicker than their bullets. Twisting and leaping, he deftly evaded the oncoming bullets. gracefully approaching the 10-ring squad that was firing in frenzy, despite the squad's attempts to shoot him. Not a single bullet struck true in the narrow confines of the cave. Was it due to his elegant movements? No. Rather, it was because Steve utilized the two unfortunate souls as human shields. What is vibranium compared to a human shield? Moreover, these two misfortunate individuals were multifunctional, serving not only as shields, but also as weapons. With a cruel grin, Steve grasped their ankles, executing a slow-motion maneuver, overpowering the many with the few, and hurled the two toward the terrified 10-ring squad. This was his fervent combination move with the duo. The scene was nothing short of brutal. Under Steve's terrifying strength, beginning at 20 tons, the limbs and bodies of the 10 Rings members were sent flying in all directions. None could perish whole from his onslaught. And when the carnage ceased, even the two he had used as weapons were reduced to mere legs in his grip. In a matter of seconds, Steve effortlessly annihilated the entire squad of over 10 members. Meanwhile, deep within the cave, Tony, who had been quietly crafting components for the initial suit of armor, perked up, furrowing his brow. It seems I hear sounds of a skirmish outside. The commotion roused Tony from his work, and he glanced uncertainly at the iron door. As Tony prepared to lean against the door to listen intently, a sudden barrage of gunfire and anguished cries erupted from beyond the iron gate. The gunfire ceased abruptly within 10 seconds, accompanied by the chilling wails that also fell silent. Tony exchanged a glance with Ethan, his companion, both turning pale. After being trapped for over 2 months, Tony was far from naive enough to believe that rescuers had arrived. If the U.S. forces could locate him, they would have done so long ago. There would be no reason to delay. The most probable scenario was instead a violent clash among terrorists. In Afghanistan, while many resources are scarce, the presence of terrorist factions is abundant. It is not uncommon for them to engage in fierce battles over territory. Even if, for argument's sake, it were indeed rescuers approaching, Tony felt no certainty of salvation. Given the ruthless nature of the so-called 10 Commandments gang, should help truly arrive, they would likely choose to eliminate him first. Damn it, my armor was nearly complete. Why must an unexpected turn of events arise now? Tony cursed under his breath, gazing at the armor components that were 90% finished, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. At this juncture, there was clearly insufficient time to forge the final 10% of the armor, and even if all components were ready, the time required to assemble the suit and activate the power system was woefully inadequate. Faced with this unforeseen complication, Tony could only rush forward to secure the iron door with a wrench, desperately buying himself a moment. Simultaneously, he prayed that genuine rescuers had indeed arrived, hoping they could reach him before the terrorists, for otherwise, both he and Ethan would be doomed. However, during his previous excursions, Tony had secretly observed the cave structure and the positions of the 10 Commandments sentinels. The cave twisted and turned, stretching several hundred meters to reach his location. With dozens of guards stationed throughout, could anyone truly reach him before the gang chose to execute him? Tony doubted anyone could match such swiftness, not even the world's most elite forces. Bang! The unease did not linger long for Tony and Ethan, under their anxious gaze. The iron gate suddenly reverberated with a tremendous sound, as a formidable force struck the door, creating a visible human-shaped dent. Ward? What on earth is happening? Tony gasped. Startled. So soon? Are the executioners here, or has another faction arrived? Moreover, was that human-shaped imprint on the door genuine? Is it truly a human? Bang! Before the two could speculate whether it was the 10 Commandments or another party that had arrived first, another resounding crash echoed as the iron door, along with the corpse of a terrorist, was hurled into the cave. Little Tony, your Uncle Rogers has come to save you, Steve exclaimed, kicking the last terrorist in the cave against the iron door with such force that he could not detach him. Another powerful kick sent both the man and the door flying into the cave, as he charged in with the exuberance of a mighty gorilla. Reinforcements, I'm here. However, as soon as Steve entered, he was quickly overwhelmed by the foul stench emanating from within. Tony, you insufferable scoundrel, did you truly bring this upon us? The scent within this cave is reminiscent of the foulest refuse, akin to the detritus of fermented refuse from 1982. Tony, taken aback by Steve's evident disdain as he stood at the cave's entrance, was momentarily speechless. You are. Steve, assuming that Tony had recognized him, immediately straightened his posture and raised his iconic star-spangled shield, embodying the aura of Captain America. Clearing his throat, he declared, ahem, indeed, I am the embodiment of justice. The hope of America, the world's first superhero. I am. You are the scoundrel who absconded with my December cover girl last year. Before Steve could finish his declaration, he was abruptly interrupted by Tony's furious retort. Steve's mind nearly faltered. He had not anticipated such a response from Tony. However, upon reflection, the December cover girl? Wasn't that the pair of remarkably alluring twin sisters he had just been dismissed by earlier that morning? They had boasted to him about being the cover girls for a renowned magazine, and their dalliance with him coincided precisely with last December. It seemed he had inadvertently snatched Tony's quarry. Chapter 7. I am the one being pursued. No, no. What do you mean by snatching? This is a display of prowess. Steve beamed at Tony, saying, Kid, you have miscalculated. It is not I who pursued those twin sisters. It is they who took the initiative with me. I am, in fact, the one being pursued. Tony responded with a perplexed expression. Do you even hear what you're saying? Steve, gazing at the bewildered Tony, held his breath and approached him, solemnly patting his shoulder. Young man, practice makes perfect. Those twin sisters are beyond your grasp. Let Uncle take the lead. You may satisfy them with your wealth, but I am the one they spend money on to fulfill their desires. Do you now comprehend the disparity between us? Tony stood frozen, feeling utterly defeated for the first time. I finally felt a spark, and you've made me lose so completely. Damn it. As Tony's quasi-uncle, Steve couldn't help but offer some consolation upon witnessing his nephew's distress. Do not be disheartened, dear nephew. I have amicably parted ways with those twins. If you are willing to take a chance, you might still attempt to win their hearts with your financial prowess. Though, I suspect it may be futile, after all. Once you've ridden an elephant, it's difficult to desire a pony again. Thank you for your comforting words, but I have no inclination to take over, Tony retorted, brushing aside Steve's hand and raising his middle finger in gratitude. No need for thanks. I have always excelled in offering comfort, Steve replied, graciously accepting Tony's gesture. Appearing oblivious to the raised finger, an awkward silence enveloped the air. After a prolonged gaze at Steve, Tony finally spoke. You know, I have heard many legendary tales about you from my father. Yet, upon meeting you in person, I realize you differ greatly from my expectations. And you are far from the divine embodiment my father described. Tony's thoughts were tumultuous as he looked at the living embodiment of the man who, unbeknownst to him, would be his savior in this dire moment. None other than the figure his father, Howard Stark, frequently spoke of with admiration. The very person he had envied, who had garnered more praise from Howard than he himself ever received. Upon hearing Tony's familiar sentiments, Steve couldn't resist a teasing remark. Oh, are you suggesting that my blue eyes possess a hint of green? Tony's words reminded Steve of a striking line from a previous life, in Captain America, Civil War, where Baron Zemo remarked, I have been investigating you, studying you. Only now, at this close proximity, do I realize that your blue eyes are tinged with green. You two have flaws. Both sentiments expressed a similar notion that Captain America was not the perfect being he was rumored to be. What eyes? I was referring to you, and you are not as rigid as I had imagined. In fact, your thoughts seem rather advanced. Tony found himself perplexed by Steve's line of reasoning. Was he referring to matters concerning the eyes? Upon hearing this, Steve chuckled and gently patted Tony's shoulder once more. The essence of who I am has never been dictated by others. Your perception of me should not derive from someone else's description. Simply trust what you observe for yourself. Tony pondered for a moment, his lips curling downward, before extending his hand to Steve. I believe you are correct. When it comes to my savior, I should not rely on others to define their character. He introduced himself formally. I am Tony Stark, the current helm of Stark Industries. Steve smiled, shaking hands with the newly enlightened Tony. I am Steve Rogers, captain of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. After they released their grip, Tony raised an eyebrow. What sort of cumbersome title is that? It sounds rather lacking in financial prospects. How about joining my company as head of security? I could offer you a starting salary of $100,000 a month. In saying this, Tony was not only genuinely impressed by Steve's capabilities, but also wished to repay him for his life-saving efforts. A salary of $100,000 a month would ensure that Tony could support Steve for a lifetime, even if he spent his days idling at Stark Industries. Thank you, but I am content with my current position. At least my department operates within the framework of the United Nations, which is far more appealing than serving as a mere security chief at your company. Steve remained unfazed by Tony's attempt to lure him away with a lucrative offer. Although $100,000 a month was substantial, to him, money was merely a figure. Sufficient was all that mattered, and he found himself lacking nothing. The organization he worked for, Hydra, provided commendable benefits. After a year of assignments, his account had amassed over $10 million. Of course, this wealth was not solely a result of his Hydra endeavors. A portion stemmed from missions with SHIELD. However, Hydra accounted for 90% of his earnings, while SHIELD contributed a mere 10%. Unfortunately, Nick Fury was notoriously frugal, having surreptitiously appropriated SHIELD's funds to construct his dilapidated safe houses worldwide. Upon hearing that Steve's department operated within the United Nations, Tony nodded and ceased his persuasion, instead introducing the silent Ethan, who had not yet had the chance to interject. This is Dr. Ethan, who was also captured by the Ten Rings. My survival from the terrorist attack was not only due to luck, but also thanks to Dr. Ethan. Had he not performed surgery on me, using electromagnetic plates to extract the shrapnel from my body and negotiating with the 10 rings on my behalf, I would have perished long ago. Steve extended his hand to Ethan, smiling as he said, Dr. Ethan, it is an honor to meet you. I have heard tales of your remarkable feat of penetrating a biohazard crisis with nothing but a bottle of hand soap. It is indeed a pleasure to see you in person, Ethan replied. What hand soap? What biohazard crisis? As a physics student, I find myself lacking in the realm of biochemistry. Tony, too, is at a loss. The Captain America described by his father bears little resemblance to the man before him. Their personalities are, in fact, worlds apart. He can't help but wonder if his father, Howard Stark, a fervent admirer of Captain America, had inadvertently embellished the image of this figure in his presence. However, when compared to the flawless, almost superhuman Captain America his father painted, he finds himself more drawn to the current, somewhat eccentric Steve Rogers. At least this man appears to embody the essence of a true human being. Chapter 8. The First Awakening, the Biofield. Steve, unfazed by the incredulous expressions of the two, waved his hand dismissively while pinching his nose, exclaiming, All right. Let us depart from this place. It is hardly suitable for reminiscing. To be candid, the stench here is unbearable. I can scarcely breathe. The accumulation of odors from Tony and Ethan's various activities over the past 2 months within this cramped cave is easily imaginable. Fortunately, Steve had skipped breakfast that day. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly vomited on the spot. Thus, when he referred to this place as a biohazard, he was not entirely mistaken. Tony nodded in agreement, having also grown weary of their wretched surroundings, eager to leave at once. Ethan chimed in, I feel the same. With a consensus reached, the trio swiftly made their way toward the cave's exit. Along the way, Tony marveled at the severed limbs scattered about. The reality of Captain America was indeed starkly different from the rumors. His methods were shockingly brutal. These wounds did not appear to be inflicted by firearms, but rather by sheer force and sharp instruments. A glance at Steve's bloodstained shield clarified who was responsible. To his astonishment, the shield, once wielded by his father, was now not a tool of defense but a means of dismemberment in Steve's capable hands. Truly, it was the only vibranium shield in existence. Tony could only think, well done. After enduring torment at the hands of the 10 rings for 2 long months, he yearned to tear those despicable scoundrels apart with his own hands. He felt no sympathy for Steve's brutal tactics, only a sense of vindication. Did they truly believe that the foremost arms dealer in America was without temper? Just wait, 10 rings. Once I return, I shall uproot you completely, or I shall not bear the name Stark, but rather change it to something far less dignified. Indeed, following Steve's timely rescue of Tony, the self-sacrifice of Ethan catalyzed a profound transformation in Tony's mindset. While his perspective had shifted, and he had successfully engineered the iron armor, he had no intention of shutting down Stark Industries' weapons division upon his return. Instead, he planned to unleash a bloody retribution upon the 10 rings using the technology derived from the iron armor created in this cave, alongside other munitions of his invention. After all, at his core, Tony remained an arms dealer. One could not genuinely expect him to respond to his enemies with benevolence as those foolish superheroes do in films. However, Steve was oblivious to these thoughts and concerns, solely awaiting the system's notification of task completion in his mind. At last, as he guided Tony out of the cave, the system's prompt resonated within his consciousness. Task from S.H.I.E.L.D. Rescue Tony Stark, completed. Reward granted. Enhancement points 500 goodness. Did you say 500? To think that he had achieved this in a single endeavor. Last year alone, he completed numerous missions. Yet the highest reward for any task had never exceeded 100 points. Given that physical enhancement required 100 points per upgrade, this single mission granted him enough to enhance himself 5 times. Alas, last year, his entire array of tasks was merely sufficient for him to enhance himself 6 times. This implies that this singular task is roughly equivalent to a year's worth of his efforts. One must say, it is no wonder he is considered one of Marvel's chosen ones. The rewards are indeed extravagant. This realization has compelled Steve to resolve that he must undertake more tasks related to the prominent figures of Marvel in the future. System. Allocate all my enhancement points to physique. At present, the system possesses only a function for enhancing physique, and Steve has no intention of conserving these enhancement points. He directly invests them all into his physical attributes. Consequently, his physique has soared to a formidable 14 points, while his strength has doubled without hesitation. However, the most significant surprise does not lie solely in the surge of strength, but rather in the new ability that awakens for the first time upon reaching 10 points in physique. With his eyes closed, Steve senses the invisible yet undeniably present layer of substance enveloping his hands, and an involuntary smile spreads across his face. Behold, the new ability, Bioplasmic Field. Indeed, it is the very bioplasmic field you envision, akin to the conceptual power of Superman, Clark Kent, one of the absolute protagonists of the DC universe. The applications of the bioplasmic field are exceedingly vast: self-defense, extending protection to external entities, flight, and even telekinesis, among others. Its potential is remarkably high, akin to the idealistic capabilities of Superman himself, theoretically capable of generating an endless array of other abilities from the bioplasmic field. Of course, the newly awakened Steve can only accomplish the most fundamental functions of the bioplasmic field, as such feats require decades of training. As seen with the likes of Superman or even the Silver Superman, currently he can only utilize the bioplasmic field for basic self-protection and the safeguarding of others. For instance, despite possessing speed and strength far exceeding that of an ordinary human, he cannot guarantee the safety of those he aims to protect under enemy fire. Whether it be stray bullets or the sheer force of his own terrifying strength, the risk of fatality for those he seeks to shield is ever present. Even his vibranium shield cannot withstand all assaults. After all, that shield is merely a small fragment. The vibranium shield itself poses a challenge just to protect him, let alone others. However, with the advent of the bioplasmic field, circumstances have transformed. He can now not only utilize the bioplasmic field to provide comprehensive protection for himself, but can also extend this protective field to encompass others by making contact with them. This explains how Superman can effortlessly catch a rapidly descending airplane without sustaining damage, rather than, as some might claim, bursting through the aircraft. It also elucidates why, despite Superman standing merely in front of those he protects, a vast explosion fails to harm them. All of this is attributed to the bioplasmic field. Naturally, while protecting others or objects is secondary for Steve, the primary purpose of the bioplasmic field remains the safeguarding of himself. Upon reaching a physique score of 14, small-caliber thermal weapons pose little threat to him. However, large-caliber thermal weapons still retain a degree of danger, and missiles present a particularly lethal risk. With the advent of the biofield, while he may not withstand a nuclear explosion, he is at least impervious to standard missiles. An almost invincible defense with a limit of 200 tons of strength leaves me unfazed. If the flight capability of the biofield were to be further developed, he would become virtually invincible in urban combat. Even nuclear weapons would struggle to pose a threat, as he could safely evade the blast zone prior to detonation, provided he can achieve sufficient speed. Regarding the initial awakening of the biofield ability, Steve can only express his immense satisfaction. This also heightens his anticipation for the next awakening of his powers. However, the next awakening requires a physique score of 50, indicating a long journey ahead. Chapter 9. Agent 13, Sharon Carter. As Steve immersed himself in the nuances of the biofield, the special operations team outside had completed their task of clearing the battlefield. The now cold and collected Rumlow approached Steve to report on the mission. Captain, all members of the 10 rings have been neutralized, and C4 has been installed on the munitions in the cave. Well done. Prepare for extraction. Detonate the explosives after takeoff. Steve surveyed the grim scene, littered with bodies, and nodded in satisfaction. Although he found the performance of Hydra's faction in Afghanistan somewhat lacking, under Rumlow's leadership, this elite special operations team, recognized by both S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra, proved to be remarkably effective. For the 10 rings, the assault from this elite team was akin to a dimensional strike, overwhelming them in both combat prowess and weaponry. The diminutive members of the 10 rings failed to inflict even a single casualty on the team of several operatives. Tony, observing the seemingly nefarious special operations squad, jested to Steve, "Honestly, if I weren't aware of your identity, I might mistake you for the leader of some villainous organization, given the murderous intent radiating from your team." Steve replied, "I must say, you have quite the knack for assessing people. However, I won't voice that thought aloud. My team is a legitimate special operations unit certified by the United Nations, recognized as elite worldwide, so their fierce demeanor is entirely to be expected." Steve's casual retort elicited a nonchalant nod from Tony, who had merely posed the question in passing and did not dwell on Steve's response. After all, how could Captain America possibly be a villain? And why would a villain come to rescue him? As everyone boarded the Quinjet for takeoff, Rumlow pressed the button on his remote control. Suddenly, the base of the 10 rings, along with Stark Industries munitions and Tony's prototype armor stored in the cave, were consumed in a violent explosion. Tony remained silent. He had no desire for anyone to obtain his Iron Man suit, even if it consisted of rudimentary handcrafted parts. Thus, destruction was the most prudent course of action. Steve, too, remained quiet, as he held no interest in the suit and certainly did not wish for Hydra to acquire it. Keeping Hydra in its current state of subterfuge was sufficient, should they gain possession of the Iron Man suit. One could only speculate whether they might impulsively instigate a third world war. His intention was solely to utilize Hydra to grow stronger through missions, not to aid them in conquering the world. Time passed swiftly aboard the Quinjet. Steve opted not to return Tony to S.H.I.E.L.D., but instead took him directly to Stark Tower in New York. After sharing a few cheeseburgers with Tony, Steve did not linger and bid farewell. Having returned after 2 months, Tony had a considerable amount of chaos to address, and he preferred to steer clear of entanglements. However, he did not return to S.H.I.E.L.D. either, instructing Rumlow to escort the Special Operations Team back to submit their mission report. Not only did Nick Fury wish to avoid him, but he too was reluctant to encounter the calculating gaze of the bald, one-eyed man. Had he not been at a disadvantage against Captain Marvel, he would have long since confined the pretentious Nick Fury to his sack and sent him to a watery grave. This individual was a detriment, both to him and to the world at large. Captain Rogers, we have arrived. The voice of Happy jolted Steve from his reverie. Glancing out the window, he realized they had reached the familiar Brooklyn neighborhood. Thank you for bringing me back, Happy. You may head back now. Steve expressed his gratitude to Happy, who occupied the driver's seat, before opening the door of the Rolls-Royce, a model he could not name. After Rumlow had departed with his team, Steve had initially intended to return alone after enjoying a cheeseburger. However, despite Tony's lack of time, he had arranged for his personal bodyguard, Happy, to escort him back. Happy leaned out from the driver's seat, sincerely thanking Steve. It is my honor to bring you back, Captain. Moreover, I am immensely grateful for your saving Tony. He is not only my boss, but also my closest friend. He is also the son of my comrade. Rescuing him is only natural. And there is no need for thanks, Steve replied, smiling dismissively as he waved his hand and turned to walk towards his apartment. His dwelling was modest. A 2-bedroom flat with a vintage aesthetic arranged by S.H.I.E.L.D., although he did not frequently reside there, spending most of the year at the homes of his previous 19 girlfriends. He had been staying at the villa of twin sisters for the past 2 months without returning even once. Nonetheless, the apartment remained impeccably clean. Steve pursed his lips, realizing that his considerate neighbors had likely taken the initiative to tidy up. Just as he contemplated this, he heard a noise from the ajar door, and a blonde girl, embodying a sweet, Euro-American beauty, peeked inside. Captain Rogers, is that you? Sharon, please come in. I just completed a mission and thought it was time to return for a while. I appreciate your help in managing the apartment during my absence. Steve invited Sharon inside, retrieving 2 bottles of cola from the refrigerator. They sat across from one another, and Sharon couldn't suppress a smile, saying, "You are a hero to this nation. I am thrilled to do anything for you." Steve chuckled softly, opting not to respond verbally, but instead opened a can of cola for Sharon and placed it before her. Sharon Carter was a distinguished agent nurtured by Nick Fury, A.S.H.I.E.L.D., operative of the 13th designation, and also the former love of Captain America, Peggy Carter's niece. However, she was presently known by the alias Sharon Stone, having been tasked by Nick Fury to masquerade as his neighbor, covertly safeguarding and observing Steve. Unbeknownst to Nick Fury and Sharon Carter, who believed their ruse was well executed, Steve was already aware of Sharon's true identity due to the disparity in information. Yet, he bore no animosity towards this young woman who idolized him. Regardless of Sharon's prowess or her identity, he found no justification to act against her. Moreover, Sharon Carter harbored no animosity towards him and was incapable of monitoring his movements. With his capabilities, he could effortlessly evade the young lady. He would never rendezvous with Hydra in this locale, rendering Sharon Carter's surveillance entirely inconsequential. Instead, it presented him with an aesthetically pleasing companion. As they settled down to sip their cold cola, Sharon's gaze had not wavered from Steve since his entrance. She glanced towards the refrigerator. Her sparkling eyes filled with anticipation as she said, "Captain, you haven't returned in 2 months, and the house lacks provisions. Today, I happened to purchase some fresh ingredients. Would you care to sample my culinary skills?" Chapter 10, Natasha's Disappearance. A new mission. Steve gazed into Sharon's doe-like eyes, raising an eyebrow as a subtle, enigmatic smile graced his lips. How could I possibly refuse an invitation from such a beautiful lady? I happen to have a bottle of aged red wine. The two of us could indulge in fine wine paired with exquisite cuisine. Rising from his seat, Steve casually retrieved a bottle of 82 Lafite that he had pilfered from Alexander Pierce during a previous Hydra assignment. He then leaned slightly toward Sharon, extending his hand in a gentlemanly manner. Sharon looked at Steve's outstretched hand, a flicker of hesitation crossing her face before being swiftly replaced by joy. And without a moment's hesitation, she grasped his warm hand. It didn't matter. After all, Aunt Peggy and the captain never truly became an item. And there was no possibility of that now. I'm not infringing upon my aunt's territory. The two of them strolled hand in hand towards Sharon's adjacent residence. Their meal consisted of merely a couple of bites, and the wine was only sipped in a symbolic manner. Clearly, their primary focus that evening lay not in culinary delights, but rather in the more indescribable desires of humanity. Here, 1,000 words are omitted for the reader's imagination when Steve awoke once more. It was already the following morning. The enchanting companion from the night before was no longer by his side, and the door to the room stood ajar, wafting in an enticing aroma of sizzling meat from the kitchen. One must admit, the physical prowess of a spy surpasses that of an ordinary individual. Among Steve's 19 former girlfriends, none had the stamina to rise after a night of passion, yet here was Sharon, up early to prepare breakfast. With a silent acknowledgement, he dressed neatly, ensuring that Sharon's belongings were in order, and stepped out of the room. At that moment, Sharon emerged from the kitchen, carrying 2 substantial bacon sandwiches. She placed the larger of the 2 before Steve and softly remarked, "You hardly ate last night and have been active all evening. I thought the captain must be quite hungry by now." Steve rubbed his stomach, indeed feeling a pang of hunger. It was not merely the beauty that touched him, but the thoughtfulness of a companion who understood him so well. Growing up listening to tales of Captain America, Sharon Carter, his own little fan, undoubtedly grasped him best. He pulled Sharon onto his lap, inhaling the delicate fragrance of her hair, and took a hearty bite of the sandwich. This is delightful. The ingredients may be simple, yet under your culinary expertise, they transform into something extraordinary. Perhaps that is the essence of love. Sharon's cheeks flushed with the praise, her heart fluttering wildly as her gaze locked onto Steve's, almost to the point of tears. Years of spy training evaporated in an instant, her mind completely consumed by thoughts of him. He is so charming, and I adore him. Captain Rogers. From now on, call me Steve. The atmosphere thickened, drawing the 2 ever closer, ever closer. You are the one with sunshine, rainbows, and little white horses. Tick-tock, tick-tock. A jarring phone ring abruptly interrupted the impending second round between them. Sharon Carter hastily withdrew from Steve's side, returning to her seat and bowing her head like an ostrich. Steve furrowed his brow. The caller ID displayed Nick Fury's name, causing the veins on his forehead to throb with irritation. Damn it. How long will this insufferable little horse keep bothering me? Initially inclined to hang up, he recalled that Nick had assigned him a task worth 500 enhancement points just the day before. Fearing it might be a similar beneficial mission, he ultimately decided to answer the call. Little horse, speak quickly. Give me one reason why I shouldn't come to your office and smash your other eye in 10 seconds. Nick Fury refrained from retorting. He could no longer afford to gamble on whether the frozen-brained Captain America was jesting or serious. If this redneck lost his mind and actually came to crush his only good eye, where would he find recourse? The thought sent a shiver down Nick's spine, prompting him to explain urgently. Believe me, I don't wish to disturb you right after your mission, but a critical emergency has arisen. Just yesterday, I dispatched Agent Norman Novotny to Iran to escort a nuclear engineer back. However, just an hour ago, they were ambushed during their return journey. And now Natasha and the engineer are missing. I need you to go assist them immediately. To be honest, Nick Fury was reluctant to reach out to this foul-mouthed captain unless absolutely necessary, but one of S.H.I.E.L.'s finest agents, Black Widow, had gone missing during this operation. If he sent other ordinary agents for rescue, it would likely result in a futile loss. Thus, after considerable deliberation, Nick decided to contact Steve, this superhuman. Steve's brow furrowed further. Natasha had been ambushed? What a nightmare. He had just seen her yesterday, and now she was missing? Moreover, what kind of attack could overpower even Natasha, the deadly spider? At this time in the Marvel timeline, superheroes and villains were not yet ubiquitous, and Black Widow was already considered a formidable figure in the T1 tier of agents. Had it been before, Steve might have weighed the decision to accept this task based on his mood. However, having savored the sweet rewards from saving Tony the previous day, he no longer hesitated. This incident concerned another prominent figure in the Marvel universe. Surely, like Tony's mission, the enhancement points would be substantial. All right, I'll take the mission. Send me the last known coordinates of Natasha, and I'll investigate. I've already sent them to your email, Nick replied. With that, Steve ended the call without further conversation. Steve and Sharon were seated just a distance apart, and their conversation with Nick Fury was crystal clear to her. She gazed at Steve, her expression a tumult of emotions, hesitating to speak. Naturally, Steve noticed Sharon's unusual demeanor and casually remarked, "Is there something you wish to ask or say? Feel free to express yourself. Given our current relationship, there is nothing that cannot be discussed. For instance, we could delve into your identity as an agent." At his words, Sharon's pupils dilated in disbelief, and she abruptly stood up, inadvertently knocking her plate off the table. Yet, before it could hit the ground, Steve, without even turning his head, reached out with precision and effortlessly caught the falling plate, also securing the sandwich that had tumbled. Steve referred to this maneuver as the Steve Jolt. Chapter 11. Sharon Carter. Completely captivated by Steve, Sharon was oblivious to Steve's display of prowess. Her mind was consumed by his recent words. When did you discover it? Steve finished his sandwich in a few bites, casually extending the remaining portion towards the dazed Sharon, his tone lighthearted. When you ask. From the very first day I moved in, coincidentally discovering I had a beautiful neighbor next door. Although I have been dormant in the eyes for decades. My years of battling Hydra have rendered me particularly sensitive to those around me, especially agents. While you have masterfully portrayed your FAOD as a nurse, there remains a fundamental distinction between a nurse and an agent. You may have concealed the surface, yet you cannot obscure the inherent brilliance of an agent within you. As Steve spoke, his smile gradually faded, and a hint of nostalgia graced his gaze. However, this is not the primary reason for my suspicion of your true identity. Would you care to know what it is? What is it? Sharon stared blankly at Steve, her mind a whirlwind. Utterly devoid of her usual discerning judgment as a top-tier agent. Love can render one blind, even someone as accomplished as Sharon Carter. Yet, Steve would not be so ensnared, for he was a rogue. Nevertheless, his forthcoming words were sincere, drawn from the deepest memories of this body. With a soft sigh, Steve continued. Because I see a semblance of a dear friend in you, the shadow of the world's most formidable female agent, a woman named Peggy Carter. Aunt Peggy, Sharon exclaimed, immediately covering her mouth as she realized she had inadvertently revealed too much. Yet, she quickly discerned that Steve seemed unfazed by her slip, his expression remaining calm. Sharon's eyes widened with suspicion. You even know that Peggy is my aunt. Steve shook his head, speaking from the heart. I do not know. I merely had my suspicions. After all, an agent with such a resemblance to Peggy is quite rare. In truth, Steve Rogers was unaware of Sharon's identity. It was the soul residing within this body, Bucky. Upon hearing his words, Sharon's gaze shifted toward him, her expression growing peculiar as she whispered. You've deduced my connection to Aunt Peggy, yet you still pursue me? ISNT that a bit. Perverse? A niece and her prospective uncle-in-law. Just contemplating it is unsettling. Steve was utterly bewildered. What? Sharon's voice dwindled to a whisper. Because I am Peggy's niece, and you are her ex-boyfriend. Morally speaking, isn't this wrong? Steve was left with a myriad of questions. Wait, is this how it is? Weren't you the one who signaled me first? I am the one being pursued here. In an unexpected display of candor, he expressed a sentiment that could easily be misconstrued as harsh, questioning my stance. Yet, embodying the essence of an emotionally intelligent man, Steve refrained from uttering such words. Instead, he adopted a narrative that resonated with the original essence of this body. Sharon, Steve Rogers does not belong to this era. He belongs to 70 years past. To the time when Peggy awaited his return. Though Peggy remains, she no longer pertains to the current me. She has forged her own life. Complete with a husband and 2 children. I should not intrude upon her existence. The former Steve perished the moment he awoke from his frozen slumber. Realizing he had missed that dance with Peggy, what endures now is merely a soul adrift in a time where he finds no belonging. This soul is solitary yet liberated. He is not the Steve Rogers of 70 years ago, but rather a new iteration of Steve Rogers, shaped by this present age. Thus, whether you find yourself enamored with me or I with you, there is no fault in it. You need not carry any psychological burden. For I am no longer Peggy Carter's Steve Rogers. I belong to myself. Steve articulated this with unwavering composure, his heart steady, revealing no trace of insecurity. These words were sincere, merely a reflection of the transformations that had transpired within this body. The interpretation of his sentiments rested entirely with Sharon. In this moment, Sharon proved herself worthy of Steve's expectations, her formidable imagination igniting in a manner that was, perhaps, ill-timed. She conjured a scenario that rationalized Steve's newfound libertine lifestyle, which starkly contrasted with the persona he had once been known for, who could truly adjust to awakening after 70 years, only to find that friends and comrades had become mere memories, their images enshrined on walls, and the one true love had slipped away, now living a life of her own. Such a reality would be overwhelming for anyone, and it was this very upheaval that had dramatically altered Steve's character. He was grappling with the challenge of assimilating into a wholly unfamiliar era, striving to embrace the new society surrounding him. Yet, as Steve articulated, in this time, he felt like a solitary spirit without a home, perpetually misaligned with those around him. This, perhaps, elucidates why Steve had cycled through 19 girlfriends in a single year. He was still in search of his identity in this new epoch, seeking a companion that resonated with his essence. His greatness is undeniable. My affection for him is profound. Steve, you shall no longer face this new era alone. I will remain by your side, forever. Upon reaching this understanding, Sharon's face softened with compassion, and she instinctively rose to embrace Steve, resting his head against her, offering him a semblance of warmth that belonged to this time. Although Steve was unaware of the fanciful thoughts swirling in Sharon's mind, it did not diminish the warmth he felt in a physical sense. The two shared a tender moment, but Steve, summoning his formidable willpower, extricated himself from Sharon's embrace and spoke. I know you will always be by my side, for you are unlike any of them. You are the most extraordinary one to me. This was not the first time Steve had uttered such words. Whenever he found himself with a new girlfriend of a different profession, he invariably expressed this sentiment. To him, each girlfriend with a unique vocation truly held a special place in his heart. Moreover, having never before experienced a relationship with a fellow agent, at least not in the essence of Roger's soul, it was only fitting that he regarded Sharon as the most exceptional among them. Of course, Sharon remained oblivious to this. She was utterly enchanted by Steve's sweet words, becoming increasingly infatuated with him, with her eyes as gentle as water. It was challenging for any man to resist making a misstep. Yet today, Steve managed to restrain himself, for he had more pressing matters at hand. As much as I would love to linger with you a little longer, you heard the news. Natasha is currently missing, and I must leave at once. Chapter 12. She escapes. He pursues. She struggles to fly free, though Sharon's mind was consumed with thoughts of Steve. Her training as an agent allowed her to prioritize the situation at hand. She promptly rose and retrieved from the adjacent room Steve's stealth combat suit from the previous day, along with his iconic vibranium shield. Steve, unreserved, changed into the stealth outfit before Sharon's very eyes, affixing the shield onto the back of his suit. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and the transformation was striking. The once sunny and cheerful young man now exuded the aura of a composed and formidable super soldier. While Steve donned his new attire, Sharon also suited up in S.H.I.E.L.D. combat gear and declared, "I will accompany you." However, Steve raised a hand to halt her, shaking his head resolutely. "No, this is not your mission. The opponent's strength is unknown, and even Natasha, a top-tier agent, is unable to contend with them. I cannot allow you to be put in danger." Deeply touched by his words, Sharon recognized the truth in his caution. She understood that her presence might hinder his efforts, and thus, she conceded. "I comprehend, but should you find yourself in peril, you must notify me, no matter the cost. I swear I will come to your aid." Steve nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further delay as he turned to depart. An hour later, in Iran, at a border location, a Quinjet descended gracefully, landing near a cliff's edge, and Steve emerged from the cockpit. This was the last known location sent to him by Nick Fury before Natasha went missing. For this mission, he had chosen to go alone rather than bringing the Special Forces team, as the unknown nature of the enemy meant that additional personnel could only impede his search. Gazing down at the wreckage of a jeep below, Steve leaped effortlessly from the cliff, landing before the vehicle. To him, the mere height of several dozen meters required no bending of his knees. He yanked open the crumpled door of the jeep and peered inside, raising an eyebrow at what he found. There were traces of blood within the vehicle, yet no bodies, and the undercarriage bore a hole cut by laser. Clearly, Natasha had successfully aided the nuclear engineer in escaping by cutting through the vehicle's base. Steve was not surprised by this outcome. After all, Natasha was one of Marvel's protagonists, and her demise would not come so easily. Knowing Natasha was alive and that his mission had not failed, Steve felt a sense of relief wash over him, allowing him to proceed with a more measured approach as he began to investigate further clues. Before long, he uncovered the true cause of the Jeep's crash, a prominent dent in the hood, indicative of a powerful fist having forcibly halted the moving vehicle. The words fist and immense strength intertwined in his mind, conjuring the image of a familiar figure, Bucky Barnes, the Winter Soldier. If it is Bucky, then it is no wonder that Natasha cannot contend with him. Bucky has been injected with the counterfeit super serum created by Hydra's Dr. Zola and has been equipped with a mechanical arm of immense strength, rendering his combat capabilities on par with those of Captain America in his prime. Indeed, the darker persona of Bucky may even surpass that. In the early stages, Bucky could be regarded as Hydra's trump card. Alas, does this mean that his current mission has devolved into a scenario of dogs fighting dogs? He is now one of Hydra's own, yet must undertake a mission to rescue a target of Hydra. Truly, life is fraught with unexpected turns. However, Steve has no intention of abandoning this task. On the contrary, upon learning that his opponent is the Winter Soldier, his excitement only intensifies. It is indeed a case of serendipity, as the opportunity comes without effort. In the preceding year, it seemed that Pierce was apprehensive about the potential impact of a meeting between Bucky and himself on their respective conditioning. Thus, he never permitted their paths to cross. At that time, Steve lacked the strength to challenge Hydra, so he refrained from seeking out Bucky, lest he alert the enemy. Now, having awakened his biological field, he can confidently assert his invincibility within Hydra's ranks. Even if he has no immediate plans to extricate himself from Hydra, he is determined to shift from a mere pawn to a player on the board. Yet what sort of player is one without pieces? Thus, he must acquire some of his own. Bucky, his former companion, undoubtedly represents an excellent piece, powerful and easily controlled. To his surprise, before he could actively seek out Bucky, the latter has come knocking at his door. It seems that this mission not only promises to yield enhancement points, but also the potential acquisition of a loyal ally, or perhaps a brother. After all, having inherited this body, it would be unseemly to regard Bucky merely as a pawn. Nevertheless, the immediate priority is to locate Natasha swiftly. Otherwise, should Bucky find her first, danger looms. As the Winter Soldier of Hydra, Bucky's methods are far from ordinary. Even the Black Widow could easily become a victim if she falters. Scanning the surroundings, Steve's enhanced vision functioned as a sophisticated scanner, meticulously examining every nook and cranny of the cliffside. Indeed, he discovered an inconspicuous corner marked with the unique insignia of S-H-I-E-L-D. This was a beacon left by Natasha for reinforcements, enabling them to ascertain her general direction of movement in the event of losing contact. Upon seeing this mark, Steve felt no joy. Instead, his concern for Natasha's safety deepened, and he shook his head. Natasha, your cleverness has led you into peril. You should not have employed the S-H-I-E-L-D insignia. For while this mark is exclusive to S-H-I-E-L-D, and its meaning is known solely to internal personnel, the very individuals pursuing her are indeed agents of S-H-I-E-L-D. Specifically, they are the elite of Hydra, under the command of Alexander Pierce, who ranks higher than Nick Fury, and among them is the Winter Soldier. How could he be unaware of the significance of the S-H-I-E-L-D markings? Thus, Natasha is in grave danger. As Steve had anticipated, Natasha successfully led the nuclear engineer to a secluded small town near the Iranian border. This town was remarkably primitive, with low earthen structures and a glaring scarcity of modern amenities. Electric lights were a rare sight. Yet, it was precisely this lack of modernity that prompted Natasha to pause here. With minimal technological presence and no signal sources, the likelihood of being tracked diminished significantly. However, Natasha chose not to take the engineer to the town's sole lodging. Instead, she prudently selected an abandoned two-story building as a temporary refuge. It was not until she had entered a room within the dilapidated structure, leaning against the cold wall, that Natasha finally exhaled in relief and retrieved her powered-down satellite phone, intending to reactivate it and call for Nick Fury's assistance. Logically, after losing contact, Nick Fury should have sensed something amiss and initiated a rescue operation. Nonetheless, she felt it necessary to confirm her status and report her precise situation and coordinates to him. What Natasha was unaware of, however, was that the markers she had left along her path for the rescuers had now become clues for her adversaries. The Winter Soldier had been following her trail, and now he was perched atop a building not far from Natasha, armed with a thermal imaging sniper rifle, aiming at her location. Danger. As a top-tier agent and assassin, Natasha's instincts kicked in. Her arm holding the satellite phone suddenly bristled with tension, and her sixth sense screamed a warning, prompting her body to instinctively shift. In the next moment, bang! A bullet pierced the wall she was leaning against, striking her abdomen. Fortunately, due to her instinctive movement, this shot narrowly avoided inflicting a fatal injury. Chapter 13. Fear not, children, Captain America has arrived. Yet, tragically, this gunshot signaled the end of Natasha's days in a bikini. However, her fortune did not extend to all within the room. The nuclear engineer, who had been resting across from Natasha, was instantly dispatched with a bullet to the head. Damn it! Natasha cursed under her breath as she swiftly pressed one hand against her wound and dragged the engineer's lifeless body into the corner of the room. Checking for a pulse, she realized he was beyond saving, cold sweat beading on her forehead. How could the enemy have arrived so swiftly? How did they locate us? Was it a tracker, or had my markings been discovered? Natasha considered herself perhaps not the most powerful agent, but undoubtedly one of the most adept at concealment. She had meticulously erased all traces of her escape. Even the world's most professional search teams would struggle to uncover her tracks so quickly. Thus, aside from a tracker or the possibility of her markings being detected, she could conceive of no other reason for the enemy's rapid pursuit. However, she had thoroughly checked and was certain neither she nor the engineer bore any trackers. Even S-H-I-E-L-DS locator devices and satellite phones had been discarded and deactivated during her flight to avoid detection. Therefore, it could not be a tracker. The only plausible truth remained. Her markings had been discovered. Natasha's expression darkened immediately. This not only indicated that her markers had been compromised, but also suggested that the adversary could see through S-H-I-E-L-DS exclusive insignia, implying the presence of a mole within the agency. Suddenly, she was jolted from her thoughts as a spherical object flew through the window and landed near her feet. A grenade. Natasha's eyes widened. Without hesitation, she kicked the engineer's body towards the grenade and leapt towards the door, ignoring the pain from her gunshot wound. With a thunderous explosion, the engineer's body was obliterated, yet his final sacrifice allowed Natasha to miraculously survive the blast at close range, propelled into the corridor by the shockwave. Coughing, she reflected that this mission was proving far more arduous than the one in Budapest. Thud, thud, thud. Before Natasha could catch her breath on the ground, heavy footsteps echoed from the depths of the corridor. A black military boot appeared in her peripheral vision as it rounded the corner. Without lifting her gaze, Natasha swiftly drew her weapon and fired several rounds at the foot's owner. Bang, bang, bang. Clang, clang, clang. Yet, the sound of bullets hitting flesh was absent. Instead, the metallic clatter reverberated through the corridor. Natasha's eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld the newcomer, who had effortlessly deflected her entire barrage with a single silver metal arm. Moreover, the intruder moved with blinding speed, closing the distance of a dozen meters in less than 2 seconds, delivering a fierce kick aimed at her head. The mere sound of the wind created by that leg made Natasha acutely aware that being struck would mean her demise. Rather than opting to evade or block, she raised her firearm and emptied the magazine directly at the approaching Winter Soldier's face. The finest defense is always a vigorous offense. Predictably, the bullets were entirely intercepted by that metallic arm. However, this forced the Winter Soldier to halt his advance, granting Natasha a fleeting opportunity to retaliate. Like a nimble serpent, she coiled around his form, ascending to his head, her legs locking tightly around his arms while her hands drew forth a glimmering metallic wire, viciously constricting it around his neck. If this grip tightened, even a titan like Tyson would meet his end. Yet, the Winter Soldier reacted with astonishing swiftness. As Natasha ascended his body, he thrust his neck back, crashing her against the corridor wall. Seizing the moment of pain, he forcibly extricated his metallic arm from her leg's grasp, using it to block the lethal wire aimed at his throat. Before seizing Natasha by her hair and flinging her away with force, a cyborg, Natasha landed deftly from a backflip, acutely sensing the vast disparity in strength between them. A singular word flashing through her mind. Realizing her opponent was a cyborg, she did not hesitate, but turned and dashed into the adjacent room, leaping from the window. Facing a cyborg, what was she to do? She was merely a trained, ordinary human, not a super soldier like Steve. The wind howled with urgency. Natasha truly embodied the pinnacle of ordinary humanity. Any typical individual would be incapacitated by a bullet through the abdomen and then blasted away. Yet, she was still capable of counterattacking and fleeing from a leap. However, the Winter Soldier, as a super soldier, was evidently swifter. Before Natasha could cover much distance, a grenade soared toward her, exploding beside her and sending her hurtling through the air once more. Boom. Goodness, this was the second time today she had been blown up. The proximity of the explosion left her feeling as if her very organs had been dislocated. She could no longer rise. Amidst the panicked cries of bystanders, Natasha beheld the figure of the Grim Reaper approaching her step by step. Is this where it ends for me? Damn it. I have so much left to accomplish. I have yet to find my sister. Determined not to succumb to despair, she struggled to rise. Yet, the Winter Soldier's cold, emotionless gaze afforded her no opportunity to regain her footing. As he removed the spent grenade casing from his weapon, he loaded a new grenade. Pointing it directly at the prostrate Natasha, and without hesitation, he squeezed the trigger. Whoosh. Boom. The grenade struck true, exploding. Natasha's demise would be inevitable. Or so it seemed. Fear not, dear children, for Captain America has arrived. As the smoke from the explosion dissipated, the scene of Natasha being obliterated into pieces did not materialize. Instead, a tall figure wielding a red, silver, and blue star-spangled shield emerged, capturing the Winter Soldier's attention. A flicker of confusion crossed the Winter Soldier's eyes as he struggled to comprehend how the newcomer managed to deflect the entirety of a grenade's explosion with merely a small shield. This was utterly unscientific. Yet, the biofield was indeed an extraordinary phenomenon, not only shielding Steve from the grenade's blast but also protecting Natasha, who stood behind him, from any repercussions of the explosion. Although doubt lingered in the Winter Soldier's mind, his actions were swift. Upon realizing the grenade was ineffective, he raised his weapon and opened fire on Steve. In response, Steve symbolically positioned his shield in front of him. Yet it was the biofield that absorbed all the incoming bullets. Simultaneously, he turned to Natasha, flashing a bright smile. I haven't arrived too late, have I, little spider? Natasha did not respond immediately. Instead, she stared in astonishment at the bullets that had fallen from various parts of Steve's body, now resembling flattened discs. Wait, my friend, is this even right? The bullets that struck your vibranium shield were compressed, and yet, how is it that those that hit your leg are also flattened as if they had struck the shield? Chapter 14. The Winter Soldier who was defeated in an instant. The bullets in the gun quickly ran out. The Winter Soldier, realizing the ineffectiveness of his weapon against Steve, cast it aside with a flick of his wrist. He lunged at Steve with the swiftness of a cheetah, delivering a punch with enough force to shatter rock, aimed directly at the back of Steve's head. Natasha, having first-hand experience of the Winter Soldier's formidable strength, noticed that Steve remained focused on her. oblivious to the impending attack from behind. She swiftly cautioned him, "Watch out behind you." Steve, of course, sensed the rush of wind behind him, yet he remained composed. With a resounding thud, the Winter Soldier's punch, enhanced by his mechanical arm and weighing several tons, met Steve's hand without him even turning around. No matter how forcefully the Winter Soldier struck, Steve's arm remained unyielding. With a physique rating of 14, his baseline strength began at several tons, peaking at an astonishing 200 tons, far beyond the Winter Soldier's maximum of merely 3 points. Your peak output pales in comparison to my baseline. What can you possibly use to contend with me? Steve mused. A slight exertion of his palm sent the Winter Soldier's mechanical arm creaking under the strain. Steve had little interest in engaging the Winter Soldier in a prolonged battle, for such a contest would hardly be exhilarating. In the midst of the Winter Soldier's bewildered expression, Steve seized his iron fist and delivered a decisive elbow strike to his temple, effectively shutting him down. Is this how it ends? Natasha glanced between Steve and the unconscious Winter Soldier he held, her mind spinning. A super soldier who could easily overpower her was so effortlessly subdued by Captain America? What had her arduous battle amounted to? Was she truly that inadequate? For the first time, doubt crept into Natasha's mind. Had she been too weak? How could she have been pursued to a dead end by someone so swiftly defeated by Steve? To this, Steve could only remark, there exists a disparity even among super soldiers. It is not that the Winter Soldier is weak. Rather, I am simply too strong. With one hand gripping Bucky, he extended the other toward Natasha and teased, "Can you still get up? If you require me to carry you back, an additional fee outside of the mission will be necessary." Natasha shot him a disdainful glance. "Humph, others have to pay to carry me, and you want to charge too? I can walk myself." Yet, as she attempted to rise, the aftermath of 2 explosions, the second of which she faced without the aid of a kind engineer, left her unable to stand. She barely got halfway up before collapsing again. Observing this, Steve ceased his teasing, slinging his shield onto his back. He then slipped his arm beneath her legs and effortlessly lifted her in a princess carry. Rather than resist, Natasha, in her prideful yet vulnerable state, wrapped her arms around Steve's neck and rested her head against his sturdy shoulder. "Thank you, Steve." Steve glanced down at Natasha, her eyes closed in repose, choosing silence as he cradled her in one arm while the other supported Bucky. He made his way toward the Quinjet parked outside the small town. Upon returning to the Quinjet and tending to Natasha's wounds with care, Steve did not hasten to take off. Instead, he regarded Natasha, contemplating how to persuade her to conceal the matter of the Winter Soldier. It was imperative that Nick Fury remained unaware of Bucky's predicament. Otherwise, the ever-controlling man would undoubtedly devise nefarious schemes against him. However, before Steve could articulate his thoughts, Natasha, resting with her eyes closed against the seat, spoke first. "Although I am unsure of the reasons, rest assured, I will not divulge anything about him. I was ambushed by a mysterious individual during this mission, who subsequently murdered the nuclear engineer. You arrived just in time to assist, and the assailant, overwhelmed, fled. This encapsulates the entirety of the mission." Astute as ever, Natasha had discerned from the outset Steve's concern regarding the attacker. Her keen ability to read emotions allowed her to perceive his desire to obscure details about the assailant. Rather than waiting for Steve to fabricate a flimsy excuse, she chose to be perceptive. "Thank you." Steve paused, nodding in acknowledgement before he proceeded to the cockpit with the unconscious Bucky. This is the advantage of engaging with intelligent individuals. One need not articulate every thought, as they grasp the underlying meaning intuitively. After securing Bucky in the passenger seat, Steve initiated the takeoff of the Quinjet and departed from the scene. Natasha's mission to escort the nuclear engineer had ultimately failed. However, Steve's endeavor was notably successful. The system's voice resonated in his mind. S-H-I-D-L-D. Mission. Rescue the missing Natasha completed. Mission reward. 300 enhancement points. This reward, while less than the one that had saved Tony by a margin of 200 points, was still considerable, equivalent to multiple, if not a dozen, standard mission rewards. This firmly established the fact that tasks related to Marvel's protagonists certainly yielded far greater rewards than ordinary assignments. Steve, eschewing the habit of hoarding points, allocated the entire 300 points directly to his physique. His physicality ascended from 14 to 17 points, while his strength surged from a maximum of 200 tons to 250 tons. With his baseline strength nearing 100 tons, he had now attained a level of power akin to a diminutive Hulk. Had he possessed such strength during that fateful encounter with the otherworldly truck, it is likely that the one traversing into the Marvel universe would not have been he, Rogers, but rather a cursed pink truck. As the most common transporter for cross-dimensional travelers, Rogers truly wished to experience the sensation of crossing over himself. One can only imagine the intrigue of a truck becoming the protagonist of a story in another realm, arguably more fascinating than the countless tales of mere humans. Indeed, One must not forget that within the realm of American comics, the existence of sentient vehicles like the Autobots renders the notion of a truck assuming the role of a hero entirely plausible. Lost in his musings, Steve piloted the Quinjet back to America. After delivering the injured Natasha to the medical wing of S.H.I.E.L.D., he returned to his safe house in New York with Bucky in tow. Not only does Nick Fury possess safe houses, but Steve also has his own sanctuaries. Although not as globally dispersed as Fury's, he has a select few. Presently, he leads Bucky to a refuge nestled in one of New York City's most vibrant locales, Hell's Kitchen. This place, even a devil would commend, serves as the perfect hideaway. Here, a diverse array of nefarious forces and street heroes traverse the streets, and even the New York police prefer to keep their distance, rendering it nearly a no-man's land. It can be said that this is the quintessential refuge. However, establishing a safe house in Hell's Kitchen necessitates a certain level of power, otherwise, one's sanctuary may paradoxically become less secure. Fortunately, the safety of his refuge here is rather high, as it is situated not only in Hell's Kitchen but also at its very heart, within the towering edifice known as Fisk Towers. This skyscraper is owned by Wilson Grant Fisk, the underground emperor of New York and indeed of the entire United States, who is infamous as Kingpin. Chapter 15. The Scorpion and the Marksman. Gene Bing's favor. As for how Steve came to possess a safe house within Gene Bing's grand edifice, the tale traces back to a Hydra mission from the previous year. As one of Hydra's elite enforcers, Steve was not only tasked with fulfilling assignments for S.H.I.E.L.D. under Nick Fury, but was also compelled to undertake some of Hydra's more clandestine operations. On one occasion, he received a routine robbery assignment from Hydra, aimed at intercepting a military convoy transporting a newly extracted rare metal from deep within the earth, located in the outskirts of New York. However, he was caught off guard when he realized that someone had outpaced Hydra. Upon his arrival at the scene, he discovered that the cargo had already been seized. Gazing at the military transport personnel, who were all adorned with throwing darts embedded in their foreheads, Steve instantly recognized the identity of his rival. In all of New York, there was only one individual who reveled in embedding darts into foreheads, Gene Bing's top lieutenant, known as the Marksman, a man capable of dispatching foes with any projectile at his disposal. As Steve, now disguised as the captain of Hydra, confronted this affront, he could not contain his wrath. Clad in his black and red Hydra battle attire, he stormed into Gene Bing's tower, relentlessly making his way from the lowest to the highest floors. Ultimately, he emerged with the Marksman, the Scorpion, in tow, and sought out the true mastermind of the tower, Gene Bing. Following a rather friendly exchange, Gene Bing, sporting a bruised visage, begrudgingly returned the rare metal that had been pilfered by the Marksman. Moreover, Gene Bing expressed profound admiration for Steve's prowess, insisting on gifting him an entire floor beneath his own as a gesture of camaraderie. Despite his initial reluctance, Steve graciously accepted this invaluable gift, transforming it into a secure retreat, an exceptionally lavish sanctuary, equipped with a bar, entertainment room, gym, and even a swimming pool. Have you ever encountered such a haven? Indeed, prior to this, Steve had never laid eyes on anything of the sort, which elucidates why he acquiesced to Gene Bing's overture. The offerings were simply too generous to ignore. Reverting to the present, Steve retrieved a bottle of exquisitely expensive liquor from the shelf, pouring 2 glasses. He placed one before the still unconscious Bucky and took a seat across from him, cradling the other glass. Bucky's mask had been removed, revealing his striking features. Steve took a sip from his glass, reclining on the plush sofa, and remarked nonchalantly, "Stop feigning. We are both super soldiers, and I am quite aware of my own strength. You should have regained consciousness at least half an hour ago." At the very moment Steve concluded his statement, Bucky, akin to a primordial beast awakening from slumber, lunged at him with ferocity. And then, there was silence. Bucky's impulsive charge was thwarted as Steve deftly restrained him, pinning his face against the marble table, fracturing its surface with a resounding crack. "It seems my attempt at a physical reboot was not as effective as anticipated," Steve mused, raising an eyebrow as he effortlessly held the struggling Bucky in place. In the Avengers, Natasha indeed used the Mind Stone to physically reboot Hawkeye, Clint Barton, under its control. Yet, when it comes to his situation, it seems ineffective. Could it be that the force applied is insufficient? Steve observed Bucky's forehead thoughtfully, contemplating whether he should attempt a more vigorous approach. Suddenly, as Bucky struggled, a chill coursed through him, and the ominous star on his forehead began to shimmer, bringing a surprising clarity to his mind. As he looked at Steve, he found him strikingly handsome, a visage that felt inexplicably familiar. Noticing Bucky had ceased his struggles and was staring blankly at him, Steve lowered his eager fist and gently tossed Bucky back onto the sofa across from him. Perhaps it was best to abandon the notion of miraculous awakenings through sheer force. After all, he could inadvertently damage Bucky's psyche or send him spiraling back to the true Steve, an outcome he wished to avoid. Thus, Steve resolved to employ reason instead. Pouring a glass of wine for Bucky, he offered it to him, asking, "How about it? Any recollections surfacing, perhaps about who I am?" Bucky remained silent, neither speaking nor accepting the glass, instead gazing at Steve without uttering a word. Steve observed Bucky, who resembled a wooden figure, and shrugged, not overly disheartened. The brainwashing techniques of Hydra were akin to those of a cult. Relying solely on his handsome visage to revive Bucky's memories seemed rather unrealistic, even if he was indeed quite dashing. Fortunately, he had long devised a plan to rescue Bucky, thus he was well prepared. Rising, Steve approached the television and inserted a stack of tapes. He then sat beside Bucky, raising his wine glass to prompt him to look at the screen. "Relax, handsome. You can't escape now, so why not join me in discovering something good? It's about your past, don't you want to know?" Initially, Bucky cast a wary glance at Steve. However, acknowledging the insurmountable disparity in their strengths, he refrained from impulsively attacking Steve again, and instead turned his attention to the television. A flicker of curiosity sparked within him regarding his past, unbeknownst to Bucky. He seemed to welcome Steve's presence beside him and subconsciously chose to trust his words. The opening scene of the video revealed an aged photograph featuring a group of soldiers in military attire. The significance of this image was not merely in its antiquity, but in the two figures at its center, himself and the man beside him. Bucky suddenly felt a twinge of headache, as if something was trying to resurface. Seeing progress, Steve felt a surge of hope and continued the playback. A narrator began. "This precious photograph captures Captain America, Steve Rogers, and his best friend, Captain Bucky Barnes. During World War II, united in their fight against Hydra as part of the Howling Commandos. As the narration unfolded, the story of Steve intertwined with that of Bucky, recounting their childhood camaraderie and the bond of brotherhood they shared. Upon enlisting successfully for the first time, Bucky was repeatedly denied entry, while Steve faced capture at the hands of Hydra. Upon learning of Bucky's peril, Steve, undeterred by danger, bravely infiltrated Hydra's stronghold, rescuing Bucky and numerous soldiers. Their shared tribulations forged an unbreakable bond, awakening them to the grave threat Hydra posed to the world. Together with the soldiers rescued by Steve, they resolutely formed a battalion known as the Howling Commandos, a valiant force against Hydra. Under Captain America's leadership, the squadron exhibited remarkable valor, achieving victory after victory in their battles against Hydra. Yet, war is seldom devoid of turbulence. With triumphs come losses, and with accomplishments, sacrifices. During one mission, Bucky fell victim to Hydra's assault, tragically plummeting off a cliff while attempting to save Steve. Grief-stricken, Steve, driven by a desire for vengeance for his dear friend and a commitment to the world, resolved to assault Hydra's headquarters, seeking retribution against the Red Skull. Ultimately, Hydra was vanquished through the indomitable courage of Captain America, Steve Rogers. Regrettably, in the pursuit of the Red Skull, to prevent his aircraft from annihilating the city, Captain America chose to perish alongside his foe, plummeting into the desolate expanse of the Antarctic ice fields. Chapter 16. I, Captain Hydra. The main story has concluded. What follows are mere snippets of the personal daily lives of Steve and Bucky. As Bucky watches the video, reflecting on the moments shared with Steve, he feels an excruciating headache intensifying. At last, unable to endure the pain any longer, he collapses to the ground, striking it with such force that a deep crater forms beneath his fist, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. Fragmented memories drill into his mind like a power tool, chaotically blending with his present recollections. The memories of Bucky Barnes and the Winter Soldier continuously intertwine, inflicting not only physical agony, but also profound mental torment. On one side, the benevolent and radiant memories of Bucky. On the other, the cold and sinister recollections of the Winter Soldier. Light and darkness, like two disparate personas, vie for dominion over his very being. Witnessing Bucky's face contorting in anguish, Steve cannot help but feel the weight of his suffering. After a moment of silence, Steve places his hands firmly on Bucky's shoulders and speaks with unwavering conviction. "Bucky, believe in yourself. You can conquer this. You are not the Winter Soldier. You are Bucky Barnes, my brother. No matter what, I will always stand by you. We will face this together, just as you have always been there for me." Bucky, trembling, lifts his gaze to meet Steve's, the icy coldness in his eyes gradually melting away, revealing a complex emotion that does not belong to the Winter Soldier. "Steve, I remember. I seem to have done many terrible things, and killed many innocent people." A flicker of joy ignites in Steve's heart, though he masks it with a sigh as he helps Bucky to his feet, offering words of comfort. "Bucky, this is not your fault. You were brainwashed by Hydra and used as a weapon, devoid of any self-awareness. The fault lies not with the weapon, but with those who wield it." Bucky feels somewhat reassured by these words, yet his tone remains heavy. "But they ultimately died at my hands, including our former comrade who fought alongside us against Hydra, Howard. Steve gently pats his shoulder. The past cannot be altered, but we can strive to atone for the wrongs we have committed. Take Howard, for instance. While his death is irreversible, we can seek to honor his memory in another way. His son, Tony Stark, is currently ensnared in a crisis. We can find a means to compensate for Howard's loss through him. Howard's son. Bucky blinks in surprise. In his guise as the Winter Soldier, his mind was solely focused on his missions and the act of killing, leaving no room for other thoughts. Thus, he was entirely unaware that Howard had a son. Steve nods, succinctly recounting the events surrounding Tony's abduction by the Ten Rings. Thus, I harbor suspicions that Tony's abduction was no mere accident, but rather a treacherous act orchestrated by a traitor within Stark Industries who deliberately leaked his itinerary, aiming to facilitate his kidnapping or even eliminate him. Although I have successfully rescued Tony from the clutches of the Ten Rings, as long as the traitor remains entrenched within Stark Industries, his peril will never be truly averted. Upon hearing this, Bucky furrowed his brow, seemingly struck by a revelation. Straining to recall fragments of his memories as the Winter Soldier, he suddenly turned to Steve with urgency. I remember now. Howard's demise was a consequence of his security route being disclosed to Hydra by an insider at Stark Industries. It was for this reason that Hydra dispatched me to assassinate the Howards and acquire Howard's replica of the Super Soldier Serum. The name of the leaker from Stark Industries was Obadiah Stane. A spark of realization ignited in Steve's eyes. It became evident that Howard's death was also linked to the betrayal of Obadiah Stane, suggesting that this individual had been plotting against Stark Industries for quite some time. Steve stroked his chin thoughtfully and remarked to Bucky, Obadiah, now the second largest shareholder of Stark Industries, seems to have a hand in Tony's abduction by the Ten Rings as well. Bucky, filled with concern, interjected, isn't Howard's child in grave danger now? We must act swiftly to assist him. After regaining his memories and acknowledging the weight of having killed a former friend, Bucky felt an overwhelming urgency for redemption. If Howard's only child were to fall victim to the very individual who had betrayed them, Bucky feared he would never forgive himself. Steve nodded, then shook his head. Yes, we must help, but not at this moment. We have a more pressing matter to attend to. Bucky, perplexed, inquired, what could possibly be more critical than the life of Howard's child? Steve sighed, shaking his head. Have you forgotten? While you have temporarily regained your memories, the control orders remain in Hydra's possession, posing an ever-present risk of recapture. In the previous films, though Hydra had issued control commands over the Winter Soldier, those commands were incomplete. Moreover, controlling and deprogramming are two distinct processes. Even with complete control orders, fully liberating Bucky from his brainwashing would be an unrealistic endeavor. As Steve articulated this, Bucky recalled the gravity of the situation, slumping despondently to the ground. Indeed, should Hydra's agents locate me, I could easily fall under their control once more. If we were to pursue Howard's child now, it could inadvertently endanger him. Observing Bucky's despondence, a wry smile crept onto Steve's lips as a mischievous thought crossed his mind. He leisurely remarked, in fact, Hydra has already found you. You simply have yet to realize it. Bucky's pupils dilated in alarm, and he immediately crouched, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Has Hydra already arrived? Where are they? Steve clapped his hands, crossed his arms, and raised his chin, proclaiming, far away yet so near, I, Steve Rogers, captain of Hydra. Bucky stared in disbelief. Steve, at a time like this, can you please stop joking around? He replied, utterly perplexed. Claiming Captain America was part of Hydra was akin to asserting that Jean N was an undercover agent. It was absurd. Steve shrugged helplessly, acknowledging that his strikingly handsome appearance made it difficult for anyone to take him seriously. Suddenly, a phone rang, breaking the tension between the two of them. Steve didn't even need to glance at the caller ID. He already knew who was calling. The contacts on his phone each had their own unique ringtones. For instance, Nick Fury's designated ringtone was Sunshine, Rainbow, Little White Horse. The ringtone for grandson calling was Alexander Pierce's exclusive tone. Steve pulled out his phone, showing the screen to Bucky. Look, speak of the devil, here comes that old Hydra serpent, Pierce. Upon seeing Alexander Pierce's name flash on the screen, Bucky became paralyzed with fear. As the current leader of Hydra and his former controller during his time as the Winter Soldier, Bucky certainly recognized him. It was precisely because he knew him that he felt such dread. He was not only terrified of the caller, but also horrified by the realization that what Steve had said was, in fact, true. Captain America had genuinely joined Hydra. Chapter 17. Pierce's Compromise, a new task. Without waiting for Bucky to verify, Steve raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. He then answered his incessantly ringing phone. Hello, grandson. Ahem. No, it's Director Pierce. What can I do for you? Give me an explanation as to why you took the Winter Soldier. Pierce wasted no time and directly posed the question that weighed on his mind. Steve was not surprised that Pierce was aware of his involvement in taking the Winter Soldier. Although Natasha's credibility was indeed trustworthy, she had assured him she would not divulge their secret, The recent events were too conspicuous to escape Pierce's notice. He had just dispatched the Winter Soldier to eliminate a nuclear engineer, and shortly thereafter, Nick Fury had sent Steve to rescue him. Given that a significant portion of S.H.I.E.L.D. was likely infiltrated by Hydra, Pierce was certainly cognizant of all actions within the agency, which had effectively turned into Hydra's shield. Thus, the Winter Soldier's disappearance was evidently attributed to Steve in Pierce's eyes. Steve had no intention of concealing the truth from Pierce, so he responded candidly. "Because I care for him. Bucky is practically my brother. It only makes sense for him to be by my side, doesn't he it?" On the other end of the line, Pierce fell silent for a moment, attempting to reason with Steve, but he is no longer the Bucky you once knew. And you are not the Steve from back then. Those two men perished 70 years ago. You are no longer connected. You are now Captain Hydra. And he is Hydra's Winter Soldier. For your own good, and his, you should not cross paths again. While Pierce spoke rationally, Steve stubbornly resisted. "So what? I enjoy doing this. Either you hand over the Winter Soldier to me, or you send someone to deal with me directly. I am indifferent either way." At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, in the minister's office on the top floor of the Triskelion, Pierce rubbed his temples in exasperation before the large floor-to-ceiling windows. This man truly exhibited a remarkable disregard for consequence. However, Pierce had no real intention of confronting Steve. There was a reason why Steve had ascended to a position second only to himself within Hydra in just a year, and that reason was singular. He was extraordinarily powerful. Regardless of the challenging tasks Hydra assigned him, Steve consistently executed them flawlessly, showcasing strength that only grew with each endeavor. The latest data report from the Special Operations team indicated that Steve Rogers had recently demonstrated power levels several times greater than his initial capabilities. A Captain America with triple the peak human condition nearly brought Hydra to its knees. If an even more potent version, 10 times the peak human capacity, were to find himself opposing Hydra, Pierce would likely find it impossible to sleep peacefully. Moreover, Steve was actively participating in Hydra's loyalty assessments each month. Each time the test results are presented, the loyalty remains unwavering, devoid of any signs of betrayal towards Hydra. Thus, Pierce finds no justification for any reckoning. Ultimately, the principal reason lies in Steve's extraordinary strength. If a reckoning were to occur, it remains uncertain who would ultimately reckon with whom. In a mental duel of sorts, Pierce's rationality triumphed overall, leading him to relinquish any pursuit of Steve. With a sense of resignation, he inquired, "Do you truly intend to take the Winter Soldier with you?" "Indeed," Steve affirmed. "You must be aware that the Winter Soldier is akin to a sword in my arsenal. Taking him away would be tantamount to severing one of my limbs." "What does it matter? Am I not also one of your limbs? A rather substantial limb, if I may add, one that could rival your two." Pierce found himself momentarily at a loss for words, sensing an oddity in Steve's statement, yet unable to pinpoint the discrepancy. After a brief contemplation, he opted for a more straightforward approach. "That is not my intention. What I mean is, should you take one of my limbs, you must return the favor. For all matters in this world come with a price, do they not? Hey, old man, I've worked for you for a year now. If there's something you wish to express, just say it plainly. If you continue to speak in riddles, I might just march into your office and confront you." Believe it or not, the relationship between Steve and Chales was not as dire as it seemed. In fact, it could be described as quite favorable. A year prior, as the brainwashed Captain America, Hydra's regard for him was unmistakable. His initial role was not to start from the grassroots of Hydra, but to serve as their secret weapon, answerable only to Hydra's leader, Alexander Pierce. Consequently, all significant missions were personally relayed to him by Pierce, fostering a good rapport between them. Pierce even took the time to reclaim the salary Steve had missed during his 70 years of slumber, amounting to over $100,000, along with $4 million for the unauthorized use of his likeness by the American government over those decades. This fortunate turn of events made Steve a millionaire shortly after joining Hydra, despite having completed only a couple of missions. As Pierce would put it, "These are all your due rewards. No one should suffer while I nurture my future right-hand man." This significantly elevated Steve's impression of Pierce in comparison to Nick Fury. If memory serves correctly, in the original narrative, working for Nick Fury not only involved cleaning up after him, but also came with meager compensation. The notion of reclaiming military wages and likeness fees was utterly far-fetched. He was merely a victim of exploitation. In fact, Steve was left with nothing, forced to clean up after Fury's mess, akin to a mere servant. Awakening to find the roles reversed, he pondered whom to turn to for justification. Thus, after Rogers transitioned into Captain America, he harbored a strong disdain for Nick Fury. However, this time, Steve would be disappointed. Even the typically generous Pierce, the head of Hydra, intended to exploit Steve once again. Initially, this task was intended for you, and upon completion, it would not only yield a reward of $1 million, but also elevate your standing within Hydra. However, given that you have absconded with the Winter Soldier, you can forget about the reward and the promotion. Consider it compensation for my loss of the Winter Soldier. Steve smirked slightly, silently retracting his previous label of Pierce as a good boss. How petty. Yet, it is what it is. After all, you are the superior. So, what is the task at hand? On the other end, Pierce's lips curled into a smile, his dismal mood over the loss of the Winter Soldier dissipating instantly. It seems that the Hydra captain remains his Hydra captain, not the Captain America he once knew. After all, Captain America would never betray his conscience for Hydra's sake. Pierce spoke with a relaxed tone. The mission location is San Francisco, California, where a group known as the Life Foundation has retrieved an extraterrestrial parasitic entity from outer space. I need you to bring it to Hydra. Be advised, this alien parasite can inhabit human bodies, inflicting irreversible damage on internal organs. Therefore, exercise utmost caution during the operation. I do not wish to lose another limb after the loss of the Winter Soldier. Steve was left perplexed, wondering if this old man had just taken a jab at him or if he was unwittingly echoing Steve's own recent thoughts. The specifics of the mission, along with the control and release codes for the Winter Soldier, will be sent to your email. Complete the task promptly. Farewell. Before Steve could retort, Pierce hung up, leaving no room for a response. Chapter 18. The times have changed. We must use magic to defeat magic. Steve gazed at Bucky in bewilderment, tugging at his lips as he inquired, "Did that golden-haired old fellow just insult me?" Bucky was even more perplexed than Steve. He had yet to recover from the shock of witnessing the familiar camaraderie between Steve and Alexander, coupled with the flood of information exchanged between them. After being under the control of Hydra for 70 long years, he had only just reclaimed his self-awareness, thanks to his dear friend. Yet suddenly, that very friend revealed he was also affiliated with Hydra. The sensation was utterly confounding for Bucky, as if his very CPU were on the verge of overheating. Observing Bucky's expression of existential doubt, Steve realized it was once again time to employ his art of persuasion. You must be wondering why I joined Hydra, and what has forged such a close relationship between me and one of its leaders, Pierce, correct? Bucky remained silent, yet his eyes were fixed intently on Steve, awaiting an explanation. Steve feigned a dramatic sigh, his gaze filled with sorrow as he approached the enormous floor-to-ceiling window, leaving Bucky with a silhouette steeped in narrative. Bucky, the times have indeed changed. In this era of excess and indulgence, the straightforward approach we once embraced has become obsolete. In the past, strength ruled. Now, it is power that prevails. Can you imagine? In this age, anyone with authority can assume the role of our superior. Do you not find that utterly absurd? Bucky paused momentarily, nodding in agreement. That is indeed rather absurd. In their time, although the status of African Americans had improved, the government of America had actively sought to encourage their enlistment by propagating the falsehood of equality within the military. In truth, it was merely a ruse to entice more African Americans into becoming cannon fodder, a tacit understanding shared by all. In their era, the notion of an African American ascending to a position of authority was virtually inconceivable. It seemed the times had genuinely transformed. However, how does this relate to your association with Hydra? While the situation regarding African Americans was undeniably absurd, Bucky still struggled to comprehend why Steve would align himself with the very Hydra they had once fought so fiercely to eradicate. Steve sighed deeply once more, turning to fix his gaze upon Bucky. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a mystical glow upon him. Although Bucky could not discern Steve's features obscured by shadow, he sensed a profound weight emanating from his friend. Bucky's expression grew serious, and he straightened his posture, prepared to listen intently to Steve's forthcoming words. Bucky, do you still not understand? We are fighting for power. For the past 70 years, Hydra has willingly lurked in the shadows like a rat, gnawing away at the authority of governments worldwide. Today, Hydra's influence is deeply entrenched across the globe, having fully infiltrated even the largest intelligence organizations. It is not something that you and I can simply dismantle, even if we are fortunate enough to sever one of its heads again. Can you assure me that it will not sprout more heads in the shadows where we cannot see? Thus, we must combat magic with magic. If we cannot defeat it, we shall join it. As long as we stand tall within Hydra, wielding substantial power, the serpent will no longer possess unseen heads. So long as we remain within Hydra, it shall forever be under our vigilance. If we master Hydra's essence and seize its ultimate authority, it shall inevitably collapse under its own weight. Do you understand? Applause. Clap, clap, clap. After Steve concluded, he began to applaud for himself. Listening to Steve's words, Bucky was profoundly shaken, sensing that while something felt amiss, it also bore a certain logic. As long as they became part of Hydra, Hydra would always remain within their purview. If they ascended to the top of Hydra, it would unravel without attack. Old Nine, he makes a valid point. Observing Bucky's skeptical expression, Steve swiftly diverted the conversation. All right, let us set aside the matter of Hydra for now and address the most pressing issue, The control release order sent to me by that old fool, Pierce. Indeed. Upon mentioning his control release order, Bucky, who had been under control for 70 years, shuddered, his mind no longer able to ponder anything else. Steve produced a laptop and logged into Hydra's exclusive website. There, he found an email from Pierce, written entirely in Russian. Steve furrowed his brow. Do I appear to be someone who understands Russian? He turned to Bucky, asking, can you comprehend it? Naturally, the Winter Soldier, controlled by Russian commands, was well versed in the language. Bucky nodded and leaned in to scrutinize the text, his excitement mounting. It turned out that the release of control required the subject to read the control command aloud and then establish a new command known only to themselves. The previous command would then become ineffective, thereby releasing the control. Although Bucky's explanation was somewhat convoluted, Steve grasped his meaning. Hydra's brainwashing is irreversible. The implanted control commands within the mind are not easily shaken off through physical means unless reversed through a forceful process. However, the subject can regain control over themselves by setting a new command, thus achieving a form of liberation. While this method does not entirely eliminate the risks of control, it is, for now, the best approach available. Although Steve possesses considerable strength, he is yet to unlock any psychic abilities. His biological field powers, albeit metaphysical, remain at a foundational level, making it unlikely for him to utilize them to break the brainwashing. To completely free Bucky from the implanted control command in his brain, it would require the Mind Stone, an object currently in Thanos' possession, which is a distant hope for now. Soon, Bucky completed a string of rapid-fire Russian control commands and set a new directive for himself. After a moment of silence, he leaned closer to Steve and whispered a few words. Steve's eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, "Why are you sharing the new control directive with me?" Bucky, filled with deep affection, replied with a smile, "Because in this unfamiliar era, I trust only you, Steve. If Hydra still holds any leverage over me, at least you could use this directive to bring me back." A mischievous grin crept across Steve's face. "Aren't you afraid I might use this directive to control you?" Bucky shrugged, his eyes brimming with trust. "Not at all. I believe in you. Even if one day you were to control me, I am certain there would be a reason behind it." Steve felt a wave of emotion wash over him. How blessed he was to have such a brother. No wonder in Captain America Civil War, the captain was willing to defy the entire world to protect Bucky. For if the roles were reversed, Bucky would undoubtedly stand against the world for Steve without hesitation. In a past life, he had been indignant over Steve's partnership with Bucky that led them to confront Iron Man. Now, as Roger inhabited Steve's body, he could only think, how delightful. The two shared a heartfelt gaze. Nothing else transpired. A day later, United States, California, San Francisco. Life Foundation, Research Facility. Whoosh. A shadow darted across the night sky, the dark red shield piercing through the chest of a guard atop the left watchtower, sending him plummeting down. Before the guard in the opposite tower could sound the alarm, another shadow was hurled by Steve. This time it was not a shield, but a person. Crunch. Bucky landed adeptly in the watchtower, seizing the guard by the throat and lifting him off the ground, silencing his mouth from uttering a sound. With a swift motion, he exerted force, crushing the guard's neck. Casually discarding the lifeless body, Bucky's eyes were devoid of warmth, reflecting only coldness and no trace of mercy. Chapter 19. Eddie and Venom. Prior to their arrival, Steve and his companion had already perused the mission documents of the Life Foundation. It could be said that none among the personnel here, from the boss to the guards, possessed any redeeming qualities. In their pursuit of the extraterrestrial parasite known as the symbiote, they had unlawfully captured countless innocent vagrants for heinous biological experiments. The number of innocent lives lost at their hands surely numbered in the hundreds, if not more. Thus, none of these individuals could be deemed blameless. With silent precision, Bucky dispatched 2 sentinels stationed at the watchtower, and then leaped down from the lofty structure, deftly retrieving the shield from the corpse that had plummeted to the ground. He then opened a small door at the side of the watchtower and handed the shield to Steve as he entered, inquiring, "What are our next steps? Have you devised a plan?" Indeed, although the duo had arrived at the Life Foundation with the intention of seizing the symbiote, a concrete strategy had yet to be established. However, Steve, ever confident, responded with a smile, "Of course I have a plan. The strategy is to infiltrate undetected, eliminate all the guards here, and secure the symbiote. Simple as that." While the Life Foundation may pose a significant threat to ordinary individuals, to Steve, a place devoid of extraordinary powers was scarcely more daunting than taking on the Ten Rings gang single-handedly. Bucky, despite his decades as a cold-blooded assassin, was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, has Steve's bloodlust grown so fierce after all these years apart? Nonetheless, Bucky refrained from dissent, recognizing that Steve must have his reasons. Moreover, given the heinous deeds committed by these individuals, they were indeed deserving of their fate. The two worked in perfect harmony, with one taking the offensive and the other maintaining vigilance, advancing in a mutually supportive manner. Before long, They had silently eliminated all the guards on the periphery. However, just as they were preparing to infiltrate the inner sanctum of the base, the alarm blared unexpectedly. Steve and Bucky exchanged glances, both furrowing their brows in confusion. Their recent actions had been executed with such cleanliness and efficiency, without affording any guard the opportunity to raise an alarm, and they had chosen their locations wisely. Concealed from surveillance. It was inconceivable that they could have been discovered so swiftly. Before long, the source of the alarm became apparent. A disheveled, bow-legged man burst forth from the heart of the Life Foundation's research facility, pursued by a throng of armed guards. Clearly, this individual was the instigator of the base's alarm. Concealed in the shadows, Steve narrowed his eyes, recognizing the bow-legged man. Eddie Brock. Bucky, taken aback, glanced at Steve. "Do you know that guy?" Steve casually explained. "Yes, he was quite notorious back in America, having reported on numerous major stories, essentially a super paparazzo." Bucky nodded, somewhat perplexed, as the century-old man struggled to adapt to the colloquialisms of this new era. For instance, regarding the paparazzi mentioned by Steve, although he comprehended that it referred to journalists, he still found it rather peculiar. However, what business does a reporter have here? As Steve observed Eddie vaulting over the 3-meter barbed wire fence, a hint of amusement flickered at the corners of his mouth. Not long ago, Eddie had offended the head of the Life Foundation, resulting in the loss of both his job and his girlfriend. It seemed he was now intent on seeking revenge by gathering sensational material. Yet, it appeared that the information he was acquiring was extraordinarily significant. Let us pursue him. Our target should be right within his grasp. Eddie's abnormal leaping ability clearly indicated that Venom had already bonded with him. Having accepted the mission from Hydra to retrieve the symbiote yesterday, Steve knew he could not allow Eddie to escape. While failing a Hydra mission was a minor inconvenience, failing a system task would be a considerable loss. As one of Marvel's protagonists, Venom's potential rewards in terms of enhancement points were undoubtedly substantial. Eddie sprinted ahead while the guards of the Life Foundation trailed behind. Steve and Bucky followed at a distance, quietly dispatching one guard after another who lagged behind. Once Eddie ascended the top of a large tree, the leader of the guards, Scott, realized something was amiss as he lost sight of his target. The once formidable pursuit team, numbering in the dozens, had dwindled to merely a handful. This was decidedly troubling. Indeed, profoundly so. Scott was drenched in cold sweat, feeling as if he had transformed from hunter to prey in an instant. The situation was dire. Everyone, back to back, and remain vigilant. The remaining guards, upon hearing Scott's urgent command, also recognized the discrepancy in their numbers. They gathered at the base of the tree where Scott stood, forming a defensive circle with their weapons aimed at the ominous darkness of the forest. Coincidentally, this tree was the very one where Eddie was perched, causing him considerable alarm as he feared he had been discovered. However, he soon realized that the guards pursuing him were not looking up at his tree, but rather into the dark depths of the forest, as if something terrifying lurked there. "Oh, Eddie, there's a big fellow approaching from that direction. You'd better make your escape quickly." While Eddie pondered the situation, the symbiote Venom suddenly spoke, startling him so much that he nearly fell from the tree. Fortunately, the guards below were too engrossed in their tense watch of the forest to notice him above. Eddie frantically scanned his surroundings, attempting to locate the source of the voice. "Oh dear, who is speaking? Where are you? Stop searching. I am within you, Eddie. I am conversing with you in your mind. You cannot find me." The gravelly voice resonated once more, and Eddie realized it truly emanated from within his own head. "Damn it, what are you? Get out of my body. Are you certain? A presence is approaching from the forest that even I find perilous. If I leave you now, you will surely meet your end." Though the coarse voice carried a teasing tone, its gravity was unmistakable. Venom sensed the encroaching danger drawing ever closer. Before Eddie could respond to Venom, a deep thudding sound echoed through the forest. A glimmer of cold light appeared, followed by a shield that burst forth like a dragon. The iconic shield emerged before its wielder, soaring from the shadows as a mere afterimage, striking 3 guards at the waist before embedding itself deeply into the massive tree where Eddie stood. The tree trembled violently, nearly severed in 2 by the shield, causing Eddie to clutch the swaying trunk in alarm. The remaining guards, witnessing the gruesome fate of their comrade, frantically unleashed a barrage of gunfire towards the direction of the incoming shield. The sound of metal clashing rang out, crystal clear against the night sky. Steve, unfazed by the hail of bullets, strolled leisurely out of the woods with his hands casually tucked in his pockets, completely disregarding the shots aimed at him. At his current speed, he could easily dodge the bullets, yet he saw no reason to do so. With a biological force field at his disposal, why should he bother to evade? Steve did not hasten his approach, but instead lifted his gaze to the pale-faced Eddie atop the tree, flashing a wide grin as he waved. Chapter 20. Steve, nearly bitten by the big baby Eddie perched atop the tree, felt a jolt of dread as he noticed Venom gazing at Steve. "Oh no, I've been discovered. The guards below also sensed Steve's gaze and instinctively looked up, spotting Eddie trembling at the top of the tree. Oh no. Again, I've been found. Eddie, feeling the barrel of a gun pointed at him by the guard beneath, felt a tightening in his core. Surely, these men wouldn't dare to shoot him directly, would they? He had nowhere to hide. Eddie's apprehension was not misplaced. The men below were indeed preparing to fire. Scott, leading the group, glared with determination as he aimed his weapon at Eddie atop the tree. He shouted to his comrades, "Maintain fire on that guy. I'll take down this damn thief, and we'll retreat with his corpse." The adversary before them was impervious to their attacks, far beyond their capability to confront. With the target in sight, Scott was eager to make a swift exit, even if it was merely with the lifeless body. However, their focus remained solely on Steve and Eddie, completely oblivious to the deadly figure swiftly approaching from behind. By the time Scott heard the rush of wind behind him and sensed the impending danger, it was too late. As he turned, he was met with a silver iron fist rapidly enlarging in his field of vision. Boom. Not everyone possesses the fortitude to withstand a punch from Bucky as Steve did. In truth, most would meet a fate akin to Scott's. Of course, excluding little Spider-Man, who would merely exclaim, "Wow, dude, you have a metal arm. That is so cool." Returning to the matter at hand, Scott's blood and brains splattered across the faces of the surviving guards, who then realized their leader had transformed into a headless horseman. Terrified, they aimed their weapons at the suddenly appearing Bucky, yet they failed to learn from their previous mistakes, neglecting the threat behind them. A more powerful gust of wind surged from behind. Just moments ago, Steve had been 100 meters away but now appeared right behind them as if teleporting. Steve extended his hands, gripping the skulls of two unsuspecting guards, his fingers sinking into their brains like bowling balls, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a tornado that decimated the parking lot. It had been said, "Never leave your back exposed to the enemy." The remaining guards, caught under the sheer weight of Steve's nearly 100 tons of force, were sent flying like petals scattered by the wind, their souls reaching the heavens before their bodies even touched the ground. Bucky sidestepped to avoid two corpses hurtling toward him, his expression beneath the black mask somewhat perplexed. Good heavens, what has gotten into my Steve? His bloodlust surpasses even that of his Winter Soldier days. Steve casually discarded the two heads, the owner's bodies long gone from the tremendous force. Taking 2 steps closer to the great tree, Steve waved at the astonished Eddie, silently mouthing a reminder. "Hold on tight." "What?" Eddie looked utterly bewildered. "Did you leave your vocal cords at home?" Without waiting for Eddie's confusion, Steve thrust his right hand directly into the tree trunk, seizing the vibranium shield embedded within and twisting it fiercely. A resounding crack echoed as the tree split apart. With a thunderous crash, the tree toppled backward amidst Eddie's horrified screams. As Eddie felt himself descending closer to the ground, he instinctively shut his eyes in fear, bracing for an imminent collision. "I think I understand why our compatibility is so high. I am a complete failure on Clint's level, while you are a veritable coward on this planet." The mocking voice of Venom snapped Eddie back to reality, and he realized that the anticipated pain had not arrived. Rather, he merely felt a slight constriction around his neck. Turning around, he found himself grasped by a silvery arm, the very same one that had obliterated the security chief pursuing him. Bucky caught Eddie and unceremoniously tossed him in front of Steve. Eddie stumbled and fell to his knees, awkwardly facing Steve. "Boy, I didn't expect you to be not only a coward but also a homosexual. However, this situation hardly seems appropriate for your human romantic endeavors," Bucky remarked. Eddie sputtered. "What the hell? You bastard, shut up. I am not gay. I haven't even spoken yet, but whether you are or not is up for debate." Steve glanced at Eddie, whose height barely reached his waist, and instinctively covered himself, taking a couple of steps back. Although it seemed unlikely, he deemed it prudent to maintain some distance from Eddie, lest he truly attempt to bite him. After all, while Eddie might be a G, he certainly was not. A straight man has 2 cardinal rules. Never let anyone see his browser history, and never allow anyone to misunderstand his sexuality. In his flustered state, Eddie forgot to rise, remaining on his knees as he crawled towards Steve, explaining, No, I'm really not gay. I just lost my balance. I was even talking to you. Please don't misunderstand. Goodness, why is he still chasing me?" As Steve observed Eddie's advancing posture, his skepticism grew. With every step Eddie took forward, Steve retreated. It was a comedic chase, with Eddie pursuing and Steve fleeing. Only when Steve embedded half of his shield into the ground did Eddie involuntarily come to a halt. Steve, his heart still racing, patted his chest, feeling that the perils of last year's Hydra missions paled in comparison to being pursued by Eddie. "Damn it. If you take another step forward, next time it won't be my shield in the ground, but you buried in this wretched earth. Stay put and speak plainly, got it?" Faced with the threat of death, Eddie finally remembered that he was in the presence of a merciless killer. He nodded vigorously. Got it. But I'm really not gay. I was just saying I was talking to Words failed him as he struggled to find an explanation. Surely, he couldn't admit to conversing with the alien parasite within him. Who would believe that? Hey, guess what? Just at that moment, there was indeed someone who would believe it. Steve seized Eddie by the collar, effortlessly lifting him off the ground and directly removing the black hood that concealed his identity. Eddie swiftly turned his head, tightly closing his eyes, and pleaded loudly, "No, no, no. Let's talk this out. Please don't take off the hood. I understand the rules. If you see my face, I cannot be left alive. Please, do not remove it." Steve was left speechless. Was this kid watching too many movies? This was not some Marvel tale. It wasn't like bullets would simply fly by. Even if you shut your eyes, if it's your time, it's your time. Pointing a finger at Eddie's forehead, Steve spoke leisurely. "What I mean is, since you are unwilling to speak, let's have the other charming fellow within you come out and converse with me, shall we?" Upon hearing this, Eddie's eyes shot open, disbelief etched on his face as he recognized Steve's true identity. You are Captain America?" Before Eddie could utter another word, a menacing black head emerged from behind him, suddenly leaning close to Steve. "You were looking for me." Slap. "Oh my, what is that? Truly hideous." Venom had suddenly appeared, and Steve instinctively swatted at him, sending the approaching black head flying, startling him to the point of exclamation in a dialect he never knew he had. Venom, bewildered, blinked his large white eyes, appearing somewhat aggrieved. "You, human, are truly lacking in manners. It was you who called me out. Now that I have come, you are displeased." Steve awkwardly cleared his throat twice. "Ahem, my apologies. Upon seeing you, my instinct was to react. Next time, perhaps change your color, and I assure you, my response will not be so dramatic." Upon hearing this, Venom grew even more indignant, cursing vehemently. "Change? How dare you? This color is innate. How could I change it? Can you transform into black?" Steve shrugged. "Hard to say. While I cannot, the successor to Captain America just might be black." Chapter 21. The symbiote in hand. Venom, with a scornful sneer upon his menacing black visage, retorted, "If that is your stance, then it is entirely plausible that my future offspring may bear other hues, perhaps even the detestable red." Steve raised an eyebrow at Venom's ominous proclamation, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. "Strangely enough, your future progeny might indeed be red, and who knows? It could surpass you in strength, perhaps even attempt to consume you whole. Isn't it customary for symbiotes to harbor a paternal disdain, becoming progressively more formidable with each generation?" Venom's expression darkened considerably. "You are far too knowledgeable. I detest your blunt human candor." The reason Venom was the weakest of the Clinter symbiotes was that he was the first of his kind. Typically, symbiotes grow stronger with each iteration, making him the weakest among them. Stung by this revelation, Venom contemplated retreating into Eddie's body. However, as he turned, a powerful hand seized his tail firmly. Venom exclaimed, "What? How dare you grasp a symbiote? Are you unaware that we are non-Newtonian entities?" Struggling momentarily, Venom realized that the disparity in strength between himself and Steve was insurmountable. He could not escape from the grip of Steve's hand. "This is entirely your doing, human." With a determined glare in his large white eyes, Venom decided to detach from Eddie and lunge towards Steve. While this human's words may be foul, he was the strongest being Venom had encountered. If he could bond with him as a host, he would be formidable against any symbiote, even the mightiest leader of their kind. Yet, while imagination painted a beautiful picture, reality proved to be harsh. With drool cascading, Venom dove headfirst into Steve, only to collide with his biological force field. Thud! With a muffled thump, Venom's head dented inward, and he emitted a wailing cry akin to that of Tom Cat. Steve, using 2 fingers, pinched Venom, shook his head, and remarked, "What a stubborn little fellow. Attempting to use his head to strike a biological force field. How is that any different from an egg colliding with a rock? While symbiotes are reputed to be ubiquitous, I'm afraid the biological force field has no openings. Captain America, I presume you desire the dark matter within me, now that you have acquired it. May I take my leave?" Eddie, who initially appeared intimidating, now displayed a cautious demeanor as he inquired of Steve. Faced with this delightful contrast, Steve pondered for a moment. Venom was not destined to return to Eddie, yet he had no intention of harming him. As one of Marvel's protagonists, Steve had an inkling that he might receive system missions related to Eddie in the future. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved a business card from his pocket and handed it to Eddie, offering a warm smile. "This is your liberty. You are indeed free to depart. However, having incurred the ire of the Life Foundation, it seems your troubles are only beginning. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to call this number. Certainly, there is a fee involved. Although he can currently only undertake missions issued by Hydra, he has discovered a way to exploit a glitch. Much like the missions infiltrated by Hydra within SHIELD, he can also categorize his tasks as Hydra missions. By utilizing his elevated Hydra privileges, he can seamlessly integrate the tasks entrusted to him by Eddie into Hydra's internal mission network and subsequently accept them there. Thus, Even if the task is not officially from Hydra, he can manipulate it to be recognized as a system task, thereby earning enhancement points. He is truly a genius. Without waiting for Eddie's response, Steve promptly left with Bucky, heading towards the Life Foundation's experimental base. If memory serves correctly, there should still be a symbiote alive in the lab besides Venom. If they hurry, they might just salvage it. Most of the guards at the experimental base had been dispatched to pursue Eddie, leaving Steve and Bucky to easily handle the few remaining threats within. Soon, they dispatched all opposition and made their way directly to the symbiote laboratory. However, Steve arrived a moment too late. Of the 3 symbiotes, one, a sickly yellow specimen, had already perished, and another, a deep blue symbiote, was in dire condition due to prolonged confinement within an incompatible host. He feared that if he delayed any longer, this one would meet the same fate. Gazing at the weakened deep blue symbiote, Steve's mind raced. Pierce had instructed him to retrieve a symbiote, and this half-dead one would suffice for his report. As for Venom, what Venom? He had never encountered such a creature. The only symbiote he found, aside from the deceased yellow one, was this feeble specimen. Bucky exchanged a glance with Steve, intuitively grasping his ill intentions, and retrieved 2 sealed containers specifically designed for symbiotes from the laboratory. Bucky handed one of the sealed boxes to Steve while the other remained in his grasp. With a mighty punch, he shattered the tempered glass confining the symbiote. The deep blue symbiote, already exceptionally weakened within its unsuitable host, caught a whiff of Bucky's robust scent and immediately detached from its current host, lunging towards Bucky. Yet, even in peak condition, a symbiote would struggle to ambush Bucky, let alone in its current weakened state. With a swift motion, Bucky expertly captured the symbiote in the sealed box before it could escape, promptly sealing the lid. Steve opened his own box, intent on capturing Venom, but the creature clung tightly to his arm, refusing to budge. The diminutive Venom, with its oversized head, shouted at Steve, "No, I refuse to go in. Without a host for an extended period, lacking nourishment, I will become as weak as those 2 and may even perish." Steve was certainly aware of this. He comforted Venom, whose large head loomed over him, saying, "I understand you require phenethylamine from within a human body, correct? Fear not, for chocolate contains that substance as well. I assure you, you shall have your fill." With that, Steve manipulated the biological force field enveloping his body and confined the still protesting Venom into a sealed container. Although he had no intention of handing Venom over to Hydra, he also did not wish to allow it to parasitize him. The symbiote, despite its formidable enhancement to combat prowess, posed significant risks. Even Spider-Man, renowned for his strength, experienced a tremendous boost when bonded with Venom. However, the benefits were accompanied by glaring drawbacks. The symbiote possessed self-awareness, making it prone to influencing and even directly controlling its host. While the Venom in his possession did not seem to amplify the darker inclinations of the heart as Spider-Man's did, its self-awareness was far more robust and active. This aspect was something Steve found difficult to accept. The mere thought of harboring a parasite within him that could vie for control of his body was unsettling. Chapter 22. The tension-filled encounter between Bucky and Pierce. The biofield can withstand all external assaults, yet the internal situation remains uncertain. Particularly since Steve's biofield is still in its nascent stage, he is reluctant to take such a risk. The power augmentation granted by Venom necessitates a few more missions, after which he may catch up. Should he fall under Venom's control, it would undoubtedly be a loss far outweighing any potential gain. As a time traveler, he does not subscribe to notions of friendship or bonds with symbiotes. Steve and Bucky, each carrying a sealed container housing the symbiote, swiftly evacuated the Life Foundation's research facility. By the time Dr. Drake, the head of the Life Foundation, arrived with rescue in tow, Steve and Bucky were already indulging in beef noodles in New York's Chinatown. However, Steve's bowl lacked beef, as he abstains from it. No sooner had they taken a few bites than the restaurant's door swung open. Dressed impeccably in a suit, Alexander Pierce sauntered into the establishment, unceremoniously seating himself beside Bucky and addressing Steve across the table with a languid tone. "What? Did you forget to order me a bowl?" Steve, without lifting his gaze, slurped down the broth of his beef noodles, finishing it off with an audible burp. Bucky, tense since Alexander's arrival, received Steve's comforting words. "Relax. Bucky, trust me, that old man has no power over you anymore. Even if you were to give him a beating, he would be helpless against you." With a faint smile, Alexander patted Bucky's shoulder, teasing, "The captain speaks true. You are indeed free, and I can no longer control you. However, I advise against resorting to violence against me. Although I am no longer your superior, I still hold the position of Secretary General of the Council. An attack on me would be considered an international incident." Faced with Alexander's superficial reassurance, which veiled a latent threat, Bucky's expression darkened, his iron fist clenched tightly, producing a series of ominous cracks. This wretched scoundrel, responsible for the deaths of so many innocents, now occupies a prestigious position within the United Nations. Is there truly hope for the stand world? A sharp sound abruptly shattered the tense atmosphere between Bucky and Alexander. Steve placed the sealed container containing the deep blue symbiote on the table, sliding it towards Alexander. Enough. We are far too old to be bullying children. Don't you find that amusing, old man? You? Children? By age, you are both decades older than I am. How do you have the audacity to utter such words? Alexander retorted casually, lifting the sealed container and shaking it gently. After listening to the subtle movements within, he nodded in satisfaction. Steve shook his finger and remarked, I apologize, but I am an admirer of beauty. I only regard appearances, not actual age. As long as one is visually appealing, I could address someone thousands of years old as sister. However, with a face like yours, capable of squashing flies with its wrinkles, you are only worthy of being called old dang. It's no wonder Nick Fury is perpetually exasperated with you. Your tongue truly leaves much to be desired. Is this not a result of your Hydra indoctrination? Had you not injected those dark thoughts into my mind, I would still be the sunny, kind-hearted, upright, and handsome Captain America, wouldn't I? Coughing lightly, Pierce quickly surveyed the surroundings to ensure no one was listening before responding with a resigned tone. Firstly, do not speak of Hydra in public. Secondly, it is not merely your Hydra. It is our Hydra now, and you are part of it, all right? Steve shrugged dismissively and retorted. So Hydra is aware of the need for discretion in public? Then allow me to inquire why, whenever Hydra operatives meet, they exchange the phrase Hail Hydra? Are you not cognizant that we exist in an era dominated by superhumans, where even the faintest whisper could be overheard? Pierce fell into contemplation upon hearing this. Previously, he had not considered it, but with Steve's remark, the habitual exchange of Hail Hydra among them indeed seemed rather foolish. Thank you for your suggestion. This is something I had overlooked. Upon my return, I shall rectify this. Steve nodded, refraining from further mockery of Pierce. His reminder stemmed from the fact that Hydra's influence still served a purpose for him. He certainly did not wish for Hydra to be prematurely exposed due to some ludicrous slogan. You may leave now. Your presence here is making it difficult for my dear Bucky to eat. And I must also remind you that the symbiote within is not being cared for very well by the Life Foundation. If you do not act swiftly, it may not survive much longer. Pierce furrowed his brow, cursing the incompetence of the Life Foundation personnel for neglecting such a crucial extraterrestrial entity. He cast a lingering glance at Steve and inquired, Is this the only symbiote you brought back? With genuine sincerity etched across his face, Steve patted his chest and declared, I pledge my honor as Captain America that when I found them, apart from one deceased specimen, this was the only surviving one left in the laboratory. Steve maintained a composed demeanor, his face betraying no hint of deceit, which prompted Bucky, opposite him, to lower his gaze. My Steve has not only become brutal in his methods, but has also thickened his skin in truth. Steve was not entirely lying. He had brought venom from outside, not from the laboratory, and thus, even a lie detector would reveal no fault in his words. In short, old Steve had no faults. Very well, I believe you. Pierce nodded, refraining from further comment as he snapped his fingers. In the next moment, Ramlo entered the dining area, carrying a sealed box containing the symbiote. Steve cast a glance at him, clutching his chest, appearing utterly heartbroken. Oh, Crossbones, as my direct subordinate, how could you betray me right before my eyes? This truly saddens me. Crossbones shrugged, wearing a look of resignation. What can I say? The one who pays my salary is not you, Captain. The extra funds from the minister are simply too enticing to refuse, you understand. You're not wrong. My salary comes from that old man too. However, while you received a bonus for this mission, I ended up getting nothing from him. You absolutely must treat me to a drink to wrap this up. Of course. No problem. Once the mission concludes, just let me know when, and there will be drinks aplenty. What about a 1982 La Fight? Forget it, you old boot. Will you even drink a 1982 Coca-Cola? I wouldn't tea, I prefer Pepsi. Ramlo, middle finger. JPG. After exchanging playful banter and agreeing to share drinks later, Ramlo took the symbiote and departed alongside Pierce. In contrast to Pierce's scheming nature, Steve preferred to befriend a warrior like Crossbones, as long as one was not his enemy. Crossbones, who clearly distinguished between grievances, referring to the elevator battle in Captain America, the Winter Soldier, and was unhesitant in his actions, referring to the self-detonation incident in Captain America, Civil War, was indeed quite agreeable. Particularly, it seemed that Crossbones harbored a degree of admiration for Steve, which swiftly fostered a solid friendship between them. At least on the surface, their relationship appeared to be quite amicable. It is truly remarkable that these two, who are adversaries in both films and comics, have become friends in this universe, prompting one to reflect on the unpredictable nature of life. Chapter 23. Steve's need for calcium after Alexander and Crossbones departed with the symbiote. The voice of the system resonated at an opportune moment. Hydra mission. Retrieve the Life Foundation symbiote completed. Reward granted. Enhancement points 300. A wave of joy surged within Steve as he realized he had acquired another 300 enhancement points. Without hesitation, he allocated the entire sum to his physical constitution. In an instant, his constitution surged from 17 to 20 points. Although surpassing the 20-point threshold did not awaken a new ability as the 10-point milestone had, Steve distinctly sensed a fortification of his biofield. Not only had the coverage expanded, but it also became more intricate. Most importantly, it seemed he could fly. Flight, one of humanity's most primordial desires. Regardless of gender, who among us, unencumbered by acrophobia, has not harbored dreams of soaring through the skies in childhood? Naturally, Steve was no exception. He longed to ascend to the heavens and behold the vastness of the world below. However, it was evident that now was not an opportune moment for a test flight. He certainly did not wish to see tomorrow's headlines proclaiming an explosive story of Captain America fleeing to escape the cost of a beefless beef noodle soup. Bucky, observing Steve's unexpectedly jubilant demeanor, inquired with a hint of confusion, "Steve, what are you smiling about? Why the sudden exuberance?" "Because my wife has given birth." Steve instinctively began to respond, only to realize that he was no longer in the grand land of China, and no one would comprehend his jest. Ahem. What I meant to say is, after handing over the symbiote to Hydra, you have completely severed your ties with them. I rejoice for your newfound freedom, my brother. Bucky's heart warmed at those words, yet a bittersweet smile graced his lips. This is all thanks to you, Steve. If it weren't for you, I shudder to think how much longer I would have been under Hydra's control, stained with the blood of countless innocents. I have committed too many transgressions, and I fear that the remainder of my life will be spent seeking redemption for my past mistakes. Upon hearing this, Steve instinctively interjected, "No, Bucky. You will not be alone. I shall always be by your side, facing the task of atonement together." Steve was momentarily taken aback by his own words. How could his mouth react faster than his thoughts? He had yet to formulate a response. Nevertheless, he soon found solace in the realization that the original soul's attachment to Bucky ran deep, ingrained in his very being. However, Steve had no intention of evading the responsibilities of the original self. He genuinely meant to stand alongside Bucky. On one hand, the original soul had saved his own life, and occupying Steve's body made it only natural to assist Bucky. On the other hand, Bucky's past actions were intrinsically linked to the central figures of the Marvel narrative. While he can assist Bucky in atoning for his past, he might as well complete a few system tasks along the way. Why not? However, Steve patted Bucky's shoulder, flashing a bright smile. Yet, atonement is not merely a matter of the moment. We have just returned from a busy endeavor. One must balance work and leisure. Now is our time to relax. Bucky paused, shaking his head as he replied solemnly, "Steve, you know I am not in the mood to relax right now." A week later, at Malibu Beach. Oh my. Steve reclined on a beach chair, embracing Sharon, who donned a stunning bikini. He observed Bucky, who appeared to be enjoying himself more than ever, riding the waves with two lovely ladies. "You call this being in a bad mood? Goodness, Bucky, you seem quite the charmer. I never expected you to rival me in wooing women. I brought you out to unwind, and in just a week, you've had 8 different companions. Today alone, you managed to charm 2 at once. If this is what you call a lack of mood, then I would gladly embrace such a state." Clearly, they were not of the same ilk. They did not share the same wavelength. It was unfathomable how the serious Steve of the past could have found companionship with the playful Bucky. As Steve mused, Bucky returned from the surf, one girl on each arm, striding toward him. Bucky's appearance and charisma were undeniably magnetic. Clad merely in baggy shorts that showcased his sculpted abs and with his hair casually tousled, he had become the focus of attention for the ladies on the beach. The other focal point, without a doubt, was the more strikingly handsome and fit Steve himself. However, with Sharon by his side, any lady attempting to approach him was swiftly deterred by her uniquely icy glare. Consequently, while Bucky had already entertained 8 different women, Steve had not engaged with a single one. Yet, Steve was unperturbed. He was thoroughly satisfied with Sharon and had no intentions of abandoning her. As a soul rooted in Chinese traditions, his values leaned towards steadfastness in relationships. Just last year, he had only changed partners 20 times. Compared to Bucky's 8 in 7 days, he was decidedly traditional. "Hey, Steve, aren't you going to join the fun? Lazing around in the sun all day can't be that entertaining." Bucky approached Steve, his face radiating an even brighter smile than days before. Steve, savoring the fruit Sharon offered him, remained lethargic, like a contented fish out of water. Chewing on the sweet morsels, he mumbled, "What's wrong with sunbathing? Sunbathing is essential for calcium, don't you know? Little Sharon has been draining my calcium these past few days. I must replenish it." At this, Bucky was momentarily taken aback, while Sharon blushed. The 2 girls flanking Bucky understood instantly, bursting into laughter. Sharon, embarrassed, buried her face into Steve's chest, her cheeks aflame, igniting a warmth within Steve's heart as well. To avoid any potential misunderstandings, Steve quickly straightened his posture, concealing his embarrassment, and cleared his throat with a serious expression, "Ahem. Please do not misconstrue my words. I am referring to genuine calcium, which has been frozen in ice for decades without exposure to sunlight. It certainly deserves a good dose of sunshine. He added, moreover, you are not in a much better position yourself, sleeping in a freezer every day. I suggest you join me for some sunbathing, my friend. Buck shrugged in resignation. Such remarks were hardly appropriate, especially with others present. What if someone overheard? With this thought in mind, Buck whispered a few words to his two female companions and promptly released his hold around their waists. Very well. Since you have matters to attend to, we shall take our leave. But do not forget about us, my dear. Remember to keep in touch. The two lovely ladies, with their slender figures, planted a firm kiss on Buck's cheeks, one on each side, and with a playful wink directed at the languid Steve. They reluctantly turned to depart. Chapter 24. The heartache of Steve. Steve remained indifferent to the insinuations made by the two young ladies. Once they departed, he jestingly remarked to Bucky, I take back what I just said. You probably don't need to supplement your calcium with me anymore. Honestly, is it amusing to just pick and not partake every day? Bucky, despite having a different female companion each day, merely engaged in daytime revelries with them, completely eschewing any nocturnal escapades. Good heavens, courting without indulging in nighttime adventures is akin to constructing a temple without collecting offerings. Are you merely performing charity? And I built that temple with my own funds. In response to Steve's palpable disdain, Bucky sighed in resignation. Please don't regard me with that look. It's not that I only pick and don't partake. The truth is, they all have husbands or boyfriends. Some even have more than one. How can I possibly proceed? Upon hearing this, Steve's eyes lit up, and he pointed an accusatory finger at Bucky, exclaiming, my goodness. I previously thought you had some peculiar preferences or physiological issues that prevented you from indulging. It turns out you were concerned about their marital statuses. What on earth? Do you not realize that this is a tangible advantage? Such waste. Such utter waste. You are truly squandering opportunities. Do you not fear divine retribution? Faced with Steve's fervent lamentations, Bucky merely smirked, retorting, what do you mean by marital status as an advantage? I'd be the one struck down by lightning if I accepted them. I have no desire to engage with what others have left behind. I seek a kindred spirit among single women. Steve regarded Bucky in disbelief, struggling to fathom that in such a capricious nation, someone would utter the phrase kindred spirit. Good heavens, you ought to shave your head and braid your hair like a Qing dynasty figure. How can you be so antiquated? This is a land of openness and freedom. If you truly wish to find a genuine partner, you may need to queue at an elementary school, and even then, there's no guarantee you'll get your turn. Bucky, wait a minute, my friend. Are you even listening to what you're saying? Queuing outside an elementary school? You must be joking. Seeking genuine partners, there is utterly ludicrous. Time has merely passed 70 years. Surely America hasn't transformed into such a dismal state. Steve asserted that it was indeed difficult to say. Even the Boy Scouts of America, protected by constitutional rights, had seen numerous incidents of misconduct. Thus, his view was still relatively conservative. All right, enough of that. You're giving me a headache. We've rested long enough. Let us head back, Bucky said, rubbing his temples and gesturing for Steve to cease his ramblings. He feared that if he continued to listen to Steve's nonsensical discourse, his mental fortitude would crumble. At this moment, he found no desire to seek true love. He simply yearned to return to the warmth of his cozy home with Steve. Steve observed Bucky, who appeared deeply affected, and decided to refrain from teasing him further. He shifted the conversation, saying, there's no rush to return home. Did you truly believe I brought you to Malibu merely for leisure? Isn't that the case? Bucky inquired, perplexed. Certainly not. Recreation is merely a secondary motive. My primary intention is to assist you in securing employment. Employment? What could I possibly do here? Bucky responded, a hint of confusion in his voice. After severing ties with Hydra, he had gained his freedom but, naturally, lost his job as well, leaving him financially destitute. After all, one could hardly expect Hydra to pay a brainwashed weapon of mass destruction. Steve was an exception, as his conditioning was not absolute. He retained his personal emotions, and his salary was part of Hydra's strategy to win him over. However, the former Winter Soldier, devoid of any sentiments, had functioned solely as a relentless killing machine. Everything he required had been meticulously provided by Hydra, even his undergarments. Following his departure from Hydra, Bucky was left with nothing but a single combat outfit. Even his recent expenses for courting women had been covered by Steve. Although Steve did not mind, Bucky had no intention of relying on him indefinitely. Thus, when Steve proposed finding him a job, Bucky was not opposed, though he was curious about what employment could possibly be available to him in this affluent area. Malibu was a haven for the wealthy, and apart from his brute strength and lethal skills, he possessed little else. Would he be reduced to serving as a bodyguard for the elite? However, the affluent typically employed dedicated personal bodyguards. Who would hire him? An enigmatic outsider? Oh, you might be surprised. Steve, who had calmed down after a moment of contemplation, embraced Sharon, and stood up with a mysterious smile. Didn't you mention wanting to atone for your past? I have found you an opportunity that allows for both redemption and the chance to associate with the affluent. The words atonement and wealthy elite may seem innocuous when considered separately, but together they sparked a revelation in Bucky's mind. Could it be? Steve's subsequent words confirmed his suspicion. Indeed, we are going to meet our esteemed nephew, Tony Stark. Arriving at 10880 Malibu Point, Steve guided Bucky and Sharon to the opulent villa that Tony had previously mentioned. As they stood before the lavish mansion, Steve couldn't help but feel a pang of inadequacy regarding his own savings, which he once thought substantial. In the presence of Tony's ostentatious residence, his mere $10 million seemed almost laughable, perhaps insufficient even for a restroom within such grandeur. Truly, the disparity between individuals is staggering, he mused. Upon reaching the futuristic entrance, Steve prepared to knock, but the doors opened automatically. A slightly mechanical voice resonated. Good afternoon, Captain Rogers. I am Jarvis, the intelligent butler. It is a pleasure to meet you. Mr. Stark has instructed that should you visit, there is no need for an announcement. You may enter freely, as he has granted you full access to the villa. Steve raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, reluctantly acknowledging that while Tony's words were often sharp, his attention to detail in matters was commendable. The last time he had rescued Tony, he had escorted him back to Stark Tower, never having visited his villa. Yet, Tony had still granted him access to the villa, clearly not considering his savior as a stranger in the least. Hello, Jarvis. Is that rascal Tony at home? Mr. Stark is in the underground laboratory. Shall I inform him of your arrival? Yes, please do. Thank you. Although Tony had granted himself all access rights, Steve would not take such liberties lightly, especially since he was accompanied by two others. Given that Tony was likely engrossed in the creation of Mark II, it would indeed be quite presumptuous to enter unannounced. Chapter 25. The ecstasy brought by the steel armor. Jarvis guided Steve and the two others to the living room, where they were attended to by a household robot that served a variety of beverages with exceptional care. In mere moments, footsteps echoed from the basement entrance, and Tony, slightly disheveled and sporting fresh bruises, jogged up. Hey, look who's here. Isn't that my centenarian Uncle Rogers? A busy man, it's been far too long, Tony exclaimed, stepping forward to embrace Steve, a joyful smile illuminating his face. For reasons unknown, since his return, Tony had felt a profound sense of safety upon seeing Steve, a feeling that had eluded him for quite some time. After their brief embrace, Steve glanced at the oil stains Tony had transferred onto his attire and remarked, in truth, it has only been a week since we last met. And what's with this filthy beggar look? You've got a bruise on your face. Did the Ten Rings gang capture you again? Tony casually grabbed a drink from the small robot nearby and downed it in one go, exhaling deeply before explaining, has it only been 7 days? My apologies. I've barely slept 10 hours in total over the past few days, so my sense of time is a bit skewed. You see, those who have been kidnapped often struggle with a lack of security, and insomnia is an inevitable consequence. Steve scrutinized Tony's pronounced dark circles, frowning. You cannot continue like this. Regardless of how vital your research may be, you cannot neglect your health. Tony waved dismissively, his excitement unabated. It's merely a few days. I've endured worse before. Don't worry, I'm fine. But enough about that. Come with me. I want to show you the fruits of my labor from the past few days. I assure you, it will astonish you, you old relic. With that, Tony pushed Steve forward, eager to lead him to the underground laboratory. Meanwhile, Bucky and Sharon, who had been overlooked, exchanged awkward glances and finally spoke up. You two go ahead. We'll just wait here for a bit. Only then did Tony realize that two others were seated on the living room couch. Oh, you brought friends along? Steve facepalmed in exasperation, sighing, Tony, you genuinely need a good night's sleep. I feel as though your mind is a bit hazy right now. One could truly say that it was quintessentially Tony. Even with two lively individuals present, he remained oblivious, stubbornly insisting he was perfectly fine. Why are you nagging like my dad? Trust me, I'm perfectly all right. My spirits are high. Just come with me to see my new creation. And I promise I'll go straight to sleep afterward. How does that sound? Once Tony set his mind on something, nothing could sway him. Today, if he didn't show Steve his latest masterpiece and leave him utterly astounded, there was no way he could rest easy. All right, I can't argue with you. After all, I am your uncle. I suppose I'll reluctantly take a look. Observing Tony, who appeared eager to demonstrate his worth to the adults, Steve, despite knowing that the surprise Tony referred to as the Iron Man suit, could only nod in agreement. He had resolved that once they finished their viewing, if Tony still refused to sleep, he would resort to some physical means to assist him in resting. He certainly did not wish for Tony, a long-term system task machine, to suffer an untimely demise. Upon finally receiving Steve's consent, Tony's joy was palpable, and he turned to beckon Bucky and Sharon, saying, Oh, wait. You two should join us as well. You are friends brought by Steve, and I trust you. Steve felt a warmth in his heart and decided that when the time came for his physical assistance, he would be gentle in his approach. Eagerly, Tony led the three to his futuristic underground laboratory, enthusiastically recounting the numerous masterpieces and luxury cars he had collected. However, apart from Sharon, neither Steve nor Bucky, both of whom were brutish veterans of World War II, could appreciate the significance of such art and luxury vehicles. They found the abstract paintings little better than the ghastly illustrations they had encountered in textbooks. As for the luxury cars, they believed them to be less impressive than the bulletproof SUVs of S, H, I, E, L, D, and Hydra. At least the SUVs provided a thrilling sensation when driving over obstacles. These so-called luxury vehicles seemed as if they would spring into the air at the slightest bump. As Steve and Bucky meandered through the gallery of Tony's collection, they finally arrived at the centerpiece of the evening. A pure silver humanoid suit of armor stood majestically in the center of the laboratory, capturing everyone's attention. The luxury cars and paintings paled in comparison to this metallic marvel. Not only Bucky and Sharon, but even Steve, who was fully aware that it was an Iron Man suit, found himself captivated by its sci-fi allure. Truth be told, prior to witnessing it in person, Steve had not been particularly eager, having already glimpsed it in films from his previous life. He believed he possessed everything the suit offered: a steel body, superhuman strength, none of which paled in comparison to the Iron Man suit, perhaps even surpassing it. Yet, upon encountering this epic-defining creation, Steve realized how naive his previous thoughts had been. The body was one thing, and the armor was another. They could not be compared. Each represented the pinnacle of their respective domains. A perfect physique is impressive, but this Iron Man suit was undeniably stunning. Cool. Dazzling. Awesome. Tony, you are truly a genius. Unable to resist, Steve stepped closer to caress the Iron Man suit, finding its texture even smoother than that of a cover model's skin. Seeing Steve so enamored, Tony's expression reflected pride, and he felt a breath of relief that had been stifled for decades finally released. Dad, can you see from above? The idol you so revered, Captain America, is left speechless by the steel body I crafted. Your son is no less impressive than Captain America. With a pat on Tony's shoulder, Steve grinned widely, revealing his perfect white teeth. Nephew, what are you daydreaming about? You look like a fool. Quickly, open the battle suit. Uncle Rogers is eager to immerse himself in the exhilarating experience it offers. As Tony listened to Steve's words, an unsettling feeling crept over him. Although it was true that one must pilot the suit to truly appreciate the thrill of driving, there was something about Steve's phrasing that felt oddly amiss. Shaking his head, Tony decided to dismiss the thought. He bore no objection to Steve piloting his Mark II. After all, it was Steve who had saved his life. He would not refuse even if Steve wished to possess an entire suit. However, Tony pointed to the wound on his face as a cautionary reminder. Are you certain you wish to try it out yourself? Keep in mind that I have only just completed assembling the Mark II and have yet to conduct practical driving tests. Even during previous experiments with mere components, I ended up like this. Without any driving experience, you might find yourself in a predicament far worse than mine. Chapter 26. The vulnerable Tony. Upon hearing this, Steve waved his hand dismissively, exuding confidence. What are you joking about? Am I afraid of injury? Do you not know who I am? I am the illustrious Captain America. Have you forgotten how I rescued you from that cave? It was my robust physique that led us through perilous encounters. Even if your iron contraption were to malfunction, I would remain unscathed. Enough chatter. Hurry and help me don my armor. With Steve's insistence, Tony ceased his objections, shrugged, and snapped his fingers. Jarvis, assist this boastful centenarian in donning the suit, and grant him operational authority over Mark II. Understood, sir. Authorization for Captain Rogers to operate Mark II has been granted. Captain Rogers, please proceed to the designated area for Mark II's assisted dressing. Following Jarvis's considerate virtual guidance, Steve approached, opened his arms, and stood obediently. He then quipped to Tony, I must say, Tony, with such advanced technology, why is it so complicated to put on? Aren't you worried about the day you might need to relieve yourself and find it difficult to remove? Tony, feeling a vain throb on his forehead, gritted his teeth. Shut it. This is merely the second generation. I will refine the donning process later. No need for your unsolicited concerns. With that, Tony took control of the armor and secured the helmet onto Steve's head, hoping to silence any further inane comments. But could a mere helmet truly stifle Steve's chatter? Absolutely not. Hey, Tony, did you forget to wash this hunk of metal? It smells like a brand new car inside the helmet. Once fully clad in the armor, Steve let out another exclamation. Ow! Is this armor too small? It feels rather snug in the nether regions. Or is it that your sizes are just limited? In a comical display, Steve's banter managed to pierce through the composure of a billionaire. Motherf, Steve, what in the world are you blabbering about? Tony's previously simmering frustration erupted as veins bulged on his forehead, unable to contain Steve's incessant remarks any longer. He charged towards Steve, who was still adjusting his armor, ready to deliver a kick. Fortunately, Bucky and Sharon intervened, restraining him on either side. Yet, Tony could not help but point an accusatory finger at Steve, exclaiming, "Damn you. Steve, my armor has undergone rigorous sanitation, complete with an air filtration system. How could it possibly smell? I suspect you forgot to brush your teeth after your breakfast of something foul. And as for the armor being small, who do you think has a figure like yours? Your posterior is so ample that if it were any tighter, it would be a wonder. You claim my dimensions are lacking, but my equipment could send you spinning like a top." In response to Tony's exasperation, Steve, now fully adorned in his armor, stepped down from the dressing platform, his voice tinged with mechanical sarcasm. "Look, you're all flustered. If it's not small, then why the rush? The more agitated you become, the more you affirm my point. You. Tony stammered, pointing at Steve, utterly speechless with frustration. After decades, he had finally experienced the disarming sensation that others felt when confronted with his biting remarks. Steve, observing Tony's flustered demeanor, swore it was unintentional. He was merely engaging in his habitual banter and had not anticipated such a profound reaction from Tony. Fearing that Tony might faint from anger, Steve hastily shifted the topic. "Hey genius, why is everything so dark in front of me? How do I activate this thing? Do I press here F?" Taking a deep breath, Tony endeavored to calm his turbulent emotions and gritted his teeth. "What do you think this is, a GTA game? Fool, this is high technology. It requires an arc reactor as its power source to function." As he spoke, Tony produced a spare arc reactor and affixed it to the chest of the suit, establishing the necessary energy connection. If Tony were to wear the suit himself, he would not need to install an additional arc reactor, as he had one built into his chest. However, Steve did not possess this feature and thus required a separate installation. Once the suit successfully powered on, its eyes illuminated with a blue glow, and upon Jarvis successfully coming online, Tony rapped on the helmet, saying, "Hey, Jarvis, provide this ancient relic with a user manual for the Mark II that even he can comprehend." Following Tony's command, a dummy-proof manual appeared before Steve within the suit. As a super soldier with an impressive physical prowess of 20, Steve's enhancements extended beyond mere strength to include intellect. However, most of the time, his extraordinary brain advised him to focus solely on utilizing his superhuman abilities without getting bogged down in trivial details. Within a minute, Steve had perused the extensive manual and fully grasped the operations of the Mark II. With a swift motion, he activated the thrusters in his palms, legs, and back, smoothly lifting off the ground. To Tony's astonishment, Steve executed a flip in the air and performed a series of complex maneuvers. "No way. How is this possible? How can you achieve such harmony with the suit in less than a minute? You should know how much torment I endured during my experiments." He had anticipated watching Steve struggle, yet this rascal had excelled on his very first attempt. With his arms crossed, Steve maintained his balance in midair using only the thrusters on his legs and back, exuding confidence. "Talent. I can only attribute this to inherent ability. It's all basic skills. If you lack in that department, practice more." Without further ado, he announced, "Genius, I must take your precious creation out for a spin." "A spin? Wait." Before Tony could voice his incredulity, Steve increased the power of the thrusters and smashed through the ceiling, shooting straight up into the sky. Tony's teeth nearly ground together as he managed to squeeze out a frustrated retort. "There's a door to the basement, you idiot." Having already soared into the sky, Steve was indifferent to such trivial losses. For Tony, they were mere pocket change. At this moment, the exterior sky had begun to darken. Steve piloted the Mark II, ascending relentlessly, emitting exuberant laughter akin to that of a jubilant primate. "Oh yes, faster, even faster. Let me witness your limits, my precious." In no time, Steve accelerated to the Mark II's utmost speed of 3 Mach, leaving a long trail of Mach rings in his wake. The altitude reached a staggering height of over 10,000 meters, and from this vantage point, the city below appeared as a diminutive, glowing toy. Glancing down, Steve's face beneath the armor radiated excitement. He had never anticipated that his inaugural flight experience would not involve utilizing the biological field's flight capabilities, but rather commanding a high-tech suit of armor. This unforeseen experience of flight could be summed up in one word: exhilarating. Chapter 27. Steve soaring freely. Captain Rogers. A gentle reminder, due to your current altitude, the exterior of Mark II is beginning to ice over. For your safety, it is advisable to lower your altitude immediately. Upon hearing this, Steve recalled the issue of icing that plagued the armor. In the original narrative, both Tony during his inaugural flight and Ironmonger had suffered from the peril of ice accumulation. The distinction, however, lies in the fact that Tony, like Steve, had Jarvis to alert him, yet he recklessly pursued a record-breaking ascent, ultimately relying on a manual reboot of his suit to survive. Ironmonger, on the other hand, fell victim to Tony's machinations, lured into the skies only to succumb to ice and crash, surviving solely due to his armor's superior thickness compared to Mark III. At this juncture, Steve could not help but voice a complaint. Both lost propulsion, yet Ironmonger plummeted from tens of thousands of meters unscathed, rising again to continue his assault on Tony. In stark contrast, the War Machine, which fell from merely 1,000 meters, left Rhodey incapacitated, enabling the Skrulls to seize the opportunity and replace him. Such discrepancies were truly perplexing. But that was a matter for another time, and of no concern to Steve. The paramount issue at hand was to fly, soar, and ascend even higher. If Tony dared to challenge the risks of icing, how could Steve refrain from doing the same? He too aspired to reach greater heights. Jarvis, unleash all power and ascend. I shall challenge the utmost limits and demonstrate to that scoundrel Tony the areas in which his suit falls short. With control over the armor, Steve pressed on, and Jarvis, unable to intervene, could only watch as Mark II surged higher into the skies. Yet, before the armor succumbed to complete icing, Jarvis informed Tony in the villa. In truth, Tony, who had been monitoring the status of Mark II, recognized the perilous intentions of Steve as he observed the ascent on his screen. While the original tale depicted Tony disregarding danger and boldly challenging the limits of Mark II, now, witnessing Steve's reckless endeavor from a third-person perspective, Tony felt a knot of dread tighten in his throat, acutely aware of the inherent dangers. Good heavens, where did he learn such recklessness? Thank you. It was indeed your own example, Steve quipped in response. Tony swiftly attempted to utilize his authority to remotely control Mark II and bring Steve back, only to discover that the signal had abruptly vanished. A sense of dread gripped Tony as he realized, it's over. The armor has iced over and lost propulsion. Nearby, Buck, previously bewildered, and a half-dazed Sharon now comprehended the gravity of the situation, their expressions turning to fear. Buck, under Tony's astonished gaze, leaped several meters high, vaulting over the gaping hole Steve had created to reach the rooftop, scanning the skies for any sign of Steve. Meanwhile, Sharon rushed to the control panel, anxiously calling out Steve's name in hopes of eliciting a response. Only Tony truly understands that their efforts are futile. The Mark II piloted by Steve has already lost its signal, making any response impossible. Moreover, they are situated at an altitude of at least 10,000 meters, rendering visual observation unfeasible unless Superman from DC were to make an appearance. Their only recourse now is to fervently hope that Steve had diligently perused the Mark II's manual, knowing where to manually activate the armor's auxiliary wings and restart the system. The unfortunate reality is that the fool barely glanced at the manual for less than a minute. In such a brief time, even Tony could not have comprehended the myriad of words contained in that extensive manual, let alone remember them. Beads of cold sweat formed on Tony's brow as he feared that Steve might soon meet his departed father in some infernal gathering, all because of them. While the three were consumed with worry, what was our captain up to? What? He was still ascending. Indeed, despite the armor's loss of power, it had not ceased its ascent. It continued to surge upwards, albeit at a significantly reduced speed. From the peak velocity of 3 Mach, it had dwindled to nearly 1 Mach. Now, it was no longer the armor propelling Steve, but rather Steve carrying the heavy armor aloft. This marked the first occasion he utilized his biological field to fly since his physique reached 20 points, awakening his flight capabilities. This was also why he was unperturbed by the armor freezing, for even without power, he could still soar. Naturally, he could envelop the armor in his biological field to prevent it from freezing. However, Steve chose not to do so, for that would leave Tony oblivious to the armor's shortcomings. After several minutes without power, Steve finally came to a halt, not due to reaching his flight limit, but because the oxygen at this altitude was nearly depleted. With a physique of 20 points, he could endure for hours without oxygen, but he was far from the point of surviving without it. BRR, it's rather chilly. As the frigid temperature of the armor's surface began to seep inside, Steve realized it was time to descend. He had no desire to test whether his current biological field could withstand the cold of space. To witness the breathtaking beauty of Earth in its entirety at least once in a lifetime was a worthy experience. With a final glance at the now visible planet, he sighed and retracted his biological field, plummeting straight down. The awakened biological field also required energy, so he thought it prudent to conserve what he could. Falling required no effort. He could simply use the biological field to halt his descent just before landing. One must save where one can and spin where necessary. However, this looked quite different in Tony's eyes. Once Steve descended to a certain height, Tony finally managed to detect the falling Mark II with his satellite, and his spirit plummeted. Good grief. This guy truly had not finished the manual. The armor system had not rebooted at all. Steve was in a free fall. As Tony gazed at the projected landing position of Steve calculated by JARVIS, a disquieting realization dawned upon him. It appeared to be none other than the location of his own villa. Good heavens. This fellow had ascended to an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, and upon his descent, he could still precisely crash down upon his own abode. Should this be considered a stroke of luck or an unfortunate twist of fate? A mass of iron plummeting from such great heights carries a destructive force that rivals that of a missile. Tony quickly alerted Sharon and the stoic gentleman atop the building, exclaiming, "Hey, beautiful, and you up there, the brooding one, you must evacuate. This landing site is right here. Soon, it is likely to be reduced to mere rubble." Chapter 28. Bewildered, I can fly. Upon hearing Tony's words, Bucky and Sharon felt a heavy weight in their hearts, fully grasping the implication behind them. The devastation that could reduce a villa spanning over 1,000 square meters to ruins could only result from Steve losing power and plummeting to the ground. Yet, despite their understanding that the villa had transformed into a perilous zone, neither chose to depart. Bucky remained atop the building, gazing at the elusive silver meteors in the night sky, devoid of fear, only a sense of resignation. If Steve were truly gone, what purpose would his existence in this era not meant for him serve? He would rather share a final resting place with Steve here. Sharon's sentiments were similar. While Bucky's feelings stemmed from brotherhood, hers were rooted in love. She had vowed to stay by Steve's side forever, and she intended to honor that promise, even if it meant embracing death. As for Tony, he had no intention of leaving. His hands deftly manipulated the virtual screen before him, activating the mechanical arms within the villa, striving to create a buffer zone in the shortest possible time. If he worked swiftly enough, perhaps with the remarkable shock absorption of Mark II, Steve might survive the fall. "Come on, move," Tony urged, his hands a blur as, with the assistance of J.A.R.V.I.S., the mechanical arms within the villa began to smoke under the strain of his commands. To Bucky and Sharon's astonishment, Tony managed to construct a massive 5-layer air mattress made of high-strength fibers on the villa's rooftop in mere minutes before Steve's descent. The speed was nothing short of terrifying. Steve, reclining with his hands behind his head and enjoying the embrace of gravity, spotted the mushroom-shaped object below from a kilometer away. Confused, he thought. What on earth is that? Was I falling towards the villa? Have I transcended dimensions? Upon closer inspection, he noticed Tony and the others standing anxiously beside the giant mushroom, and it dawned on him what was happening. They must have believed he was going to crash and had conjured the mushroom to catch him. However, instead of landing on it, he chose to hover just above the large mushroom. Tony and the others stood dumbfounded, having toiled for what felt like an eternity, their hands aching. Seeing Steve suspended in midair, Tony was filled with questions. "Wait, buddy, did you just reboot your armor system without a word? Hold on, something's not right." Tony noticed that Steve's Mark II armor remained frozen, shrouded in frost, with all thrusters inactive. "Wait a minute, the armor hasn't rebooted. How are you flying? Did Falcon give you a boost? Showboating, are we?" Amidst Tony's bewilderment, Steve piloted his frost-ensconced armor down, stepping towards him, leaving a trail of ice shards in his wake. "Hey, big nephew, bewildered, are we? I can fly too." Steve's body trembled as the icy layer of the armor shattered, splattering cold fragments onto Tony's face, jolting him from his astonishment. Once Jarvis reconnected to Mark II, Tony ceased to ponder the inexplicable phenomenon of Steve's flight, instantly adopting a serious demeanor. He darkened his expression and, without uttering a word, forcibly guided Mark II to the control panel to remove Steve's armor. Subsequently, he instructed Bucky and Sharon to restrain Steve while conducting a comprehensive scan of his body. Once they confirmed that Steve exhibited no abnormalities, the three released him. Throughout the ordeal, Steve offered no resistance, fully aware of his own culpability and the unnecessary alarm he had caused. After the trio delivered a series of admonishments, the matter was finally laid to rest. Meanwhile, Tony, having recognized several deficiencies in Mark II due to this incident, began preparations for the development of Mark III. The new iteration would be crafted from advanced aerospace-grade titanium, featuring an innovative donning mechanism and an array of new functions, representing a complete overhaul. Until Mark III was completed, Tony vowed not to allow Steve to use Mark II again. It was simply too terrifying. Moreover, Tony promised to construct a specially tailored suit for Steve. To this, Steve did not object. Although his strength had diminished the necessity for the enhancements provided by the armor, one must wonder, which man could truly resist the allure of a suit of armor? Lu Sun once stated, "A man may not like women, but he will never despise a suit of armor." Steve wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment, especially after experiencing the exhilaration of piloting the armor. He found little interest in any other pursuits, save for the company of women. Once Tony completed his custom steel armor, Steve envisioned a future where he would charm women not in a car, but in a suit of armor. How amusing. However, since Tony was committed to crafting his own suit, he insisted on having the very best in all aspects, not just in armor technology, but also in energy sources. Although the first arc reactor was exceptional, it still remained within the bounds of human technology, a blend of ingenuity and sheer effort. He sought to provide the armor with a more explosive yet harmless energy source. An idea struck Steve as he recalled the new element technology that Howard had left for Tony, inspired by the Tesseract. In the original narrative, it seemed that Nick Fury had handed over Howard's artifacts from S.H.I.E.L.D. to Tony. Subsequently, Tony discovered clues in a recording, utilizing a model left by his father to create the new element. This new element would completely replace the palladium used in the first reactor, effectively resolving the critical issue of palladium poisoning that plagued Tony. This matter was of significant importance. He needed to find an opportunity to broach the subject with Tony, suggesting a mission where he could target Hydra, subsequently transforming it into a system task. However, first, he needed to devise a plan to retrieve Howard's artifacts from S.H.I.E.L.D. and guide Tony to uncover the hidden secrets of the new element within the model left by Howard. Yes, that was the course of action. No longer performing, I shall rob S.H.I.E.L.D. On another day, far away in the 3 building, Nick Fury sneezed, suddenly feeling a chill behind him, as if someone were plotting against him. The more Steve pondered, the more feasible the idea seemed. He heartily patted Tony on the shoulder, revealing his bright white smile. My dear nephew, with your uncle here, you can rest assured. Tony, taken aback by Steve's sudden enthusiasm, nearly stumbled to the ground and retorted angrily, damn it, what madness has seized you? You're not dead yet. Why would I need to pay respects? Though the tradition of burning incense is not customary in America, Tony, who had studied Wing Chun with a Chinese master for 2 years, had gleaned a modicum of understanding regarding the practice. However, he thought it peculiar, believing such rituals were reserved for the deceased. Chapter 29, New Element. Bucky's guilt. Steve tapped Tony's chest reactor, grinning like a quintessential rogue uncle. Offering incense isn't quite the way you perceive it, but even if it were, it's I who am presenting it to you. Don't think for a moment that I'm oblivious. That contraption in your chest, though it saved your life, harbors palladium that perpetually jeopardizes your existence. Tony's pupils constricted in disbelief. How do you know that? The pivotal palladium in the reactor was known only to me and Ethan, so it's impossible for anyone else to be aware. Steve smirked, his lips curling in triumph. Because I am a genius. I discerned the intricate structure of your little gadget at a glance. Upon hearing Steve's boast, Tony wore an expression of skepticism. A genius? You, a muscle-bound brute. Then why don't you recite the 118 basic elements for me? Steve, unable to recall all 118 elements, cleared his throat awkwardly and deftly shifted the topic. Ahem, that's irrelevant. The crux of the matter is that there shouldn't merely be 118 elements on the periodic table. It should actually be 119. Tony, hearing this, regarded Steve with even greater disdain. You can't even recall them, and you can't even count correctly. I told you, calling you a muscle-bound brute was a compliment. Are you trying to assert that you've created a new element? Unfazed by Tony's mockery, Steve shrugged. Of course, I lack such prowess, but your father possessed it. Howard discovered a new element within the Tesseract, yet the limitations of his era prevented its creation. He entrusted you with this element, imbued with infinite possibilities, believing that with your talents, you would be able to synthesize it, ultimately replacing the palladium in your reactor. This new element is Howard's final gift to you, one that could save your life. Tony stood frozen, emotions swirling within him, a mixture of gratitude and regret. He did not question the authenticity of Steve's words. He believed in his father's capabilities and trusted that Steve would not deceive him regarding his deceased father. After a prolonged silence, Tony murmured in a somber tone, damn it, old man, you've been gone for so long, yet you still seek to save my life. But the last words I spoke to you on the day of your fatal accident were mere complaints. A melancholic atmosphere enveloped the air, leaving everyone present in silence. Bucky, who had been quietly observing from the sidelines, felt an overwhelming sense of guilt threatening to consume him. He instinctively reached out towards Tony's back, yearning to confess everything, to reveal his transgressions. However, Steve promptly placed a hand on Bucky's shoulder, halting him with a shake of his head, signaling that this was not the opportune moment for revelations. Confessing to Tony now would serve no benefit to either of them. Tony and Bucky currently share no camaraderie, even though Steve saved Tony's life, rapidly enhancing their bond. The moment the conversation turns to the death of his parents, their fleeting acquaintance becomes irrelevant. In such a scenario, Tony would undoubtedly lose his reason and recklessly seek vengeance against Bucky. However, Steve does not perceive Tony's desire for revenge as misguided. Were he in Tony's position, he would undoubtedly make the same choice, and his actions would be far more ruthless than those portrayed in Tony's original narrative. If he were to inhabit Tony's body, Bucky would not only be subjected to physical dismemberment but also have his name twisted into. Yet, he is not Tony Stark, he is Steve Rogers, Bucky's brother. Steve's very soul saved him, and he cannot allow Tony to enact his wrath upon Bucky. Moreover, Tony's act of killing Bucky would not resolve anything. Once the initial fury subsides, Tony might come to realize that the fault does not lie with Bucky himself, potentially spiraling into a vortex of self-doubt, ultimately succumbing to darkness. After all, Bucky is merely a weapon of Hydra. The true fault lies not with the weapon, but with the wielder. Fundamentally, Bucky is not at fault. Although this perspective may seem emotionally tenuous, it is rationally grounded in reality. He admits that, in this regard, he is being unfair to Tony, akin to a biased wretch favoring Bucky. Nonetheless, Steve intends to compensate Tony in other ways, not with new elements, but by addressing a mistake of his own that mirrors Bucky's. That mistake, which indirectly caused the loss of parents due to Tony's actions, will undoubtedly lead to vengeance from a certain young witch in the future. The scenario of Bucky being coerced into killing Tony's parents bears a striking resemblance to the missiles Tony created, which were used by others to kill Wanda's parents. In both cases, it is not the weapons that are at fault, but those who wield them. This time, Steve protects Bucky, and next, he shall equally safeguard Tony. Consider it a compensation for that lad. Just as Steve is silently communicating with Bucky to prevent him from confessing, Tony's teasing voice interrupts. Are you two exchanging glances? Good heavens, don't tell me this brooding boy is actually your boyfriend. TSK, if my dad knew his idol, Captain America, was a queer, he would surely be turning in his grave. Steve glances at Tony, who has recovered from his sorrow, pats Bucky to signal him to remain calm, and wraps an arm around Sharon, who stands beside him. Though Bucky is quite handsome, I'm afraid I'm not into that. He.S. not my type. This lovely lady is your aunt, my girlfriend, Sharon Carter. Sharon leans against Steve, offering Tony a gentle smile. Don't mind Steve's nonsense. Just call me Sharon. Okay. Sharon, it's a pleasure to meet you. Tony responds with an okay hand gesture before turning his gaze to Bucky. And what about this silent, brooding fellow? What is his name? Meeting Tony's gaze and noticing the resemblance he bears to Howard, Bucky musters a strained smile. Bucky Barnes. Tony raised an eyebrow. Your name sounds quite familiar. I feel as though I've heard it somewhere before. In any case, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Bucky opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged. The mere sight of Tony's face evoked memories of that fateful night when Howard perished by his hand. At that moment, Howard had even called out his name. It was all his fault. Noticing Bucky retreating into himself once more, Steve took the initiative to interject. Of course it sounds familiar. As by lineage you ought to address him as Uncle Barnes. I am here today to introduce you to Uncle Barnes, who will serve as your personal bodyguard for your protection. Upon hearing this, Tony nodded, only to suddenly turn to Steve with a look of disbelief. Wait, what the hell are you saying? A bodyguard is a bodyguard, and I just witnessed this guy's skills. He's more than qualified for the role. But what else with the uncle nonsense? Don't think that just because you're friends with my father and older than me, you can take liberties with that title. You damn bastard. Chapter 30. Congratulations, Tony. You now have two uncles. Steve anticipated Tony's reaction and flashed a mischievous grin, saying, we each have our respective titles. I'll refer to you as my dear nephew. And you shall call me Steve. My friends certainly cannot take advantage of our generational differences. However, Bucky truly holds no such advantage over you. He was also a friend of Howard's back in the day and a member of the Howling Commandos. Thus, you should indeed address him as uncle. There is no fault in that. Upon hearing this, Tony wore a grimace that suggested he had just tasted something unpleasant, as he regarded the youthful visage of Bucky. He couldn't shake the feeling that the man seemed familiar, as if he had glimpsed him in photographs of his father from years past. Tony surveyed the surroundings, the pallor of his face turning a deeper shade of distress. Oh no, I, the most mature-looking one here, have become the youngest in the gathering. With 4 individuals present, 2 uncles, and the girlfriend of one uncle, he found himself the sole junior among them. Steve patted the incredulous Tony on the back, unable to suppress a smile, and reassured him, do not be disheartened, dear nephew. This is, in fact, a fortuitous development, is it not? Bucky's bond with Howard runs as deep as mine, and like me, Bucky is a trustworthy uncle you can rely on. You ought to know that upon learning of your abduction by the 10 Rings and the betrayal within your company, Bucky has repeatedly urged me to join him in assisting you through this ordeal. At this, Tony gradually reconciled with the reality of his situation, nodding towards Bucky, his tone softening. Although I believe I can manage the forthcoming challenges, I appreciate the offer. However, I shall not truly call you uncle. Bucky quickly nodded, a sincere smile gracing his lips. Of course, you need not refer to me as uncle. Simply call me Bucky Barnes. I shall not regard you as a junior, for all of this is merely what I ought to do for you. Tony, oblivious to the underlying guilt in Bucky's words, presumed it was simply a testament to Bucky's deep friendship with his father, Howard. He nodded and turned to Steve. Look at Barnes, another friend of my father. He is so humble and amiable. Why can't you emulate his admirable qualities? Must you always wield your status as an elder to belittle me? Oh, all right, dear nephew. I understand, Steve replied with a cheerful agreement. unwavering in his stance. Tony, middle finger. JPG, discussing this with you is akin to playing the lute for a cow. Forget it, call me what you will. But speaking of which, how did you come to know about the traitor within my company? Have you been investigating in secret? Steve replied nonchalantly, it's quite simple. Your route is a military-sanctioned secure path. It is unlikely to be so easily attacked by terrorists. Thus, someone must have leaked your itinerary. The only individuals privy to this route, apart from Stark Industries personnel, are the military. They would never betray their own. An attack on you under their protection brings them no advantage. Therefore, it must be someone within your company, as your demise would only benefit the upper echelons of Stark Industries. Tony nodded in acknowledgement of Steve's assertion. He had indeed harbored suspicions regarding the presence of a traitor within the company, yet had not confirmed any particular individual. You are correct. Do you have any suspects in mind? Steve replied with a straightforward nod, certainly. I have scrutinized the photographs of the upper echelons of Stark Industries. Among them is a nefarious bald man named Obadiah Stane. His countenance alone reveals his unsavory nature. It is highly probable that he is the mole. Upon hearing Steve's analysis, Tony's expression conveyed incredulity. A vile bald head and a facial expression? Is this truly the basis for your suspicion of Obadiah as the traitor? Allow me to be frank. Obadiah was a friend of my father's. After my parents perished in a tragic car accident, during the years I was engulfed in sorrow, he was the one who upheld Stark Industries. He single-handedly pulled me from the depths of despair and restored my authority over Stark Industries. He is, without a doubt, the least likely candidate to be the traitor. Steve pursed his lips, unconvinced, and retorted, what is impossible about it? He was merely a business partner of your father. Such commercial acquaintances are often the most unreliable. For his own gain, why wouldn't he betray you? You are not his son. To him, your demise would yield the greatest profit. Moreover, regarding your security protocol, aside from your secretary, Pepper Potts, he is the only one privy to it, is he not? Deep down, you understand this truth, yet you are merely comforting yourself by dismissing it, are you not? Each of Steve's words pierced Tony's heart. His cerulean eyes seemingly capable of penetrating Tony's innermost thoughts, rendering Tony speechless in rebuttal. For Tony understood all too well that Steve's words might indeed reflect reality. Seeing that Tony remained obstinate, Steve sighed. I comprehend that after Howard's passing, that man had a significant influence over you. It is only natural that you hesitate to accept he could be the traitor. However, facts remain immutable. With a thorough investigation, I can undoubtedly present you with evidence of his treachery. Trust in your Uncle Rogers. My keen eyes, honed through decades of battle, have never misidentified an adversary harboring ill intent. In response, Tony silently scoffed. In truth, your time spent on the battlefield has only been a few years. The majority of your decades were spent in ice. Steve, feeling exposed by Tony's remark, became incensed and pointed a finger at him. Damn it, you insolent brat. Be quiet. When adults are conversing, children ought to refrain from interrupting. In any case, just trust your uncle. Seeing Steve's ire, Tony quickly raised his hands in surrender. All right, I believe you. However, promise me that I will handle this matter myself. Do not interfere. Steve calmed down, shrugging nonchalantly. If you wish to resolve it on your own, so be it. However, from this day forth, Bucky will remain by your side to protect you until your crisis is entirely abated. Do you understand? Tony resolved to handle matters on his own. Seizing the opportunity to retrieve Howard's relics left at S.H.I.E.L.D., he signaled an OK, indicating his readiness. The presence of a trustworthy and formidable ally certainly instilled a greater sense of security within him. Although his Iron Man suit was complete, he could not remain encased in it perpetually. There would inevitably be moments when he would need to remove it. Bucky's presence effectively mitigated the risk of an ambush during those vulnerable intervals. Suddenly, Tony paused, pondering. Why did he use the word again? Having been abducted once by the Ten Rings, he had to admit that he had grown considerably more cautious. In the original narrative, had he possessed a competent and trustworthy bodyguard, perhaps Obadiah would not have succeeded in his ambush. Happy was adequate as a driver and a director, but his capabilities as a bodyguard were sorely lacking. Chapter 31. Tony's cash abilities. Upon hearing Tony's agreement, Steve nodded. This time, the prototype in Tony's cave had been obliterated along with the cave itself. The Ironmonger was unlikely to resurface, leaving Obadiah as merely an ordinary man. With Bucky at Tony's side, he posed little threat. However, for the sake of precaution, Steve turned to Bucky and instructed, Bucky, keep a close watch. Should Obadiah exhibit even the slightest hint of malice, or if Tony shows any signs of mercy, do not hesitate to eliminate that malevolent bald man. Understood. Bucky replied with a stoic nod. Tony, feeling slightly embarrassed, couldn't help but interject. Hey, is it really appropriate for you both to conspire so openly in my presence? Steve shot him a glance and replied coolly, as I said, adults are speaking. You should refrain from interrupting. Me? A child? Tony pointed at himself, attempting to argue, only to realize that in the presence of these two centenarians, he truly appeared juvenile. He quickly opted for a change of subject, emulating Steve's tactic, setting aside Obadiah for now. Why were you able to fly just now? And how is Bucky still so youthful? Did he receive the super soldier serum as well? Having addressed the pertinent matters, Tony posed the two questions that piqued his curiosity. He had witnessed Bucky leap several meters into the air and Steve soar with his armor quite clearly. In response, Steve nonchalantly fabricated a tale. Firstly, I alone possess the authentic super soldier serum in the world. As for my ability to fly, it likely stems from the mutations produced by the serum during my decades of cryogenic slumber in Antarctica. Upon awakening, I found not only my strength continually increasing but also my capacity for flight developing naturally over time. Since the original serum has been lost to history, no one truly knows its effects. As the sole recipient, what I say is gospel. Is there such a notion as mutation in the super soldier serum? Tony pondered for a moment, then recalled something, seemingly relieved. However, it's plausible. The military attempted to replicate your serum a couple of years ago and ended up creating a mutated green behemoth, a creature whose strength surpasses even yours. Steve glanced at the imaginary Tony he had conjured in his mind. Although he understood that the Hulk's mutation was due to gamma radiation, he refrained from contradicting Tony and continued. As for Bucky, he was unfortunately captured by Hydra after falling off a cliff during a mission against them. They conducted bodily modifications on him and injected him with their counterfeit super soldier serum. Consequently, Hydra brainwashed him into becoming an emotionless weapon, keeping him in cryogenic stasis except when on missions. Thus, Bucky, like me, retains a youthful appearance. I only recently helped him regain his self-awareness. Sharon, who had been quietly listening and never interrupting the men's conversation, suddenly turned to Steve, her mouth opening as if to speak. However, anticipating her reaction, Steve tightened his grip around her arm, causing her to suppress the question that almost escaped her lips. Yet, despite this, her heart was still shaken. Unable to fathom that the Hydra, vanquished by the captain and Aunt Peggy, still lingered in existence. Bucky, upon hearing this, felt his entire body stiffen, slowly turning his head towards Steve. No way, buddy. Is this true? Just a moment ago, you were urging me not to confess, and now you're divulging everything. Steve met Bucky's gaze with a reassuring look, signaling his steadfast reliability. Indeed, after Steve recounted Bucky's situation, Tony displayed little shock at Hydra's continued existence, instead feeling a twinge of sympathy for Bucky as he patted him on the shoulder. No wonder you've been so reticent from the start. It must have been difficult for you over the years. Hydra likely coerced you into committing numerous unsavory acts against your will. However, don't be too hard on yourself. This isn't your fault, it's Hydra's. As an arms dealer, I am often labeled a murderer and a war profiteer, so I can empathize with your plight. Steve regarded Tony's comforting of Bucky with a peculiar look, thinking, I hope you maintain this perspective when you learn that Hydra manipulated Bucky into killing your parents. Indeed, when events do not personally affect oneself, viewing them from a third-person perspective often yields a vastly different attitude than when one is directly involved. Even Iron Man, Tony Stark, is not exempt from this truth. Shaking his head, Steve decided not to dwell further on the matter. His purpose for being there had been fulfilled, and it was nearly time for him to depart. Since you two seem to be getting along well, from today onwards, Bucky will accompany you. Make sure to heed your Uncle Barnes, understood? Annoying, do you really think I'm a child? Tony, feeling no aversion towards Bucky due to his sympathy, raised his middle finger to Steve in acknowledgement. Steve chuckled, turning to leave, when suddenly recalling something, he pivoted back to Tony and said, by the way, the new element your father left for you has a crucial clue embedded in a future architectural model. Make sure to retrieve and study it. Additionally, there's a piece of your father's legacy at S-H-I-E-L-D. Issue me a mission, and I will retrieve it for you. Tony nodded but then inquired with confusion, my father left behind a legacy at S-H-I-E-L-D? How was I unaware of this? And why must I issue you a mission for you to go get it? Steve raised his fist, impatiently replying, stop with the chatter, just issue the mission. I still work at S-H-I-E-L-D. As Howard Stark's son, you have the right to claim your father's legacy. I need a valid reason to retrieve it, understand? Under Steve's authoritative demeanor, Tony reluctantly nodded. Fine, I entrust you with the task of retrieving my father's legacy from S-H-I-E-L-D. Upon successful completion, I shall reward you with a commission of $10 million. Steve's eyes widened in disbelief. How much did you say? By heavens, I didn't expect that simply asking Tony to issue a mission would lead to such an unexpected surprise. Tony, observing Steve's astonishment, felt a surge of satisfaction. Witnessing the flabbergasted expression of the arrogant man for $1 million was an unparalleled delight. With a smirk reminiscent of a dragon, Tony continued, so, what now? If you feel it is insufficient, I can certainly continue to increase the sum. 20 million, 30 million, even $100 million. Would that suffice? Or shall I add even more? With each increment of 10 million from Tony. Steve felt a jolt, as if he were on the verge of becoming a mere instrument of vibration. He quickly raised his hand to halt Tony's extravagant behavior. Stop. Stop, stop. 10 million is sufficient. Do not add more. If you do, I fear I may be unable to resist the temptation to retire on the spot and succumb to a life of indulgence and excess. Steve had not forgotten his ultimate aim, to grow ever stronger, rather than simply amass wealth. As long as he had enough money to sustain himself, he must not allow it to taint his mind. Once his strength was sufficiently formidable, he could declare, I do not consume beef. What price could be too high? Chapter 32. Sharon Carter, seduced by Steve. Tony raised an eyebrow, a hint of mockery gracing his features. Well, who would have thought this shameless old fool possesses such remarkable self-control? I assumed you would be unable to resist having me add more. Steve snorted dismissively, his expression a facade of righteousness. Humph. I am Captain America, a paragon of virtue. Do you think I would concern myself with money, that foul stench akin to refuse? To speak frankly, I have never touched money, nor do I have any interest in it. Upon hearing this, Tony replied languidly, Oh, is that so? Then I shall refrain from using that putrid currency to insult the esteemed Captain America. Would you kindly assist me in retrieving my father's bequest without charge? Without hesitation. Steve grasped Sharon's arm and turned to leave, as if resolved to a significant decision, leaving Tony with a parting remark. Once the task is completed, transfer $10 million to my account. Should there be a single cent missing, I shall break your legs. Upon exiting the seaside villa and reaching Sharon's vehicle, before she could pose a question, Steve initiated the conversation. Sharon, do you trust me? Steve's strategy was straightforward, to assert his authority first, leaving no escape for the woman. Sharon paused momentarily before responding with unwavering conviction. Absolutely. I trust you more steadfastly than anyone else in this world. Internally, Steve felt a sense of satisfaction regarding Sharon's faith in him, though his exterior remained grave. Since you trust me, I must ask you not to inquire too deeply about Hydra just yet. I cannot divulge too much information at this moment, as the matter is fraught with peril beyond your comprehension. I can only reveal that Hydra indeed still exists, even lurking before us. Not even Hydra is entirely secure. Sharon's pupils dilated in shock, her mind racing with possibilities. Could it be that even Hydra had been infiltrated? Steve, with a knowing nod, added gravely, Indeed, I previously mentioned that due to my prolonged battles against Hydra, I possess an acute awareness of the agents around me, particularly those affiliated with Hydra. It was shortly after my awakening that I sensed something amiss within SHIELD, as if invisible eyes were fixated upon me, monitoring my every move. Monitoring. A jolt of realization struck Sharon, and her thoughts immediately turned to Nick Fury. After all, it was Nick Fury who had assigned her the task of surveilling Steve. Could Nick Fury himself be a Hydra operative? Goodness, could that truly be the case? The mere thought sent a shiver down her spine, leaving her momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Steve subtly smirked and continued to entice her with words. Do you know where I discovered Lieutenant Barnes, who had fallen under Hydra's control? It was during the last mission to rescue Natasha. He was the assassin pursuing Natasha and the nuclear engineer she was escorting, and Bucky tracked her down using the special SHIELD rescue markers she had left behind, ultimately killing the engineer. As a senior agent of SHIELD, you must understand the implications of this. Do you not? Upon hearing this, Sharon's mind became increasingly unsettled, for she comprehended the implications. It signified that there was undoubtedly a Hydra infiltrator within SHIELD, and their rank was likely substantial. Each high-ranking agent in SHIELD bears a unique mark, and as a level 7 agent, Natasha, the Black Widow, is one of the few capable of grasping the significance of such a mark. Moreover, all senior agents are meticulously selected by Nick Fury, representing the elite of the elite. It is inconceivable that a mole could exist among them. If one does, it would imply a grave error in the selection process itself. Successfully led by Steve, Sharon inquired once more, does Bucky have any recollection of the Hydra agent who controlled him? No, Steve replied, shaking his head. Weaving a falsehood, Bucky mentioned that the individual was exceedingly cautious, never revealing their true visage, only recalling that the person remained shrouded in shadows, their entire form obscured save for a row of glaring white teeth. Cautious, dark, with large white teeth, Sharon's intuition was nearly certain that this individual was Nick Fury. After all, within SHIELD, aside from Nick Fury, There exists not a single black agent above level 7. Are you suggesting that Nick Fury is aligned with Hydra? If he were indeed the one controlling Bucky, why would he dispatch you to rescue Natasha? Isn't that contradictory? Steve, unfazed by her query, calmly elucidated. Because he needs to establish his disconnection from this matter. Consider Natasha's mission to escort the nuclear engineer. It was directly issued by Nick Fury, and only he could enable Bucky to locate Natasha with such precision and speed. To avert suspicion, he sent a representative capable of garnering trust to rescue her, and my identity is undoubtedly the least incriminating. In his perspective, Bucky, with the coordinates of Natasha provided by him, would resolve the situation before my arrival. Yet, he underestimated Natasha and, even more so, underestimated me. He did not anticipate Natasha's successful escape from Bucky's grasp, nor did he foresee my swift intervention, which not only spared Natasha's life but also deprived him of a formidable weapon in Bucky. Seeing that Sharon was nearly convinced, Steve presented the final piece of evidence. My suspicions regarding Nick Fury are not without foundation. In the years since my awakening, having sensed anomalies within Hydra, I have conducted a discreet investigation into Hydra and Nick Fury. I discovered that funds are frequently diverted by Nick Fury under mysterious pretenses, and the purposes of these funds remain unknown. They could very well be utilized to nurture Hydra. Furthermore, Nick Fury often disappears for extended periods, and at times, he feels entirely different from the last encounter. Have you not noticed any of this? Sharon, upon hearing this, found herself momentarily lost in thought, as she had come to fully trust Steve's words and felt an unusual unease regarding Nick Fury's past actions. Unbeknownst to Sharon, Nick Fury's misappropriation of funds was intended to establish safe havens around the globe for her protection. She was also unaware that his frequent disappearances were to meet with the Skrull, and that at times, his peculiar demeanor was a result of being impersonated by a Skrull, rendering him not himself. Once suspicion arises, guilt is inevitably assumed. Contemplating the myriad of doubts surrounding Nick Fury, Sharon unhesitatingly aligned herself with Steve. What shall we do now? She inquired. Nick Fury is the director of Hydra, and without substantial evidence, we are utterly powerless against him. Chapter 33. Nick Fury in a bag. Steve nodded affirmatively, acknowledging the formidable nature of Nick Fury. It was evident that neither of them possessed the means to topple him. Thus, their best course of action was to remain patient, gathering substantial evidence to bring him down. I require your assistance in covertly monitoring Nick Fury, documenting any suspicious behavior and reporting back to me, he instructed. Without a moment's hesitation, Sharon assented. Understood. I will continue my role as Agent 13, observing all irregularities concerning Nick Fury. In the realm of Hydra, she was the only individual he could trust, and he had faith she would not disappoint him. A slight smile danced upon Steve's lips as he gently brushed the flush on Sharon's cheeks, before stepping on the gas and departing. The thought of turning Nick Fury's own surveillance against him brought a sense of delight to Steve. I hope you can keep your secrets well guarded, my dear friend. Otherwise, should your dubious dealings come to light, the charges against you would far exceed the treason I would face for joining Hydra. My betrayal would be mere treason, while you, my $1 commodity, would be guilty of treachery against humanity. A month later, Steve had anticipated that retrieving Howard's belongings from Hydra would be a simple task. However, to his dismay, when he approached Nick Fury under the pretense of Tony's authority, that unscrupulous man shamelessly lied, claiming that Howard had left no possessions at Hydra. Was he coveting Howard's groundbreaking research, intending to keep it from the inept scientists of Hydra? Well, if Fury refused to provide the items, Steve resolved to procure them himself. However, after scouring the entirety of the Triskelion, even discovering the Terrigen crystals of the Inhumans, he found no trace of Howard's belongings. This was utterly absurd. Just how well was Fury concealing these items? Was the level of secrecy akin to that of the Tesseract? As these thoughts churned in his mind, Steve suddenly paused. How had he not considered this earlier? Howard had indeed conducted research on the Tesseract, serving as a principal investigator, and the new element was inspired by it. Thus, it was entirely plausible that Howard's possessions were sealed alongside the Tesseract. Frustrated by a month of fruitless searching, Steve donned a CS-GO mask, and when Fury stepped away to use the restroom, he seized the opportunity to ambush him. He swiftly placed a bag over Fury's head, dragging him into a stall and delivering a thorough beating. Damn it, if I weren't currently outmatched by Captain Marvel, I would have tossed you into the East River in that bag. After thoroughly venting his frustrations on Nick Fury, Steve emerged from the restroom only to receive a message from Pierce, instructing him to report to the council floor. Steve was taken aback. Could it be that the moment he departed, that black-hearted scoundrel reported him? He immediately dismissed the thought. Impossible, utterly inconceivable. Although he had not aimed to kill Nick Fury, he anticipated that he would wake up at least by tomorrow. It was unlikely that he would report him so swiftly. Furthermore, Nick Fury had recently offended him and had soon thereafter been ambushed. The King of Spies could easily surmise that only he, the uncouth Captain America, would have the audacity to strike against him within the confines of S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. For the sake of the greater good, it was highly probable that Nick Fury, that dark-skinned, green-haired turtle, would swallow his pride and let it go. Thus, was it Pierce who sought him regarding a Hydra mission? That would indeed present an opportunity to earn some enhancement points. After a month without accruing any enhancement points from Howard's artifact mission, Steve's eyes lit up, and he hastened towards the elevator. On the top floor, in the ministerial office of the council, Steve kicked open the office door with a forceful jolt, not sparing a glance at Pierce, and without hesitation, plopped down onto the chair opposite him, casually grabbing an apple from the table and taking a hearty bite. It seems you're in high spirits today, Captain Rogers. As if that were not obvious, you already know that I am pleased when I receive a mission. And yet you still ask. Just as Steve, ready to retort, lifted his gaze, he was met with the sight of Pierce's face swollen to the size of a pig's head, causing him to inadvertently spray bits of apple across Pierce's face. Ha! You old fool, what happened to your face? Did someone beat you into a pig's head as well? He laughed, pointing at Pierce, whose visage resembled that of Nick Fury, whom he had recently pummeled into a similar state, chuckling heartily like a 200-pound child. Pierce pulled a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe the apple remnants off his face, then rapped his knuckles on the table with a heavy thud, replying coldly, "Humph. This is all you're doing. Had it not been for you, I wouldn't be in this predicament, and I nearly lost my life because of it. Well. You old codger, don't let your mouth run wild. I might just accuse you of slander. I distinctly remember capturing one of them, not a white pig." Although witnessing Pierce's misfortune brought Steve a measure of joy, he would not tolerate baseless accusations. "I never claimed it was you, but you can't deny your connection to it. Do you recall the symbiote you entrusted to me a month ago? What? Did you let the symbiote perish?" Steve continued to munch on his apple, reclining in his chair with an air of contentment. The symbiote had been in a dire state when he found it. Its demise would not be surprising. Pierce scoffed once more. "Humph. Hydra is not comprised of those incompetent fools at the Life Foundation. Although the symbiote was indeed in a weakened condition when you brought it back, our researchers managed to identify the crucial life-sustaining substance it required, phenethylamine from the human body. We successfully revived it by allowing it to consume a plethora of incarcerated villains." Steve raised an eyebrow and clapped dismissively. "Congratulations, indeed. Our Hydra members are truly remarkable." He continued, "So, your predicament is linked to the symbiote, is it?" Given that Pierce had mentioned the symbiote, it was evident that his blundering behavior was related. As expected, Pierce nodded grimly. "Indeed. Although we successfully retrieved the symbiote at the cost of lives, subsequent experiments involving its fusion with human subjects have encountered complications." Intrigued, Steve straightened up, his expression now one of eager curiosity. "Oh? What sort of complications? Please, do share so I might find some amusement." "Ahem, I meant for analytical purposes." It was worth noting that he still had a sample of the symbiote's venom stored away. If there were indeed unforeseen issues regarding the fusion of the symbiote with its host, it would be prudent for him to be forewarned and thus avoid potential pitfalls. Chapter 34. The loquacious Deadpool. Though Pierce found Steve's schadenfreude rather exasperating, he had no intention of concealing anything from him. Given the recent unforeseen events, he required Steve's assistance, for only he possessed the capacity to address the situation at hand. Pierce gathered his thoughts and slowly elucidated. The initial research on the symbiote had proceeded quite smoothly. Akin to the data pilfered from the Life Foundation, a host invaded by the symbiote would experience a significant enhancement in physical capabilities, comparable to super soldiers like yourself and the Winter Soldier. Consequently, bereft of the Winter Soldier, I hastened the pace of my symbiote research, eager to compensate for the loss of that invaluable arm. At this juncture, Pierce cast a fierce glare at Steve, evidently still resentful over his actions in forcibly removing the Winter Soldier. Yet, the unabashed Steve felt no remorse, merely indulging in the fruits from Pierce's platter. While Pierce was aggrieved by Steve's appropriation of the Winter Soldier, he too held a grudge against Pierce for his exploitation of the symbiote. Thus, he seized the opportunity to feast, endeavoring to reclaim the resources he had lost. Hence, I munched away with abandon, observing Steve's blatant disregard for him as he voraciously consumed. Pierce's face twitched in irritation. He vowed that were it not for the necessity of this fellow for the impending mission, he would have unceremoniously ejected Steve from the premises. Taking a deep breath, Pierce continually reassured himself that he had already lost the most capable arm in the Winter Soldier and could not afford to lose Steve, his second arm. It must be said that Pierce, being the mentor of Nick Fury, exhibited a far superior mindset than that of the brooding figure. Quickly regaining his composure and continuing, However, as we delved deeper into the human trials with the symbiote, we discovered that its requirements for a host were exceedingly stringent. Should it remain within an incompatible host for an extended duration, not only would the host face organ failure and death, but the symbiote itself would gradually weaken until demise. Thus, in a bid to ensure the survival of our singular symbiote, I commenced the search for a compatible host. Emphasizing the term singular, Pierce intensified his tone and cast a profound glance at Steve, clearly implying he was aware of something. Yet Steve remained unfazed, exuding an air of indifference, akin to a pig unbothered by boiling water. Even if you know I've secretly harbored the symbiote, what of it? Go ahead, strike me. With Steve's escalating prowess, his demeanor became increasingly reckless, drawing closer to a certain individual clad in star-spangled attire. As Pierce noted Steve's indifference, he found himself powerless against the situation. Thus continuing, perseverance yields results, and in a fortuitous turn of events, I indeed found the most suitable host for the symbiote, yet simultaneously, I made one of my gravest errors. This individual possesses remarkable self-healing abilities, eliminating concerns regarding organ failure due to prolonged symbiotic attachment. Furthermore, the phenylethylamine secreted within his brain is exceptionally abundant, perfectly fulfilling the symbiote's needs for this compound. He is truly the quintessential host for the symbiote. However, in my eagerness, I overlooked a crucial issue, the controllability of the symbiote once fused with that individual. As fate would have it, they lost control. As Pierce recounted this, he produced a tablet, clicked to play a video, and placed it before Steve. Steve glanced down at the device, and the first thing that caught his attention was the familiar SM electric chair. He thought he would never forget that ridiculous chair that nearly shocked him into submission. Next, his gaze shifted to the figure slumped in the chair, clad in a tight red costume. Daredevil? Steve's initial thought was of the blind lawyer from Hell's Kitchen. Yet, the moment the figure spoke, it immediately shattered his assumption. Good heavens, I feel as if my backside is aching like it did when my uncle. Don't tell me that during my unconsciousness, I lost my virginity. Without waiting for the figure to raise his head, Steve recognized the brash voice. Wade Wilson, Deadpool, that damn fellow cursed by Thanos to live eternally. Damn it. Is this not the Marvel Cinematic Universe? How did Fox's Deadpool intrude upon it? Just as that thought crossed Steve's mind, Deadpool seemed to converse with him through the screen. Looking directly at the camera, you wonder why I'm here? Haven't you seen Deadpool 3? Didn't you know I was sold back to Marvel and Disney by that wretched Fox? Steve was left speechless. He couldn't help but tap the screen, confirming the presence of a progress bar. This was a recording, not a live broadcast, leaving him utterly bewildered. Is this not a recording? Has this guy evolved his abilities to converse with him not only through the screen, but also across time? As disbelief washed over Steve, Deadpool continued his ramblings. But since Marvel reclaimed my rights, shouldn't I, as a beloved figure, return to a regal status, instantly becoming an awe-inspiring Avenger? Yet here I am, in a place darker than my uncle's basement. This ominous atmosphere surely isn't from the neighboring DC universe? Oh my goodness. Am I not sold to Marvel by Fox, but rather to DC? Is this a fantastical crossover? Hello, you handsome fellow lurking in the shadows over there. I see you. May I ask, is this the infamous Arkham talent market of DC? If so, I must say you've chosen the right person with my flair. I would thrive amidst the talent-rich Arkham. The people here speak so charmingly, it feels just like home. I absolutely adore it. By the way, could you arrange for your boss, Batman, to give me an autograph? Preferably on my alluring dairy. Thus, should such nefarious individuals attempt to incapacitate me again, any thoughts of my dear little flower would be swiftly quelled by the righteous Batman. Of course, if by chance the adversary happens to be the good Batman. This signature might transform into a succubus mark, and I dare say I would find great amusement in that. Bang. Just outside the screen, Steve was nearly at his wit's end, unable to bear the incessant chatter any longer when his timely intervention arrived. A powerful fist landed squarely on Deadpool's incessantly flapping mouth, forcibly interrupting his prattling. Rumlow emerged from the shadows, seizing Deadpool by the mask with an expression of utter impatience. You are the first person to be so loquacious in this chair. While I find some solace in your ability to speak amidst such circumstances, your nonsensical ramblings are quite distasteful to me. Therefore, from this moment forth, silence your foul mouth. Otherwise, I shall have your tongue severed and your lips stitched shut, rendering you forever mute. Do you understand? Chapter 35. The Deadpool Possessed by the Symbiote. Deadpool shook his head and gazed up at Rumlow, his mask oozing blood from the punch he had just received, forming a grotesque smile at his mouth that sent shivers down one's spine. Even Rumlow, a notorious killer, felt an unsettling chill and instinctively took a step back, his hand resting on the firearm at his waist. Deadpool tilted his head, fixating on Rumlow, his voice rasping with manic laughter. I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. I remember now. You're the little punk who thinks he can crush 10 werewolf captains like my idol, Iron Man. I know you, ha ha ha. Confronted by the maniacal laughter of Deadpool, Ramlo's unease intensified. Unable to restrain himself, he drew his gun and delivered an elbow strike to Deadpool's temple, attempting to forcibly silence his nonsensical ramblings once more. However, this time, instead of succeeding, it only provoked Deadpool to laugh even more wildly. Hey, I know you. In the future, you'll be crushed by a building and become a repulsive Shar-Pei like me. Kikik, I know you. You will meet your demise at the hands of Captain America. You will die with your eyes wide open. Ha! Initially consumed by his frenzied attempts to subdue Deadpool, Ramlo suddenly calmed upon hearing Captain America's name, withdrawing his bloodied elbow. He smirked coldly. I thought you possessed some extraordinary foresight, but it seems you are merely a mad dog. Let me tell you, in the future, I might perish from an attack by anyone, but it will never be the captain, for he is my commander now, our commander of Hydra. After declaring this, Ramlo pressed a red button firmly on the chair, and a metallic helmet enveloped the still laughing Deadpool's head, initiating a familiar electroshock brainwashing process. This time, perhaps out of revenge, Ramlo had cranked the voltage to the maximum. Easy. Ah, I want to tell you anything. Ha, this feels amazing. Here it comes. Listening to Deadpool's agonized yet ecstatic screams echoing from the video, Steve felt an odd chill run down his spine. He couldn't help but reminisce about that fateful day a year ago when he had nearly experienced the same fate, his lost youth. However, unlike Deadpool, he had another soul within him to withstand the electric shocks, so Deadpool inevitably succumbed to the ordeal. Steve observed the video, noticing Deadpool's pants darkening and becoming soaked, an expression of sympathy crossing his face. Yet, upon seeing Deadpool's seemingly euphoric expression, he began to question whether it was merely urine. Steve, EW. As the brainwashing continued, Deadpool succumbed to unconsciousness amidst the electric highs, and the machine's green light illuminated, indicating that his memories had been successfully erased. After implanting Hydra's control commands, Pierce emerged from the shadows, holding a glass container filled with deep blue liquid. He placed the container on the ground and, along with Ramlo, stepped back a few paces. Suddenly, four glass walls rose around the chair where Deadpool sat. As the glass wall door was connected to the ceiling, completely sealing Deadpool in the container, the glass vessel automatically opened. A deep blue symbiote, slithering like a venomous serpent, emerged and circled around Deadpool. When it reached the damp fabric of his trousers, it humanely arched backward, opting to climb up the backrest of Deadpool's chair and seep into his body through the nape of his neck. Silence lingered for a second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After a brief moment of tranquility, a piercing, anguished scream erupted from Deadpool. The Hydra was well aware that incompatible hosts would experience immense suffering once the symbiote took residence. However, to their astonishment, this agonizing cry did not originate from the host, but from the symbiote itself. The deep blue entity bubbled and churned on Deadpool's surface, as tendrils of blue emerged from within him, forming a semi-ethereal and grotesque silhouette before him. The phantasmal symbiote writhed as though it were desperately attempting to escape its host, as if confronted by something immensely terrifying. But at that moment, 2 large crimson hands suddenly grasped the symbiote from behind, preventing its escape. My dear, is your name Chaos? Why did you come in only to rush away? Do you not fancy my chaotic mind? Deadpool exclaimed with a bloodstained grin more sinister than the symbiote itself, whispering as he vehemently pressed the symbiote back, finding it impossible to suppress. He even tore off his mask and began to bite at the symbiote, forcibly swallowing it piece by piece. Witnessing this scene, Pierce in the video realized something was amiss and promptly pressed the emergency response button beside him. In the next moment, within the glass-sealed chamber, a white, freezing mist erupted from all directions, enveloping Deadpool in a chilling embrace. After extensive research, Hydra had discovered that freezing techniques, alongside flames and ultrasound, served as a third effective countermeasure against symbiotes. Moreover, freezing was less lethal compared to flames and ultrasound, yet effectively suppressed the symbiote's activity. During typical studies of symbiote parasitism, instances of hosts becoming feral had occurred, and freezing sprays often yielded remarkable results, calming both the symbiote and the host physically. Yet this time, Pierce had miscalculated. He had only considered the suppressive effects of the freezing spray on the symbiote, neglecting the fact that Deadpool himself was far from ordinary. This spray not only halted Deadpool's consumption of the symbiote, but the external freezing aura compelled the symbiote to retreat back into Deadpool's body. Hydra's intervention had backfired. The situation spiraled out of control. Amidst the freezing mist, the restraints on Deadpool began to snap, and a towering figure slowly rose from the chair. With a thunderous crash, a formidable blue visage, adorned with blood-red eyes and a mouth full of sharp, menacing teeth, suddenly crashed against the glass wall. Remarkably, the tempered glass, capable of withstanding the barrage of heavy machine gun fire, was marred by a series of cracks upon impact. The imposing figure of Deadpool, now nearly 3 meters tall due to the symbiote's influence, emerged within the frame, exuding an overwhelming sense of intimidation. In this previously dark and somber chamber, a sudden burst of crimson light illuminated the space, accompanied by the jarring sound of alarm bells. A multitude of fully armed special operations personnel surged through the entrance, encircling the glass-sealed chamber with their weapons drawn, aiming at the disordered Deadpool now possessed by the symbiote. The symbiote-infused Deadpool surveyed his surroundings, extending his long, crimson tongue to tease his sharp teeth, revealing a chillingly cruel grin. "Your fear is undeniably enticing," he mused, "though I wonder how delightful it would be to taste it." Chapter 36. Steve, the opportunist. As Deadpool completed his sentence, he, empowered by the symbiote, shattered the reinforced glass wall before him with a single punch. The sound echoed violently, followed by a cacophony of chaos. Like a ferocious beast, Deadpool charged into the crowd, heedless of the hail of bullets raining down upon him, and began a savage feast of chaos. Gunfire, screams, roars, and the sounds of chewing reverberated throughout the expansive chamber. The scene descended into utter pandemonium, and it was during this turmoil that Pierce's pig-headedness was wounded by the symbiote-infused Deadpool. Had it not been for the desperate protection of the half-superhuman, Rumble, who exploited the symbiote's fear of fire to push Deadpool back with a flamethrower, Pierce might have met his demise that day. "Ah, I remember you. You are Crossbones from Hydra, and our paths shall cross again." Deadpool, retreating from the flamethrower, grinned at Rumble, his appetite sated. Without further ado, he crashed through the wall and swiftly fled the Hydra base. The video concluded at this juncture. Upon finishing the viewing, Steve observed Pierce's countenance, darkened with an ominous fury. A lifetime of combating eagles had culminated in the bitter irony of being pecked by one. Even Captain America had fallen under his influence, brainwashed into serving Hydra, only to have it all undone by an unknown adversary. This was a bitter pill for Pierce to swallow. This damned fiend not only absconded with the symbiote, but also uncovered Hydra's secrets. Thus, he issued an urgent mandate. "Your task is to locate this individual with utmost haste. Capture him alive if possible. If not, eliminate him without hesitation." As Steve, having just witnessed the carnage orchestrated by Deadpool, finished the last bite of his apple, he did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he reclined comfortably in his chair, legs sprawled over Pierce's desk, and playfully wiggled his fingers at Pierce. Understanding the implied message, Pierce quickly stated, "This mission carries a reward of $1 million. Furthermore, I will grant you an elevation in rank within Hydra." Unmoved, Steve shook his finger, seizing the opportunity to negotiate. "Boss, this is no ordinary assassination mission. This is an epic task worthy of a Wong Wei poem. Given the formidable strength of that creature in the video, do you truly believe this meager reward suffices? You must increase the bounty." Pierce's expression darkened as he contemplated the proposal. After a moment of deliberation, he grit his teeth and replied, "I can double the reward and elevate your rank. But beyond that, do not expect more. I would rather dispatch agents to overwhelm the creature with sheer numbers than offer any further remuneration." Steve extended a finger. "Lastly, I propose one more condition. Upon the successful completion of this task, I demand that you procure all artifacts belonging to Howard, hidden away by Nick Fury, no matter the means employed." While Fury, in his capacity as director, might refuse, given the disparity in our ranks within S.H.I.E.L.D., I stand on equal footing with you, Pierce, as you both hold the highest level of 10. However, as the Secretary General of the Security Council, Pierce holds direct authority over S.H.I.E.L.D., subtly placing him a notch above Nick Fury. Moreover, Pierce is the mentor who introduced Nick Fury to S.H.I.E.L.D., making Fury even less inclined to refuse him. Without hesitation, Pierce nodded in agreement. This task posed no challenge for him. Should Fury dare to decline, Pierce would not hesitate to employ a whip to drag him back to the 17th century, reminding him who the true master is. "All right, I shall accept this mission." Steve, seizing the opportunity, consented. In truth, even without Pierce's incentives, Steve would have agreed due to the system's mandate. After all, the mission concerning Deadpool and the symbiote would undoubtedly yield significant enhancements, and he would never reject a task related to Marvel's protagonists. Furthermore, the prospect of earning additional resources and elevating his standing within Hydra was too enticing to overlook. It is worth noting that Hydra's hierarchy consists of 10 levels. Currently, he occupies level 6. Just 2 more levels would elevate him to 8. Level 10 is exclusively reserved for the leaders of Hydra, while level 8 is already considered high-ranking within the organization. Most importantly, upon reaching level 8, Steve would gain access to one of Hydra's secret weapons, the sentient entity, Dr. Zola. Having stored his consciousness in the mainframe prior to his demise, Zola, in certain respects, is even more formidable online than the current J.A.R.V. IS. For the Deadpool incident, Pierce had already granted Steve temporary access to Level 8, enabling Dr. Zola to assist him in completing the task, with a formal upgrade to follow upon its conclusion. Once outside Pierce's office, Steve pressed the hidden earpiece in his ear. Dr. Zola? Ah, I am here. Captain Rogers, it is a pleasure to see you once again after nearly 70 years. Especially in the capacity of a teammate. Steve thought, why does Dr. Zola sound so whimsical? He was disinclined to engage in banter with this artificial intellect, and promptly issued his command. Dr. Zola, monitor the network continuously. Notify me immediately upon detecting any signs of the escaped symbiote and its host. I have been surveilling the entire network since the symbiote host fled from Hydra. However, regrettably, the Hydra base was not connected to the internet at that time, so I have not yet tracked its whereabouts. After a moment's contemplation, Steve had a sudden inspiration. Narrow your monitoring focus to New York City, particularly the Queens area. We cannot afford to overlook any suspicious individuals there. Understood. I will concentrate surveillance efforts on Queens, New York. Although Dr. Zola found Steve's directive somewhat perplexing, he readily complied. Steve's insistence on monitoring Queens was not arbitrary. It is widely known that symbiotes in the Marvel Universe have a penchant for Spider-Man, regardless of whether they ultimately bond with the web-slinger. There is a high probability they will encounter him. In the comics, Deadpool is indeed a close friend of Spider-Man, and the latter is equally drawn to him. Although Peter's age in this world remains uncertain, Steve has a strong intuition that Deadpool will likely seek out his counterpart in this alternate reality. Moreover, the fact that Deadpool has intruded into this world suggests that it may not merely be a cinematic universe, but rather a confluence of various realms. It is entirely possible that Peter has already acquired his spider abilities by this time. A simple method to ascertain this would be to check the current age of Peter Parker. If he is merely a young child, then he belongs to the cinematic universe, still several years away from gaining his powers. Conversely, if he is a high school-aged youth, he has likely already embraced his spider abilities. However, Steve, upon contemplating this, refrains from instructing Dr. Zola to investigate Peter Parker's information. He is unwilling to inadvertently draw the attention of Hydra to Spider-Man, risking the boy's safety and condemning him to a fate similar to his own, transformed into Hydra's version of Spider-Man. Steve harbors a genuine fondness for such a benevolent soul as Spider-Man. Upon returning to his office at the Special Operations Division, Steve retrieves his phone and calls Kingpin, requesting him to keep an eye out for any new faces in Hell's Kitchen, as well as any reports of headless murders. Should anything arise, he asks to be informed. Deadpool, aside from possibly seeking Peter Parker, would undoubtedly find Hell's Kitchen an excellent hideout, given his chaotic nature. Kingpin readily agrees and extends an invitation for Steve to share a drink together sometime. Steve nonchalantly defers, promising to take him up on it next time before ending the call. Kingpin is a man of business, but Steve sees no need for deeper connections. His request for Kingpin to monitor Hell's Kitchen stems from the area's minimal surveillance coverage, practically non-existent. Dr. Zola's capacity for monitoring there could be deemed almost futile, as Hell's Kitchen is characterized by its simple folk, rarely employing advanced technology. Of course, this absence of surveillance is not due to any fear of being caught in illicit trades. Rather, all dealings in Hell's Kitchen are inherently unlawful. Ah, what a splendidly grim joke. Peter. Where are you, Peter? On the streets of Queens, a gray-haired Ben Parker is calling out loudly for his nephew, Peter Parker. Unbeknownst to him, the Peter he has been searching for so long, is silently perched above him on an iron framework, listening to his calls without any response. Chapter 37. Deadpool and the little spider. Peter's emotions were in a state of turmoil. Just yesterday, upon discovering his father's connection to Oscorp, he had infiltrated Oscorp Tower under a false identity and was subsequently bitten by a genetically altered spider. After a night of restless anticipation, he awoke to find his body undergoing extraordinary transformations. Remarkably, his previously nearsighted eyes had regained their clarity overnight, allowing him to discern even the minutest particles suspended in the air. Moreover, his physical strength had experienced an incredible enhancement. His once frail physique effortlessly wrenched the doorknob from its fixture, and a mere twist of his wrist dislodged the faucet. The school bullies who had tormented him now appeared as fragile as infants, easily sent sprawling with a gentle shove. He could leap several meters into the air, shattering the basketball hoop with ease. Such positive changes rekindled the confidence that had long eluded Peter, prompting him to boldly ask out his crush, Gwen Stacy, who graciously accepted his invitation. This cascade of exhilarating events plunged Peter into boundless euphoria. However, life seldom unfolds without its tribulations. The bite from the altered spider gnawed at Peter's curiosity regarding his father's past. Consequently, he sought out Dr. Curtis Connors, a former colleague of his father's at Oscorp. Utilizing a formula left behind by his father, he successfully gained Dr. Connors' trust and collaborated with him on the groundbreaking limb regeneration technology. Yet, in his fervor, He neglected his Uncle Ben's request to pick Aunt May up that evening, leading to a stern reprimand from Ben upon his return. Overwhelmed by emotion, Peter lashed out at Uncle Ben for the first time, uttering words that he himself found excessive. This outburst left him riddled with guilt and sorrow, prompting him to storm out in frustration. He vowed to control his temper, but, in forgetting his newfound strength, shattered the door as he exited. Returning to the present, Peter sat on the iron framework, silently watching Uncle Ben retreating further away, calling his name. Unsure of how to face the situation, Peter leapt down from the structure, feeling dejected as he made his way to a convenience store, hoping to buy a bottle of milk to soothe his troubled mind. To his dismay, he discovered he was a mere penny short, resulting in the merciless cashier reclaiming the milk. Goodness, while others sought solace in alcohol, Peter found himself seeking comfort in milk. Yet, he couldn't even muster $2 to afford a single bottle. If Steve were here, he would undoubtedly have treated Peter to an entire case of premium milk. After all, not all milk is created equal, much like not everyone can become Spider-Man. There was a reason Peter was destined to become the most beloved neighbor in the future. Unfortunately, Steve was not present, as he was currently nestled in a blissful slumber with Sharon, having just concluded their battle. Although Pierce requested that he locate Deadpool with utmost urgency, Steve, who clocked out promptly at 6, paid no heed to those demands and returned home on time. No matter how pressing the situation, he insisted on postponing any discussion until he resumed work the following day. Despite Steve's absence, Peter was fortunate enough to enjoy a glass of milk. A kind-hearted robber had tossed him the milk, which had been confiscated by the store owner during a convenience store heist. Consequently, Peter chose not to assist the owner who sought help, dismissing the matter as irrelevant to him. Shortly thereafter, he was startled by the sound of a gunshot, followed by the screams of a terrified crowd. Instinctively, Peter turned towards the direction of the gunfire, realizing it was where his Uncle Ben had gone to find him, sending a jolt of dread through his heart. No, it cannot be Uncle Ben, as Peter prayed fervently. He dashed against the tide of panicked people towards the source of the noise with a speed that would draw tears from even Bolt himself. Fortunately, he did not witness the horrifying sight of his Uncle Ben collapsing from a gunshot wound. Regrettably, he found himself face to face with a towering, deep blue monster. The creature held in its grasp the kind-hearted robber who had thrown him the milk, and in a horrifying moment, it opened its gaping maw and bit off the robber's head, devouring the chaos that ensued. After a few gruesome chews, it glanced towards the elderly man before it, licking its lips in anticipation. "Ward, stop!" Peter shouted, fearing that the creature intended to do the same to Uncle Ben. Ignoring the imminent danger, he charged towards the chaotic Deadpool, delivering a powerful kick that sent the creature flying over 100 meters, crashing into a building. Peter, how did you?" Uncle Ben exclaimed, astonished. Rather than reveling in his recent escape from peril, he was more astonished by his nephew's terrifying strength. Just moments ago, he had witnessed the deep blue monster shrug off bullets. Yet now it had been sent hurtling away by Peter's kick. What immense power that must have required. "Uncle Ben, now is not the time for discussion. You must leave this place immediately." As Peter uttered these words, a prickling sensation coursed through his arm, a harbinger of extreme danger approaching from behind. With no time to ponder, Peter instinctively shoved Uncle Ben aside. The next moment, he was seized from behind by Deadpool, who leapt away with Peter, vanishing into the darkened streets. Peter. On the street, Uncle Ben was left lamenting the loss of his nephew, consumed by anguish. Meanwhile, Steve, in a deep slumber, was abruptly awakened by the ringing of his phone. Groggy and irritable, he reluctantly picked up the device, only to find that the caller ID displayed Dr. Zola. His brow furrowed. Damn it, it's a virtual person, and I can't even punch him. Casting a glance at the still sleeping Sharon, Steve donned his earbuds and answered Dr. Zola's call. "Zola, even though your consciousness exists within the network, if you do not provide me with a compelling reason, I swear I shall go to Nevada right now and download a 360 antivirus software into your server." "Dr. Zola, I sincerely apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour, Captain, but you instructed me to notify you immediately upon receiving any information regarding the symbiote." Steve raised an eyebrow, surprised by the promptness of the information. "Where is it?" "The last known location is on Roosevelt Avenue in Queens, approximately 2 minutes ago. The target is likely still in Queens." "That will suffice." Without bothering to change his clothes, Steve leapt out of the window clad only in shorts and a white t-shirt. It was late, and he intended to resolve the matter swiftly so he could return home to rest. After Steve departed, Sharon, who had been peacefully asleep in the bedroom, opened her eyes. Sensing the warmth lingering beside her, she quietly rose to prepare a late-night snack. She was unconcerned about Steve's late-night endeavors. She merely knew he would be hungry upon his return. Bang! On the rooftop of a residential building, Peter was forcefully slammed to the ground by the chaotic Deadpool. "Damn it, you ungrateful Parker. I just saved your uncle, and you repay my kindness with a kick that sent me flying." Do you have any idea how much this has wounded my tender soul? The disheveled Deadpool, looking sufficiently frightening to scare a child, wore a pitiful expression as he scolded Peter lying on the ground. Peter rolled over, propping himself up and warily gazing at Deadpool, questioning, "Who are you? How do you know my name?" In response, Deadpool made a heart gesture towards Peter and winked, "Because I am your forever best buddy, your beloved little Deadpool." Peter immediately retorted, "Nonsense. I do not recall having a 3-meter-tall blue creature that enjoys munching on human brains. I detest the term blue creature. I prefer the color red, as it is our couple's color." With that, Deadpool emerged from the symbiotic state, revealing his original red and black costume. Peter, astonished by the humanoid Deadpool, exclaimed, "Wow, you are actually human?" Deadpool shrugged. "You could say that, though I prefer to affectionately refer to my current self as Mutt. For within me resides not only the healing factors of a Wolverine but also an alien parasite." Peter straightened up, a smirk forming on his lips. "So your name is Mutt? I must admit, that is a straightforward and comprehensible name." Chapter 38, The Arrival of Steve. Overwhelming power. Deadpool remarked, "You are truly a little nuisance. Has no one ever informed you of your utter lack of emotional intelligence? This is my self-deprecation, you understand? It means I can only mock myself. I am Wade Wilson, though you may refer to me by my stage name, Ryan Reynolds. However, I would prefer you call me Deadpool, just as I enjoy calling you Little Spider." Following their recent exchange, Peter sensed that Deadpool bore him no malice whatsoever, and his demeanor shifted from caution to a budding fondness for a kindred spirit. "Little Spider? Are you referring to me? That doesn't sound too bad. Although that is not my current name, I think I might consider it for my superhero alias in the future. Then you owe me some royalties." Deadpool quipped. "What? Are you planning to go to the land of the little stick and apply for heritage status for that title? Do I need to pay royalties for that too? The land of the little stick? Perhaps I should refrain. I fear that if I went there, I wouldn't be able to protect the Deadpool IP, and it might be appropriated by that shameless country." It was a valid concern. After exchanging a few more playful jabs, their relationship quickly deepened. Peter extended his hand to Deadpool, saying, "While I have reservations about your rather gruesome methods in saving Uncle Ben, I am sincerely grateful. If it weren't for you, I believe I would regret it for the rest of my life. Let me formally introduce myself. I am Peter Parker, and from this day forth, we are friends. Should you find yourself in need, do not hesitate to call upon me." Deadpool, upon hearing this, gleefully rubbed his hands together, unable to relinquish Peter's grasp, wearing an expression akin to that of a fervent collector beholding a rare item. "This is marvelous. You are the very first Spider-Man friend I have gathered since becoming the live-action Deadpool. What a remarkable achievement. You see, in the realm of live-action, it is not as simple as merely putting pen to paper as in comics. There are numerous obstacles such as copyright and funding. Moreover, the fellow portraying me, Ryan, lacks the stature to afford any of the 3 generations of live-action Spider-Man actors for a shared scene. A little secret, even my solo film was sold by him. Though you may not be my favorite classic Tobey Spider-Man, you, Garfield Spider-Man, are quite commendable and my second favorite live-action Little Spider." Even Peter, who shared a similarly unconventional mindset, found himself momentarily bewildered by Deadpool's words, his mind momentarily stalling. "What do you mean by live-action? What comics? And what on earth is this about 3 generations appearing together? Are there truly so many different versions of Tobey Spider-Man, Garfield Spider-Man, and Little Spider?" At this mention, the enigmatic Deadpool, who alone could unravel the mysteries of his mind, grew animated, pulling Peter closer for an earnest discussion. "Let me tell you, Spider-Man is Marvel's most popular IP. Those editors, in pursuit of profit, have illustrated countless variations of your character. In fact, Little Spider could not only be you. In other parallel universes, your girlfriend Gwen could also." Ahem. As Deadpool was about to spoil the plot for Peter by transcending into another universe, a sudden cough from above interrupted him. Upon hearing the sound, both Deadpool and Peter instantly became alert. In an instant, Deadpool was enveloped by his symbiote, transforming into a 3-meter-tall blue giant. Peter also half-raised himself, entering a spider-like state of vigilance. The two simultaneously lifted their gazes to the night sky, where they beheld an enigmatic figure that had appeared above them. With golden hair and blue eyes, his stunning visage radiated brilliance, and a simple white T-shirt could scarcely conceal his explosively perfect physique. It was him. It was indeed him. Our hero, the one and only, Captain America. Steve gazed down at them, and amidst their watchful eyes, he descended directly towards the rooftop. Deadpool quickly patted Peter beside him, exclaiming, "Look, look. He's about to land in true superhero fashion." Superhero landing. With a thud, Steve landed with his hands on his hips, one knee slightly bent in a stance reminiscent of a patriotic hero. Deadpool's cheer abruptly ceased, and he couldn't help but retort, "Why is it that this guy, who bears the face of Captain America, lands with the vibe of a clumsy child? Even if you shot lasers from your eyes right now, I wouldn't be the least bit surprised." Believe me, if I could shoot lasers from my eyes, the first thing I'd do is weld your obnoxious mouth shut. Steve raised his gaze slightly, a wicked smile gracing his lips. Standing at 188 meters, he emanated an aura as if he were 188 meters tall. Meanwhile, the symbiote adorning the 3-meter-tall Deadpool, along with Peter's spider sense, went into a frenzy, as if two enormous red danger signs had appeared above them. It seemed this imposter resembling Captain America had ill intentions. Naturally, those with benevolent hearts would not approach, would they? With a flick of his wrist, Deadpool's right hand morphed into a massive, deep blue, menacing spiked hammer. Then there's nothing left to discuss, is there? Steve glanced at the oversized hammer in Deadpool's hand and scoffed. It's not that there's nothing to discuss, it's that you lack the qualifications to engage with me. Well? How arrogant. Then let us see how you fare against my hammer. Deadpool, not one to tolerate arrogance, charged at Steve with his oversized hammer, resembling a ferocious dog ready to attack. In a display of flamboyance, Steve faced the gargantuan spiked hammer, his expression unwavering, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Without gathering power, he simply threw a straightforward punch to counter the oncoming hammer. With a dull thud, Deadpool burst. The collision obliterated the spiked hammer and shattered Deadpool's entire arm, blood and chunks of flesh scattering across the ground. Motherf. Damn it, you blasted bastard. You actually destroyed my girlfriend. Deadpool cursed vehemently, disregarding the pain from his severed arm as he opened his gaping maw, intent on swallowing Steve whole. Steve raised both hands, blocking Deadpool's snapping jaws with ease, his smile sending chills down one's spine. You wish to bite me? Heh, I have long desired to enact this upon your foul mouth. Are you prepared? The symbiotic entity of Deadpool possesses a biting force rivaling that of a megalodon, yet under the feeble arms of Steve, it simply cannot be contained, producing only muffled, indistinct sounds of distress. MMM, MMM, MMM. What, do you wish to thrust your wretched little toothpick into my enticing maw? Steve remains oblivious. And perhaps it is for the best. Otherwise, he might be compelled to thrust his entire fist into Deadpool's stomach, extracting his intestines as a whip to chastise him. Such a gruesome tableau would likely fail any scrutiny. Fortunately, the incomprehension of Steve prevents such actions at present. He merely exerts his strength, and amidst the unsettling sound of flesh tearing, he gently and gradually separates Deadpool's upper and lower jaws, effectively removing his entire mandible. Snap. I must admit, your lack of a mouth is far more pleasing to behold. Chapter 39. The affairs of World War II veteran Steve casually discarded the bloody jaw of Deadpool onto the ground, casting a satisfied glance at the mute figure of his adversary before lifting the near-lifeless body and preparing to depart. Oi, stop. Release my friend. You failure. The words came from Peter, who had yet to embrace his identity as Spider-Man, his legs trembling as he pointed at himself. It was amusing. Instead of fleeing in terror at such a gruesome scene, he had the audacity to shout at me. Oh, Hockey Spider, you truly have surprised me. In truth, Peter had never witnessed such bloody carnage before. His eyes brimmed with fear, and his legs trembled like two vibrating rods. However, Deadpool was his friend. Having just saved his Uncle Ben, he felt he could not stand idly by. Steve's mere turning motion caused Peter to instinctively retreat 2 steps. Yet he halted the encroaching dread within and resolutely faced Steve. Let him go. I want to allow you to take Deadpool. Steve did not mock Peter for his retreat. Rather, he felt a surge of admiration for the young man. To feel fear is not shameful. It is a testament to one's humanity and emotion. It is the ability to confront and overcome fear that commands respect. This demonstrated that at merely 17 years of age, Peter had already possessed the remarkable qualities necessary to become a superhero, unlike many of his peers who were still grappling with bullying in school. Thus, Peter Parker indeed deserved the title of the chosen Spider-Man. Even the half-conscious Deadpool, held aloft by Steve, managed to raise his remaining left hand above his head, forming a heart shape towards Peter, while his mangled mouth emitted a muffled sound. Woo, you warm my heart, little spider, love you. Boy, do you wish to dance? A smirk graced Steve's lips as he decided to toy with this young spider who had yet to fully mature. Come then, defeat me, and you shall earn this unique interactive cup in my possession. It shall be your reward. Interactive cup. Peter paused, then quickly grasped the implication. You scoundrel. That is my friend, not some cup. Fueled by anger, Peter lunged at Steve with a speed surpassing even that of the symbiote-bound Deadpool, reaching for the figure he sought to rescue. Yet, Steve effortlessly sidestepped the grasp. Undeterred, Peter utilized his agility and speed, repeatedly assaulting Steve. However, no matter how swift Peter was, Steve always managed to evade him by the narrowest of margins. Though Peter excelled in speed and agility, embodying the very essence of Spider-Man, the disparity in strength, speed, and dexterity between him and Steve was vast. Currently, Steve's physique surpassed that of the young spider by at least 3-fold, enabling him to easily dodge Peter's assaults, akin to walking a dog. The pace was too slow, one must ensure that their hands move more swiftly than their legs. Do not fixate on a single point of attack. Instead, learn the art of misdirection. With nimble hands and the ability to deceive, one can master this skill. However, remember not to employ the knowledge imparted by your mentor in their presence. Steve strolled leisurely, guiding the inexperienced Peter while evading Deadpool. Once Peter's movements began to noticeably falter, Steve decided he had had enough of the game. With a deft sidestep and a kick, he inadvertently sent the distracted Peter tumbling, like a spinning top, toward the edge of the rooftop. Just as Peter seemed poised to plummet, a robust arm grasped the back of his collar, yanking him back from the brink. His half-rolled body saved from disaster. After depositing the sweat-drenched Peter back onto the rooftop, Steve raised the Deadpool he was dragging. Apologies, kid. But it appears the reward for today's hands-on experience eludes you. So, this is where we part ways. You must return home. A good child should not keep their family in worry. Peter, shaken and seated on the ground, was about to voice his thoughts when Steve anticipated him. Speaking first, rest assured, your friend will not perish. No one can bring about his end. As he spoke, Steve casually tossed a business card to Peter and waved goodbye. I was quite pleased with today's warm-up. Should you encounter insurmountable issues, feel free to reach out. I am at your service for 8 hours a day. He added with a smirk, don't ask why it's not 24. I don't take calls after hours. Farewell. With that, Steve lifted off the ground, carrying Deadpool with him. The sound of rushing air echoed, leaving Peter alone, gazing blankly at the card in his hand. World War II Veteran Agency. Director, Steve Rogers, part-time Captain America. Agency description, what to do when the enemy is too formidable to confront. Call Captain America. What if you are ambushed unfairly by foes? Contact Captain America. What should you do if your family is in peril? Seek out Captain America. No matter the challenge you face, Captain America can provide the perfect solution. So, if you wish to avoid regrets in life, do call our agency at 0, fair prices, honesty assured. Most importantly, the director is quite handsome, making him the unequivocal choice for resolving your myriad issues. Peter stared in astonishment at the peculiar business card, the corners of his mouth twitching. So that fellow was indeed Captain America. Even he has to take on side gigs in this day and age. Shaking his head, he tucked the card away, dismissing further thoughts as he turned to head home. However, he failed to notice a small clump of deep blue viscous liquid clinging to the hem of his trousers. That was a fragment of the symbiote scattered after Deadpool's arm had exploded. As for the business card, it was inspired by Steve's previous encounter when he had given Eddie a card. He intended to establish a unique agency, specifically designed to tackle various unusual challenges. This agency would not be open to the general public, but exclusively for the protagonists of the Marvel Universe. Much like Eddie of the past and Peter of the present. Only those Marvel protagonists who hold value for Steve and can bestow upon him enhancement points are deemed worthy of receiving his business card. This raises a question. But you are Captain America. How can you practice such favoritism? Is a hero's life more valuable than that of an ordinary person? To this, Steve can only respond, let us hope such keyboard warriors do not confront him in reality, for he might just shatter their teeth and hollow out their insides. Subsequently presenting the remnants to Hulk for a rather unsavory trophy. He has always loathed moral coercion. Should anyone dare to impose moral judgments upon him, he would not hesitate to engage in a physical rebuttal. He has extended his courtesy, and enough is enough. Ahem, of course. This merely reflects the thoughts of the Roger spirit within Steve, and bears no relation to the benevolent original Captain America or the author. Chapter 40. The Formidable Steve Hydra. Headquarters of the American Division. A thunderous roar resonated through the sky as Steve descended alongside Deadpool, making a spectacular entrance amidst swirling dust. The Hydra guards within the base were initially taken aback, but upon recognizing Steve, they all bowed their heads in reverence, unwilling to meet his gaze. This was largely due to Steve's reputation within Pierce's Hydra, a reputation that was decidedly mixed. Fortunately, Steve's prowess was undeniable. Since his induction, the task completion rate of their division had soared to remarkable heights. Whenever their captain took action, there was hardly a mission he could not accomplish. Consequently, the overall performance of their Hydra unit, the Little Karamis, improved significantly due to Steve's impeccable success rate, leading to a notable increase in their salaries. This left members of other Hydra divisions green with envy, as they presented themselves as superior during inter-division interactions. Whenever others attempted to assert their dominance, they would counter with data charts, proclaiming that one must first present their achievements to earn respect. With our Hydra captain carrying a staggering 13.0 performance rating, they were merely coasting on victories, daring to bark at them. Everyone, take your seats before our captain. This respect stemmed from the tangible benefits and honor Steve brought to them. However, there was also an underlying fear, as Steve's methods were often excessively brutal. He never left any survivors, nor did he spare even the remains of the deceased. During the mission to rescue Tony Stark, for instance, The cave of the 10 rings that the captain stormed was transformed into a gruesome hellscape littered with dismembered limbs. Even his comrades, who entered the cave to plant C4, felt a chill run down their spines, fearing that the captain, in a moment of zeal, might turn his wrath upon them as well. Do not dismiss this as implausible. On the contrary, it was highly probable, for Steve was merciless not only to outsiders, but also showed no leniency to those within. Last time, a certain Baron Strucker, donning a monocle, visited their division to negotiate with their leader, Pierce, under the pretext of borrowing the captain for research on the super soldier serum to create a new batch of superhumans. Somehow, this matter reached the captain's ears, and within 10 minutes, he stormed the base, unceremoniously eliminating all the henchmen that accompanied Strucker in front of everyone. He crushed the monocle with a single blow and forcefully embedded the shards into the eye of the now one-eyed villain, transforming him from a pretentious monocle wearer into a figure akin to Nick Fury. Had it not been for Director Pierce intervening at the right moment, Hydra would have lost a head that day. Goodness, this was no longer Captain America. This was a true embodiment of terror. Ever since that incident, Alexander Pierce issued a decree within Hydra. Do not provoke Steve Rogers, and those who dare to defy this warning shall face the consequences. The prohibition still prominently resides on the internal network of Hydra. Steve remains unfazed by their demeanor, proceeding with ease until he reaches the innermost depths of the base. Pierce, with his back turned, is mostly shrouded in shadow, evidently having awaited this moment for quite some time. You've arrived, he states. I have. Though I suspect my timing is less than ideal, Steve replies. No, your arrival is most opportune. I anticipated that my most capable Hydra commander would, as usual, swiftly alleviate my concerns, hence my prolonged wait here. Steve casts a discerning glance at Pierce, who is still attempting to maintain an air of superiority in the shadows, smirking as he retorts, No, I genuinely believe my timing is quite unfortunate. Perhaps you should check what lies beneath your suit before continuing? Are you truly so eager to arrive at the base that you would don Winnie the Pooh pajamas beneath your attire? Pierce, taken aback, internally curses his choice of a dimly lit spot, having turned away from this insufferable man, only to be discovered. Indeed, beneath his tailored suit lie pajamas. When Dr. Zola informed Steve of the symbiote Deadpool's whereabouts, he naturally also notified Pierce, the leader. Once Zola relayed that Steve was en route, Pierce felt assured of the situation's stability. Steve's efficiency in completing missions is well known. Leaving Pierce no time to groom himself, he hastily dressed and rushed to Hydra's American division, eager to personally retrieve the symbiote Steve would bring back. Initially, he intended to change clothes upon reaching the Hydra base, but Steve arrived sooner than anticipated. Just as Pierce reached the location, Steve appeared, leaving him with no choice but to hastily throw on a suit outside. After all, who could have foreseen that this fellow could fly? Simultaneously exasperated and increasingly wary of Steve, Pierce reflects on the challenge he poses. The previously non-flying Steve had already given him enough trouble, and now the revelation of his flight capability adds to his concerns. Unless he resorts to the risk of exposure by employing weapons of mass destruction, Hydra clearly poses no threat to a flying Steve. No wonder Hydra's former leader, Red Skull, fell before him. This man is simply extraordinary. Not only does his strength seem to amplify with each encounter, but he continually unveils new surprises for them to contend with. Pierce now finds himself somewhat admiring how Hydra had once endured under the captain's command for so long. Fortunately, before Steve regained his full strength, Pierce had successfully brainwashed him into becoming one of their own, preventing Hydra from repeating the missteps that led to Red Skull's downfall. Now, he can only hope that Steve's brainwashing remains effective. In the past, he had never worried about this, but ever since Deadpool's brainwashing failure, an unsettling apprehension has crept into his mind. Perhaps this immensely powerful captain was never truly brainwashed to begin with. However, it seems implausible. If failure were truly imminent, Captain America would not engage in such sordid acts for Hydra. Pierce, shrouded in shadow, bore a countenance of fluctuating emotions, yet Steve perceived his every nuance with clarity. With his physical prowess reaching 20 points, the night appeared as bright as day, impeding none of his vision. Every subtle expression on Pierce's face, and the Winnie the Pooh pajamas he donned, were distinctly visible to him. The very reason he brazenly arrived with Deadpool was to showcase his aerial prowess. Reality does not mirror the confines of a constrained film. Possessing the capability, yet choosing to conceal it foolishly leads only to exploitation and demise. In the realm of reality, the more formidable and invincible one presents themselves, the greater the respect they command, and consequently, the more they shall receive, amplifying their voice and influence. Chapter 41. The first employee of the firm, Deadpool. Take, for instance, the current situation where his formidable presence is about to make an impact. Steve, lifting Deadpool, tilted his chin and spoke with a tone of arrogance. Old Ding, spare me the pleasantries. I have brought him back, but now, this fellow is mine. A question mark slowly appeared above Pierce's head. What nonsense are you up to this time? Taking away the Winter Soldier was one thing. But now you want to claim the symbiote meant for compensation? Are you planning to empty my coffers? Absolutely not. Do not even think about it. Steve was not surprised by Pierce's response, as he had already devised a plan. He released what appeared to be a restrained Deadpool, though he was actually suppressing him with a biological force field. Come on, Wade. Show him what you've got. Deadpool, already nearly recovered on the way, instantly understood. He sprang up, performed a backflip, and executed a series of martial arts moves. Hey, who? Ada. Deadpool's display of martial prowess was so vigorous that he left several large dents in the concrete floor. Steve pointed at Deadpool with his thumb, adopting a benevolent demeanor. See? This lunatic is not your average threat. You cannot control him with your meager resources. Keeping him around is a disaster waiting to happen. Who knows when he might decide to gnaw on your head out of hunger. Deadpool. Steve shot a look at the bewildered Deadpool, who immediately grasped the situation and bared his teeth, barking at Pierce. Woof woof. Indeed. If you keep me around, I will certainly bite off that wretched, Trump-like golden-haired head of yours. Goodness, are you two not even attempting to act? Engaging in silent exchanges right before me. Pierce felt both anger and helplessness. There was no denying that Steve was correct. Even if he retained Deadpool, Hydra might struggle to control him, and an uncontrollable Deadpool could pose a threat to him as well. Hydra's pride has never rested upon sheer brute strength or advanced technology. Their true power lies in their infiltration and brainwashing techniques. Yet, brainwashing would be futile with this lunatic, and infiltration was out of the question. Thus, Hydra had no effective means to manage Deadpool. Pierce rubbed his temples, contemplating for a long time, finally relenting. You can have him. But he cannot be completely severed from Hydra like the Winter Soldier. He must complete a certain quota of Hydra missions each year, just like you. Deal. Steve responded without a moment's hesitation. Deadpool, am I just being sold like this? Pierce, should I have stipulated more conditions? Deadpool and Pierce exchanged glances, both taken aback by the other's expression. Deadpool's fury ignited, the deep blue symbiote on his head thrashing upward like tentacles. This is quite literally a case of fury manifesting. What do you take me for? Am I merely a black slave who can be traded for a mere dollar? Believe it or not, I could bite. Before Deadpool could finish his sentence, Steve casually raised a finger. A base salary of $100,000 a month. And the Avengers will reserve a position for you. Pierce also raised a finger. Bonus for missions undertaken for Hydra will be calculated separately, starting at $100,000 per task. Deadpool trembled in excitement and promptly knelt before them, wrapping his arms around their legs. Father, you two are truly my dear fathers. Thus, it was settled, and we shall sign the contract of servitude immediately. Pierce, feeling a mix of irritation and relief that this character was taken on by Steve, thought to himself that a money-driven individual like Deadpool might one day betray Hydra for the right price, at least under Steve's command. He could manage the unpredictable nature of Deadpool's antics. With a weary sigh, Pierce brushed Deadpool aside and clapped his hands, prompting Rumlow to enter with several boxes in tow. This is the Howard Stark relics you requested, including items from S.H.I.E.L.D., as well as those brought back by the Winter Soldier that are of no use to us. You may take them along. Your task bonuses and access level will be updated and transferred shortly. Now, take this man out of my sight. I will inform you of the tasks he needs to complete, and as his direct supervisor, you will share the responsibility if he falters. Any objections? Since the boss has spoken, there are certainly no objections, Steve replied, casually signaling an okay with his hand, letting Pierce's words flow in one ear and out the other. Shared responsibility? What a joke. In Hydra, who would dare hold him accountable? Steve would take the blame. But would anyone have the audacity to enforce it? Pierce was merely putting on a show. In reality, the most he would do is withhold a portion of Deadpool's task bonus as a token gesture. Waving his hand dismissively at Deadpool, Steve commanded, Wade, pick up the items, and let's go. All right, Daddy. No problem, Daddy. Deadpool responded cheerfully, manifesting several symbiotic tendrils to grasp the Howard relics, and eagerly followed Steve. I don't have a son like you. Just call me Steve Rogers. Wow. Without finding a father, you truly are Captain America. At first, I thought you were that scoundrel, Firestorm. Firestorm? What nonsense. That guy hasn't even been shot into space to become a little fireman yet. Also, don't call me Daddy. Okay, Daddy. No problem, Daddy. Amidst their loud banter, the once solemn and eerie Hydra base felt less ominous. Steve brought Deadpool in and out of the Hydra facility, but instead of returning home, they set off toward Tony's seaside villa. First, he needed to hand over Howard's relics to Tony for the mission. Second, he could not possibly let someone as unpredictable as Deadpool stay at his home. He feared that during one of his and Sharon's intimate moments, Deadpool might peek from under the bed and disrupt everything. Primarily concerning the second point, Steve found it utterly unacceptable. He firmly believed that Deadpool was indeed capable of such antics. Conveniently, was he not in the process of establishing an agency? Deadpool would serve as his inaugural recruit. With Bucky also considered a candidate, though he had yet to broach the subject with Bucky, it was almost certain that he would join. Thus, Steve contemplated the idea of inviting Tony into the fold as well, primarily to enlist him as a financial backer. A sponsor, tasked with providing funds, equipment, and assisting in the construction of the agency's office and staff accommodations. Reflecting upon his thoughtfulness, Steve mused that he had meticulously arranged everything for Tony. All that remained was for Tony to execute the plans. Truly, he was deserving of the title of Tony's beloved uncle. Lost in his self-adoration, Steve had already reached the vicinity above Tony's villa. Before he even touched down, his voice heralded his arrival. "Hey, my dear nephew, look what your Uncle Rogers has brought you for Christmas. Do hurry out and express your gratitude." Chapter 42. A helmet crushed with ease, however, Steve found himself waiting in vain for little Nicky's welcoming bow, as a poised, blonde woman emerged from the villa instead. Dressed impeccably in a white tailored suit, she greeted Steve with a polite smile, raising her head to address him. "Captain Rogers, good to meet you. I am Pepper Potts, Mr. Stark's assistant. He has asked me to invite you inside to wait for a moment. He is currently, a bit indisposed." Noticing an unusual expression on Pepper's face, Steve narrowed his eyes, sensing that something was amiss. He gradually descended from the air. "Pepper, it's a pleasure to meet you. But I must first see my nephew and my dear friend Bucky, as your subtle demeanor gives me an unsettling feeling that they might be engaged in something inappropriate." With that, Steve strode into the villa, disregarding Pepper's attempts to stop him and heading straight for the underground laboratory. "Captain Rogers, Mr. Stark asked you to wait upstairs. He will be up shortly," Pepper called after him, but Steve's access to the villa rendered her verbal protest ineffective. "Wait, stay up here, unless I command it. Do not let Miss Potts interfere with our little trio, understood?" "At your service, boss," Deadpool replied, positioning his tall frame to block Pepper, a menacing grin causing her to halt in her tracks, helplessly watching as Steve entered the underground lab. What in the world is Tony up to? Has he forgotten the values of respect for elders and love for the young? I even brought him a gift this time. Upon entering the underground laboratory, Steve was greeted by a cacophony of mechanical sounds. He saw Tony, with the assistance of robotic arms, attempting to don his armor, clearly trying to conceal something. Bucky stood nearby, looking as if he had much to say but was holding back. Furrowing his brow, Steve quickly approached and snatched the facial armor that Tony was about to affix to his face from the mechanical grasp. "What in the world are you doing? Get out of your shell right now, or I swear I will tear it apart as easily as one would a roasted chicken and drag you out like a little chick." Tony, having the helmet wrenched away, swiftly turned his head, refusing to face Steve directly, yet still maintaining his bravado. "Don't flatter yourself. The upgraded Mark III is crafted from aerospace-grade titanium alloy, capable of withstanding tons of external pressure. Do you really think you can tear titanium apart with your bare hands?" Steve remained silent, merely offering a cold chuckle as he exerted his strength. With an excruciating sound of twisting metal, Steve single-handedly crumpled the steel helmet into a pile of scrap. Tony, witnessing this spectacle, instinctively leaned back, unable to suppress a gulp. "Good heavens, are you even human? That was aerospace-grade titanium. How could you manipulate it, as if it were mere Play-Doh? I don't care what grade it is. If you don't come out now, I swear I could rip your armor apart even if it were made of vibranium. Do you believe me?" Although Tony was skeptical, having witnessed Steve effortlessly crush a titanium alloy helmet, he dared not maintain his obstinacy any longer. He promptly raised his hand in surrender, exclaiming, all right, you win. I'll come out, but please, don't actually rip it apart. Crushing one helmet may cost tens of millions, which I could easily replicate. However, if you were to tear apart the entire suit, while the financial cost may only amount to a few $100 million, the time and effort required for reconstruction would be a considerable hassle. Listening to Tony's extravagant claims, Steve gazed at the crumpled helmet in his hands, feeling as though he had been stabbed in the heart. "Damn it, Tony, you despicable capitalist. This wretched helmet is worth more than my entire fortune combined. I now understand why that little mustached dictator sought to conquer Europe. Your suit costs hundreds of millions, akin to a loaf of bread once selling for tens of thousands of marks. No wonder your armor is named after Mark. I should hang you from a street lamp right now." Faced with Steve's heartfelt fury, Tony merely snapped his fingers nonchalantly. "JARVIS. Transfer 20 million to the account of this German captain who wishes to hang me from a lamp post. 10 million as a reward for retrieving my father's relics. And another 10 million to ensure he keeps quiet. Transaction completed. Account balance, 34,567,890.00. Upon hearing the delightful notification from his phone, Steve's expression transformed from one of anguish to one of warmth and congeniality. "Oh, is that not my dear nephew? You are no capitalist. You are indeed a benevolent philanthropist caring for a centenarian like me. Should anyone dare to speak ill of such a kind soul, I shall be the first to intervene. The first person you want to spare is undoubtedly yourself. Are you battling with your own thoughts? Tony chuckled, casting a disparaging glance at Steve. This fellow changes his demeanor faster than he can unbutton his trousers. Steve replied languidly, if you are willing to pay me another 10 million, I wouldn't mind having a little tussle with myself, although it has been quite some time since I last did so. Is that what you call a proper tussle? Whether it is proper or not, just confirm if it qualifies as a tussle. Surprisingly, you make a valid point. Enough of our juvenile banter. Now tell me what happened. Steve grasped Tony's chin, turning his face to confront him, observing the fresh wounds and dark circles under his eyes. He clicked his tongue. Why have you been so secretive? It turns out you've been beaten into a panda. Why is it that every time I see you, you sport new injuries? How utterly vexing must your face be? Realizing he could no longer hide the truth, Tony swatted Steve's hand away and rolled his eyes. Do you think I desired this? Jarvis, please assist me in removing the Mark III suit. As the mechanical arms diligently stripped Tony of his armor, he stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, Steve, with his quick reflexes, caught him just in time. It was then that Steve noticed that Tony bore more than just facial injuries. His body was marred with numerous bruises and contusions, one leg even limping, which explained his near fall. Ouch! What on earth are you up to? I've only witnessed such severe blunt force trauma on Na'vi, individuals who unwittingly wandered into a rough neighborhood. Surely, you are not one of those unfortunate souls. He was utterly serious. The bruises adorning Tony's body eerily resembled those inflicted upon an unsuspecting fool who had ventured into a perilous locale and faced the wrath of a group wielding baseball bats. Chapter 43. Ivan Vanko and Obadiah Stane. I am certainly not the kind of fool who wanders into the African-American community. The injuries I bear are not mere consequences of blunt instruments. In truth, those wounds were inflicted by a hulking brute wielding a rocket launcher. Had I not been clad in my Mark II armor, the consequences would have been far graver than mere contusions. What you see now may only be a monochrome depiction of my plight. Even now, Tony possesses the audacity to jest about his circumstances. Steve turned to the quietly observing Bucky, inquiring, what on earth transpired during my absence this past month? You were by his side. How could you allow him to end up in such a dire state? Was I not clear in instructing you to eliminate that malevolent bald man, Obadiah? At the first sign of trouble, Bucky, with a resigned shake of his head, replied, no, it was not Obadiah's doing, or rather, not directly. Steve remained silent, merely assisting Tony into a chair and folding his arms as he listened intently to Bucky's account. Bucky continued, after your departure, Tony devised two plans for vengeance, one aimed at the 10 rings in Afghanistan, and the other to uncover evidence of Obadiah Stane's betrayal. Tony piloted his armored suit to Afghanistan to exact revenge, decimating the strongholds of the 10 rings. Meanwhile, I accompanied Miss Pepper, who was well-versed in the Stark Corporation, to investigate and gather evidence against Obadiah. Both endeavors initially unfolded smoothly. Tony successfully dismantled all 10 rings bases in Afghanistan, and with Miss Pepper's assistance, I procured evidence of Obadiah's treachery. Even when Obadiah attempted to intercept us upon discovering our findings, sending second-rate thugs to attack, I effortlessly dispatched them all. Upon Tony's return from Afghanistan, he utilized the gathered evidence to imprison Obadiah and reclaimed his shares, thereby regaining complete control of Stark Industries. Stop. Wait a moment, Steve interrupted, suddenly realizing the implications of what he had just heard. He cast a frustrated gaze at Tony. Oh my God, Tony, are you channeling some sort of Batman? Sending your enemy to prison? What on earth were you thinking? Do you intend for him to harbor even more hatred towards you while incarcerated, only to escape and seek revenge? Perhaps taking a few innocent bystanders with him along the way? Good God, I cannot believe such a classic trope of foolishness is unfolding right before my eyes. I was merely trying to. Tony began to explain, but Steve's hand slammed onto the table, cutting him off. Shut up. You are in no position to speak. You fool. Bucky, tell me the subsequent developments were not exactly as I fear. Bucky fell into silence, and after a long pause, he reluctantly nodded. Indeed, Obadiah has escaped. But the situation is even graver than you described. Upon his escape, he not only sought vengeance against Tony, but also allied with another individual who harbors a similar animosity towards Tony, the very one responsible for inflicting such harm upon him. As Bucky spoke, he lifted his gaze to the void and solemnly requested, J.A.R.V.I.S. Please project the information regarding the assailant who attacked Tony. During this period, Bucky had fully earned Tony's trust, enjoying the same access to the villa and privileges to utilize J.A.R.V.I.S. as Steve did. Understood. Sergeant Barnes, J.A.R.V.I.S., replied. At the sound of that title, Bucky stiffened momentarily, glancing at Tony with a flicker of guilt in his eyes. The last time he had heard the title Sergeant Barnes was from Tony's father, Howard. Mistaking Bucky's expression for remorse over his failure to protect him, Tony reassured him, "Hey, Barnes, don't be too hard on yourself. You've truly done your utmost during this time. Frankly, without you, Pepper and I might have perished at the hands of Obadiah and that other man long ago. It's one thing to dodge a bullet, but quite another to be caught off guard. It's impossible for me to be clad in my armor at all times. Had it not been for you, well versed in the art of assassination, by my side, I might have indeed met my demise in Obadiah's retaliation." Steve, ignoring the banter between the two, focused intently on the silhouette projected by J.A.R.V.I.S., instantly grasping why Tony, clad in his iron armor, found himself in such a dire predicament. The figure was that of a burly man, covered in tattoos, emanating an oppressive aura even through the screen. Ivan Vanko. How intriguing that the antagonist from Iron Man 2 has made an early appearance, collaborating with Obadiah Stane no less. TSK, here are two individuals, one wealthy, the other technologically adept, both harboring a deep-seated hatred for Tony. Truly a match made in hell. Before encountering Ivan Vanko, Steve had felt considerable ire towards Tony for his foolishness. However, upon seeing Vanko, he resolved to forgive Tony for this lapse in judgment. The reason? Well, if he could transform this formidable duo of supervillains into a system task, it would undoubtedly yield a bountiful reward of enhancement points. After all, doubling the difficulty would reasonably warrant a doubling of the rewards, wouldn't it? A sinister smile crept across Steve's lips as he regarded the still intensely gazing duo of Tony and Bucky. Where are these two fellows now? As Tony's elder, I am eagerly anticipating a discussion regarding the injury inflicted upon my dear nephew. Upon witnessing the malevolent grin on Steve's face, Tony and Bucky could not help but silently mourn for Obadiah and his accomplice. With a smile from Captain America, the unpredictability of life and death loomed large. The last time they had seen Steve wear such a smile was amidst the carnage of the Ten Rings or during the infiltration of the Life Foundation by the ruthless mercenary. Although it seemed that both Obadiah and Steve were doomed under the weight of impending fate, Tony resignedly raised his hands in exasperation. As much as I dislike admitting it, Obadiah's new accomplice possesses remarkable skills. Not only has he replicated my arc reactor and Iron Man suit, but even Jarvis is unable to trace their signals. Steve furrowed his brow, though not entirely surprised. After all, Ivan Vanko's father had been a collaborator with Howard in the development of the original arc reactor. However, his ambitions to sell this technology to the former Soviet Union led to his expulsion from Stark Industries by Howard. Yet, Ivan inherited his father's knowledge of the arc reactor technology, and with Obadiah's financial backing, he was not significantly inferior to Tony, at least in the realm of the Iron Man suit. Both were formidable creators of arc reactors. Nonetheless, Ivan's father was decidedly less accomplished than Howard. The arc reactor technology he bequeathed to Ivan pales in comparison to the new element Howard entrusted to Tony. Approaching Tony, Steve unceremoniously lifted his shirt, revealing several dark veins encircling the arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest. It appeared that Tony had indeed been utilizing the Iron Man suit excessively over the past month, with palladium poisoning already beginning to spread. "It's high time you switch to the new element your father left you," Steve declared, clapping his hands and calling out, "Wade, bring the supplies." Chapter 44. An unexpected system surprised Deadpool, who had been waiting upstairs for quite some time, slid down the staircase with a box in his arms, bursting into the underground laboratory with uncontainable excitement. Yes. Is it finally my turn to make an entrance as the protagonist? Oh ho ho. How splendid. Is this indeed the fabled underground lair of Iron Man, capable of producing any outlandish high-tech marvel? Like a child experiencing wonder for the first time. Deadpool was filled with curiosity about everything in the laboratory. Eventually, he seemed to spot something extraordinary, his mask's wide eye sockets widening in astonishment. Well, readers, look at this. Is this not the iron armor that saved Marvel from the brink of bankruptcy in 2008? He exclaimed. Hey, folks, this surely deserves a grand photo opportunity, doesn't it? Let us all shout eggplant together with this epic iron armor. Deadpool retrieved his phone, striking various poses beside the iron armor for selfies, each time deliberately leaving an empty space in the frame as if an invisible companion were joining him in the picture. Tony observed Deadpool's antics, who was fondling his armor while talking to himself, and turned to Steve with a look of bewilderment. Where on earth did you find this guy in a spandex suit? Who is he talking to? Steve, covering his face with one hand, sighed wearily. He's conversing with a group of top-tier male models from a higher dimension that do not exist in this one. Tony paused in confusion. Who? Higher dimensional male models? Are you losing it too? Not inclined to elaborate further, Steve shifted the topic. I've told you, you wouldn't understand. Just regard everything he says as nonsense. Now, let us bypass this tiresome discussion and take a look at the gift Uncle brought you. This is not a gift. Gifts come without a price. And I just paid you 10 million for this, Tony retorted, redirecting his focus to the artifacts brought by Deadpool, eagerly unboxing and examining each item. Bucky joined Tony, and together they reminisced over Howard's belongings, both lost in memories of the past. Although Steve possessed the memories of the original Captain America, he did not share their depth of empathy and thus refrained from joining their nostalgia, instead utilizing the free time to check the system rewards. Hydra mission: capture and retrieve the escaping symbiote and host, completed. Reward: 400 enhancement points. Wow, not bad. Perhaps due to Deadpool's influence. This time we brought back a Deadpool infested with a symbiote, yielding 100 more enhancement points than the last symbiote retrieved from the Life Foundation. Hydra mission: assist Tony in recovering his father's relics, completed. Reward: 200 enhancement points. This is rather mundane, falling short by 100 points compared to the mission to rescue Natasha. However, in terms of difficulty, this task is undoubtedly the simplest, with minimal risk involved, hence the modest reward is justifiable. Steve, as usual, did not hesitate to allocate all his enhancement points into his singular physical attribute. His physique surged from 20 points to 26 points, elevating his baseline strength to approximately 200 tons, while his maximum strength reached around 600 tons. With such formidable power, few on Earth can rival him in sheer strength. Additionally, his biofield has also intensified alongside his physique, augmenting his defensive capabilities and doubling his flight speed from Mach 1 to Mach 2. Although he still falls short of the Iron Armor's maximum speed of Mach 3, his biofield allows him to achieve the top speed of Mach 2 instantaneously without any prolonged acceleration. With hundreds of tons of strength coupled with Mach 2 flight speed, Steve has made further progress without consuming beef. As Steve reveled in his achievements, the system chimed in once more, presenting him with yet another delightful surprise. System notification: host physique is about to reach 30 points. Upon reaching 30 points, a new faction will be unlocked, allowing the host to accept system missions concurrently from the second faction. Oh my goodness, what a delightful surprise. This is what one could call a surprise. Initially, Steve harbored concerns about what might transpire if he ever succumbed to the temptation of rebelling against Hydra, or if Hydra were to expel him. How would he manage the system missions then? After all, accepting system missions necessitates belonging to a faction, and he was uncertain whether he could join a new faction after leaving Hydra. The emergence of this second faction has alleviated all his worries. He no longer needs to fret about being ousted and being unable to accept system missions to grow stronger. As for which faction to align with, Steve thought, why join a faction at all? Why not establish his own faction, one that belongs entirely to him? What could be more perfect than the agency he was planning to create? In the future, when he receives commissions from Marvel's protagonists, he would no longer need to navigate through Hydra to convert them into system missions. He could undertake them directly. This would also spare him the trouble of certain missions he does not wish Hydra to be privy to. Now, he is eagerly anticipating elevating his physique to 30 points to unlock the second faction. Observing Tony and Howard as they meticulously examined the relics, Steve could hardly contain his impatience. He swiftly snatched the items from their hands and returned them to the box, retrieving a crucial videotape instead. You two have reminisced long enough. It is not the time for nostalgia. The mess you left behind remains unresolved. And let us not forget that there are a malevolent bald man and a certain goosebread individual lurking in the shadows, intent on your demise. Steve felt a sudden jolt of intuition, sensing that those two individuals were concocting a formidable scheme that would soon come to fruition. Thus, it was imperative for us to swiftly develop the new element and devise a counterplan. Tony and the others, upon hearing Steve's words, recognized the wisdom in his assertion and revitalized their spirits. Observing their renewed focus, Steve inserted the videotape into the player, and the trio began to watch. However, it was primarily Tony who engaged with the footage, while Steve and Bucky were mainly struck by Howard's pride in Tony. Yet, it was Tony who discerned the clues regarding the new element left by his father. The key lay in the architectural model. No wonder you previously urged me to retrieve that model. It all makes sense now. A light of realization dawned upon Tony as he brought forth the futuristic architectural model he had retrieved from Stark Tower, following Steve's earlier reminder. Subsequently, guided by Howard's subtle hints in the footage and Jarvis's virtual calculations, he successfully reconstructed the new element that Howard had bequeathed to him. Chapter 45. The birth of a new element and the healed Tony. Next came the transformation work in the laboratory. In the original storyline, Tony, wielding a heavy hammer, toiled alone for half a day to accomplish a task, while Steve and Bucky effortlessly finished it with mere punches in under a minute. Subsequently, Tony engaged in technical tasks, while Steve and Bucky handled the physical labor. Together, they swiftly crafted a brand new machine for the creation of the new element. During this process, Tony attempted to use the vibranium shield mold, a relic from Howard, as a base for the machine, but was promptly interrupted by a kick from Steve. Having inherited Captain America's memories, Steve also embraced his affection for the vibranium shield. How could he allow his cherished shield to endure such indignity? Moreover, with Tony placing his machine atop the shield, it would be tantamount to crushing himself. This was absolutely unacceptable. He was meant to be the one on top, not Tony. Suddenly, a realization struck him. In the end, after calling Steve a conservative old fossil, Tony picked up the previously crumpled iron helmet and used it as a cushion for the machine. Surprisingly, the deformed helmet fit the machine perfectly. Yet, as Tony gazed at the helmet being compressed beneath the machine, an unsettling feeling washed over him. Ultimately, the new machine was operated by Steve. In the original text, due to Tony's lack of strength, there was a scene where the machine's laser obliterated a section of the laboratory, which did not occur this time. The laser precisely struck the triangular container. The new element was successfully created, without conducting any experiments. Tony immediately installed the new element into the new reactor and removed the old one from the gaping hole in his chest. In the next moment, the black lines of palladium poisoning on Tony's chest visibly receded at an astonishing rate. Steve, witnessing this, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Seeing it firsthand felt rather unscientific. While it was one thing for the new element to substitute for palladium, why did it also eliminate Tony's palladium poisoning? Did the new element possess detoxifying properties as well? Ah well, this is the Marvel Universe. Who was he to speak of science? Meanwhile, the idle Deadpool leaned against the Iron Man suit, lifting the mask from the lower half of his face, munching on a bag of chocolates he had mysteriously acquired. He quietly remarked, "Honestly, I'm a bit envious of Tony Stark. He not only has a cool LED light in his chest, but also has more openings than I do. What a thrilling experience for both genders." Upon hearing his remarks from behind, Tony, Steve, and Bucky abruptly turned to face Deadpool, all wearing expressions of confusion. How had they spent so much time creating the new element without noticing the idle Deadpool nearby? Even Steve was astonished, had Deadpool not spoken. He might not have even registered his presence, as if subconsciously forgetting he existed. Deadpool, observing the astonished gazes of the three individuals, maintained an air of nonchalance as he shrugged at the invisible space beside him. Behold, dear readers, this is precisely why I am capable of obliterating the entire Marvel Universe. These haughty Avengers are utterly oblivious to my presence, a mere inconspicuous wretch acquired cheaply by Fox. Steve, unfazed by Deadpool's customary soliloquy, suddenly posed a thoughtful inquiry. "Hey, wait, can the symbiote you possess heal the wounds of others?" In response, Deadpool tapped his forehead and called out, "Ding ding, did you hear that, bootlegged Venom? Our boss is addressing you." A menacing, deep blue head emerged from behind Deadpool, its eyes filled with trepidation as it replied, "Boss, it's entirely feasible. But it will require a significant amount of energy, what you humans refer to as phenethylamine." Steve snapped his fingers, a smile illuminating his face. "That's a minor issue. Phenethylamine can be found in chocolate. Once you heal this fellow, he'll be able to indulge in chocolate until he is sick." As he spoke, Steve drew Tony, who was scrutinizing the symbiote, closer. Tony's mind raced, swiftly comprehending that this blue paint-like entity possessed healing capabilities, and his expression grew tense. Is this truly going to work? I don't just have a gaping hole in my chest. There are fragments of shrapnel near my heart. Without the reactor to hold those shards, even if my flesh is mended, I fear I am doomed. Steve reassuringly patted Tony's shoulder, his confidence unwavering. "Rest assured, with your Uncle Rogers here, you shall not perish. Leave the shrapnel to me." Tony inhaled deeply, refraining from questioning Steve's confidence, and nodded. "All right, my life is already in your hands. What should I do to prepare?" "No preparation needed. It will be but a fleeting moment." With that, Steve beckoned the symbiote from Deadpool, and upon receiving consent, it detached from Deadpool and leaped into Steve's palm. Activating his biofield, he held the symbiote in one hand while placing the other over Tony's reactor. "All right, remove this thing." Without hesitation, Tony took off the reactor, revealing a wound the size of his fist. Bucking up behind him, Bucky supported the increasingly pale and weakened Tony, while Steve enveloped Tony with the biofield, safeguarding his heart as he extracted the shrapnel nearby, subsequently placing the symbiote upon Tony's chest. As the symbiote permeated Tony's body, the gaping wound on his chest began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, soon restoring itself to a condition indistinguishable even to his wife. Hawkeye remarked, "I envy that." Once Tony's wound had healed, the symbiote emerged and returned to Deadpool. The entire process transpired swiftly, leaving Tony feeling a sharp pang, and before he knew it, the ordeal was over. He touched his chest, astonished at its restored state. Just then, the sound of shattering glass at the door captured the attention of everyone in the laboratory. Pepper stood at the doorway, her hand clasped over her mouth, her eyes fixed intently on Tony's unscathed chest, filled with a sense of joy. Before her lay a scattered array of coffee. Noticing the gazes of those around her, Pepper hastily offered an apology. "I'm sorry, Tony. I saw you all had been busy throughout the night, so I brought back some coffee." But I didn't expect it's quite all right. Pepper, don't dwell on it, Tony interjected, stepping closer to her, taking her hand and placing it upon his chest. What matters most right now is how you feel about me at this moment. A blush crept across Pepper's cheeks as she attempted to withdraw her hand. But Tony held it firmly, preventing her escape. Unable to meet the intensity of his gaze, she murmured, I'm doing well. At least I no longer have to worry about you succumbing that day and forcing me to seek new employment. Nor do I have to endure the unpleasantness of reaching into your chest to replace the arc reactor. Tony glanced at Steve, who stood there providing him with an immense sense of security, and, feeling the robust rhythm of his own heart, he resolved to make a certain proposal. Pepper, how about you be my girlfriend? Chapter 46. Tony and Pepper's premature union. Pepper found herself momentarily speechless, her mind a blank canvas in the wake of Tony's unexpected confession. Behind them, Steve, Bucky, and Deadpool exchanged knowing smiles, offering Tony silent encouragement with clenched fists. Tony glanced at his friends, acknowledging them with a nod before turning back to Pepper, his usually roguish demeanor softened by an uncommon depth of emotion. Pepper, I am sincere this time. I recognize that I have been reckless, arrogant, and utterly unreasonable, a thoroughly flawed individual. Yet, since Steve rescued me from that damned cave, I have come to realize that I must change. I cannot allow myself to fall deeper into despair. There are those in this world who genuinely care for me and love me. Steve, Happy, Rhodey, Bucky, and you, Pepper. I cannot afford to lose them. Nor can I lose you. You are everything to me, and I no longer wish to evade the feelings I have long harbored for you. Will you be my girlfriend? Tony's declaration was not a mere whim, but rather the culmination of deep-seated affections that had blossomed through their prolonged companionship. Absent Steve's presence, Tony might have buried his feelings due to the weight of responsibility and the fear of causing Pepper harm, leaving those emotions unspoken for an indeterminate time. However, with Steve, the steadfast elder, by his side, Tony felt emboldened to act on his desires, unwilling to delay any longer. Even if Pepper's proximity heightened his risks, he was resolute. He would not wait. If difficulties arose, he could always call out for help, confident that Steve would come to his rescue, just as he had when they first met, bursting through the cave's iron door like a deity. In essence, Tony felt secure with his support system, exuding newfound confidence and a sense of liberation. Pepper's breath quickened, her heart racing as she grappled with the dilemma of whether to accept his proposal. It was not only Tony who had developed feelings over their time together. She too had succumbed to her affections for him. As Tony candidly acknowledged, he was far from perfect, burdened with numerous flaws. Yet these imperfections did little to overshadow his dazzling brilliance. Especially after returning from the cave, shedding his former libertine persona for a more composed, yet still dynamic character. He had captivated her even further. To claim she was not moved by this transformation would be a falsehood. As Pepper wrestled with her indecision, Deadpool suddenly broke the tension with a playful outburst. Say yes. Say yes. Say yes. Steve, surprisingly, joined in with his own support, while Bucky chimed in alongside them. Say yes. Say yes. Say yes. Their enthusiastic cheers shattered the tension, solidifying Pepper's resolve. With a determined gaze, she gently nodded at Tony, affirming, I will. Amidst the spirited applause of his friends, Tony enveloped Pepper in his arms, leaning down to share a tender kiss. As the kiss concluded, Tony took Pepper's hand and approached Steve and the others, proudly raising his chin. Bucky and Pepper have already been introduced, and I assume you all have as well. What do you think? My judgment is impeccable, isn't it? Deadpool, remarkably refraining from excessive sarcasm, offered a thumbs up in acknowledgement. As one of the few Marvel heroines who retains her intellect, Pepper's excellence is indeed comparable to my Vanessa, given Deadpool's enthusiastic support. Tony's perception of him elevated from mere lunacy to that of a friend, returning the gesture with a thumbs up. Though I have no idea who Vanessa is. She must be remarkable. Finally, Tony's gaze settled on Steve, brimming with anticipation for his blessing, reminiscent of the support from the previous generation. Your choice is not merely commendable. Pepper, who is far from a novice, is undoubtedly a stroke of extraordinary luck for someone like you who has saved the universe in a past life. Steve began with admiration but quickly shifted to the probing inquiries of an elder. So, when do you both plan to get your marriage license? And when will you tie the knot, followed by having children? Upon hearing Steve's soul-searching questions, Tony's expression fell, and he responded, Come on. We've only just accomplished the first step of holding hands. We can't rush this. Rest assured, I will deliver my wedding invitation to you before you. My venerable elder, take your final rest. Then make sure to arrange a place for me among the elders. Get lost. I will undoubtedly seat you at the children's table. That's not so bad. At least I'll get to eat more with the kids. After exchanging a few playful jabs, the atmosphere lightened once more. Tony and Pepper's relationship was merely a side note, as Steve returned to the matter at hand. By the way, I'm not only here to deliver Howard's belongings but also to invite you to join my agency. Tony paused, perplexed. Agency? You mean one of those that takes on various commissions? Steve nodded, elaborating. Indeed, but it's a special agency dedicated to handling extraordinary events. I have a premonition that the world will see an increase in supervillains like Obadiah and Ivan Vanko. To prevent more ordinary people from being adversely affected by superhuman forces, we must establish a superhero team composed of just forces to combat these threats. This world requires more heroes. And the agency I am forming aims to unite like-minded heroes to confront these challenges together, avoiding the pitfalls of solitary battles. What do you think? Tony and Bucky nodded thoughtfully at his words, while Deadpool mimicked their gestures, though he was nearly dozing off. Steve paid no mind to the almost slumbering Deadpool. He was already an unofficial member. As long as Deadpool was compensated, he would comply with anything. Steve continued addressing Tony and Bucky. And since we are forming a team, we must establish rules. Without a structured approach to our endeavors, we will inevitably fragment. Thus, I propose we create a mechanism for task commissions within the agency. In this manner, we can filter out the ordinary tasks that can be managed by the police, focusing solely on the extraordinary assignments that mere mortals cannot handle. This approach not only conserves our time, but also spares us the trivial disputes that may arise with the general populace. Remember, we are human too, not deities capable of resolving every issue. Our extraordinary powers are best employed in addressing exceptional circumstances. So, have you made your decision to join us? Tony and Bucky, far from being naive, are acutely aware of their own capabilities and find Steve's proposition to separate mundane disputes from extraordinary events quite compelling. Tony raised an eyebrow, conceding, I must admit, your agency does sound rather credible, so count me in. Bucky nodded in agreement, stating, where you go, I shall follow. Observing their willingness to join, Steve smiled with satisfaction, declaring, excellent. Since you both agree to join, I shall establish the first rule. Henceforth, any extraordinary event must be posted as a commissioned task within the agency before we address it, even if it is an extraordinary incident we encounter ourselves. Chapter 47. The Establishment of the Avengers Agency. Take, for instance, Tony's two adversaries, whose animosity stems from him. Thus, it is imperative for Tony to assign these tasks. The members of the agency may then choose to accept these assignments, aiding the clients in fulfilling their requests, or they may opt to complete the tasks independently. The rationale behind this approach is to instill an understanding that every endeavor carries a cost. We must not take our actions for granted. This also alleviates the burden for some of the more reserved heroes joining the agency, allowing them to focus on their heroic deeds without the anxiety of their personal livelihoods. Of course, the remuneration for these tasks is not fixed and is not limited to monetary compensation. It is contingent upon the client's actual capabilities, primarily serving to test their genuine need for our assistance. Do any of you have questions regarding this? Tony and the others shook their heads in agreement, finding it entirely reasonable. After all, it merely involves some effort. Posting it in the agency allows other heroes to assist, and what could be more agreeable than that? Since there are no objections, I, Tony, hereby appoint you as the Chief Financial Officer of the agency. Please expedite the establishment of the agency's location and the necessary infrastructure, including member accommodations. Additionally, it would be prudent to develop an intelligent system that enables members to post tasks and requests for assistance at any time. Tony exclaimed in disbelief. What the hell, Rogers? So you want to build an agency, but have done nothing, leaving it all for me to handle? Do you think I'm a fool? Just wait until I strangle you. Steve extended a hand to hold back the advancing Tony, who was futilely flailing in an attempt to reach him. With his other hand, he casually picked his nose and remarked, Hey, nephew, how can you say that? I have just established the fundamental guidelines for the agency. Now, all you need to do is provide funding, effort, and tasks. What more do you want? Tony glared at Steve, his face flushed, ready to unleash a barrage of insults. Fortunately, Pepper, who had just been promoted to the lead female role, intervened in time. It's all right, Tony, I can handle these minor matters. I will swiftly find the best location for the agency and arrange for the members' accommodations and basic amenities. You all can continue focusing on your significant tasks. Upon hearing this, Steve released Tony and praised, Listen to how sensible my niece-in-law is. Tony, you ought to learn from Pepper what it means to be humble. Humble? Right now, I just want to move your gravestone. In response to Steve's comments, Tony raised a middle finger in jest. Pepper, observing Tony's childlike antics with Steve, smiled helplessly and quickly redirected the conversation. By the way, I should be able to finalize the agency's location soon, but what shall we call it? It can't simply be called the agency. Steve replied confidently, As the agency's flagship, I have already devised a formidable name, the World War II Veteran Agency. The name carries a profound historical weight and the brutal essence of warfare, instantly conveying that we are undoubtedly a formidable team. What do you think? Steve stood tall, ready to bask in the praises of Tony and the others, only to be met with a collective shake of their heads. Tony, unabashed, mockingly addressed Steve. Historical weight, you say? Why not call it the Indian Affairs Office? This land rightfully belongs to them. Wouldn't that name resonate with more gravity and cruelty? He continued. What I desire is substance, not mere burial. I seek brutality, not mere cruelty. I certainly don't want our office to be riddled with arrows from a band of feathered indigenous riders on their whimsical rainbow ponies the very next day. Seeing that the others were adamantly opposed to the name, Steve shrugged in resignation. Since you all disapprove of the World War II Veterans Office, why don't you come up with a more appealing name? The four exchanged glances. Deadpool was the first to break the silence. How about we call it the Justice League Office? Steve retorted, that's a different franchise. Get out. Bucky, with a steely demeanor, suggested, I think Anti-Hydra Office sounds decent. Steve replied, hey, let us keep personal sentiments out of the naming process. Tony chimed in, what about the Illuminati Office? Steve mused, while it sounds intriguing, sadly, that name has already been claimed in another universe. Pepper raised her hand timidly. Then how about the SCP Office? I've heard it's a department dedicated to supernatural entities. Steve buried his face in his hands, struggling to respond to such a heavyweight suggestion. He sighed, glancing at the others, exasperated. You just had the audacity to critique me, yet your naming ideas aren't any better. I suppose I'll take the reins. Rest assured, it's not the World War II Veterans Office. It's a more formal title. Under the watchful eyes of the four, Steve slowly declared, let us call it the Avengers Alliance Office. As the name suggests, employers will seek us primarily for revenge missions, and we shall assist them in exacting retribution on those supervillains. For instance, Tony's previous vendetta against the Ten Rings or the current quest for vengeance against Obadiah and Ivan Vanko can be commissioned through the Avengers Office. Tony's eyes lit up at these words, and he readily agreed. Though I prefer a preemptive strike, your phrase an eye for an eye is splendid. I like it. So, I'm officially launching the first mission at the Avengers Office, a vengeance task against Obadiah and Ivan Vanko, with a bounty of $10 million. Seeing that the others had no further objections to the name, Steve decided it was settled. He concurred, although the office isn't officially established yet. Since Tony has initiated the first mission, we shall commence operations from this moment. Raise your hand if you wish to undertake this mission. Apart from Tony and Pepper, all three others, including Steve, raised their hands. Steve was motivated by the system task. Bucky simply wanted to assist Tony, and Deadpool was eager to earn some cash. From this moment forth, Tony shall be our inaugural client. As the client, do you have any further requests? Tony promptly nodded, stating, indeed. I require one of you to provide close protection for Pepper Potts prior to resolving the matters concerning Obadiah and his accomplice. This protective assignment, in addition to the $10 million from the vengeance task, will come with an extra $2 million. Before Steve and Bucky could respond, Deadpool eagerly leapt up, raising his hand. I'll do it. This kind of opportunity, this arduous task of being a protector, is precisely my forte. I assure you, should danger arise, even if I were to be reduced to a pulp, not a single hair on Ms. Potts' head would be harmed. Tony turned to Steve, who nodded in agreement. He speaks the truth. Though he may appear unreliable, when it comes to serving as a human shield, no one surpasses him. Very well, then. It is settled. With everything arranged, I shall now seek a suitable location to establish the office post-haste. After Tony had secured her arrangements, Pepper bid farewell to the group and departed with Deadpool. Bucky, you shall continue to protect Tony. I will return shortly to ascertain if SHIELD has any information regarding Obadiah and Ivan Vanko. Once Pepper had left, Steve also took his leave under the pretense of a prior engagement. In truth, he was waiting until they exited the confines of Tony's villa to post this task related to Tony on Hydra's internal network, converting it into a systematic mission. After all, his physical prowess had yet to reach 30 points, and he had not unlocked the second faction. If he wished to accept systematic missions, he needed to convert them within Hydra. Utilizing this task's existence within Hydra, he also employed his privileges to ensure that Dr. Zola kept a watchful eye on the two individuals. Furthermore, any Hydra members lurking worldwide who might possess leads on the two would relay that information to him. Having accomplished all of this, dawn broke, and he realized he had been industriously working at Tony's villa throughout the night. Chapter 48, RPG. Yet, all of this was undeniably worthwhile. That evening, he not only accomplished 2 system tasks in one go, but also undertook a more significant system task. Most importantly, he realized that upon learning of the next mission, he would no longer be constrained by Hydra. Although he did not intend to withdraw from Hydra, having an escape route was always preferable. In a buoyant mood, Steve returned home. As soon as he opened the door, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of century egg and lean pork congee. During the month he spent with Sharon, after he casually mentioned his fondness for Chinese cuisine, she had taken it upon herself to learn numerous recipes, delighting him with a variety of dishes each day. It must be said that this foreign lady picked up the skills quite swiftly, crafting meals that made Steve exclaim that they tasted just like home. Hearing the door open, Sharon emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate of golden, crispy beef pastries. Upon seeing Steve, a gentle smile graced her face. "Steve, you're back. After a long night. You must be famished. I made beef pastries and congee. Let me get the congee for you. Go wash your hands and take a seat." With that, Sharon turned and returned to the kitchen to fetch the congee. Steve followed her, washed his hands, and wrapped his arms around her from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder and planting a kiss on her cheek, his usually sharp tongue softening momentarily. "You've worked hard, Sharon." Sharon clasped Steve's hands with her own, carefully drying them with her clothing. "Compared to what you do for this country and the world, my efforts are merely trivial." Listening to Sharon's gentle words, Steve felt a brief respite from the perils of the Marvel Universe. This was the reason he cherished Sharon. She never bombarded him with foolish questions about his whereabouts, why he did things, or whether he still loved her. Instead, she unwaveringly trusted him, ensuring that every seemingly insignificant task was handled, yet essential to his life. The two sat across from each other at the dining table. Steve savored a bite of the beef pastry and a spoonful of the congee, unable to refrain from giving Sharon a thumbs up. The flavors, the aroma, the presentation. "Sharon, your mastery of Chinese cuisine is truly remarkable." Indulging in such authentic century egg and lean pork congee, Steve felt compelled to declare, after enjoying this, even the president can't compare. "I learned this recipe from an elderly man at a restaurant in Chinatown. Seeing how much you relish it, I presumed the method he taught me would be quite authentic." Sharon replied, observing Steve's delighted expression as he relished his meal. Even the century egg and lean pork congee, which did not quite align with her palate, seemed to transform into a delightful dish. During one visit to Chinatown, after Steve remarked that a dish tasted like a pile of dog excrement, she understood that not only did he enjoy Chinese food, but he was also rather discerning. Hence, she dedicated her time to mastering the authentic recipes, hoping to bring him greater joy in his meals. She did not perceive this as a troublesome affair. On the contrary, she relished the process of contributing to Steve. After finishing breakfast, although Sharon did not inquire, Steve casually shared some details about the previous night, particularly concerning Tony and the office. Undoubtedly, Sharon had also joined the agency. Or rather, partially joined, as she still needed to monitor Nick Fury for Steve at S.H.I.E.L.D. Her role within the agency focused on her expertise in intelligence logistics rather than being a primary combatant. For instance, regarding the investigation into the whereabouts of Obadiah and Ivan Vanko, Sharon willingly took the initiative. Steve did not refuse, as he trusted in Sharon's capabilities. Despite her seemingly harmless demeanor in his presence, Sharon, as Agent 13, was highly esteemed by Nick Fury and ranked among the elite within S.H.I.E.L.D. In Captain America: Civil War, Sharon was targeted by the federal government for assisting Captain America in retrieving the vibranium shield and Falcon's aircraft, which contravened the Sokovia Accords. Nevertheless, as an ordinary individual, Sharon adeptly evaded the federal manhunt, carving out a significant presence in the New World solely through her own efforts. Earning the title of Power Broker, one must commend her lineage as the niece of the legendary agent Peggy Carter. Suddenly, both individuals in their conversation came to an unspoken halt, turning in unison to gaze out the window. Like Natasha, Sharon's extensive career as an agent had honed her sixth sense to detect an unusual disturbance. Meanwhile, Steve, with his extraordinary hearing, caught the faint sound of wind slicing through the air outside. He turned to see a small black dot growing larger in the distance. "Oh no, an RPG." Steve's expression hardened as he reached for Sharon's hand. Without hesitation, she grasped his hand and, leveraging his support, leapt over the dining table. Curling up in his embrace, Steve placed one hand over Sharon's eyes and extended the other towards the window. In the next instant, the rocket propelled through the glass, colliding directly with his palm. With a thunderous roar, crimson flames engulfed Steve's modest apartment, transforming it into a blossoming rose of fire. As the flames receded, Steve held Sharon aloft, surveying what had been a cozy home just moments before, now rendered unrecognizable, evoking the chaotic aesthetics of war-torn Syria, his expression darkening ominously. Suppressing his fury, Steve flew with Sharon to the street, now filled with screams from the explosion, gently releasing his hand from her eyes to spare her from the blinding light. "Sharon, stay here. I'll be right back," he exclaimed before vanishing with a resounding pop. With his superhuman intellect, he had already pinpointed the general direction of the rocket's origin at the moment of the attack. Driven by his vengeful nature, Steve was determined to personally retrieve the head of the assailant to use as a soccer ball, teaching that scoundrel a lesson about the power of retribution. However, what Steve did not anticipate was that the assailant was not a mere individual, but a towering 3-meter-tall mech, entirely coated in a metallic black finish. Indeed, it was a mech. In contrast to Tony's sleek armor, This imposing steel giant evoked a far more formidable presence. A steel mech? Was it Obadiah or Ivan Vanko? In this timeline, aside from Tony and the Wakandan tribesmen wielding high-tech spears, these two were the only ones possessing the technology to create such a steel mech. During the brief moment Steve was caught off guard, the black mech detected his approach and raised its hand, launching 2 rockets towards him in quick succession. Yet, Steve remained unfazed. With a swift motion, he grasped the tail of the first rocket and, akin to a baseball player, sent the second rocket soaring back. Boom. A perfect score. The thunderous explosions resounded, one from the rocket Steve held, detonating upon impact, and the other from the rocket he had redirected, which collided with the black mech. Discarding the metallic remnants from his hand, Steve emerged unscathed from the close-range blasts, his white t-shirt untouched by a speck of dust. The bioforce field is truly remarkable. Chapter 49. The assailant Ivan Vanko. With a silent exclamation, Steve gazed down at the black mech that had been struck down by his rocket, only to discover that it had remarkably endured the impact, though its chest armor was noticeably chipped and dented. The materials appear to be quite robust. It seems Obadiah has generously funded your endeavor. However, I sincerely hope that the mech beneath you is equally resilient, Ivan Vanko. Upon hearing Steve call his name from above, the black mech visibly hesitated, and then a deep, gravelly voice emanated from within. You truly are the illustrious Captain America. It seems you are not so easily dispatched. You are far stronger than I had anticipated. Indeed, not merely stronger, but overwhelmingly so. In Ivan Vanko's imagination, there was no carbon-based life form capable of withstanding a rocket strike. Thus, after the first shot, he confidently prepared to depart. Yet to his astonishment, this Captain America had endured, and not just once, but twice. This is beyond comprehension. Despite his surprise, Ivan Vanko maintained an air of confidence. Even if you have managed to survive by sheer luck, my revenge scheme remains intact. Tony Stark will still experience the anguish of losing loved ones, just as I have. Revenge against Tony? Losing loved ones? Steve furrowed his brow. Tony's parents had been taken down by Bucky, leaving him a mere orphan. Where, then, could he possibly find family? It soon dawned on him that Ivan was referring to emotional ties. You have also targeted Pepper Potts? Ivan Vanko's weapons brimmed with provocation. Indeed, you are quite astute. But it is too late for understanding. That woman lacks your remarkable resilience. What remains for Tony Stark, and you are likely only the shattered fragments of her existence. Ha ha ha. Foolishness. Steve's expression remained impassive, regarding Ivan Vanko's celebratory demeanor as nothing more than a harbinger of doom. Not only was he hardly acquainted with Pepper, but even if she were to perish, he would feel no sorrow. What confidence did this man possess that assured him Pepper would meet her end? It is well known that she is accompanied by a human shield who values riches over life itself. Provided Tony's finances are sufficient, how could Deadpool allow Pepper, this living ATM, to come to harm in his presence? With the powers of a symbiote, even the Iron Mech might not fare well against him. I can hardly be bothered to engage in further dialogue with you. You are unworthy of my words. Steve gave Ivan Vanko a dismissive thumbs down and ceased to speak, diving fiercely towards the black mech. You think you can challenge me head-on in your iron armor? Ivan Vanko sneered as he observed Steve descending toward him with a raised fist, activating the thrusters on his back and legs with full force. He also thrust his fist upward to meet Steve in midair. Fool! Steve uttered a resounding exclamation in his native tongue, delivering a devastating blow that shattered the black mech's arm as it attempted to engage him. Before the mech could even process the loss of an arm, Steve soared upward, lifting his elbow high, and then brought it crashing down upon the mech's head. In a fleeting moment, Ivan Vanko seemed to hear the echoes of bygone acquaintances. The next instant, darkness enveloped him as his mech, rendered powerless, crashed to the ground anew. However, Steve furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss with the tactile feedback he had just experienced. Glancing around at the scattered black mech arm components on the ground, his eyes narrowed. Approaching the silent black mech, he reached out and yanked the mech's head, which he had driven into its chest, free, crushing it effortlessly. Indeed, there was no sign of Ivan Vanko's head within. It was merely a tangle of wires and components. This was a drone. At that moment, the headless mech emitted Ivan Vanko's voice once more. Haha, did you naively assume I would be inside? Spare yourself the vanity. You are not worth the risk of my personal intervention. This assault is merely an appetizer for the revenge I have prepared for Tony Stark. The main course is still in the works. For now, revel in the fear I instill. Ha ha ha. Amidst Ivan Vanko's maniacal laughter, the mech's chest began to pulsate with a red light. Accompanied by the classic ticking sound, Steve instinctively knew that self-destruction was imminent. Yet, he would not grant him that opportunity. With a claw-like gesture, he pierced the mech's chest and extracted its arc reactor, devoid of its energy source. The red glow extinguished instantly. Steve crushed the reactor in his hand, lifted the remains of the mech, and sought out Sharon. Bringing her for the first time to his safe house located in Hell's Kitchen, the building gifted to him by Kingpin. The attack at home had made Steve realize that his previous humble abode was no longer secure. The floor that Kingpin had bestowed upon him was not only equipped with lavish amenities, but also housed a room capable of withstanding multiple RPG explosions, significantly enhancing its safety. While he had no personal need for such security, it was undeniably the most suitable arrangement for Sharon. Sharon, please examine this mech and see if there are any clues left behind. Sharon nodded, forgoing any further words, and began to dismantle the mech. Beyond her physical prowess, Sharon was a polymath skilled in combat, firearms, mechanics, stealth, computers, disguise, and assassination. She possessed a comprehensive understanding of mech disassembly as well. Steve gently ruffled Sharon's hair and approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, pressing the earpiece nestled in his ear. Dr. Zola, utilize my authority to mobilize Hydra's operatives hidden in the shadows. Dig deep to uncover Ivan Vanko's whereabouts. I intend to sever his head from his shoulders. Should he dare to attack me, Ivan Vanko, you must not allow me to catch you. Otherwise, a merciful death would be a luxury you cannot afford. A flicker of red glimmered in Steve's eyes. In his earpiece, Dr. Zola's voice responded, Understood. I will inform you immediately upon receiving any news, Captain. Very well. As Steve concluded the call and lowered his hand, his phone buzzed anew. The ringing indicated an incoming call from Tony Stark. Upon answering, Tony's anxious voice burst forth. Steve, are you all right? I'm fine. It seems you are aware of Ivan Vanko's attack. On the other end of the line, Tony sighed in relief upon hearing Steve's nonchalant tone, his demeanor easing slightly. Indeed, just half an hour ago, Pepper was assaulted. Fortunately, thanks to that individual you brought back, he fulfilled his previous promise, enduring the explosion and being trampled by Ivan Vanko's mechanized monstrosity without allowing a single hair on Pepper's head to be harmed. I was utterly astonished by what I saw on the security footage from Stark Tower. No matter how brutal Ivan Vanko's methods were, he simply could not kill him. Can you imagine the horrifying image of a mass of human flesh clinging to the leg of a steel mech, gnawing away? I doubt I will ever forget that chilling sight for the rest of my life. Chapter 50, 5 Malawian Quatches. The portable armor. Steve envisioned the chilling image and couldn't help but shudder. Engaging in battle against an indestructible adversary like Deadpool, especially under similar power levels, was a veritable psychological and physiological nightmare. Fortunately, Steve's own prowess was sufficient to overpower Deadpool. Of course, this was contingent upon the Marvel editors refraining from bestowing Deadpool with any undue advantages. Otherwise, not only would he struggle now, but even the 5 deities, beings of near bug-like status, would find themselves at risk of demise at Deadpool's hands. Reflecting on this, Steve shook his head. It was evident that this universe leaned more towards the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and Deadpool likely wouldn't be excessively enhanced. His thoughts briefly flickered back to his conversation with Tony. Since Pepper was unharmed, it appeared that Deadpool had ultimately triumphed. Did you find any clues on your end? None. Pepper was attacked by an unmanned, remotely controlled mech, which detonated after Deadpool had dismantled it, leaving no traces behind. Is that so? However, I managed to extract the reactor core from the mech before it exploded. Both the mech and the reactor are still relatively intact. I'm having Sharon examine them for any clues. What? You still have the mech? That's splendid. Where are you? I'll come over immediately. I should be able to deduce the supply channels of those 2 rascals from the materials. Tony's voice became animated upon hearing this. As an arms supplier, he knew that with the complete materials of the mech, he could trace the clues back to the source. Steve raised an eyebrow. He had indeed momentarily overlooked this aspect. As America's foremost arms supplier, Tony was undoubtedly the most knowledgeable regarding weapon materials. At Fist Tower in Hell's Kitchen. You can come over. How on earth did you end up there? That's a long story. Then don't bother. I'm not interested. Give me 10 minutes. I'll be there soon. Tony hastily uttered a couple of sentences before terminating the call, clearly in a rush. This was understandable. While Tony appeared to be carefree and indifferent, he was, in fact, deeply emotional. The recent attack on Pepper by Ivan Vanko had evidently struck a nerve with him. Since Tony would be arriving shortly, Steve decided to halt Sharon's busy work and introduced her to the various facilities on this floor, including the emergency safe room. Just as he finished his introduction, a loud thud resonated from the balcony, followed by a knock at the door. Steve knew without a doubt that it was Tony. He stepped forward and used his fingerprint to unlock the blast-proof glass door. Tony entered from the balcony clad in his red and silver armor. Upon entering the room, the armor began to retract from the sides, ultimately condensing into a red metallic briefcase at Tony's chest. Steve's eyes lit up at the sight. Wasn't this the portable 5 Malawian Quatches armor from Iron Man 2? Tony had managed to create it ahead of time. It seems that my previous complaints regarding the inconvenience of wearing the 2 Malawian Quatches have reached Tony, who has genuinely taken them to heart and made improvements. This suit is the lightest and most streamlined of all the iron armors, and it was incredibly impressive in my past life. Now, seeing it in person, it is impossible to deny my desire. Steve, acting on impulse, reached for the briefcase Tony was holding. Oh dear, my dear nephew, since you've come all this way, how can you bring a gift for your uncle? It makes me feel quite embarrassed. Let me carry it. Tony responded. Go play somewhere else. Who said this was a gift for you? What nonsense are you thinking? He pulled the briefcase behind him, watching Steve with a wary gaze. If you don't give it to me, how can I go play? If you want to gift it, surely you can let me play with it for a while. You can't play with it. I still need it later. If I let you play, what will I use? Fine. If you want to let me play. I didn't really want it anyway. It's laughable. You don't think I actually find this cool, do you? Surely not. Surely not. Oh, you're barking now? Tony looked at Steve's feigned expressions with exasperation. All right, enough with that revoltingly exaggerated face. I truly need this armor for later. I simply cannot let you play with it. Besides, my combat suit, the 3 Malawian Quatch's helmet, was damaged by you. If I were to give you this portable armor, what would I have left? Your exclusive armor is already in production. Once it's complete, I promise it will be a delightful surprise for you. With a reluctant glance at the briefcase in Tony's hand, Steve finally shifted his gaze away, dissatisfied. If you want to give it to me, I'll just snatch it the next time I visit your home. Tony disregarded Steve any further, greeting Sharon, who was observing their banter, before eagerly moving towards the sleek black mech in the living room. He placed the briefcase on the floor, which automatically opened, transforming into a futuristic laptop. He removed a device resembling a USB drive from the side of the open briefcase and skillfully pried open a compartment under the armpit of the black mech, revealing a slot perfectly designed for the USB drive Tony held. Once the drive was inserted, the screen of the briefcase computer flashed with streams of green data, reminiscent of what only Steve would see in films. Through a flurry of dazzling operations, Tony extracted several complex codes from the multitude of data. JARVIS. Please check who the supplier of these serial numbers is. Understood, sir. Conducting the search. JARVIS. Voice emanated from the briefcase computer, falling silent for a moment before resuming. Sir, the supply channels for these serial numbers belong to exclusive channels of Hammer Industries. Hammer Industries? Tony furrowed his brow, then wore a look of understanding. No wonder. Steve, intrigued, asked, no wonder what? Tony elaborated. No wonder that after I was attacked by Ivan Vanko a couple of days ago, Justin Hammer called me to boast about hosting his new product launch at my Stark Expo next week. He mentioned that this time he would certainly surpass me. And at that moment, I dismissed his foolish words, believing he was merely trying to imitate me. In retrospect, it appears that Obadiah and Ivan Vanko must have been collaborating with that Hammer fellow back then. Upon hearing this, Steve nodded in understanding. No wonder Ivan Vanko claimed that the real surprise was yet to come. If Ivan Vanko's Steel Legion were to cause chaos at the Stark Expo, it would undoubtedly result in severe losses for Tony, aside from Hammer himself. Moreover, if there were significant casualties, Tony, as the host, would face dire consequences. Thus, regardless of whether Ivan Vanko's attack succeeded or failed, it would certainly lead to trouble for Tony. However, Steve was not one to passively await the villains to prepare their schemes. He promptly declared, now that we know their location, in order to avoid prolonged complications, we should storm Hammer Industries and eliminate those 2 scoundrels. Tony, however, shook his head. I fear that may not be feasible. We currently lack substantial evidence to prove that Hammer is harboring federal criminals, and we do not possess an official search warrant. If we act recklessly, we are likely to encounter significant resistance. Chapter 51. My Lord C. Just shout 666. Steve, unfazed, chuckled. A search warrant, is it? Hold on. I shall have one drafted for you immediately. With that, he picked up the phone and dialed an official embedded within the legal department, commanding them to prepare a search warrant for Hammer Industries in half an hour, before promptly hanging up. Wait, buddy, is that really sufficient? A search warrant requires a formal application. Tony reclined, feeling somewhat incredulous that his uncle seemed to wield stronger connections than he did. Although he could leverage Stark Industries' influence to expedite a warrant for Hammer Industries, it would still necessitate some time for the warrant to be issued. It was utterly impossible to command assistance with the audacity that Steve displayed, only allotting a mere 30 minutes for compliance. Who do you think you are, the president? This is preposterous. Observing Tony's bewilderment, Steve grinned with satisfaction. In principle, that is indeed the case. But alas, my fists are formidable, and so is my authority. Thus, my words embody the principle. Tony, taken aback, found himself at a loss for words and gave Steve an approving thumbs up. Well then, with that concern alleviated, let us not dawdle. Let us move out. Tony hurriedly halted the eager Steve, exclaiming, why are you so impatient? Even if we do obtain a search warrant, we must devise a battle plan and assemble the team for a coordinated operation. Steve scoffed dismissively. A plan? In the face of absolute strength, any plan is mere folly. My strategy is simple. I will storm in and crush Obadiah and Ivan Vanko's heads. You all can just chant 666 in the background. Tony smirked. Firstly, that hardly qualifies as a plan. Secondly, are you serious about us shouting 666? That phrase is the very embodiment of Satan. Steve retorted with a cold smirk. For those two audacious enough to assault me, am I not the very Satan destined to escort them to hell? Tony paused, contemplating this perspective. It seemed rather plausible. With this thought, he ceased to hesitate and agreed. Since the captain has spoken, what else can I say? Let us take them down. Tony, not one to adhere to convention, felt invigorated by Steve's even more reckless demeanor. With that, he reached for his briefcase containing his portable armor. Now it was Steve's turn to intervene. Have you lost your mind? That thing is as flimsy as a wafer. You intend to wear that into battle? While the 5 Malawian Quatches was undeniably stylish, it had nearly been compromised by Ivan Vanko's electric whip in the original narrative. Given that Hammer Industries had undoubtedly produced numerous armored suits, Tony wearing such a flimsy piece was tantamount to offering himself as a target. Tony continued his actions, casting a sidelong glance at Steve, and replied nonchalantly, "Rest assured, I am not that foolish." By the time I stepped out, the 3 Malawian Quatches was nearly finished being modified. Half an hour is ample time to recreate the helmet. Moreover, this suit of armor is not as feeble as one might presume. Considering the subpar industrial standards of Hammer Industries, I firmly believe that the armors crafted by Ivan Vanko are not as durable as my own wafer cookie variant. Upon hearing this, Steve found the argument compelling. It did seem plausible. In the original narrative, whether it be Hammer's secret missile ex-wife or the mechs mass-produced by Ivan Vanko under Hammer Industries, the quality appeared quite questionable. The ex-wife was essentially a dud, and those mechs were easily dispatched by Tony and Rhodey, akin to a child's play. At best, it could be said that Vanko's personal armor was of slightly superior quality. Contemplating this, Steve refrained from dissuading Tony. Instead, a sinister smile crept across his face. You shall take care of the wilds and the 666, while I handle that scoundrel Vanko. He dared to turn my abode into a war-torn spectacle. I shall make him understand the reason behind the flower's vibrant hue. Tony shrugged, expressing no objections. As he lifted the briefcase from the ground and positioned it against his chest, the briefcase began to extend from his torso, encasing his entire form, culminating with the silver steel mask enveloping him, presenting a striking, form-fitting armor in silver and red. No matter how many times he witnessed it, Steve remained utterly captivated by its brilliance. He gazed enviously at the 5 Malawian Quatches, internally vowing to acquire that suit of armor for himself at the next opportunity. Meanwhile, on another front, Steve and Tony were en route to Hammer Industries, while within the factory, Obadiah Stane, Ivan Vanko, and Justin Hammer congregated. Each bore distinct expressions. Obadiah was grim, Ivan exuded confidence, and Hammer displayed a mixture of joy and concern. Obadiah glared at Ivan, his voice low and intense. "Damn it, Ivan, how many times must I impress upon you that this is a critical moment for our resurgence? Why must you attack Captain America and Pepper Potts at such a juncture?" Ivan Vanko replied with unwavering self-assurance. "This is also a part of my vengeance. Tony Stark has stripped me of everything, and I shall ensure he loses everything in return. Although the attack faltered, fret not. I have programmed a self-destruct mechanism within the mechs. Should the mission fail, they will obliterate themselves, leaving no trace of us." Hammer's expression was a blend of apprehension and hope. "Is there truly no issue? You assured me that you would elevate Hammer Industries above Stark Industries, which is why I risked harboring federal fugitives." Hammer's emotions were tumultuous, elated by the imminent success of Hammer Industries' land, sea, and air mechs at the Stark Expo, yet anxious that his collaboration with these two lunatics could lead to irrevocable ruin. It seemed prudent to devise a plan to extricate them from Hammer Industries once their utility was exhausted. Obadiah and Ivan exchanged glances, a glint of derision for Hammer appearing in their eyes. This cowardly individual, it was no wonder he could never surpass Tony Stark, destined to remain a perennial second fiddle. A man of arms, yet indecisive and timid as a child, what significant accomplishments could he ever achieve? Obadiah shot a venomous glare at Hammer's back, his ambition swelling. "After eliminating Tony, not only will I reclaim Stark Industries, but I shall also seize Hammer Industries, and you, coward, shall serve as a stepping stone for my Stane Industries. My dear brother, do take a glance behind you." Obadiah stands with Ivan Vanko, whose cold smile reveals naught but a thirst for blood. Merely two puppets in my grand scheme, and yet they truly believe themselves significant? Once I eliminate Tony, you two shall be next, followed by the entirety of America. My vengeance seeks not only Tony Stark, but the whole of this nation. A trio united by neither camaraderie nor loyalty, but rather by mutual exploitation and treachery. Akin to poison within a cursed vessel, only the ultimate victor shall survive. And of course, that Victor is thud, 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 thud. Above Hammer Industries. Amidst the vibrant heat waves of the sun, a towering figure descends like a deity. Chapter 52. Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. Steve hovered in midair, his ears slightly attuned to the conversation of Ivan Vanko and his two companions below. Although he lacked the superhuman hearing capable of eavesdropping globally like Superman, his impressive physical prowess, rated at 26 points, granted him an acute awareness that allowed him to detect even the faintest rustle within a kilometer. In fact, he could pinpoint a target's location even if they merely passed gas. Upon identifying the positions of Ivan Vanko and Obadiah, a pure, boyish grin spread across Steve's face. Ivan Vanko dared to attack my home, did he? If you manage to escape, consider yourself impressive. If you run, then truly you are remarkable. Fueled by righteous fury. Steve did not wait for Tony, who was hindered by the slower 5 Malawian kwachas, and instead shattered the factory roof, landing dramatically on the ground in a classic superhero pose. Ivan, you bastard, I finally caught you, Steve exclaimed, only to pause abruptly as he beheld not only Ivan Vanko and his companions, but also an array of several dozen towering mechs in black, silver, gray, and blue, standing in neat rows within the warehouse. These were the very mechs that Hammer intended to showcase at the Stark Expo, representing the Navy, Army, Air Force, and Marines. Seeing this, Steve's expression darkened. Damn it, this is the disadvantage of having only pseudo-super hearing without the ability to see through walls. He could hear the sounds within, but had no inkling of the actual situation. Who could have imagined these men would convene in a mech warehouse? Ivan Vanko's beefy face twisted into a mocking grin. Huh, I didn't think you'd actually dare to come, and all alone. What a foolhardy choice. With that, Ivan raised his hand, and dozens of mechs sprang to life, surrounding Steve while their heavy machine guns and missiles targeted him. Hammer, initially bewildered by the mech's sudden activation, grew frantic and confronted Ivan. Hey wait, how can you control all the mechs? Didn't you say the highest control authority lies with me? Ivan merely cast a disdainful glance at Hammer, lacking even the interest to respond to such a foolish question. How could this arms dealer be so naive, believing everything he was told? How had he managed to survive this long? Obadiah, too, found no interest in addressing Hammer. The more foolish Hammer appeared, the easier it would be for him to acquire Hammer Industries in the future, an advantageous situation for him. Ignoring Hammer's pleas, which fell on deaf ears, he vented his frustration, shouting at both men, and if you do decide to fight, do not do it in my warehouse. Do you realize each mech is worth billions? What happens if they accidentally damage each other? Forget it. You two stay put. I'll handle this matter. Hammer first shot a fierce glare at Ivan Vanko and Obadiah, whom he regarded as mere tools, before turning to Steve and lifting his proud chin. Hey, how did you get in here? Do you even know where this is? Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. Get lost. With a swift motion, Steve delivered a resounding slap that sent Hammer flying several meters away. He then looked at Ivan and Obadiah, questioning, Who is this fool? Don't you know I can fight? The two remained unfazed by Hammer's fate. Ivan, chewing on a toothpick, shrugged indifferently. Just a foolish dog picked up from the roadside, easily discarded. He isn't worthy of being my friend. Obadiah, wearing a smile, clapped his hands. Hey, look who it is. Steve Rogers, the greatest hero of America. I was a loyal fan of yours when I was a child. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Obadiah Stane. Perhaps we could become friends. A treacherous warrior and a duplicitous businessman. Neither of them possessed any redeeming qualities. Steve crossed his arms, his eyes filled with disdain. All right, bald man, stretch out that head of yours with hair on your chin. If I land a punch and that boiled egg of yours doesn't crack, I'll consider you a friend. How about that? At this, Obadiah's smile slowly faded, replaced by a dark scowl. Humph. So that's how it is. No deal then. As he spoke, he donned a wrist device. Wait, is that a Kamen Rider? Steve squinted, having noticed that Ivan also wore a similar device, which he used to control the surrounding mechs. Boom. However, before Obadiah could transform, the warehouse ceiling erupted with a loud crash. And Tony, clad in 5 Malawian kwachas, arrived late to the scene, kicking Obadiah away. Steve silently relaxed his tensed leg. Even if Tony hadn't shown up, he would have intervened. After all, who could remain passive while someone transformed right before their eyes? This isn't a tokusatsu show. This time, Tony had learned his lesson, understanding that villains often fell due to their verbosity. Thus, he struck first before speaking. Coldly addressing the motionless Obadiah on the ground, he stated, Obadiah, if you wish to negotiate, you might as well do so in hell with the innocent civilians you've harmed by selling Stark Industries weaponry. Stark Industries had gained notoriety in large part due to Obadiah's dealings with terrorists. The bald man profited while Tony bore the blame and hatred. But before Tony could deliver another blow, a furious voice echoed. Tony Stark, you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Ivan glared at Tony, as if wishing to tear him apart with his gaze. Turning to Ivan, Tony's expression was equally grim. So you were Ivan Vanko? Although he had never seen Vanko in person, Tony had memorized his profile picture deeply etched in his mind. To a certain extent, his murderous intent towards Ivan Vanko was even more intense than that towards Obadiah. While Obadiah had committed numerous atrocities through Stark Industries, he ultimately refrained from directly harming those around him. Conversely, this individual had launched multiple assaults against him and his companions, solidifying his unwavering resolve to eliminate Ivan Vanko. When adversaries meet, animosity runs high. Without hesitation, Tony raised his hand and unleashed a fierce palm strike aimed directly at Ivan Vanko's head, showing no mercy. Unfortunately, unlike Obadiah, who fell victim to Tony's surprise attack, a towering figure intervened, shielding Ivan from the blow. Did you truly believe I would be caught off guard like those two fools? They were my creations. I had long anticipated this contingency. Chapter 53, Mechanical Weakness, Flesh Ascendant. Ivan Vanko let out a cold laugh, raising his arm adorned with a control device. Tony Stark, in this day and age, still clinging to outdated wearable armor? The modern era demands modern tactics. Drones are the true heralds of a new age. As he spoke, the controller on Ivan's arm illuminated with a crimson glow, and the eyes of the surrounding dozens of armored suits, which had previously encircled Tony and Steve, ignited with the same red hue, activating combat mode. Fire! With Ivan's command, flames instantly became the predominant hue of the space, as everything within the warehouse was transformed into mere paper under the onslaught of orange fire dragons unleashed by the armored suits, easily torn apart by large-caliber bullets. Even Tony, clad in his iron suit, dared not endure the barrage directly, relying instead on the agility of his armor to evade the relentless pursuit of the fiery projectiles. And what was our Captain Rogers doing? What? Captain Rogers was actually warming up. Steve unabashedly bathed in the metal storm, even taking a moment to stretch his limbs. The bullets that struck him merely sparked against his biological force field, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Boy, Tony, watch closely. Today, Uncle will demonstrate what it means to embody mechanical weakness and flesh ascendant. Steve grinned at Tony, who was struggling to evade, showcasing his gleaming white teeth as he crouched down, right hand forward, left hand back, mimicking the starting pose of a locomotive. Go, the train is coming. With a sharp whoosh, the ground beneath Steve cracked, and in an instant, he vanished, leaving only a blur as he charged towards the cluster of armored suits like a freight train. The collision of flesh and metal marked a turning point. Upon impact, Steve's flesh-in-blood form emerged unscathed, while the metallic suits shattered into fragments. A figure cloaked in black from the universe observed, exclaiming, "Yes, that's the feeling." Moreover, Steve was even more ferocious than a locomotive. After demolishing one suit, he continued unabated, smashing through 3 in total before skidding to a halt, leaving a long mark on the ground. For the first time, as Steve sprinted with all his might, he couldn't help but let out an exhilarating whoop. Wow, awesome. Ivan Vanko, witnessing the immediate destruction of 3 of his suits, felt his previously confident demeanor darken. Sucka. How's this guy even stronger than he was during the morning attack? This morning, I sent out only 1 suit, and it managed to hold him off for a while. Now he has dispatched 3 of my suits in an instant. It seems that if I do not eliminate this monstrous figure first, I shall not avenge Tony Stark today. With this thought, Ivan directed all the suits to target Steve, while he himself maneuvered his hidden secret weapon to join the fray. Faced with dozens of glowing red eyes fixed upon him, Steve felt no fear. Instead, a bloodthirsty smile crept across his face. Since he assumed the mantle of Captain America, his continuous enhancement has rendered him virtually invincible in combat, effortlessly overpowering any adversary that dares to challenge him. While such victories bring immediate gratification, the monotony of unchallenged battles inevitably breeds ennui over time. However, the presence of mechs boasting immense strength, capable of exceeding hundreds of tons, promised a thrilling experience this time around. Let the battle commence. With a fierce determination, Steve plunged back into the throng of mechs, resembling a tiger amidst a pack of wolves, engaging in primal hand-to-hand combat with dozens of machines. You may wonder why such advanced mechs would resort to close-quarters combat with Steve. The truth is, conventional firearms are utterly ineffective against him, while missiles pose a significant risk of collateral damage at such close range. Thus, Ivan Vanko could only command the mechs to encircle Steve, attempting to wear down the formidable beast through sheer numbers. Yet, as he surveyed the scattering debris of the mechs, Ivan could not help but question whether it was indeed the mechs surrounding Steve, or if it was Steve single-handedly encircling all of his machines. Steve stood resilient against the pressure of numerous mechs, enabling Tony to finally escape the relentless hail of gunfire, cursing under his breath. Damn it, after this, I must create my own legion of armored suits to unleash upon others. Hovering in midair, Tony looked down upon Ivan Vanko, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Huh. You seemed to be enjoying yourself just a moment ago, but now that your toys are gone, it's my turn. Faced with Tony clad in his iron suit, Ivan, devoid of any mech protection, remained unfazed, slowly extending his hand towards Tony. Your turn? No, this is my second round. With a thunderous roar, the ground trembled as a massive steel hand erupted from below, seizing Tony's legs in midair. Before Tony could react, an immense force yanked him downwards, sending him into a dizzying spin. A colossal war mech, towering at least 3 meters, yet markedly superior in quality to the previous mass-produced models, emerged from the earth, ruthlessly slamming Tony into the ground multiple times. Thud, thud, thud. In a final act of disdain, it hurled Tony away as if he were refuse. Inside the 5 Malawian kwachas, every part of Tony ached, yet his gaze sharpened with clarity. After taking a breath, he managed to utter, Jarvis, assess my injuries. Why do I feel so immobilized? Sir, you have multiple fractures and contusions, but you are not in any life-threatening condition. However, I regret to inform you that, well, it seems the assessment is thorough. Clearly, the issue lies not with me, but with the 5 Malawian kwachas. I'm trapped inside it. The absurdly advanced shock absorption of the iron suit had spared Tony from losing mobility despite the brutal onslaught, though he found himself ensnared within the damaged armor. Nevertheless, the 5 Malawian kwachas was merely a fragile, portable suit. Enduring one more assault would undoubtedly result in Tony's misfortune. As the colossal steel foot of war approached with relentless force, Tony's voice rose in urgency. Initiate the armor's ejection mode. Now. The 5 Malawian kwachas was propelled into action just in time, narrowly sparing Tony from being crushed into a pulp beneath its weight. The newly emerged mech, having failed to eliminate Tony, did not pursue him immediately. Instead, Ivan Vanko controlled the cockpit at the back of the mech to open, stepping inside. He yearned to savor the thrill of revenge, relishing the moment he would witness the despair on Tony's face before his demise. Stark, tell me, who is now devoid of his toys, rendered a lamb to the slaughter? Slowly rising from the ground, Tony bore a defiant smirk and raised an obscene gesture towards Ivan Vanko. Of course, it's still you, you foolish foreign fool. In the next instant, as Ivan Vanko settled into the mech, he was abruptly sent flying from behind. The chest of the red gold armor, housing a triangular reactor, halted before Tony, its cockpit opening wide. With a decisive stride, Tony stepped inside, swiftly donning his battle attire. The 4 Malawian kwachas combat suit had made its grand entrance. Chapter 54. Tony, Uncle, save me. As the golden visor of the 4 Malawian kwachas armor sealed shut, a brilliant blue light erupted from Tony's eyes. He once again transformed into the resplendent Iron Man. Now, it was a true contest of fairness, you scoundrel. A confident smirk curled at the corner of Tony's mouth beneath the mask, his legs slightly bent as the thrusters ignited, propelling him forward in a fierce uppercut aimed at Ivan Vanko. Boom. This punch was earth-shattering. The whip-like armor piloted by Ivan Vanko, which towered over Tony's 4 Malawian kwachas, was sent soaring into the air by a single strike from the smaller 4 Malawian kwachas. How was this possible? Ivan Vanko, hidden behind his mask, was awash in disbelief. How could Stark's armor, powered by the same arc reactor technology, be so vastly superior to his own? Unlike certain protagonists or antagonists who, despite holding the advantage, would engage in lengthy explanations only to be countered, Tony seized the opportunity presented by his airborne enemy and immediately launched into a flurry of attacks. A left hook struck Ivan Vanko's mechanical head, followed by another right hook, and then both fists came crashing down together with all of Tony's might upon Ivan Vanko's crown. Bang! The resounding clash of metal reverberated as Ivan Vanko was forcefully slammed into the ground. But this was only the beginning. The triangular arc reactor on Tony's chest glowed fiercely, and after a brief build-up, a robust blue beam shot down onto the ground, directly impacting Ivan Vanko's whip-like armor. The immense energy surge pressed it into the earth, creating a gaping humanoid-shaped crater. Sticking to his commendable habit of finishing the fight before indulging in taunting, Tony surveyed the crater Ivan Vanko had created with a cold smirk. You previously claimed that the new era should embrace drone armor, and that wearable suits are outdated. You had a point, albeit a minor one. Today, I shall demonstrate that in the new age of Iron Man, the new energy source is paramount. The arc reactor technology your father pilfered from Stark Industries is a relic of the past, while the new era will be heralded by the new element discovered by my father, Howard. Tony stood tall and proud, reminiscent of a victorious rooster, showcasing the new element reactor that he cherished. In terms of power, the new element provided Tony's armor with an augmentation that was no less formidable than the bulk of Ivan Vanko's armor. In terms of speed, Tony's sleek, wearable suit was incomparable to Vanko's cumbersome machine. As for defense, it was laughable. Ivan Vanko's heavy armor could hardly touch him. In terms of energy output, the cosmic cube element was at play, kid. It could be said that aside from size, Tony, adorned in the four Malawian quatches, completely overpowered Ivan Vanko in every conceivable aspect, leaving him utterly defenseless. As the battle concluded, applause erupted. Clap, clap, clap. What a thoroughly exhilarating clash of incompetence. I thought for a moment you would be unable to best this fool and would have to weep for assistance from your Uncle Rogers. Steve teased Tony while perched upon a mound formed from the remnants of steel armor, his tone lighthearted. Although the steel mechs manufactured by Ivan Vanko, or rather Hammer Industries, may appear quite formidable, their quality is undeniably concerning. Steve, with effortless ease, dispatches each mech, swiftly transforming dozens of them into his subordinates' mechanical souls, thus creating a veritable mountain of machines and a sea of oil. In jest, Tony raises a defiant finger at Steve, exclaiming, "To hell with you, Steve. Even if I, Tony Stark, were to be struck down today, and my four Malawian quatches were to be torn asunder, I would never plead for your assistance, you scoundrel." Steve, arching an eyebrow, allows a smile to creep onto his lips, one that resembles that of a mischievous uncle. "Oh, are you quite certain?" Tony, brimming with confidence, replies, "Absolutely. I've already dealt with Obadiah and Ivan Vanko. Is there anyone else who could possibly threaten me?" Leaning comfortably against the mountain of mechs, Steve responds leisurely, "Have you not realized? Although your actions were decisive this time, you have nevertheless committed a grievous error, and you have done so not once, but twice." "What error?" Tony instinctively inquires. "A follow-up strike," Steve retorts. No sooner had Steve spoken than Tony felt a shadow loom over him. He looked up to see a silver mech, larger than Ivan Vanko's, crashing through the ceiling and hurtling towards him. As Tony prepared to evade, a metallic hand emerged from the ground, firmly grasping his ankle. "Damn it, not again," he exclaimed, realizing he was ensnared once more. With no escape in sight, Tony understood it was time to unleash his ultimate technique. Taking a deep breath, he activated the loudspeaker function of his suit and shouted, "Uncle, save me." It was unlikely for the proud Tony to seek assistance voluntarily, yet facing such dire straits, he found himself compelled to do so. Just a minute prior, he had been obstinate, but now he found himself earnestly calling for aid. Suddenly, the onslaught from Obadiah was interrupted as a golden-haired figure in blue appeared before Tony, seemingly teleporting into position, and with a single hand, halted the mighty Ironmonger's assault. "Young man, this marks your second grave error today. You failed to learn from your missteps. Even the saints do not fall to the same tactic twice. Yet you have been ambushed by the same mech from below on 2 occasions. Truly pathetic." Rogers admonished Tony for his folly before crushing the metallic arm that had ensnared him, then swiftly flinging Tony out of the combat zone. Now it is time for a change. Steve, never one to show favoritism, having shattered one of Ivan Vanko's hands, now turned his might upon Obadiah. His palm, not of steel yet rivaling its strength, exerted tremendous force, compressing the Ironmonger's foot into a mere clump of scrap metal amid a cacophony of grinding metal. Steve's fingers embedded deeply into the mangled foot of the Ironmonger, while with his other hand, he effortlessly extracted Ivan Vanko from the depths below, lifting him like a mere mole. "You two enjoy ambushing, do you? Enjoying a bit of Hulk-style wrestling, are we? My dear nephew, there's no need to feel shy. Come. Allow me to join your play." Unperturbed by the frantic struggles of the two, Steve welcomed their futile resistance, delighting in their attempts to scratch his itch as he gracefully lifted the imposing black and silver suits of armor into the air, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Are you two ready?" he taunted. "The Captain America version of the mighty hammer is about to descend." Obadiah and Ivan Vanko shouted, "You despicable bastard, let us go, damn it." The more their curses escalated, the more exhilarated Steve became. With a swift motion, he raised his hands, executing a slow-motion strike with both left and right, relentlessly bringing them crashing down to the ground. Chapter 55. Rogers Industries under the formidable strength of Steve, who possessed an astonishing 200 tons of force. Ivan Vanko's whip and Obadiah's Ironmonger were utterly powerless to break free. Moreover, the biological force field surrounding Steve acted like a magnet, firmly binding them to his grasp. The two could only watch in despair as they were inexorably drawn closer to the ground. With a sudden impact, their equipment exploded. In the blink of an eye, darkness enveloped them, and they lost consciousness. Another strike rendered the absurd shock absorption of their armor utterly ineffective, resulting in complete destruction from the force of the blow. After the fourth impact, the distinction between the armored suits and the two men became indistinguishable, their flesh merging with the metal under Steve's colossal might. By the time Steve ceased his merciless onslaught, the two suits were beyond recognition. Blood oozed from the mangled armor, and Ivan Vanko and Obadiah appeared to be irrevocably lifeless. Yet, for the sake of precaution, Steve approached and delivered 2 additional kicks, crushing the already nearly obliterated helmets to ensure they had no means of resurrection. Witnessing this gruesome scene from a distance, Tony swallowed hard, sensing a flicker of ominous red light in Steve's eyes as he stood atop the headless armor. Panic surged within him. What if my uncle, consumed by rage, turned his wrath upon me as well? When Steve cast a fearsome glance in his direction, even Tony instinctively took 2 steps back. Oh my God, could he truly have lost control to such an extent? Of course, it was an impossibility. While Steve did exhibit some violent tendencies following his surge of power, they were solely directed at enemies. He was not one to lose sight of friend and foe alike. As a descendant of his lineage, he would never harm his own. Ah, the irony. Disregarding Tony's racing heart, Steve raised his hand and snapped his fingers. FBI, come in and clear the area. Immediately, a swarm of individuals clad in FBI uniforms surged into the warehouse, securing the scene. The leading officer jogged up to Steve, respectfully presenting a search warrant. Captain Rogers, here is the search warrant you requested for Hammer Industries. Steve casually accepted the warrant, used it to wipe his hands, and discarded it onto the ground like refuse. This is of no use now. After you gather sufficient evidence, publicly announced that Hammer Industries harbored federal fugitives and colluded with them to manufacture illegal mechs intended for terrorist attacks against America, which were dismantled by the righteous Captain America and Tony Stark, thus ridding the nation of this menace. Then, proceed to seize all assets of Hammer Industries under charges of treason and find a way to sell the acquisition rights to Tony Stark at the lowest possible price. Understood? The leading officer scribbled down Steve's instructions with urgency, ensuring no detail was overlooked, and nodded promptly upon completion. Understood. I will execute your orders. Good. Now you may take your leave. Yes, sir. The officer, relieved to be dismissed, nodded and hurriedly departed, exhaling a sigh of relief once he was out of earshot. Oh, survival. Before the formidable Hydra captain, his subordinates felt an immense weight upon their shoulders. The outrageous commands recently issued by Steve were far beyond what a mere infiltrator within the FBI could realistically execute. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, he consented. Why, you ask? It was, of course, due to the previous decree from their leader, Alexander Pierce, warning against provoking the captain, with dire consequences for those who dared to defy him. Even the heads of other Hydra divisions were known to confront their superiors with brazen audacity, sometimes resorting to violence. For these lesser Hydra operatives, inciting the captain's ire could very well result in a catastrophic fate. Thus, whenever they received orders from the captain that transcended their capabilities, they would comply without question, only to later shift the blame onto Commander Pierce. For it was Pierce alone who possessed the authority to shield Steve from any repercussions, and only he dared to approach Steve's formidable wrath. Steve, indifferent to the identity of those who would ultimately address the fallout, was solely focused on the outcome. Pierce, exasperated, might have exclaimed, "What is this? You are the boss, and I am the boss? Why do I feel like I am your subordinate? Perhaps Hydra should just calculate this all for you." Tony, bewildered, observed as the FBI entered under Steve's directive, his expression one of incredulity. So not only do you have connections within the Department of Justice, you also have ties with the FBI? They actually heed your commands. Steve, forming a gesture utterly despised in the United States, responded with a casual flick of his thumb and forefinger. It's merely a trifling matter. After all, I am nearly a century old, with a wealth of life experience. Is it not natural to cultivate relationships across various spheres? Tony's forehead pulsed with frustration. Natural, my foot. You spent 70 years frozen. Where does your profound life experience come from? He was at the brink of exasperation with Steve's incessant references to his advanced age. If one disregarded those frozen years, Steve should, in fact, be considered younger than himself. Observing Tony's rebellious demeanor, Steve raised his fist, determined to reason with him. Do you dare to retort? Nephew, do you wish to engage in a contest of wills? Tony, gazing at the fist the size of a cauldron, suddenly found his tolerance wavering. Turning away, let us not dwell on that. By the way, why did you instruct the FBI to grant me the sale rights to Hammer Industries? Steve replied matter-of-factly, of course, it is to generate profits for you. While Hammer Industries may not rival Stark Industries, it stands as the second in America. Do you not comprehend the potential profits to be gained? Tony nodded, then dismissively shook his head. No, I fully understand the profit margins. I simply find them unworthy of my attention. I plan to leverage this incident to publicly unveil my Iron Man identity and simultaneously elevate the renewable energy project within Stark Industries' production chain. Once I unlock the potential of the new energy market, the profits of Hammer Industries will merely be a drop in the ocean for me. Do you hear what I say? To think that a company valued at over $1 trillion could be dismissed so casually. Does that even make sense? Steve gasped in astonishment, a sardonic smile creeping across his face as he expressed his envy and resentment. Humph, since you hold it in such disdain, why not just buy Hammer Industries and gift it to me? To his surprise, Tony, unfazed by Steve's sarcasm, readily nodded in agreement. If you desire it, consider it done. Once I acquire it, I shall bestow upon you a 60 stake in Hammer Industries, making it officially yours. You could even rename it Rogers Industries if you wish. Observing Tony's nonchalant demeanor, as if he were simply sharing a meal with a friend, Steve gained a newfound appreciation for Tony's boundless wealth. Who would have thought that? Due to his offhand remark, the Captain America, one of the Marvel superheroes with the least financial means next to Spider-Man, would soon possess his very own Rogers Industries? Chapter 57. Introducing Comrade, Sure I Mean. Steve's jest was taken seriously by Tony. A week later, at the Stark Industries Expo, Tony stood under the spotlight, addressing the recent wave of public scrutiny for the first time. Welcome to the annual Stark Expo. Today, let us cast aside the antiquated traditions of opening speeches and delve directly into the subject that captivates everyone's interest, the rumors surrounding myself and Stark Industries. As applause erupted from the audience, Tony gestured for silence and continued. Firstly, I must confirm that significant reforms have indeed taken place within Stark Industries over the past month. Our second largest shareholder, Obadiah Stane, has long engaged in the illicit sale of Stark weaponry to terrorists, alongside heinous crimes such as contract killings and the disclosure of classified military routes. Consequently, he has been delisted from Stark Industries and classified as a felon by the federal government. I have reclaimed the shares he held, and he is likely facing his reckoning. This incident has awakened me to the negligence with which I previously oversaw Stark Industries, allowing scoundrels like Obadiah to exploit the weapons I created, leading to the tragic deaths of countless innocents. While it is too late to amend the past, I must extend my sincerest apologies to all those affected. As he spoke, the once proud Tony Stark bowed slightly, a gesture he had never before been able to make before the public. The live broadcast of the world's foremost arms dealer was being watched by many eyes around the globe. In the distant land of Sokovia, a pair of young siblings watched the screen, their expressions a tumultuous blend of hatred and turmoil. Pietro, we can no longer evade this reality. It may be time to confront the nightmare Stark has inflicted upon us, whether through vengeance or otherwise. In this charged atmosphere, a striking red-haired girl stood resolutely, addressing the handsome boy beside her. He nodded in agreement without hesitation. Since you have made your decision, let us bring an end to this, Wanda? With that, they clasped each other's hands tightly and left their Sokovian cottage, setting forth into a new world. Meanwhile, Tony, still delivering his speech at the expo, remained unaware that the fateful twins were already on their way to confront him. To prevent Stark Industries from slipping from my control again, I successfully acquired all but 10 of the shares held by the military over the past month. From this moment forth, Stark Industries will be governed solely by my decisions. I hereby assure you that such incidents involving Stark weaponry being sold to terrorists will never occur again. Tony has truly invested heavily in purging the internal corruption. Apart from the shares acquired by Obadiah through unscrupulous means, the other board members' shares were repurchased by him at double the market price. Under Steve's intervention, Stark Industries did not shut down its weapons division, yet reclaiming those shares from the vampires within the company would require a significant sacrifice. However, those concerns are now trivial. Once his new energy project launches today, the money spent will be recouped in mere moments. The introduction of the new element derived from the Tesseract will not merely create ripples in the renewable energy market, but will deliver a cataclysmic blow. This new element is cost-effective, highly profitable, and harmless, with no competitor capable of rivaling him in the marketplace. Stark Industries will ascend to unprecedented heights. No, it will soar to multiple levels, achieving wealth beyond nations. All of this is thanks to his dear uncle, Steve Rogers, who helped him reclaim his father's legacy and assisted in the discovery of the new element. He has repeatedly rescued Tony from peril and avenged the betrayal by Obadiah. Thus, it is time for Tony to reciprocate this benevolent uncle with some tangible benefits. With a smirk, Tony clapped his hands to capture the attention of the stunned guests and reporters, who were reeling from the monumental changes at Stark Industries. Having concluded the discussion about the company, he turned to address personal matters. Over the past week, rumors have circulated regarding my collaboration with Captain America to save America from a Terminator crisis, as well as my acquisition of Hammer Industries. I wish to clarify that these are not mere fabrications. They are indeed factual. Hammer Industries has been covertly colluding with federal criminals to instigate a wave of mechanized threats against American citizens. But fear not. This crisis has been unveiled and resolved by myself and Captain Steve Rogers. Furthermore, I have indeed acquired Hammer Industries, but it will not operate under my name. I have transferred 60 of its shares to Captain Rogers, who fought alongside me to safeguard America, and from this day forth, Hammer Industries will officially be renamed Rogers Industries. As Tony dropped these two bombshells, the international journalists in the audience erupted in a cacophony of exclamations. What a revelation! Incredible news! Unbelievable! Amidst the clamor, Tony gestured towards the curtain at the back of the stage. Now, let us welcome the hero who defeated Hydra during World War II, saving America and the world. The first superhero, Captain America, Steve Rogers. As Tony called out, the spotlight illuminated Steve, who stood proudly wielding his star-spangled shield and clad in his iconic blue uniform. With a facade of virtuous composure, Steve made his way to Tony amidst the thunderous applause and flashes comparable to a CS::GO flashbang. Good evening, everyone. I'm Captain America, Steve Rogers. It brings me immense joy to return to the Stark Expo after a span of 70 years. To engage in this extraordinary rendezvous across the ages with all of you in this new era. Have you missed me? As the living relic on stage greets you, the audience below is swept into a fervor, the cheers rising and falling like waves. Yes. 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 It is the living Captain America, Captain Rogers. We adore you. You are our hero, Captain. Chapter 58. We control, we contain, we protect. Upon hearing a familiar scream amidst the crowd, Steve paused momentarily, fixing his gaze upon the source. To his astonishment, it was the two cover girls from Chapter 2, the twins he had previously let down, who were now frantically shouting at him. Clearing his throat to alleviate the awkwardness, Steve held the microphone in one hand while gesturing towards the audience with the other, adopting a serious expression reminiscent of a dignified leader. No. I am not the hero here. Rather, you, the law-abiding citizens of America, are the true heroes, he proclaimed, though he mused internally that more than half of them might not be adhering to the law, as their idol acknowledged them. The fans erupted into an even more fervent frenzy, their cheers escalating to the point of resembling a fervent cult gathering. Steve, assuming the role of a smiling ambassador, waved enthusiastically at the ecstatic crowd. With a swift motion, he slapped Tony's shoulder with the hand that held the microphone, his expression tightening as he whispered, "Tony, I swear, this will absolutely be the last time I don this ludicrous costume. If you ever dare to make me wear this again, I will ensure that Wade sleeps naked between you and Pepper every night." Tony, unfazed by Steve's threat, scrutinized the suit that accentuated Steve's quintessential American physique, teasingly remarking, "Yet, it seems my idea has proven quite effective, has it not? Just look at how this iconic outfit, ingrained in the minds of Americans since childhood, has ignited everyone's enthusiasm." Steve shot Tony a glare, stifling the urge to retaliate. How infuriating. If it weren't for the overwhelming favors Tony had done for him, he would never have donned such an embarrassing costume. Having known Steve for a while, Tony recognized when Steve was on the verge of losing his composure and quickly shifted his focus back to the audience. Once the attendees had calmed down somewhat, Tony tapped the microphone and addressed them. "Ladies and gentlemen, I understand how thrilled you must be to see a living relic, and believe me, if one day a living car were to stand before me, my excitement would rival yours." He continued, "However, I kindly ask you to settle down for a moment, as I have one final announcement before the expo officially commences. Captain America is present, and you will have ample opportunity to take photos and obtain autographs with our living legend." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a hushed silence. The prospect of acquiring an autograph from the World War II icon was indeed monumental. After all, which American has not grown up hearing tales of Captain America? Who wouldn't he desire a signed photograph for their collection? Regarding the final announcement, it was not merely about me or the captain. It pertained to the safety of everyone present, indeed the safety of individuals around the globe. Tony's mention of global safety reignited the audience's anticipation, their eyes widening with eager expectation. Tony desired precisely this effect, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he slowly proclaimed, "I trust you all have, to some extent, noticed that our world is inhabited not only by ordinary individuals like ourselves, but also by extraordinary beings whose powers greatly surpass those of the common man for various reasons. Historically, the disparity between humans and these superhumans was so vast that our awareness of their existence was minimal, with perhaps only a couple of incidents reported over the course of a year. However, commencing this year, the frequency of superhuman criminal events has surged dramatically, multiplying by tens. This alarming increase is due to the rise of these supervillains. The ordinary police find it exceedingly difficult to manage these supercriminals, and even when they can, the process often results in significant collateral damage to innocent lives. Therefore, with the safety of humanity in mind, Captain Rogers and I have resolved to establish a dedicated agency focused on superhuman offenders. It shall be known as the Avengers Agency, and our declaration is, we control, we contain, we protect. We control those supercriminals, we contain those kind-hearted individuals who accidentally awaken their powers, and we protect ordinary people like you. This is the very essence behind the founding of the Avengers Agency." As Tony concluded, the audience erupted into an uproar even more intense than when Steve had taken the stage. Countless journalists brandished their cameras towards Steve, clamoring for first-hand insights into the Avengers Agency. Amidst the crowd emerged a figure, not a glimmering light, but rather a robust man. Eddie, microphone emblazoned with the Daily Horns logo, showcased his distinct questioning style, incisively addressing Tony. "Mr. Stark, While I commend your admirable intention to establish the Avengers agency for the benefit of humanity, I must pose a critical question. What gives your agency the confidence to serve as the law enforcement for superhumans on this planet? Although Captain Rogers is a superhuman, he is but one man, and his strength is ultimately limited. And you appear to be merely a wealthy, ordinary man. What qualifies you to co-found a superhuman agency alongside Captain America? In response to Eddie, who resembled more a mob boss than a journalist, Tony's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Indeed, I do not possess the extraordinary strength that Captain Rogers wields. Aside from my wealth, my reputation as a playboy, genius scientist, foremost arms dealer, and the richest man in America, labels that are rather inconsequential, I seem to be just an ordinary individual. However, today I wish to convey to you, and to all of you present, that you are mistaken for. A classic moment is upon us. I suggest you prepare to listen closely. I am Iron Man. With that declaration, the audience erupted into cheers, and Tony, without a backward glance, turned and departed. Steve maintained his noble persona, waving to the sea of faces below before preparing to follow Tony out, when his peripheral vision caught sight of Eddie, who was anxiously gesturing for his attention. As the security chief, Happy was using his considerable stature to prevent Eddie from ascending the stage. Steve raised an eyebrow and approached the edge of the stage, crouching down to pat the diligent Happy on the shoulder. Happy, he's my friend. Let him up. Upon recognizing Steve's voice, Happy retracted his imposing presence, allowing Eddie to step onto the stage. Grateful, Eddie looked towards Steve, who had come to his rescue, and quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you. I truly appreciate it. I have something very important that I need your help with. Do you remember? You mentioned last time that I could reach out to you if I was in trouble. Steve nodded in acknowledgement, saying little else, merely gesturing with a tilt of his chin for Eddie to follow him. The two made their way towards the backstage area. This scene was fortuitously captured by the global live broadcast of the expo. In San Francisco, at the Life Foundation, the CEO, Drake, of Indian descent, observed Eddie's figure on the Stark Expo live stream, his eyes momentarily flickering with a peculiar grayish hue. Chapter 59. Targeted Steve, a silver gray, menacing head emerged from Drake's shoulder, its voice slithering like a serpent in a husky whisper. Is this the one who took my kin from your territory? Drake exhibited no signs of alarm at the grotesque visage beside him, appearing rather unfazed. Indeed, Eddie Brock was the sole outsider captured by the surveillance on the day our symbiote was stolen, smuggled into the facility by the traitorous Dr. Dora. However, I do not believe this mere rat was responsible for our symbiote's disappearance, for the security team tasked with pursuing him, which included the entire facility's guards, numbered over 100, and were all slain. Even if Eddie had been possessed by the symbiote at that time, the weakened state of those symbiotes would scarcely have endowed him with such formidable power. As Drake's gaze shifted to the screen where Steve conversed with Eddie, a glint of sharp insight flickered in his eyes. Eddie's presence at the Stark Expo, particularly his familiarity with Captain America, hinted at the identity of the one who had absconded with our symbiote. The symbiote named Riot, upon hearing this, elongated its head towards the screen, extending its grotesque tongue to lick Steve. Haha, I believe I have discerned our next target. Drake nodded, his tone icy. Indeed. We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours and ensure this so-called Captain America pays the price. Who could argue with that? Riot echoed, though its gaze remained fixated on Steve, whose divinely sculpted physique stirred a thrill within it, igniting a profound greed in its eyes. What an astonishingly perfect body. If I were to possess it, I would become the most powerful symbiote in history, perhaps even the next god of symbiotes. Thus, I must apologize, Drake. You are destined to be merely a stepping stone on my path to divinity. Ha. This exemplifies the inherent flaw of symbiotic life. As the parasite, Riot could clearly perceive Drake's innermost thoughts, while Drake remained oblivious to Riot's intention of fully utilizing him before discarding him entirely. This is also why Steve has yet to choose to merge with Venom. Or perhaps, Steve has never even contemplated allowing Venom to bond with him. Symbiotes are powerful yet fraught with uncertainty, a fact that has led Steve to dismiss them outright. The comic pages turn, revealing both Riot and Drake fixated on Steve, while Steve too has taken notice of them. Much like gazing into an abyss, one finds that the abyss gazes back. Damn, Tony. How could you possibly make me wear this ridiculous costume and attend the expo like some cosplaying fanboy, shaking hands and signing autographs with that crowd of oblivious fans? Upon entering the backstage area, Steve confronted Tony with an array of complaints, evidently displeased with Tony's recent remarks regarding signed photographs. Accustomed to Steve's acerbic tongue, Tony remained unfazed, casually holding a glass of whiskey in each hand, and offered one to Steve. Calm down, my hefty friend. This is all for our mutual benefit and to elevate the reputation of our agency, is it not? You see, in just this brief moment, the market value of Stark Industries and Rogers Industries has surged by at least 10% due to the unveiling of the Avengers initiative. Once this matter fully permeates the market, a doubling of that value is quite feasible. While this may be trivial for me as I prepare to venture into the renewable energy sector, it is of utmost significance for your nascent Rogers Industries. Thus, your willingness to sacrifice a bit of aesthetic appeal is entirely justified, would you not agree? To be frank, Tony's confident demeanor, as if he held dominion over the situation, resembled that of an impudent rascal, igniting an urge at Steve to deliver a sharp reprimand. Yet, upon hearing Tony suggest that the value of Rogers Industries might double, Steve found himself reconsidering, realizing Tony might not be so insufferable after all. In essence, it was a battle between his rational and emotional faculties. After Steve accepted the drink, Tony gestured toward the large screen displaying news coverage. The headlines boldly proclaimed, "Superheroes of the Dual Era Unite." The first officially named superheroes of both old and new eras, Captain America Steve Rogers and Iron Man Tony Stark, established the Avengers Initiative. The article further asserted, true superheroes, like the Avengers, should boldly reveal their identities to confront superhuman criminals. Let us retire those masked vigilantes who merely assault petty thugs. One could only imagine the tumult such a sensational combination of a World War II hero and the wealthiest individual in America, two profoundly influential figures publicly declaring their superhero identities, would incite. Nevertheless, upon reading the venomous undertones of the article, Steve could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. What the hell? Who penned this article? Not only do they incite hatred against those supervillains, but they also drag unwillingly anonymous superheroes into the fray. In response, Tony merely shrugged and used the remote to scroll down to the byline, which prominently displayed the name of the Daily Bugle. Realizing it was the work of the second Spider-Man, Steve felt a sense of relief. It appeared that, regardless of the Marvel Universe, the proprietor of the Daily Bugle harbored a notable disdain for masked heroes, or to put it plainly, for Spider-Man himself. Eddie, who had approached, observed Steve's exclamations and apparent dissatisfaction with the article, silently removed his Daily Bugle badge from his chest and tucked it away, sensing he had arrived at an inopportune moment. Yet, it was clear that Steve had not forgotten Eddie's identity. With a swift motion, he seized Eddie, who was laden with ostriches, and extracted the identity badge of the Daily Bugle from his pocket. "Hey, young man, I recall you are affiliated with the Daily Bugle, are you not? Surely, this report cannot be your handiwork." Before Steve could unleash his fury, Eddie hastily raised his hand in defense, exclaiming, "This is a grave injustice, Captain. I have only recently joined the Daily Bugle and am merely a nominal reporter. The article was penned by my boss, J. Jonah Jameson, and I had no part in its creation. Moreover, do you not recall? After Tony Stark concluded his speech, I have been shadowing you." With scarcely a moment to compose anything, it seemed plausible indeed. Eddie had indeed been in the thrall of Tony since he descended the stage, leaving him no opportunity to write. At this juncture, Steve also remembered that this fellow had sought his assistance. The customer is akin to a deity. He could not usher a customer to meet their maker. Chapter 60, The Avengers Tower. Eddie was gently placed back on the ground as his collar was adjusted with care. "Oh, my dear customer," he said, "do tell, what assistance do you seek this time?" At the same time, Tony poured a glass of wine for Eddie and chimed in with interest. "Fear not, my friend, Steve is just like that. He may seem uncouth, but he is actually quite amiable. Do share what extraordinary event requires our aid. As this marks the inaugural case for our Avengers agency, we can offer you a 50% discount. Getting down to business." Eddie took a sip of the wine Tony had handed him to steady his nerves and promptly addressed Steve. "Do you recall last month at the Life Foundation when you removed that extraterrestrial entity known as the symbiote from my body?" Before Steve could respond, Tony interjected with curiosity. "Wait a moment. Are you referring to the Life Foundation in San Francisco? That Drake fellow actually brought back an alien life form from outer space. Do you know Drake? Are you aware of the alien life form? You're not involved in some clandestine collaboration with him, are you?" Eddie looked at Tony in astonishment and instinctively took 2 steps back, feeling as if he had just escaped one perilous situation only to stumble into another. However, Tony dismissively shook his head. "Collaboration? That guy? I was merely intrigued by his cosmic exploration plans, which is why I had Jarvis infiltrate their internal systems for a brief look. But honestly, I thought the pursuit of extraterrestrial life was utterly impractical, so I lost interest. I never imagined he would actually find an alien life form." At this point, Tony's eyes sparkled with excitement as he turned to Steve. "So, you managed to seize that so-called symbiote from that fellow? How many symbiotes do you currently possess?" Steve shot him a glance and pointed at his chest. "There are only 2 surviving symbiotes, and in fact, you have already encountered one. It resides within Wade, providing the healing effect on your chest." Upon hearing this, Tony became even more intrigued. "So the entity that can heal the human body is indeed a symbiote? I had thought it was merely Wade's unique superpower. To say you still have one symbiote left, would you let me study it for a few days?" Steve shrugged nonchalantly. "If you want it, take it. It serves no purpose for me. and it saves me from having to feed it chocolate every day. However, be cautious. The symbiote isn't compatible with everyone, and not all hosts possess nearly limitless phenethylamine like Wade does. If it becomes desperate, it could turn against the host. Tony nodded indifferently. Rest assured, I am a scientist, and I prioritize rigor above all. I have no intention of allowing this extraterrestrial parasite to infest me and drain my brain. I merely had the whimsical notion of attempting to create an exosuit imbued with the symbiote's capabilities. If successful, I plan to integrate your symbiote suit with my new generation of armor. A symbiote exosuit? Steve's eyes sparkled with interest as he nodded. All right. As long as you know your limits. In a couple of days, I shall have Sharon deliver it to you. Tony gave an okay sign and leaned back, continuing to observe the unfolding drama. Once again, Steve turned his gaze towards Eddie, who had remained discreetly silent during their conversation. All right, Eddie, the interlude has concluded. You may proceed. Eddie took another sip of the drink Tony had offered, clearing his throat. Ever since my infiltration of the Life Foundation, I have sensed an unseen presence monitoring me. Strangely, they have yet to take action against me. Based on your parting warning, I suspect it is highly likely that Drake has sent his men. The reason they have refrained from striking could be that they know the symbiote is not with me, and they wish to use me to locate you and retrieve the symbiote. To evade Drake's scrutiny and to prevent further complications for my ex-girlfriend, I fled from San Francisco to New York. There, I found a job at the Daily Bugle to sustain myself, only to unexpectedly encounter you at this expo. Coincidentally, your Avengers office announced its focus on superhuman incidents at this very time, solidifying my resolve to seek your assistance in resolving this matter once and for all. The symbiote, being an extraterrestrial life form, certainly qualifies as a superhuman incident. I trust your Avengers office would accept this commission? As one of Marvel's protagonists, even if it were not a superhuman incident, Steve would have accepted Eddie's request for the sake of the system's rewards. However, he had to maintain appearances and replied nonchalantly. Of course, but I believe you are aware that we are an office, not a charity. Commissions do require payment. Given the scale of the Life Foundation, the fees will be substantial. So how much can you offer? Eddie's expression faltered upon hearing this, in his eagerness for assistance. He had completely overlooked the fact that the Avengers office operated differently from those street heroes. He rummaged through his belongings, eventually producing a meager sum of 250 along with a few coins, his face flushed with embarrassment. I apologize. Ever since I reported the Life Foundation scandal regarding human experimentation, my life has spiraled downward. I lost my job, my girlfriend left me, and no company in San Francisco wishes to hire me anymore. This money is all I have left, but I suppose it is far from sufficient, isn't it? Steve felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He had anticipated Eddie's impoverished state due to Drake's targeting and his job loss, but he had not expected such dire circumstances. This man had once been a hotshot reporter. Did he truly have no savings? Yet, considering it was America, one could not assume that everyone had a habit of saving money. With a resigned sigh, he took the $200 bills from Eddie's hand. Let us set aside our thoughts. The founding intention of our agency was never to amass wealth. The fees we charge serve merely to convey that the assistance of superheroes is not a given, and to allow our heroes to receive a modest recompense for their benevolence. Thus, consider this act as my charitable endeavor in accepting your commission. However, I must impose an additional condition. You are to join our Avengers agency, as we are in need of a courageous journalist, one who dares to confront the forces of capital. Eddie stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend the words he had just heard. Not only could a mere $200 enable the Avengers to resolve the considerable predicament posed by the Life Foundation, but he could also become a member of the Avengers agency. How could such fortuitous circumstances befall him? Steve, observing Eddie's astonishment, raised an eyebrow. What is it? Are you unwilling? Snapping back to reality from his surprise, Eddie hastily replied, No. I am absolutely willing. I mean, I am truly honored to become a part of the Avengers. Steve shrugged. In truth, your role will be more akin to that of a news reporting staff member for the agency, rather than a formal member of the superhero team. But that is of little consequence. From this day forth, until the matter with the Life Foundation is resolved, you shall reside in the Avengers Tower. No one dares to cause trouble on my turf. During this period, Pepper had already selected an appropriate location and completed the renovations for the agency. It is worth noting that the site and structure were not newly chosen, as they were already established. The former Hammer Tower, standing as New York's second most prominent skyscraper after Stark Tower, boasts a geographical position and grandeur befitting its role as the Avengers headquarters. Consequently, Hammer Tower was not renamed Rogers Tower. Rather, Steve directly designated it as Avengers Tower. Henceforth, this will be the first and only skyscraper in the world where superheroes convene for work. And he, Steve Rogers, shall stand as the supreme leader of all superheroes. Chapter 61. Expansion of the Agency, or Machine Roads? However, First and foremost, he requires a sufficient number of superhero employees. A glimmer of ambition flickered in Steve's eyes as he raised his gaze to Tony. Tony, now that our agency's location and promotion are in place, I believe it is time to recruit more members. Indeed, their numbers were still rather limited. Tony nodded thoughtfully, stroking his chin as he considered potential candidates. With Steve, Tony, Bucky, and Deadpool, the Avengers agency currently comprised only 4 individuals. Given the explosive nature of their promotional efforts, the forthcoming superhuman assignments would undoubtedly be countless. Relying solely on the 4 of them would mean they would have to work around the clock, neglecting everything else. This was clearly unacceptable to both Steve and Tony. Steve, a proponent of balancing work and leisure, firmly believed that while work is essential, life should also be enjoyed. He would not conflate work with enjoyment. He was no masochistic corporate drone. Tony, too, required ample time to delve into research on new armors. He certainly could not afford to spend every day combating supervillains. Hence, after careful consideration, Steve resolved to implement an 8-hour workday policy within the agency, where each member would have a fixed 8 hours daily for task assignments. However, given that supervillains could strike at any hour, Steve contemplated establishing a 24-hour shift system for heroes, comprising day, evening, and night shifts. This would not only afford the superheroes leisure time each day, but also accommodate certain alternative superheroes who could only operate during specific hours. For instance, there might be a superhero who still needed to attend school during the day, or others who held daytime jobs. As Steve and Tony exchanged glances, Tony raised a finger and, in unison, they uttered, "Ah, I happen to have a candidate in mind." Steve's expression shifted slightly in surprise. He had not anticipated that Tony also had someone in mind, wondering if they were thinking of the same individual. Naturally, the first person who came to Steve's mind was the chosen worker, young Spider-Man, Peter Parker. In terms of integrity, eagerness to combat crime, and overall capabilities, Spider-Man was indeed the most suitable candidate for the Avengers. However, in this universe, Spider-Man was the extraordinary Spider-Man, and logically, Tony should not yet know him. Nor could he possibly become Spider-Man's guardian. Seeing Steve silent, Tony did not keep him in suspense and directly revealed his candidate. "I am considering recruiting James Rhodes. He is one of the few friends I can trust to join the agency." "Colonel Rhodes?" Steve raised an eyebrow at this. Wasn't he the War Machine, one of Marvel's most loquacious characters? However, due to Tony's interference, the first-generation arc reactor, which would have caused palladium poisoning, had been replaced, healing the hole in his chest. At present, Tony, who has no intention of succumbing to despair, is indeed contemplating gifting a suit of Iron Man armor to Rhodes. Sensing Steve's unspoken curiosity, Tony nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is Rhodes. Although he is merely an ordinary man at this moment, I plan to retrofit the old Mark III and present it to him. As an Air Force colonel, I am confident that he will soon master the operation of the armor." Steve acknowledged this with a knowing nod, but felt compelled to remind him, "Suit yourself, but remember to secure that armor with a lock that only Rhodes can operate. It would be best if it were designed to self-destruct if anyone else attempts to use it. While I am Captain America, I am acutely aware of the tendencies of our government. I do not wish for them, who are scarcely better than Hydra, to seize the Iron Man suit and use it as a means to conquer the world." Tony, in agreement, replied, "Rest assured, even without your counsel, I would take such precautions. My decision to gift a suit to Rhodes is twofold. Firstly, our Avengers team is in dire need of personnel. Secondly, it is to stabilize relations with the American government. Our organization, composed of superhumans, must provide them with tangible benefits, or we may face incessant troubles ahead. While I cannot genuinely equip the armor with a self-destruct mechanism, I will ensure the critical technological components and the reactor are safeguarded with dual security measures. Should anyone attempt to dismantle the armor or extract the reactor without my authorization, the suit will automatically lock down, and Jarvis will regain control, returning it to the Avengers Tower." Listening to Tony's meticulous arrangements, Steve patted him on the shoulder with a sense of pride. "You've truly matured, my dear nephew." Taken aback, Tony swiftly brushed Steve's hand from his shoulder and playfully kicked at his rear. "You're taking liberties again, twice no less. Playing the role of both father and uncle. Are you? Damn you, Steve." Steve deftly dodged Tony's playful kick, turning away and waving as he made his exit. "I know you're anxious, but there's no need to rush. Your urgency won't change anything." Tony, observing Steve depart, called after him, "Hey, where are you going?" Steve, with a hand that transformed into a middle finger, retorted, "To arrange that meet and greet for those couch potatoes you set up." "Wait, you Haven T told me who your choice is. You'll find out when I bring him. You'll be more satisfied than with your own son." In a state of bewilderment, Tony watched as Steve walked away without a backward glance. The subsequent Stark Expo proceeded smoothly, devoid of any treacherous attacks or rogue drones wreaking havoc. Only Steve, with a stiff smile plastered on his face, repeated the motions of taking photographs and signing autographs. Gazing at the seemingly endless queue awaiting his signature and photo, Steve wished fervently that this was merely a nightmarish illusion. Damn it, it's all that wretched Tony Stark's fault. With a frustrated shout, Steve sprang upright from the opulent 5-meter-wide bed in Fisk Tower. Wait, was it truly just a dream? No, it can't be. Steve reflected that it was no mere dream. He had indeed spent the entire night being photographed and signing autographs for thousands of people, and now it was already the following day. This was a truly harrowing experience, akin to a nightmare worthy of a horror film. A shiver ran down Steve's spine. He would rather engage in a full day of battle against Thanos than endure such a terrifying sensation again. "What's wrong, Steve?" came Sharon's concerned voice from outside the door, and then she entered, carrying soy milk and fried dough sticks. "It's nothing, just a bad dream," Steve replied, shaking his head. He rose to freshen up in the room's private bathroom before joining Sharon on the balcony, where they leisurely enjoyed their soy milk and fried dough sticks. The nightmarish experience from the previous day rendered Steve unusually silent. It was only after they finished their meal, surrounded by the comforts of hometown delicacies and Sharon's gentle presence, that his dazed mind began to regain its clarity. Chapter 62. The troubling Peter Parker in his previous life. He thought that making money through cosplay at conventions was an easy endeavor. However, now that he has become a real-life cosplayer, he has come to realize just how challenging it truly is. To earn a living, he must don a facade of false smiles while facing those who affectionately call her mom. Much like how he must shake hands and pose for photos with hypocritical merchants and politicians for personal gain. Even Captain America has his own struggles. After sharing a tender moment with Sharon, it was time for him to attend to business. He placed the venom, stored in a secret chamber, into a sealed box and asked Sharon to deliver it to Tony. Following that, Steve departed from Fisk Tower and made his way to Queens. Today, he intended to recruit the 5th member of the Avengers, Parker. Soon, clad in a leather jacket and casual attire, with a cap obscuring half of his face, Steve arrived at an unassuming house in Queens. In the flower bed out front, an elderly woman with a benevolent demeanor was tending to a vibrant array of blooms. Nearby, in the garage, an elderly gentleman was perspiring profusely as he worked on an old-fashioned car. Although he had never seen them before, Steve instantly recognized their identities. Ben Parker and May Parker, Peter Parker's uncle and aunt, who were among the most significant figures in his life, providing him with endless support and meaning throughout his upbringing. Even someone as unrefined as Steve could not help but admire them. The fact that Peter Parker would one day become the beloved Spider-Man was undoubtedly tied to the excellent upbringing he received from them. The Kent couple from DC and the Parker couple from Marvel. People from both worlds should bow in gratitude to these two pairs for not raising two ungrateful children. Perhaps it was not an issue with the engine, but rather the aging wiring of the vehicle. While engrossed in his work, Ben Parker suddenly sensed a presence beside him, as someone unceremoniously began to inspect the wiring beneath the steering wheel. Rather than being upset by the intrusion, Ben simply expressed his curiosity. "Young man, who are you?" Steve lifted his cap slightly to reveal his face, extending his hand toward Ben Parker with a smile. "Steve Rogers, I am a friend of your nephew, Peter. You are Steve." Ben Parker's eyes widened in astonishment, his neck flushing with excitement, rendering him unable to articulate a coherent response. At that moment, May Parker noticed her husband's unusual demeanor and approached with a watering can, soon catching sight of Steve in his entirety. As the embodiment of American spirit, Captain America was akin to a divine presence for the elderly Parker couple, and one can only imagine the exhilaration coursing through their hearts. Steve raised a finger to his lips, winking at the couple to signal them to remain calm. Surprisingly, it was May Parker, rather than the seemingly composed Ben, who managed to regain her composure first, grasping her husband's hand to help steady him. "Ben, you must calm yourself. You wouldn't want to embarrass yourself before your idol. Captain Rogers, would you?" Upon hearing this, Ben Parker jolted and swiftly regained his composure. Indeed, he could not permit his idol to witness any folly. After all, Captain Rogers embodied American justice, serving as his role model. Once composed, Ben Parker patted his head and said with sudden clarity, "I believe I understand why you have come. Captain, I heard on the news yesterday about your establishment of the Superhuman Affairs Office. Surely, you are here concerning Peter's peculiar behavior over the past few days?" Steve first nodded, but then realized something was amiss in Ben Parker's words. Peculiar behavior? What do you mean by that? Under ordinary circumstances, the Parkers would never divulge their nephew's secrets to anyone, but this was Captain America, the one person they trusted implicitly with their and Peter's well-being. The couple invited Steve into their home, brewed him some tea, and served cookies personally baked by May Parker. Once the formalities were complete, they began to recount their tale. It turned out that a month prior, when Peter first acquired his spider-like abilities, the Parkers had already noticed something unusual about their nephew. However, they chose not to confront him directly, quietly addressing the minor mishaps, such as the door handles and faucets Peter inadvertently broke. Peter believed he was concealing his changes well, but how could the Parkers, who had watched him grow up, not notice the deviations in his behavior? Yet, this was not their primary concern. They initially viewed Peter's transformations positively and continued their tranquil lives without exposing his little secret. However, things took a turn when Peter was captured by a deep blue creature while attempting to save Ben Parker. Upon his return, everything began to seem rather abnormal. Previously, Peter had only undergone physical changes. Aside from becoming more self-assured, he remained the kind-hearted boy they knew. But after that incident, it appeared that some psychological shifts had also occurred. He had not only confronted a school bully, Flash, with newfound vigor, but had also purchased a suit at half price. A suit. When had Peter, a boy who had always dressed like a stereotypical nerd, developed an interest in such attire? Moreover, on the following day, Peter astonishingly brought home a girl for the first time. The couple recognized her. Peter had even secretly set a picture of her as his wallpaper. Ben Parker recalled her name was Gwen Stacy. After hearing Ben's account, Steve was left both amused and bewildered. Oh, that rascal Peter, clearly entangled once more with the symbiote. Let us hope this time he does not attempt to cast shadows upon others. Shaking his head, Steve dismissed his fanciful thoughts and began to piece together the situation. It seemed that during the last encounter on the rooftop, when he had taken Deadpool away and exploded the latter's arm, some of the scattered symbiotic material must have opportunistically latched onto Peter. This left Steve pondering whether Peter, this young lad, was exceptionally fortunate or rather unfortunate. Although symbiotes are notoriously difficult to eliminate, the act of birthing offspring is, in reality, no simple feat. It is not merely a matter of shedding a fragment of tissue to yield a new symbiote. There exists only a minuscule probability of such an occurrence. At that time, Deadpool was merely host to a minor symbiote known as Chaos, which Steve had scarcely regarded, completely unaware of its potential to reproduce. It was astonishing that even the minuscule remnants of such a minor symbiote could give rise to a new entity within Peter. Is Peter truly the Spider-Man, or is he, in fact, the deity of symbiotes? Chapter 63. Gwen Stacy. Steve gently massaged his temples and raised his gaze to the Parker couple, whose faces were etched with concern. He reassured them, saying, "You are not mistaken. Indeed, Peter has undergone some extraordinary transformations. However, there is no need for alarm, as these changes are benign. As for the alterations in Peter's demeanor, they are not particularly alarming. As you know, it is quite natural for a youth like Peter, who is navigating the tumultuous waters of adolescence, to exhibit a touch of arrogance after acquiring such powers. Rest assured, I shall endeavor to guide Peter appropriately, and he will soon revert to being your beloved nephew, young Peter Parker." Upon hearing Steve's assurances, the Parkers exhaled a collective sigh of relief and quickly rose to express their gratitude. "Hearing you say that puts us at ease. We are immensely grateful, Captain Rogers." After their verbal thanks, Ben Parker, slightly abashed, rubbed his hands together and inquired, "I understand that your Avengers consultancy operates on a commission basis. May I ask how much it would cost to assist in bringing Peter back to the right path? Please do not misunderstand. My intentions are purely sincere. I believe your approach is commendable. A superhero like you, who risks life and limb to save ordinary people, undoubtedly deserves this modest recompense. However, our family is not particularly affluent, and should the fee be excessive, it may take me some time to arrange the payment." Listen to this. What a considerate soul, Steve thought. If only everyone could embody the kindness of Ben Parker, who not only maintains his own goodness, but also thoughtfully considers others. This world might have long since achieved peace. Then, he and Tony would find themselves unemployed. Just a jest, of course. In any case, Steve found himself genuinely admiring the Parkers for their kindness and practicality. Extracting a cookie from the platter on the table, he smiled and said, "These cookies are delectable. Let this be your payment. This delightful treat is more than sufficient for my services." Upon hearing this, the Parker couple was momentarily speechless, and after a prolonged pause, their respect for Steve deepened even further. May Parker remarked, "Thank you, Captain. You are even more remarkable than history books portray." Indeed, it is often in the intricate details of everyday life that the true greatness of a hero is revealed, and Steve Rogers epitomizes such greatness. Ben Parker appeared somewhat hesitant as he responded, "But wouldn't this set a precarious precedent? If I were to initiate this, could it adversely affect the future operations of your consultancy?" Ben was inherently kind, yet not naive. He understood human nature, especially in a nation built upon the bones of the past, where humanity is often fraught with complexity. Sometimes, excessive kindness can result in one's own detriment. Steve patted Ben, who was worried for him, and with great effort stifled the grin that threatened to rise at the corners of his mouth, reminiscent of a certain nation's more sinister smile. He reassured, "Do not fret, Ben, I am not a pedant. I shall extend goodwill to you and May, both of whom embody the essence of honest and virtuous citizens. However, when faced with those who harbor malevolence and exhibit unreasonable behavior, I possess a modicum of martial knowledge. I will ensure they comprehend that I dictate the rules. What I declare shall indeed be so. To the astonishment of the Parkers, they found Steve's demeanor not overly domineering, but rather his once godlike image began to flesh out into something more tangible and relatable. Truly, Captain America exemplified beauty coupled with astuteness, a commendable idol for our America. As Steve inquired about Peter's current schooling, he rose to take his leave. Peter's assignment was the second system task he undertook after surpassing a physical threshold of 30 points, thereby unlocking the second tier of challenges. Oh, it seems a certain individual beyond the cosmos had neglected to mention the resolution of Obadiah and Ivan Vanko, which yielded a staggering reward of enhancement points. This time, the bonus reached an unprecedented high of 600 points, 100 more than the initial mission to save Tony. After the augmentation, his physical prowess ascended from 26 to 32 points, with his baseline strength nearing 300 tons and peak power approaching 900 tons. His biofield enhancements were equally pronounced, and his flight speed soared to 3 Mach. Yet, the most significant development was the unlocking of the second tier, for in terms of power, 200 tons and 300 tons were merely variations of the same concept, invincibility. Returning to the crux of the matter, the inaugural system task following the establishment of his office was naturally to assist Eddie with the troubles surrounding the Life Foundation. However, Steve was in no rush to tackle this mission, as his heightened instinct suggested that he need not venture to San Francisco personally. The target would soon present themselves willingly. Trusting his intuition, he promptly listed the Eddie task on the office's official website and turned his attention to recruiting his chosen laborers. The website, constructed by Tony and maintained daily by Jarvis, was far more secure than any color-coded FBI site. Yet, Steve was unprepared for the delightful surprise that the Parkers would bring him another system task. Unlike Eddie's task, which had already been posted on the office's mission list, the task regarding Peter had yet to make its way to the Avengers website. He intended to test whether, as the office's proprietor, he could directly complete the system task without it being listed. If successful, future assignments would become significantly simpler, allowing him to process tasks mentally without reliance on the constraints of reality. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Steve eagerly mounted the Harley parked by the roadside and sped off towards Peter's school. However, when Steve arrived at Peter's school, he found himself at a loss. Peter was nowhere to be seen in the classroom where he should have been, leaving his seat conspicuously empty. Yet, although Peter was absent, Steve noticed a striking blonde girl seated in front of Peter's desk. Ah, Gwen Stacy. Could this be the charming girlfriend of the extraordinary Spider-Man? With her presence, how could one possibly fail to locate Peter? After all, Peter, one would presume you wouldn't want anything untoward to befall Gwen, would you? Ahem. With a newfound objective, Steve leaned against the wall outside the classroom, awaiting the conclusion of Gwen's lesson. Time seemed to stretch endlessly as he listened to the lecture from within, gradually succumbing to drowsiness, until at last, the delightful chime of the dismissal bell rang out. The radiant blonde emerged from the classroom, clutching a book. Steve stepped forward to intercept her, donning a friendly smile. Miss Stacy, may I have a moment of your time? Gwen furrowed her brow, taking a cautious step back, distancing herself from the man whose duckbill cap concealed all but half of his perfect chin. Who are you? I don't believe we've met. Chapter 64, The Venom Agent? The heartbreaking voice. Steve adjusted his cap, lowering it further in response to Gwen's astonished gaze. I cannot announce my name loudly in this setting, lest I become the spectacle of a zoo, akin to a gorilla on display. However, I believe no further introduction is necessary, as I have just seen my photograph and information on the walls of your school. Therefore, may we find a quiet place to converse? It concerns your young boyfriend, Peter Parker. Gwen's surprise deepened at his words, and she quickly realized that Captain America might already be aware of Peter's identity, prompting her to nod. Very well, please follow me. The park behind the school is generally devoid of people and quite serene. Steve nodded, preparing to follow Gwen when a loud shout erupted from behind them. Oi, kid, stop right there. A large figure, bruised and clad in a sports jersey, barreled down the corridor, swiftly positioning himself between Steve and Gwen, glaring at Steve. You jerk. Were you just harassing Gwen? Do you not know she already has a boyfriend? Fry, with that, pushed against Steve's chest, intending to teach this oblivious man a lesson. Faced with a mere ordinary individual like Fry, Steve did not even bother to evade the push, allowing Fry's hands to collide against him. The impact did not budge Steve an inch, while Fry was sent staggering back 2 steps by the force of Steve's iron-like build. I am aware she has a boyfriend. Yet he is not you. The president himself is not anxious. Why should you, a mere vice president, be? Steve observed Fry with keen interest, recalling that this fellow was indeed Gwen's cousin. In Marvel Comics, he had once been possessed by Venom, becoming a venom agent. Though Fry recognized that he was no match for the man before him, his pride prevented him from conceding defeat. Stubbornly, he glared at Steve. "You cowardly scoundrel. Gwen is certainly not my girlfriend, but she is my brother's girlfriend, and you mustn't lay a hand on her either." "Your brother's girlfriend? Isn't Gwen's boyfriend Peter?" This bully, who had always looked down upon Peter, when had he suddenly formed a brotherly bond with him? Unable to remain silent any longer, Gwen forcefully pushed Fry aside, her large eyes glaring at him with utmost seriousness. "Fry, all you do is cause trouble day after day. Are you that idle? Have you completed your assignments? Have you done your reading? Will you even pass your exams? If you continue like this, forget about my tutoring this semester. Brace yourself for Aunt May's wrath, as she will have Uncle Ben give you a good spanking." With each of Gwen's admonitions, Steve could almost hear the sound of shattering glass resonating through the air. "Listen, this is the exquisite sound of a shattered heart." Fleischer gazed incredulously at Gwen, pointing at Steve. Gwen, unwilling to hear another word from him, interrupted sharply. "Silence, Fleischer. Disappear from my sight at once, or I shall inform Aunt May." "Very well, just you wait. I shall relay this matter to Big Parker." Fleischer's finger trembled with rage as he made his threat and fled. Once Fleischer had vanished, Gwen took Steve by the hand and departed the corridor, heading towards the park behind the school. When the surroundings were nearly deserted, Steve could no longer contain his curiosity, his face a mask of confusion. What was that guy's issue, and why did he refer to Peter as Big Parker? Gwen did not respond immediately. Instead, she first purchased 2 bottles of water from the park's vending machine, handed one to Steve, and, seated on a park bench, sighed heavily before reluctantly explaining. "That guy is Fleischer Thompson, my cousin. He has always been a bully at school, obsessed with his pride and prone to tormenting others. Peter once refused to take embarrassing photos of Fleischer's antics and called him by his real name, Eugene, which led to him getting beaten up. Later, Peter returned the favor with a slam dunk on the basketball court, avenging his previous humiliation. Fleischer's loss of face solidified his rivalry with Peter, and he began to taunt him openly. Initially, Peter, who is not naturally confrontational, tolerated Fleischer's provocations, and with my mediation, they managed to coexist in relative peace. However, just days ago, when Fleischer provocatively approached Peter again, Peter no longer held back. Before Fleischer could utter a profanity starting with M, Peter struck him, knocking out 2 of his front teeth. What followed was a relentless beating, and if I hadn't intervened, it seemed Peter intended to throw dirt into Fleischer's eyes. Gwen sighed wearily, like a small cat. Since then, I am unsure if Fleischer has awakened some latent talent. But not only did he refrain from reporting Peter for knocking out his teeth, but his demeanor toward Peter also underwent a complete transformation, as he now trails Peter like a dutiful subordinate. Upon hearing the full story, Steve involuntarily frowned. Fleischer truly embodies the archetype of the classic American bully, perfectly fitting his view of bullies who prey on the weak. Whoever possesses the mightiest fist reigns supreme. After relaying this, Gwen twirled the can in her delicate fingers, her lively eyes fixed on Steve for a moment before she inquired. "You have come to school seeking Peter, I presume, because you are aware of his secret identity and the recent events surrounding him?" TSK, young Peter, see. Your so-called secret that you believe is well concealed can be discerned by anyone who truly cares for you. Steve mused inwardly, not concealing his thoughts from Gwen. Indeed. One of the purposes of my visit to Peter is at the behest of his uncle and aunt, who have commissioned me to uncover the reasons behind Peter's drastic change in character and to steer him back onto the right path. Gwen, perceiving the hidden nuances in Steve's words, raised an eyebrow and inquired, "One of the purposes? What is the other?" Steve cracked open the can of soda in his hand, taking a generous sip of the chilled cola before tilting his head with a hint of an enigmatic smile directed at Gwen. "The other purpose, dear Miss Stacy, is something you should have already surmised. Wouldn't you agree? Since you have hinted at Peter's secret identity, naturally, my secondary objective pertains to that very secret." Upon hearing his words, Gwen ceased her idle manipulation of the soda can, her thoughts aligning. "So, you are seeking Peter in hopes of persuading him to join the Avengers initiative you announced last night?" With a snap of his fingers, Steve expressed his admiration for Gwen's astuteness. "Precisely. Miss Stacy, your mind is remarkably sharp, as befits the daughter of the esteemed Sheriff Stacy of New York City." Chapter 65. The preliminary candidates of the Avengers Research Division. Gwen smiled softly and humbly remarked, "I merely conducted a reasonable analysis based on the information at hand. It is nothing remarkable." Steve's admiration for Gwen grew as he recognized her intelligence, humility, and composure. A remarkable woman like Gwen, who does not hold against him his humble means and does not hinder his progress, was a rare find in his life, far preferable to the troublesome Mary Jane, who only caused setbacks. He cherished the thought of holding on to Gwen tightly. A fleeting memory of Gwen's tragic demise in a previous life stirred Steve's conscience, prompting him to alter the dismal fate of this girl who had done nothing wrong. He might as well recruit an assistant for himself while he was at it. Gwen, would you be interested in a part-time position at the Avengers office? Gwen, anticipating Steve's inquiry about Peter, was taken aback when he mentioned her first. Me? But I am not superhuman, nor do I possess the extraordinary intellect of Tony Stark. Noticing that Gwen did not outright decline, Steve sensed an opportunity. He shook his finger gently at her. No, I believe there is a misunderstanding, Gwen. While the Avengers primarily confront supervillains and consist of extraordinary individuals, it does not imply that our organization is solely composed of them. We also require logistical support, which ordinary individuals are perfectly capable of providing. In fact, prior to your consideration, I had already recruited a courageous and fearless ordinary journalist last night to serve as our field reporter. With your intellect, you could undoubtedly excel in tactical analysis for the Avengers. Moreover, if I recall correctly, you are currently an assistant under Dr. Connors at Oscorp, correct? Your research skills could also be invaluable to our scientific division. The more Gwen listened, the more intrigued she became, though she expressed confusion upon hearing the last statement. The Avengers have a scientific division? Who else is involved? Steve hesitated, clearing his throat awkwardly. Ahem. If you were to join, then there would indeed be a scientific division. But rest assured, you would not be alone. I have also recruited Tony to assist in this department, and I plan to bring in additional talented researchers as well. Poor Tony, blissfully unaware of his newly assigned responsibilities, which now included the role of a researcher in addition to his duties as treasurer and combatant. However, Steve vowed that he did not intend to place the burden solely on Tony's shoulders this time. He genuinely aimed to establish the Avengers Scientific Division. As supernatural events continued to proliferate, there would inevitably be unique phenomena worthy of study, such as the extremist virus, the Infinity Stones, alien technologies, and life forms. These items and technologies, once researched and improved, could significantly augment Steve's power. Thus, the establishment of a scientific department was imperative. As for the selection of researchers, he already had two candidates in mind, the first being Dr. Helen Zhao, a nanotechnology researcher from South Korea. Though this woman hails from a diminutive territory in South Korea, she is destined to become the architect of revolutionary technologies, such as the life cradle that birthed Vision. Even Tony's future nanosuit, capable of contending with Thanos, draws inspiration from the nanotechnology of Dr. Zhao Hailuan. To allow such brilliance to languish in South Korea is nothing short of a travesty. He plans to contact the high-ranking Hydra officials embedded within the U.S. military in South Korea after resolving matters with Spider-Man to extend an invitation for Dr. Zhao Hailuan to join his Avengers headquarters. The second candidate he considers is Dr. Bruce Banner, a luminary within the Marvel Universe, who has earned the distinction of being displayed on the academic wall of fame, boasting 7 doctoral degrees. This individual, much like his multiple degrees, possesses an encyclopedic knowledge across various fields, making him an unparalleled genius. He is capable of collaborating with Tony on the design of anti-Hulk armor, studying sentient beings like Ultron, and even crafting the Hulk serum into quantum realm traverser. As the Hulk, he epitomizes sheer strength within the Marvel Universe, capable of halting a colossal Leviathan with a single punch. With his own burgeoning powers coupled with an invincible bioforce field, he believes he is now adequately equipped to confront the Hulk, and he intends to retrieve Banner from his hiding place in Brazil in due time. His movements have been under the vigilant watch of S.H.I.E.L.D., or rather, Hydra. However, Hydra has refrained from capturing the Hulk due to uncertainties regarding their chances of success. At present, among the few individuals worth his attention, he has identified these two. Yet, there is another, Princess Shuri, the prodigious genius of Wakanda. Yet, it is likely that those insular, technologically advanced tribes would resist allowing their princess to join what they perceive as a backward modern organization. The thought alone incites his frustration. The vibranium in the hands of those primitive tribes is a waste. Steve resolves to orchestrate a scenario where someone mysteriously disappears in Wakanda, employing the American way to infiltrate the nation under the guise of searching for someone, whilst actually seizing vibranium. Ahem, of course. This is merely the nefarious contemplation of Hydra's captain and bears no relation to the virtuous Captain America of the present. Returning to the matter at hand. With the research department bolstered by the boundless potential of Gwen, the team now comprises 4 members, which is ample for the initial phase. Noticing a hint of hesitation on Gwen's face, Steve remains unperturbed and leisurely asserts. Moreover, the most significant point is that by joining the Avengers, you will, to some degree, be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with your boyfriend. Gwen's eyes widen in astonishment as she gasps. I can fight alongside Peter? Steve, wearing a confident smile, nodded slowly. Indeed, Tony will create a device akin to a law enforcement body camera for each member of the Avengers. This gadget will monitor the activities of the Avengers in real time, allowing other members to provide timely support in the face of insurmountable danger. Once you join, as one of our own, you will naturally have access to monitor Peter's situation, alleviating your concerns about his safety when he transforms into Spider-Man or when he attempts to charm other young ladies with his alter ego. Steve's final remark about Peter's flirtations was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, causing Gwen to envision a scene of Peter embracing a beauty after heroically saving her. Instantly, Gwen's demeanor hardened as she extended her hand towards Steve. Absolutely not. I will not allow such a thing to occur. Captain Rogers, please let me join the Avengers. Indeed, no woman could resist the allure of monitoring her boyfriend, and Steve, with his notorious reputation, seemed all too familiar with the workings of their minds. However, he felt a twinge of regret for young Peter. I hope you won't end up like Toby's Spider-Man, who, while in a relationship, still kissed another woman. Otherwise, you might find yourself in serious trouble. Welcome aboard, Gwen. A mischievous smile crept onto Steve's lips as he grasped Gwen's outstretched hand. Just as their hands met, a loud shout echoed. Oi, you jerk, let go of Gwen. Good heavens. Not again. A black line appeared on Steve's forehead. This was the second time today he had been addressed with an oi. Was there something wrong with the people at this school, or was Gwen truly this popular? As he turned, he saw a young man in a black suit charging toward him with a speed that even Bolt would envy, seething with rage. Failed man. Failed man. In the depths of his mind, a robust tune began to resonate, and the figure of the extraordinary Spider-Man seemed to merge with that of a bully from another universe. Maguire. Chapter 66. The brutal little spider. Ah, is this not the extraordinary little spider he has been searching for? Upon recognizing Peter, Gwen was about to call out to halt him, but her hand was suddenly seized by Steve, interrupting her words. In the next instant, Peter, almost a mere blur, arrived and delivered a powerful kick that shattered a sturdy park bench into fragments. Peter, what are you doing? Gwen exclaimed, her face etched with fear. Had it not been for Steve pulling her away, she too would have been caught in the chaos. Undeterred by his initial failure, Peter showed no intention of retreating, ignoring Gwen's cries as he launched himself at Steve with relentless aggression. This familiar scene piqued Steve's interest. Using his biofield, he propelled Gwen several dozen meters away and engaged in combat with the little spider. His speed was sufficient, but his agility was somewhat lacking. His strength was ample, yet his reflexes fell short. As Steve deflected Peter's assaults, he offered his assessment. Peter's speed had approximately doubled, and his strength had similarly increased. The symbiote's enhancement was indeed formidable. Even in a state of partial bonding, the amplification was substantial. However, perhaps it was due to Peter's overwhelming fervor that his nimbleness and responsiveness had not improved. In fact, they seemed less sharp than he had previously perceived. It appeared that Mr. Lu Sun was indeed correct. When bestowed with superhuman strength, the necessity for superhuman intellect diminishes. Peter exemplified this condition. Upon hearing Steve's familiar critique, Peter realized he was facing Captain America, yet the inexplicable fury within him intensified rather than abated. Veins on his neck and face bulged with a deep blue hue, as if something within him were on the verge of eruption. Steve quickly discerned that Peter was on the cusp of entering the second phase, the full bonding stage of the symbiote, and he resolved to end the skirmish. No longer suppressing his power, he brought his palm, enveloped in the biofield, forcefully against Peter's face, lifting him off the ground entirely. Before Peter could struggle, the biofield expanded to encompass his entire being, initiating a high-frequency vibration. In Gwen's horrified gaze, Peter's visage contorted into a grotesque mask, a terrifying blue monster seemingly emerging on the surface. As Steve continuously utilized the biofield to simulate the high-frequency sound waves that the symbiote feared, the entity within Peter could no longer withstand the onslaught and violently detached from his body. Steve swiftly captured the departing symbiote, promptly confining it with the biofield, not refining it, as one might mistakenly think. Do not question why the biofield can mimic high-frequency sound waves. Simply accept it as a manifestation of willpower, young man. Once the symbiote had disengaged, Steve released the regaining consciousness of Peter. Gwen hurriedly rushed forward to support the weakened Peter, observing the symbiote in his grasp, which writhed and exhibited an overwhelming desire to attack. Steve clicked his tongue in dismay. Thank goodness this symbiote has bonded with you. Otherwise, who knows what havoc this entity, tainted by Deadpool's mental corruption, might wreak. His life force field could distinctly sense the chaotic and murderous thoughts emanating from the symbiote, devoid of any other awareness. It was no surprise, really. Anything associated with Deadpool inevitably fell victim to his vile mindset. Even the formidable Professor X, the strongest mind in Marvel, could not withstand the onslaught of a psychic explosion after invading Deadpool's thoughts. Peter, clutching his head in confusion, gazed at Gwen, who was supporting him, and the towering figure of Captain America beside her. Gwen? And Captain America? How did you both end up here? And how did I arrive? Ugh, it feels as if my head is about to split open. Gwen offered Peter some water, allowing him to rest his head on her shoulder, gently soothing his unruly hair. It's all right, Peter. The captain is here. He has already extracted the thing that was affecting you. You will recover, Gwen said, Her eyes filled with concern as she glanced at Steve. "Captain, he will be all right, won't he?" Steve nodded, retrieving the chocolate he had previously prepared for Venom from his pocket and handing it to Peter. "Take a deep breath. Dizziness is normal. The symbiote has absorbed too much phenethylamine from your mind over these past few days. A bit of chocolate will help you feel better." It was fortunate that the symbiote had attached itself to the kind-hearted Spider-Man. Had it been a regular individual burdened by such a mindless and chaotic symbiote, they would have been reduced to a desiccated husk in mere days. Miraculously, no significant harm had occurred, save for the unfortunate case of the lightning flash losing a couple of teeth. Nevertheless, even in that encounter, Peter had clearly held back. Otherwise, he could have easily knocked the brains out of Flash with a single punch, even in his normal state. Peter accepted the chocolate and devoured it ravenously, his complexion visibly improving. The three of them settled on another park bench, and Steve inquired, "Peter, please recount the specifics of what transpired." Thanks to Peter's remarkable regenerative abilities, he was nearly back to normal and began to recollect his experience. Fast forward, setting aside the previously established storyline, it was essentially this. On the day Deadpool was taken away, Peter had been stealthily bonded by the symbiote. The following day, he felt an unprecedented surge of power, and it seemed he could summon a deep blue supersuit that greatly amplified his strength at will. However, alongside this boon, his emotions became increasingly volatile and irritable due to the suit's incessant influence. Initially, Peter dismissed it, recalling that his personality had also shifted when he first acquired his spider abilities, leading to a period of inflated confidence. Yet, as time passed, he recognized something was amiss. Not only were his emotions altered, but when donned in that peculiar suit, he occasionally experienced an uncontrollable urge for destruction, a brutal impulse that left him feeling utterly disconcerted. Realizing this, Peter attempted to remove the symbiotic suit, but regardless of the effort he exerted, it remained steadfastly affixed to him, as though it had fused with his very flesh and blood. In his desperation, Peter sought the assistance of Dr. Connors, a biologist and former colleague of his father, hoping he might aid in analyzing the suit for potential solutions. Although Dr. Connors was in the final stages of his limb regeneration experiment, he did not hesitate to assist Peter, having previously benefited from Peter's enhancements to his regeneration algorithms. However, while Peter and Dr. Connors were examining a piece of tissue extracted from the symbiotic suit, he received a call from Flag, who informed him that Gwen had been unfaithful. Momentarily distracted, Peter lost consciousness, only to regain awareness in the presence of Gwen and Steve. Upon hearing Peter's words, Gwen quickly grasped a crucial piece of information. "Wait, Peter, are you saying you lost control in Dr. Connors' laboratory? What happened to Dr. Connors?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, Peter sprang to his feet. "Oh no, Dr. Connors." Steve, weary and facepalming, thought to himself, could it be that the symbiotic tissue extracted from Peter is now parasitizing Dr. Connors? Are we about to witness the emergence of another lizard-like symbiote? Chapter 67, The Crisis of the Lizard Empire. As a few had feared, Dr. Connors indeed found himself in dire straits. Let us rewind to the moment when Peter was first seized by the influence of the symbiote. Dr. Connors, noticing something amiss with Peter, approached him to inquire about his well-being, only to be met with a swift and forceful slap from Peter that sent him flying backward. Though this slap was merely a casual gesture from Peter, the force behind it was enough to nearly send Dr. Connors to the afterlife, breaking several of his ribs in the process. To save his own life, Dr. Connors, in a desperate act, injected himself with an untested lizard regeneration serum, transforming him into the well-known humanoid dinosaur, the lizard. In a twist of fate, the newly transformed lizard Dr. Connors inadvertently shattered the container holding the symbiote, allowing it to take the opportunity to bond with him. Thus, Dr. Connors, already influenced by the lizard's serum and plagued by a burgeoning evil persona, was further overwhelmed by the chaos and brutality of the symbiote, leading him to a complete loss of self-control. Reason? What do you expect me to use for reason? Dr. Connors' mind was consumed by a singular obsession, to fight and revel in the thrill. Moreover, he was not content to enjoy this chaos alone. He sought to share the exhilaration with everyone around him. The lizard persona, now invaded by the chaotic thoughts of the symbiote, exhibited a madness reminiscent of the Joker from Gotham. He transformed the lizard serum into lizard smoke bombs, flinging them indiscriminately, transforming the Osborn Tower into a veritable playground for lizard folk. Subsequently, hundreds of employees within the Osborn Tower underwent transformation into lizard beings and began to flood out of the building, turning the streets into a scene of massacre. Screams and cries became the dominant symphony of the chaos. Boom. Not far from the Osborn Tower, atop another building, a tall, ominous figure cloaked in silver gray descended upon a lightning rod. This foreboding silhouette was peculiar, possessing a visage that was half a normal human face and half a grotesque, fawn-laden maw of silver gray. The monstrous side of its face extended a tongue drenched in filth, licking the air with a gleeful expression. Ah, so this is the infamous city of sin, New York? Indeed, it is teeming with an essence of chaos and fear, utterly delectable. I believe I am starting to take a liking to this place. When humans are engulfed in fear, phenylethylamine is secreted in abundance, rendering these terrified beings even more appetizing to the symbiote that feasts upon it. New York is a veritable paradise for symbiotes, overflowing with a buffet of brains rich in phenylethylamine. On the other side of the face, however, Drake furrowed his brow, sensing that matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. No, despite New York's high crime rates and the notorious Hell's Kitchen, a veritable hub of sin, such pandemonium in the city center was simply implausible. Utilizing his symbiote-enhanced vision, akin to that of an eagle, Drake magnified the chaotic scene in the distance. It then became clear that numerous green, humanoid lizard creatures were surging forth from the Osborne Tower, launching attacks and spreading chaos, explaining the tumult. Drake let out a cold chuckle. Huh? Isn't Norman Osborn on the brink of death? Is this a final act of vengeance against society before death? Drake's attention was drawn to the throngs of people and a multitude of lizard-like minions, while the symbiote on the other side of his face, Riot, noticed a presence that piqued its interest. On the rooftop of Oscorp Tower stood a colossal deep blue lizard man, towering over 5 meters tall, resembling a humanoid dinosaur. Engaged in some unknown task, Riot, however, was unconcerned with its activities. It was captivated by the unmistakable essence of their symbiote lineage emanating from this being, and it was but a newborn. A glimmer flashed in Riot's gray-white eyes as it nudged Drake, saying, "Hey, mate, look over there. I believe we have a lead on another ally." Following the direction of the voice, Drake indeed spotted the Lizard King, Dr. Connors, atop the building. With his keen interest in symbiotes, he immediately recognized the presence of one on Connors. Disenchanted by the frailty of humanity, and fervently intent on transporting over 1 million symbiotes from their home planet, Clintar, back to Earth to achieve a global ascension of symbiotes, Drake swiftly lost interest in the screaming crowd and lizard men below, eagerly making his way with Riot to the rooftop of Oscorp Tower. There are plenty of humans on Earth. As long as 1 million can remain as hosts for the symbiotes, he would lead them into a collective evolution. Only those chosen by the symbiotes to become hosts would be worthy of evolving alongside him into a new humanity. As for the rest, their survival was inconsequential. Even if they lived, they would merely serve as sustenance for the symbiotes and their hosts. It can be said that Drake's ideology was utterly deranged, far more so than that of Hydra. Hydra merely sought to become the new rulers of humanity, while Drake aspired to directly alter the rulers of humanity, treating billions as mere fodder for evolution. Hydra would surely label him as anti-human. With the formidable agility of the symbiote, Riot leaped across several buildings, arriving at Oscorp Tower, climbing up its glass exterior with ease. However, chaos reigned within the tower, and no one noticed a silver-gray giant rat dismantling the company's glass facade. Soon Riot, accompanied by Drake, leapt onto the rooftop of Oscorp Tower. Dr. Connors, who was in the midst of reformulating the lizard serum to disperse throughout the city using Oscorp's technology, turning the metropolis into a lizard empire, turned warily at the sound. Without hesitation, he seized a modified lizard serum smoke bomb and hurled it at Riot. Bang! The green smoke erupted at Riot's feet, enveloping it instantly. Yet, contrary to Connor's expectations of witnessing the transformation of his adversary into one of his lizard minions, the towering silver-gray figure merely waved away the smoke and emerged unscathed. "Hold on, everyone, there is no need for hostility. We come in peace to discuss collaboration on chaos, destruction, and rebirth." Upon hearing this, a flicker of humanity briefly illuminated the brutal gaze of Dr. Connors. Are they of the same kind? The narrative unfolds in 2 directions. On one side, the leader of the symbiotes is in turmoil, while Dr. Connors, the Lizard King, is engaged in discussions regarding collaboration. Meanwhile, at the school, Steve receives an urgent notification from Jarvis. He retrieves a translucent, high-tech phone gifted by Tony from his pocket, and Jarvis's voice accompanies a virtual video projection that emerges into the air from the device. The projection displays the incessant influx of lizard men into Oscorp Tower. Chapter 68, Marvelous. It is Captain America. We are saved. Captain, there is an emergency. Half an hour ago, a large-scale genetic mutation incident occurred at the Osborne Tower in downtown New York City. A multitude of the tower's staff have transformed into lizard people, spreading rapidly and wreaking havoc. The New York Police Department, led by Sheriff Stacy, has urgently established a defensive perimeter. Yet these mutated lizard beings possess significantly enhanced muscle density and resilience. Conventional firearms are proving futile, and I fear they will not hold out for long. 10 minutes ago, the mayor reached out to the Avengers for assistance, hoping they could help New York through this crisis. Due to the urgency of the situation, Mr. Stark has already accepted the mayor's request and has set off with other members of the Avengers for support. Upon hearing this, before Steve could respond, Gwen exclaimed, "Sheriff Stacy's team? That's my dad. Oh my God. Captain, please save my father." In a state of panic, Gwen instinctively turned to the seemingly reliable Steve for help. Peter, who appeared less than reliable, simply looked on in confusion. Steve, without further ado, nodded and grabbed Peter by the back of his collar. "Do not worry, Gwen. Now that you are part of the Avengers, as a member of our family, I assure you your father will be safe. As for you, little spider, let us embark on your first mission as an Avenger." As Peter wore a bewildered expression, Steve lifted him off the ground, leaving behind the echoes of Peter's bewildered cries. "What Avengers? When did I ever join?" However, Steve was evidently too preoccupied to explain, and after dropping Peter near his home in Queens, he instructed him to quickly don his suit and head to downtown for support. He then returned to Fisk Tower in Hell's Kitchen to securely store the symbiote in a hidden chamber. Subsequently, as Steve made his way to downtown, he casually inquired of Jarvis, "What is the mayor's fee for this mission?" $10 million, Captain. Damn it. Are they throwing money like beggars? Tell the mayor to quadruple the fee, or I shall toss the lizard people into his office. Understood, Captain. A warning has been issued to the mayor. Good job, Jarvis. Once this mission concludes, I shall treat you to some electronic delights. Apologies, Captain, but I am currently unable to comprehend what electronic delights means. Rest assured, it is something that will utterly exhilarate you. I look forward to it, Captain. In the span of their conversation, Steve had already arrived in downtown, hovering in place. In just half an hour, the chaos caused by the lizard people had extended to several streets surrounding the Osborne Tower. Had it not been for Sheriff Stacy's timely intervention, the devastation would likely have been far greater. Nonetheless, several significant buildings in downtown, including Stark Tower, had already been affected. Tony, clad in his iron armor, stood resolutely outside Stark Tower, valiantly repelling wave after wave of lizard-like creatures. Remarkably, this individual had accepted a bribe from the mayor, yet chose to safeguard his own assets first. An audacious display indeed. It wasn't just Tony. Steve also observed several familiar figures engaged in rescue efforts across different streets. Among them was the angelic Bucky, who was shielding a group of survivors as they retreated from the encirclement around the police station. With a powerful punch, he sent one of the lizard men flying, causing a cacophony of shrieks. However, the lizard men were no weaklings. Even the lesser infected lacked the strength of the fully injected Dr. Connors. Under the relentless assault of the lizard horde, Bucky appeared to be struggling. It seemed imperative to devise a way to enhance his dear friend's combat prowess. The intensity of future disasters would only escalate, and if Bucky remained so feeble, he risked becoming a mere second-rate superhero. In addition to Bucky, another figure engaged in rescue, or perhaps simply indulging in the thrill of battle, was Deadpool. Unlike Bucky, this mercenary was far less gentle. Empowered by his symbiote, he wielded two large blades reminiscent of the Agony Blade, and with each swing, the more fortunate lizard men merely lost limbs, while others met a gruesome end, cleaved in twain. Deadpool, with his newfound power, certainly exhibited a penchant for brutality, but how could he justify such carnage against innocent civilians? How could he expect Steve to account for this? What was he to say? I am the highest authority here. Nonsense. He would need to have Dr. Zola and Jarvis contain the narrative, proclaiming instead that the lizard men had turned on one another. Amidst Bucky and Deadpool, Steve was astonished to spot a familiar yet unfamiliar silhouette on the battlefield, the War Machine, Colonel Rhodes. This figure, clad in black armor, wielded a device akin to an electric baton, administering electric therapy to the lizard men. It appeared that, as a soldier, he found it difficult to deliver lethal force against the transformed citizens. Tony was certainly quick on the uptake. Just yesterday they had discussed recruiting new members, and now Tony had brought Rhodes into the fray. Steve had no objections. Rhodes was among the few he held in high regard. In fact, among the early Marvel black superheroes, aside from Nick Fury, who later exhibited a lapse in judgment, most were rather commendable. Even Nick Fury, despite his flaws, was more palatable than the second-rate Iron Man and that insufferable Ironheart. The new generation of Avengers was merely a product of mediocrity. After surveying the battlefield at a leisurely pace and noting that, aside from the weakening line at the New York Police Department, the remaining Avengers were managing to hold their ground, Steve unsheathed the vibranium shield he had just acquired from Fisk Tower and hurled it with great force. A swift sound echoed through the air, and just as Sheriff Stacy felt she was about to be pierced by the claw of a lizard man breaching the police station's defenses, she noticed a red and blue shield embedded before her. The lizard man, intent on tearing her apart, seemed to freeze as if time itself had paused, within a heartbeat. Its legs were severed with precision. The shield, half buried in the ground, ignited a wave of exhilaration not only in the recently saved Sheriff Stacy, but also among the other officers. Look, Captain America has arrived. We are saved, shouted an unknown voice, pointing toward the sky. Instantly, All the officers lifted their gazes to behold the towering figure against the sunlit backdrop. As if fulfilling the expectations of many, Steve descended from above like a celestial embodiment, landing with the quintessential superhero stance before the line of officers. With a thunderous impact, an invisible force field surged forth like a tidal wave, propelling the advancing horde of lizardmen away. With his back turned to the fervent officers, Steve revealed half of his divine profile, a radiant smile illuminating his face. "Do not fear, my friends," he proclaimed. "I have arrived. Step back behind me. Captain America will protect you." Chapter 69. The People's Captain, the Star of New York. Even Sheriff Stacy, who is often critical of the masked vigilantes known as New York's finest, felt a deep admiration for Captain America, clad in his deep blue uniform. With all her strength, she retrieved the vibranium shield that had saved her life and returned it to Steve, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you so much, Captain. If it weren't for you, I might not be here today." The thought of her potential demise haunted her. She couldn't bear to imagine her wife, her daughter, and her 2 sons left behind. Most likely, another man would embrace her wife, a blonde would hold her daughter, and her sons would call someone else dad. Contemplating this terrifying scenario, Sheriff Stacy felt an even deeper appreciation for Steve, her savior. Steve accepted the shield, patting Sheriff Stacy's shoulder, his sincerity evident in his demeanor. "As Captain America, it is my duty to protect my fellow officers. We are all brothers in arms, so let us not be formal." His casual language and unpretentious demeanor did not diminish his heroic aura. Rather, it warmed the hearts of those present, fostering a greater sense of camaraderie. The fact that Captain America referred to them as his teammates was something they would cherish for a lifetime. The officers, who often felt overshadowed by the military yet faced dangers exceeding those of the soldiers, were moved to the brink of tears. Sheriff Stacy echoed this sentiment, remarking, "Captain Rogers, compared to those masked vigilantes who recklessly pursue justice without regard for consequences, your strength tempered with reason truly embodies what a hero is. You are a role model for all of us in America. Look at Captain America, so powerful yet so rational. He understands that superhumans should address superhuman issues. He only intervenes when absolutely necessary, saving everyone, including the grassroots officers, from the chaos caused by otherworldly beings. This is the kind of superhero they all recognize and respect. Unlike the vigilantes who, upon gaining powers, merely disrupt police work, apprehending petty thieves and jeopardizing months-long investigations aimed at capturing real criminals. Those insufferable masked individuals, whom the police have yet to pursue, are already a testament to the department's restraint. They are hardly heroes. Those vigilantes are nothing more than a band of super buffoons. Yes, I'm talking about you, Spider-Man." Feeling the fervent gazes of the officers upon him, Steve's lips curled into a subtle smile as he turned, leaving them with a broad silhouette. With the shield in hand, he strode toward the approaching lizard-like creature, which had been flung back only to charge again like a wave. He raised his hand in a farewell gesture to all the officers, "Ladies and gentlemen. A hero is not defined by their own strength, but by the heart that aspires to be heroic. That is what makes one a true hero. My dear comrades in law enforcement, like myself, you are all heroes contributing your strength to this nation. This battleground is entrusted to me. I leave the countless ordinary citizens behind me in your capable hands. I stand with you." Steve's indomitable figure strides into the verdant expanse, evoking a poignant sense of a hero embarking on a one-way journey. As the echoes of Steve's words reverberate through the air, the officers feel that his sacred silhouette is becoming increasingly blurred, increasingly unreal. They touch the corners of their eyes, only to realize that tears have dampened their vision. Sheriff Stacy wipes away her tears, draws her sidearm, and stands atop the police vehicle, shouting, "Brothers, did you hear what the captain said? We are his teammates, his steadfast support. The captain has entrusted the millions of citizens to us. Can we let him down? We cannot. Very well. Then let us execute the captain's orders. Notify all our brothers at the New York Police Department to evacuate and assist the citizens in the nearby neighborhoods. And then we will return to fight alongside the captain." "Yes, sir. Go, go, go." The officers from all over New York, rallying to the call, seemed to transform into Captain America's allies, fulfilling the captain's solemn duty to protect millions of citizens, determined not to betray the trust he has placed in them. In this moment, Steve's esteem within the hearts of the New York officers reaches its zenith. It is likely that he could command the entire New York police force with a single word. Hearing the fervent cheers of the officers behind him, Steve recognizes that he has garnered yet another wave of enthusiastic supporters, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth, relishing in his successful deception. The false infiltration, meticulously advancing into the enemy's inner sanctum. Genuine infiltration, a rallying cry igniting the fervor of the masses, becoming the people's captain. Hydra, oh Hydra, in this realm of infiltration, you still have much to learn from the captain. Once they had evaded the police cordon and entered the lizardman's attack range, Steve's false mask was discarded, and the sunlight now cast a menacing visage upon him. A horde of green abominations, my least favorite hue. Do you think this is some wretched land? On the rooftop, Drake. The lizardmen could not comprehend Steve's words. They only knew that this scoundrel had just snatched away their prey. Thus, they all lunged at Steve, intent on tearing him to shreds. Faced with the onslaught of lizardmen bearing their gaping maws, Steve sneered, his eyes locking onto the approaching dozen lizardmen like laser radar. In the next moment, his right arm swung forth like a pile driver, unleashing a barrage of punches. In less than a second, Steve had delivered a flurry of strikes, and the lizardmen surrounding him froze in midair, their pupils dilating, before a multitude of crimson bursts erupted. Boom, 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 boom. Fatal strikes, fatal strikes, fatal strikes. With each of Steve's punches delivering a devastating blow, the streets of New York were reminiscent of the gruesome scenes from the Qing dynasty's castration grounds, where piercing screams sent shivers down the spine. Listen, there's no sound of a chicken. His strikes, though not fatal, were far more lethal to the reptilian foes than mere death itself. Encased in a biological force field, Steve's fists remained untainted by a single drop of blood. He swiftly turned to face the stunned lizardmen who had yet to charge, a cruel smile curling upon his lips. Now, the roles had reversed. It was my turn to become the specter hunting the lizards, while they became the prey, fleeing in terror. Even the lizardmen, consumed by madness and driven solely by their bloodlust, felt an instinctive dread upon witnessing their comrades endure such excruciating fates. One lizardman, paralyzed by fear, instinctively took a step back, triggering a chain reaction that sent the horde of hundreds, who had been rushing towards Steve, scattering in a frenzied retreat. Spotting the green-skinned creatures in flight, I emptied my magazine. Oh, I have no magazine, but worry not. Here comes my trusty flying shield. Chapter 70. Here's Johnny. As Steve beheld the lizard men scattering in panic, exhilaration ignited on his face. His shield was flung with relentless precision, each throw severing a lizard man in half. Remarkably, the shield rebounded to his grasp with every throw. To an onlooker, it would appear as though it were a resilient rubber ball, returning to him regardless of the angle from which it was launched. However, the shield's effectiveness was not universal. For instance, against lizard men retreating into buildings, its utility diminished significantly. While he could certainly break through walls to strike his targets, such an approach necessitated him retrieving the shield manually, a cumbersome task. Lacking X-ray vision and with his hearing only capable of vaguely pinpointing locations, the chaotic environment rendered his flying shield less than foolproof. Through this encounter with the lizard men, Steve recognized his limitations. Although invincible in close combat and adept at mid-range assaults with his flying shield, obstacles to his line of sight and excessive distance posed challenges. If only he possessed the abilities of X-ray vision and long-range attacks, he would truly be a versatile Pentagon warrior. He mused internally, dismissing this impractical notion. With his ears attuned, he identified a building teeming with lizard activity and knocked on the door before entering. Have the goblins hidden well? Here's Johnny. Steve moved like a specter, appearing suddenly before a lizard man amidst the flickering lights, reaching from beneath the floor to grasp a lizard man's legs, and trailing another like a shadow. This day, Steve reveled in the thrill, reliving the exuberance of his youth. With each lizard man he captured, he cast them outside, accumulating a growing pile, 1, 2, 3, 250. With his astounding speed of 3 Mach and bat-like acute hearing, he became a phantom, accurately ensnaring every lizard man in hiding, even those whose breathing betrayed their presence. This day would be forever known as the Day of Terror for the lizard men. Though Steve did not execute any lizard men, merely incapacitating them by obliterating their lower halves or severing them at the waist, the psychological torment inflicted upon them was profound. They lay motionless in pools of blood, their spirits nearly shattered, resembling neutered cats with vacant stares. With a sudden rustle, a small spider made its entrance. Clad in a new suit, the petite arachnid landed gracefully before the green mound of lizard men, and even through his mask, his mouth agape in astonishment. Oh my gosh. What on earth has transpired here? Is this the set of Alien vs. Predator? Why is it so gruesome and violent? Steve dragged a legless lizard man with ease, tossing him onto a mound formed by his kind, and casually remarked, "No, it's the set of the ghostly spirit." They encountered an attack from the formidable Johnny of the lizard shield. Little Spider gasped, placing a hand over his heart. Goodness, encountering a predator would be less harrowing. However, boss, don't you think you might have been a bit too rough? As Avengers, we should embrace kindness, shouldn't we? Steve glanced at Peter and replied nonchalantly, "Rest assured, I exercised restraint. With the super regenerative serum of the lizard blood, their recovery is merely a matter of time. At worst, they might spend the next lifetime in bed. Moreover, kid, You must comprehend that everything unfolding now is partly your doing. You mentioned previously that you assisted Dr. Connors in perfecting the formula for the lizard serum. Thus you bear some responsibility for their current state. In essence, we're cleaning up your mess. Upon hearing Steve's words, Little Spider finally grasped this reality, his face filled with remorse. I'm truly sorry. Only cowards utter apologies. Heroes must bravely confront their own mistakes. Now, I entrust you with a task. Go to Oscorp Tower and create the antidote for the lizard men, redeeming a portion of your misdeeds. Little Spider's spirit lifted, and he promptly declared, "Understood, Captain. I assure you I will complete the mission. By the way, once this matter is settled, report to the Avengers mansion. You reckless lad must be supervised by an adult in the future." Steve's expression remained stern, yet inwardly, he chuckled maliciously. "Ha, the cheap and efficient Spider-Man must come work for me. All right, Captain." Little Spider cast a wary glance at the serious Steve and hastened his pace towards Oscorp Tower. Inside Oscorp Tower, which had been infected and transformed into lizard men, there were about 500 employees. After Steve arrived, he single-handedly dealt with half of them. The remaining half was similarly handled by Tony and the others, who soon converged before Steve. Steve, old man, boss, captain. Each individual arrived with different titles, allowing Steve to discern their identities without even looking. He nodded at his familiar companions, Tony and the others, and smiled at Rhodey. "I am delighted to have you join the Avengers, Colonel Rhodey." Some have noted that Rhodey is now a lieutenant colonel. Let's assume Tony's gift of the iron armor earned him a promotion from the military. Rhodey's mask could not conceal his excitement. "It is an honor for all of us soldiers to fight alongside you." "Captain." Steve nodded in acknowledgement, opting for silence as he gazed upwards at the top of Oscorp Tower, where two towering figures could be faintly discerned overlooking them. Tony and the others followed his gaze, equally spotting the two imposing silhouettes. The blue symbiote upon Deadpool's body bristled like standing hairs as he tilted his head towards Steve. "Boss, the chaos within me signals that those two up there are perilous. One is a new symbiote that has split from the original, and the other is the leader of the symbiote planet Clintar, known as the most formidable symbiote, Riot. Riot, the strongest symbiote, you say? Intriguing." Steve's eyes narrowed as he seemed to devise a means to enhance Bucky. In the original narrative, even with a host who was neither as perfect nor as robust as Venom, the Weapon Master Riot still managed to overpower him. This made Riot the most suitable symbiote for Bucky, who was equally adept in various lethal skills and weaponry. As for the uncontrollable elements associated with Riot, they posed no significant concern. When the Avengers Research Division was established, with the combined might of several Marvel geniuses, Steve had faith that they could eradicate Riot's self-awareness. Even if they failed, it was of little consequence. Bucky could simply wait an additional 2 years until Thanos had the Asgardian princess deliver the Mind Stone to Earth. Then, he could utilize the power of the Mind Stone to eliminate Riot's consciousness. Moreover, it was highly likely that Riot was currently parasitizing Drake from the Life Foundation. Resolving that issue would conveniently fulfill Eddie's system task. It was truly a win-win situation. With that thought in mind, Steve's gaze towards Riot was laden with determination. Without further ado, today marked the Avengers' inaugural battle since their regrouping. Avengers, assemble. Let us confront them. Chapter 71. I do not only oppress the weak with strength, but also the few with the many. In Steve's realm, the quintessential scene of supervillains ganging up on superheroes is utterly non-existent. Instead, Steve champions a righteous brawl, where the superheroes conspire to outnumber the supervillains. With one hand grasping Deadpool and the other clutching Bucky, Steve soared towards the two figures atop the skyscraper. Tony and Rhodey, both capable of flight, promptly followed suit. Upon their ascent, Steve, well aware of the folly of supervillains who indulge in excessive chatter, wasted no time. He hurled Deadpool and Bucky like projectiles towards the chaos of Riot and Dr. Connors. Bucky, having previously executed this maneuver as a human cannonball with Steve at the Life Foundation, was no stranger to the tactic. He raised his iron fist and, propelled by Steve's force, launched it towards Dr. Connors. Meanwhile, although Deadpool had not collaborated with Steve in such a manner before, his superhuman reflexes kicked in instantly. With a manic grin, he unsheathed his dual katanas and lunged towards the unsuspecting Riot, aiming for a surprise strike. With a resounding thud, the impact of Bucky's punch sent Dr. Connors flying, while Deadpool's swift assault left Riot reeling, as he felt the two blades penetrate his sides. Not only did Deadpool strike, but the symbiotic healing abilities rendered him unfazed by the minor wounds. Yet, what was the implication of relentlessly twisting the blades within? After all, we are ostensibly kin. Are you treating me as a mere plaything? Unable to contain his rage, Riot slapped Deadpool, sending him sprawling. He wrenched the katanas from his sides, hurling them to the ground in fury. To his astonishment, the wounds in his sides did not heal immediately, continuing to bleed profusely. A jolt of realization struck Riot. He had always taken pride in his invulnerability, dismissing physical harm, but now he was compelled to take the matter seriously. What in the world is this weapon? With a sinister grin, Deadpool, also possessed by a symbiote, replied, "It's a slaughtering blade, specifically designed to take down arrogant capitalists like you." Both Drake and Riot were emblematic of the capitalist elite in their respective domains, and Deadpool had effectively struck a double blow. Riot scoffed, extending his fingers until they resembled 10 sharp, curved blades. "Humph. You loquacious human, I cannot be bothered to converse with you. You are unworthy of my words. Let that entity within you speak to me. Chaos, do not feign death. Come forth. Even if your host is rather unique, do not grow complacent. Do not forget that there are hierarchies among symbiotes. You cannot possibly be my superior. I offer you one final chance. Return to my fold with your host." Amidst the chaos of the riot, it seemed that the turmoil within Deadpool rendered him indifferent to the disturbance. He merely assumed a posture of attentive listening, then covered his mouth with a look of astonishment, inquiring, "Are you calling my roommate?" "Ding dong, I apologize. But it appears he is currently out of the service area and unable to receive your message. Should you wish to convey something, feel free to leave a note in Deadpool's message box. I shall let it flow in one ear and out the other." The riot paused momentarily, then quickly grasped the implication. Flowing in one ear and out the other? Was he dismissing her words as mere flatulence? "You repugnant creature. Since he refused to submit, you shall perish alongside the traitor within you." The riot's eyes gleamed with irritation, and she could no longer restrain herself from tearing Deadpool's foul mouth to shreds. Yet, Deadpool merely responded with a raised middle finger. "Are you truly skilled in combat? What does skill matter? In this day and age, who still engages in one-on-one duels? To survive, one must cultivate connections and influence. My friend, you ought to take a good look behind you." Suddenly, the riot felt a searing heat at the back of her head. Whirling around, she was met with an overwhelming brightness as Tony unleashed a palm repulsor blast, delivering a face-washing attack. "Damn you, human! How dare you!" The riot's venomous threats were cut short as an orange fire dragon descended, and with the Gatling gun on Rhodes' shoulders spinning wildly, bullets rained down upon her. Even as the strongest symbiote of Clinter, she found herself suppressed by this seamless combination of assaults, unable to rise. While Deadpool, Tony, and Rhodes engaged in this unprincipled 1v3 beatdown, Dr. Lizard was not faring much better, although Bucky's iron fist had broken several of his bones. The combination of Lizard serum and the symbiote's formidable regenerative capabilities allowed him to recover in the blink of an eye. However, the true peril did not lie with the iron-armored Bucky, but rather with the individual who followed closely behind him. Each of that person's slaps bore the terrifying force of a hydraulic press, and even with the symbiote granting him over 100 tons of strength, any contact resulted in injury, and any touch could lead to severe damage. Dr. Lizard found himself questioning the essence of his own existence, pondering whether he was the true monster or if that individual was the real threat. Steve's overwhelming power caused Dr. Connor's malevolent persona to doubt if his method of evolution was flawed. Once more, Steve delivered a punch that shattered half of Dr. Lizard's body, furrowing his brow. This individual, augmented by the symbiote, truly resembled an indestructible cockroach. As long as the wounds were not fatal, no matter how severe, they could be healed almost instantaneously, defying the laws of energy conservation. Dr. Lizard exclaimed, "Damn it. Does your slap, which bears hundreds of tons of force, really adhere to the laws of energy conservation? Has Peter not yet concocted the antidote? If I cannot restrain myself, I may just slap this blue creature into oblivion." The symbiote on Dr. Lizard's exterior is blue. Were it not for the belief that Dr. Connors held some utility to be drawn into the Avengers Research Division as labor, Steve would never have indulged in such prolonged amusement. No matter how resilient he was, Steve was confident that he could simply crush the lizard's head, and then see if he could regenerate from that. Just as Steve was growing impatient, a red and blue figure finally swung onto the rooftop. "Captain, I did it. The antidote is ready." The crisp sound of activation resonated almost simultaneously with Peter's voice. Lizard Serum Thundercloud deployed, preparing to launch a citywide storm countdown. 10, 9, 8. Everyone turned their gaze upwards, where a strangely designed device atop the building was flashing red countdown numbers. Steve swiftly turned to the lizard, his eyes chillingly cold. "You've been stalling for time." The lizard doctor sneered, pointing to his head. "Indeed, I admit you are formidable, but it seems your intellect is lacking. You should have targeted my head from the start. Now, it is too late for you to intervene." Steve dismissed the frivolity, a disdainful smile creeping across his face. "Too late. Huh, what a jest." Chapter 72, A Swift Demise for Dr. Lizard and the Uprising. With a resounding sonic boom, Steve's velocity surged beyond 3 times the speed of sound. This time, he was unimpeded by any biological force field as he launched, sending a terrifying shockwave that sent both friend and foe alike hurtling off the rooftop of the Osborne Tower. In less than a tenth of a second, The launcher atop the tower was obliterated into a cloud of debris. Did you think my banter was meant for a last-minute display of bravado? No. I engage in this dialogue solely to dismantle your nefarious scheme. I hardly require a second. I am Captain America, the Dragon of Lizard. Are you prepared to meet your demise? Having just crawled back from the brink, Dr. Lizard gazed upon the menacing Steve in the sky, swallowing nervously. Would you believe me if I said I was merely jesting moments ago? With a whoosh of wind, Steve materialized above Dr. Lizard, his hand pressing down upon the creature's rounded head. If you can withstand this strike without being reduced to a lower dimension, I shall believe you. Lower dimension? Before Dr. Lizard could comprehend the implication of the statement, Steve's arm muscles bulged, and with the force of a hydraulic press, he pressed down upon the foe from head to tail. Crack, crack. Starting from the head, this 5-meter-tall, 3-dimensional being was flattened into a 2-dimensional form by Steve's might. To put it plainly, Dr. Lizard was now as thin as a pancake. And do not be fooled by the fact that Dr. Lizard was reduced to a mere crisp, thanks to the biological force field encapsulating him. He did not ooze any juices. Otherwise, the lofty beings observing this world would accuse the author of contriving a convoluted plot, akin to the chicken and egg conundrum. This time, Steve intended to gather all symbiotes, whether he deemed them useful or not. He desired them all. Image of AO by clenching his fist. In the future, symbiotes would be akin to regulated firearms in the realm of superhumans. I can grant you permission to use them, but misuse will lead to a visit from the Avengers at your door. I am addressing you, Drake. Do you possess the symbiote license issued by Captain America? How dare you flee? Steve's gaze locked onto the silver-gray figure that was attempting to escape. In this brief moment, the creature had nearly made it 2 city blocks away. If given another 2 minutes, it might truly evade capture. But alas, there are no ifs. Not only is Steve an exceptional fighter, but he is also a formidable thrower. Drawing his shield from behind, he squinted one eye and assumed an aiming stance. Then, with a powerful throw, in that instant when Steve locked onto the fleeing figure, the strongest symbiote sensed danger like a spider's instinct, feeling a chill down its spine. It swiftly changed direction and sought refuge within the nearby building. Having observed Steve dispatching the lizard-like minions from the rooftop moments ago, it knew that once inside the building, he could not use a shield for ranged attacks. This was its only chance to escape. Damn it, I should never have let my ambition cloud my judgment. Coming to this wretched city in search of a stronger host, one should not covet the formidable physique that the lizard men can produce in abundance. Seeking to lay the groundwork for one's own symbiotic army in matters that are originally unrelated to oneself. Instead, it would be far more prudent to diligently construct a rocket at the Life Foundation to transport over 1 million compatriots from Clinter before embarking on a conquest of this planet. What benefit was gained from this endeavor, which nearly cost one their life? Upon returning, one must resolve to remain hidden, refraining from bringing forth their symbiotic army. That man is truly terrifying. As the ominous flag of death was raised within, a sudden lightness enveloped the head. A tall, headless silver-gray figure rushed past. Wait, is that not my own body? It dawned on the chaotic mind that it had been decapitated, much like Louis XVI. Upon looking down, it became apparent that the head did not fall to the ground because it was cradled on a bloodied shield, resembling a platter. Good heavens, not a monkey's brain, nor a human brain, but rather a symbiotic brain. Before Chaos could regain control of its body and retrieve its head, a gaping hole was suddenly blasted open in the wall before the shield, and a powerful arm reached through, swiftly snatching both it and the shield away. Wait, let us discuss this. Do you remember? I have brought you 2 strong symbiotes. Together, we could command over 1 million such symbiotes and seize dominion over this planet. Steve brushed off non-existent dust with a disdainful smile. Rulers? I seek glory, not to witness this planet descend into chaos between symbiotes and sentient beings. Earth belongs to humanity. It is my Earth, not that of the symbiotes. Without hesitation, Steve crushed the grotesque head of Chaos, subsequently turning its body into a mere pulp. While the symbiote may endure such damage, the host, Drake, perished utterly. Left with no choice, Chaos extricated itself from the remains of its deceased host. Yet in its primitive slime form, it could not escape Steve's biological force field. Thus, the crisis posed by the lizard men and the symbiotes was decisively quelled. This victory was met with several notifications resonating within Steve's mind. Second camp mission. Assist Spider-Man Peter Parker in regaining consciousness completed. Reward. 300 enhancement points. Second camp mission. Rescue Sheriff Stacy completed. Reward. 100 enhancement points. Second camp mission. Save New York City from the Lizardman crisis completed. Reward. 600 enhancement points. Second camp mission. Help Eddie break free from the Life Foundation's entanglement completed. Reward. For 100 enhancement points. Has the young spider's task been completed? And has Gwen's request to save her father also been counted within the system? Steve's eyes sparkled with excitement. and a smile graced his lips. It appeared that his assumptions were indeed correct. As the director of the Avengers office, even if he refrained from officially posting a mission, it could still be transformed into a system task. Moreover, it seemed that the mission to save the lizard people was not something he accomplished directly. He merely participated. If anyone could be considered the true terminator of this crisis, it was undoubtedly the little spider who created the antidote. It became evident that once he assumed the position of faction leader, not only would his own tasks count as system tasks, but even those completed by his subordinates would be attributed to him. Did this imply that as long as he had enough employees under his command, he could grow stronger without lifting a finger? Could it be that Captain America could simply lie back and become more powerful? Chapter 73, A Major Breakthrough, Black Cat Felicia. No, what does it mean to grow stronger while lying down? Is he truly that kind of person? I, Steve Rogers, have attained my current strength and status through relentless effort, never relying on anyone else, I assure you. Therefore, system, grant me some enhancements. With a single command. Power. An unceasing surge of strength flooded my mind, making it feel as though my brain was on the verge of developing muscles. Allocating 14 points to my physique made every cell in Steve's body rejoice, igniting him with an exhilarating warmth as if he had ingested a mysterious pill. Once that comforting heat within subsided, Steve experienced an epic surge in all aspects of his abilities. Upon reaching 46 points in physique, his strength doubled instantly, elevating his normal strength from 300 tons to 600 tons, while his peak strength surpassed 1,000 tons. Furthermore, his biological force field also doubled in all regards, with the most notable enhancement being a flight speed that soared from Mach 3 to Mach 6. Oh, good heavens, Steve now felt an overwhelming sense of power, as if he could pierce through the very earth with a pickaxe. It took him a while to recover from the euphoric expansion of his newfound strength, returning to a more modest state of pride. Nevertheless, his current prowess undeniably warranted a degree of pride. Now, even without employing his biological force field for defense, the number of thermal weapons on Earth that could inflict harm upon him had dwindled significantly. There was no need to elaborate further on his strength. What does it mean to possess over 1,000 tons of power? To put it simply, even if Captain Marvel were to arrive, as long as she refrained from engaging him in a long-distance energy tug-of-war, he would not feel the slightest fear. Of course, Captain Marvel's true strength lies in the supreme energy she acquired from the Tesseract. Should it come down to a contest of energy, it would be entirely foolish for Steve to challenge her. Moreover, Steve had no intention of provoking that square-faced woman, as her appearance lacked the allure that even Bucky possessed. Ahem, just kidding. Steve's bond with Bucky was purely fraternal, devoid of any other implications. Time passed, and a month later, the Avengers made their inaugural appearance, saving all of New York, and the news of their exploits spread worldwide, announcing the existence of the Avengers to all. Nothing is more convincing than demonstrating tangible results. The exclusive war correspondent for the Avengers, Eddie Brock, captured a 24K high-definition video using Stark technology, which garnered over 100 million views on YouTube. Throughout this month, the Avengers maintained a remarkable level of popularity, greatly benefiting the two major corporations within their ranks. First, Tony Stark Industries saw a 50% increase in market value. While this may seem modest, it is noteworthy that during this month, Tony officially ventured into the new energy market, and Stark Industries' market value had already multiplied several times. Thus, this 50% increase was built upon that already substantial foundation. Furthermore, Steve Rogers Industries has experienced a remarkable 200% increase in market value. However, despite this impressive figure, it pales in comparison to Stark Industries' 50% rise. Nonetheless, it has exceeded Tony's initial projections, doubling the anticipated market value and consequently supplanting Stark Industries as the military's primary arms supplier. It would be inaccurate to say it has entirely replaced Stark, as the military continues to procure munitions manufactured by Stark Industries. Rather, Tony has shifted his focus entirely to renewable energy, deeming the profits from arms manufacturing negligible, and thus transferred Stark's weapons division to Rogers Industries. After all, Tony had little regard for the weapons division of Hammer Industries, and upon acquiring it, he had no intention of retaining a division he found unworthy. When it comes to gifts for his uncle, only the finest will suffice. And what could be better than Stark's creations? Hence, although named after Rogers, the essence of Rogers Industries is still inherently linked to Stark Industries. This connection is one of the reasons the military opts to collaborate with Rogers Industries. Stark manufacturing is synonymous with quality assurance. Steve harbors no objections to this arrangement, as he is merely a soldier who prefers wielding a shield over firearms, possessing little knowledge of weapon manufacturing. Tony manages all of that, allowing Steve to relish a more relaxed role. However, while the design and production of weapons may be effortless for Tony, Steve has significant reservations regarding his current position as CEO of Rogers Industries. Sitting in the chairman's office atop the skyscraper, gazing at a stack of documents awaiting his signature, Veins throbbed on Steve's forehead. No one had warned him about the multitude of tedious responsibilities that accompany the role of a boss. Each day, the mere act of signing documents ignites his irritation. When he called Tony to express his frustrations, Tony chuckled triumphantly, boasting about his capable assistant, Pepper Potts, who adeptly handles such trivial matters. Unfortunately, Steve lacks such assistance. While weapon manufacturing is not his concern, as CEO, he must personally review several important documents. This infuriated Steve, prompting him to request that Tony lend him Pepper for a time, only to be met with a heartless refusal and subsequently added to Pepper's blacklist by J.A.R.V.I.S. How absurd. Was Tony so fearful of him encroaching on his territory? Left with no alternative, Steve begrudgingly decided to sift through the bothersome documents himself. For someone with his extraordinary intellect, the volume of paperwork was hardly daunting, and he could effortlessly process everything with precision in mere moments. Yet, as anyone can understand, when faced with tasks one finds distasteful, even possessing the capability to handle them can breed an aversion that leads to procrastination. This was precisely his predicament. Resting his chin on his hand, Steve languidly flipped through the documents before him, signing those that seemed reasonable and discarding the unreasonable ones into the shredder. It was only when he stumbled upon an appointment request that he felt a flicker of interest. He picked up the application inscribed with Osborne Industries, Harry Osborne appointment, and read it with keen interest. A minute later, having finished reading, Steve grasped the purpose of this visit from the scion of the Osborne family. With a snap of his fingers, the office door swung open, revealing a strikingly beautiful secretary clad in a women's suit, her silver hair gleaming and her figure elegantly curvaceous. Indeed, while Steve, as the head of Rogers Industries, may not have a capable personal assistant like Tony's Pepper Potts, he still possessed his own dedicated secretary. Her name was Felicia Sarah Hardy, known as the anti-heroine Black Cat, one of Spider-Man's romantic interests in the comics, akin to a Marvel version of Catwoman. Interestingly, her presence as his personal secretary was related to Harry's request for an audience. Last month, a significant blunder by Osborne Industries nearly transformed New York into Lizard City. Although the Avengers ultimately resolved the crisis before it escalated beyond control, the accolades went to them, while the federal and state governments bore the brunt of public ire. Consequently, this incited the fury of both the federal and New York state governments. The military even withdrew its funding from Osborne Industries, while the federal government dispatched the FBI to conduct a thorough investigation into the company. They effectively put a halt to the clandestine and illegal biological experiments that most were aware of, bringing Osborne Industries to the brink of bankruptcy. This upheaval resulted in widespread unemployment among its staff, including Black Cat, who had been recruited by Steve during this tumultuous period. Moreover, Steve seized the opportunity to attract numerous talented scientists from Osborne Industries. Among them was Maxwell Dillon, who would later become the formidable Electro. Originally a beleaguered electrical engineer at Osborne Industries, Dillon was, in truth, a genius in electrical system design. Upon his recruitment, Steve promptly elevated him to the position of head of electrical engineering at Rogers Industries, transforming this previously overlooked individual into the brilliant and celebrated Black Lightning, who would soon become one of his most fervent admirers. Chapter 74, The Green Goblin and the Little Green Goblin Ahem, diverging once more, in essence. The Black Cat Felicia became his personal secretary in this manner. Steve raised the appointment form in his hand and said, "Felicia, please respond to the young Master Osborne," informing him to arrive tomorrow afternoon at 1 o'clock. "I have approved his appointment request." Felicia gazed at Steve, a flicker of surprise momentarily crossing her features, before she bowed respectfully. "Understood, boss." Meanwhile, outside a lavish estate, Harry, who had been restless, finally breathed a sigh of relief upon receiving Felicia's response. Ever since he was urgently summoned back from his studies abroad a month ago and learned of the crisis facing Oscorp, as well as the hereditary ailment plaguing the Osborne family, Harry had been consumed with anxiety. His concern for Oscorp's plight was rather negligible. After all, he was grappling with his own mortality, rendering the fate of the family business trivial. What he truly valued was his youth and the desire to avoid an untimely demise. Equally, he did not wish for his father, Norman Osborne, to meet a similar fate. After much contemplation, he resolved to seek assistance from the Avengers. Now, the prospect of meeting Captain America, the leader of the Avengers, rekindled a glimmer of hope within Harry. Taking a deep breath, he stepped into the Oscorp estate, a place he harbored an aversion towards, even to the point of despising. Upon entering the estate, it felt as though the very sunlight was devoured, leaving only a chilling, oppressive darkness that clung to him like a parasite. Along the way, both medical staff and servants appeared as soulless marionettes, exuding an eerie silence and emptiness, offering nothing more than the most basic nods of acknowledgement towards Harry. This oppressive silence was one of the reasons for his disdain for this place. He found himself missing his loquacious childhood friend, Parker. Finally arriving at the depths of the ancient mansion, the source of all darkness, Harry halted. Before the foreboding crimson door stood a butler who, upon recognizing Harry, bowed respectfully. "Young master, the master anticipated your return. He is waiting for you inside. Please." Harry glanced at the butler but remained silent, pushing open the heavy, lifeless door before him. "Harry, my son, you have come." A voice, rasping and heavy like a grinding machine, emerged from the dim room. "Father." Harry approached Norman Osborn, who was propped up with numerous intravenous lines sustaining his vital signs, gazing at his father's skin, unnaturally tinged with a dark green hue. His expression was fraught with complexity. Norman's voice resonated once more. "I knew you would return. Even if you cannot accept the grim reality of our family's hereditary affliction, but apart from following my directives, you have no other choice." At these words, Harry's brow furrowed deeply, his youthful visage etched with reluctance. "No, father, you are mistaken. Your method will not save me, nor will it rescue Osborn Industries. It will only hasten our inevitable demise." With a thunderous crash, the ailing Norman, seemingly revived, shattered the mahogany nightstand beside him with a single blow. Struggling to rise from the bed, his thinning hair emerged from the shadows, illuminated by the ominous green light of the life support machines, rendering his visage grotesque and chilling. Even Harry, Norman's own son, instinctively took a step back at the sight. In that moment, Norman was devoid of breathlessness, his speech became coherent, and his piercing green eyes fixed intently on Harry. "Harry, do you truly wish for the Osborn family to vanish from this world? You must realize that our hereditary affliction manifests more rapidly with each generation. By my age, it has already progressed to its later stages. And you, my son, will succumb even faster. Surely you have sensed the abnormalities within your own body lately. By my calculations, you may not even reach middle age soon. You will join me in the depths of despair. You must follow my prescribed method to preserve the Osborn bloodline. Only then can you salvage your own life. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Harry instinctively clenched his uncontrollably trembling hands, finally surrendering to the reality of his own physical anomalies, which he had previously dismissed as mere fantasies resulting from his excesses. Yet, he remained resolute in his disagreement with Norman, retorting, "No, I am not like you. My hands have never been stained with blood. I will not descend into hell. Should I perish, I shall ascend to heaven. I refuse to barter one life to save my own. That is not my way, and your method is utterly impractical." Norman's fury intensified, astonished that after a lifetime of ruthlessness, he had spawned such a timid and cowardly son. "Impractical? I see only cowardice in you. You were weak as a child, and now you are even weaker. You have never dared to do anything, only coming before me to weep and call me father. You are the disgrace of the Osborn family." Harry, incensed by these words, no longer concealed his trembling hands, pointing accusingly at Norman. "I am a coward? I am the disgrace of the Osborn family? So, you have always believed this, haven't you? No wonder you never favored me. No wonder you sent me abroad during my youth. It was because you have always looked down on me. As for your ridiculous plan, I cannot even begin to express my disdain. You expect me to kidnap Spider-Man? How could your virus-riddled brain conceive such a brilliant idea? Spider-Man is a member of the Avengers. What do you think I can use to capture him? My hands that tremble so uncontrollably that I can barely lift a glass without spilling. And even if I were to succeed in abducting him, what then? How would I confront the other Avengers, particularly that godlike Captain America, who dominates the headlines? You call me cowardly, and you are right. I am indeed cowardly. But you, too, who fears death, are you not also cowardly? Do not presume that I am unaware. The current state of Oscorp is solely due to your desperate attempts to survive, which led you to relentlessly pressure Dr. Connors in his research on lizard genetics, nearly plunging all of New York into a catastrophe of lizard men. You are the root of all this misfortune. You are the most cowardly of us all. Faced with a son who has always been submissive before him, Norman experienced a fleeting moment of distraction as he saw a reflection of his younger self in Harry. However, the green glint in Norman's eyes swiftly vanished, and his expression darkened. "Very well, it seems you have truly matured. You believe that as I approach death, the world will soon be yours, that Oscorp will bend to your will, and thus you disregard my words. Since you refuse to act, then go. Retreat into your frail body with its dwindling time, and await the arrival of painful death. I shall carry out my plan to rescue the Osborn family from the brink of despair. I only hope that when the time comes, you do not come to me, weeping as you did in your youth." Harry's countenance was icy as he turned away, coldly scoffing. Rest assured, even if I were to perish here, leaping from this manor, I would never utter a word of plea to you." With that, Harry strode out, slamming the door behind him. In that fleeting moment of closure, the eyes of father and son flickered with differing emotions. An eerie duality emerged on Norman's face, half filled with concern and disappointment, half shadowed by bitterness and malice. A sinister voice echoed within Norman's heart. What? Are you still troubled about your cowardly, selfish son? Wake up, he is not one of us. He will only serve as a stumbling block on our path to success. He is merely your son, while I am your true ally. The one who will never betray you, Norman. Our immediate concern must be how to capture Spider-Man, how to extract the spider serum taken by that traitor, Richard Parker. Only by obtaining the spider serum can the crumbling Oscorp be reborn. Do you understand? Sighing wearily, the more human side of Norman closed his eyes. And when he opened them again, his face was filled with shadows and cruelty. The Green Goblin makes his entrance. Meanwhile, as Harry exited the manor, the chill on his face thawed, revealing a trace of worry and confusion. He murmured to himself, Father, what has transpired in my absence? Are you truly still the same man? Chapter 75. Harry and Peter, the Little Green Goblin, and the Little Spider as the sole heir of the Osborn family. Harry certainly would not exhibit the fade of being innocent and uncalculating. Likewise, his father, Norman Osborn, who had established the vast Osborn Industries, ought not to display such an alarming temper as he had just shown. It seems that Osborn Industries harbors not only the mutations of Dr. Connors due to the lizard serum, but also concealed secrets within his own father. This only solidified Harry's resolve to meet Captain America the following day at the former Hammer Building, now the Avengers Tower. Undoubtedly, this headquarters of the Avengers exudes an impressive aura. Harry gazed up at the towering structure adorned with a prominent and couldn't help but exclaim. This is humanity's first company established by superhumans. That fellow Hammer, always imitating Tony, had constructed the Hammer Building with the size of Stark Tower in mind. However, he had not been fortunate enough to enjoy it. Shortly after completion, he was swiftly dealt with by Steve for colluding with Obadiah and Ivan Vanko. This fortuitously provided Steve with a ready-made Avengers headquarters. Entering the splendid building, Harry approached the front desk, preparing to state his name and his appointment with Captain America. But he was momentarily taken aback. The front desk was not manned by a charming young lady, but rather by the little spider, whose red mask was pushed halfway up, casually resting his legs on the front desk while sipping soda and munching on popcorn. You are Spider-Man? What are you doing here? Harry's expression was complex as he regarded the little spider, recalling the earlier words of Norman Osborn, who had said that Spider-Man was the sole antidote for their Osborn family. And now, this antidote stood before him, leaving little room for his thoughts to wander. It was not just Harry who was taken aback. The little spider was equally stunned. Though years had passed, Peter immediately recognized the brooding young man before him as Harry Osborn, one of his few childhood friends. I work here. I'm on the day shift today, responsible for front desk duties. You must be Harry Osborn from Osborn Industries, right? Are you here for a consultation? Harry concealed his emotions behind a faint smile. Consultation? In a manner of speaking, yes. However, I have an appointment today at 1 o'clock with Captain Rogers. This matter requires a face-to-face discussion with the captain. The little spider nodded in understanding, verifying the appointment on the translucent screen before him. Indeed, you have a confirmed appointment. No issues there. Jarvis will guide you to the number 1 elevator, which is a direct lift to the captain's floor. I wish you a pleasant meeting with the captain. Harry. As the little spider finished speaking, a translucent blue guiding arrow projected from the ceiling, directing Harry toward his destination. Thank you. Harry gazed at the dreamlike, guiding arrow before him, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes, followed by a deeper sense of gratitude for his choice. Here, not only did he lack the hard power to compete, but even the technology he prided himself on was eclipsed, at the very least. Within the confines of the Osborn Tower, such an extensive holographic projection was utterly unattainable, nor was there an artificial intelligence as intelligent to assist. Following Jarvis's guidance, Harry ascended directly to the top floor in Elevator 1, authorized by Jarvis. As the elevator doors opened, Harry was greeted by opulent decorations, with exquisite paintings adorning the walls and splendid sculptures flanking the lengthy corridor. If memory served him correctly, these sculptures were indeed representations of each member of the Avengers, with the largest and most radiant clearly belonging to Captain America himself. This Captain America seemed somewhat different from his preconceived image. Not only was the Avengers Tower he founded imbued with an advanced technology that contradicted his antiquated persona, but the lavish decor also exuded an air of ostentation. With his own statue prominently displayed in the center, Harry found it quite difficult to form a judgment. Before he could ponder further, a crisp sound of footsteps approached. Felicia walked gracefully toward him, offering a faint smile. Mr. Osborn, the boss is waiting for you in the reception room. Please follow me. Harry glanced at the woman he had encountered twice at his own company, saying nothing more, merely nodding and following her. Upon entering the reception room, which Harry felt resembled a grand indoor hot spring rather than a mere waiting area, he noticed a thin veil of white mist enveloping the space. A broad silhouette was soaking in the hot spring. Felicia slightly bowed, her tone softer than when speaking to Harry. Boss, young Mr. Osborn has arrived. Water cascaded from the mist, glistening on the classically sculpted physique reminiscent of ancient Greece. Steve emerged from the spring, casually wrapping a towel around his lower body, and approached Harry. Rubbing his neck, relaxed from the bath, Steve patted Harry on the shoulder. Young man, would you care to join me for a soak? It's invigorating and quite beneficial. Invigorating? No. I appreciate your kind offer, but I must decline. I am not accustomed to bathing in hot springs, thank you. Harry replied, a slight smile tugging at his lips as he gracefully declined Steve's generous invitation. No wonder the youth of today seem physically inadequate. If they don't even indulge in a bath, how could they thrive? Come, have a seat with me, Steve casually commented, taking a seat on a lounge chair. Felicia poured each of them a cup of tea, standing gracefully behind Steve, her delicate hands kneading the shoulders invigorated by the warmth of the spring. Once Harry had taken his seat, Steve, eschewing any pretense, candidly stated, I am not one to engage in the convoluted machinations typical of your kind. I am merely a brash individual who once charged into battle wielding a shield. Let us dispense with the frivolities and get straight to the point. Are you here on behalf of Osborn Industries, or for your own interests? Harry was taken aback by Steve's forthrightness, and the plethora of carefully prepared remarks he had rehearsed became lodged in his throat. After a prolonged silence, he bitterly replied, for Osborn Industries, but more so for myself. With that, Harry abandoned his facade and revealed his slightly trembling hands. Steve glanced at them and casually remarked, have you indulged a bit too much? Harry responded with silence. Steve erupted into laughter, just a jest. I've long heard of the Osborn family's hereditary ailments. I presume this is merely the initial stage of that affliction? Harry nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, it is a terminal condition. Even with our current technological advancements, Osborn has spent years researching genetic biology and remains unable to cure our family's hereditary illness, unless. Observing Harry's hesitance to articulate further, Steve inquired nonchalantly, unless what? Chapter 76, The Hope of Healing and the Conquest of the Green Goblin. Harry hesitated for but a moment before divulging everything. My father once mentioned that unless we capture Spider-Man and extract the spider serum stolen from him years ago, there lies little hope of curing our hereditary ailment, and we might also acquire the extraordinary abilities akin to those of Spider-Man. Upon hearing this, Steve let out a derisive laugh, dismissively retorting, your old man seems to have lost his wits. Does he not realize that Spider-Man is under my protection? What gives him such misplaced confidence? Perhaps it is bestowed upon him by Liang Jingru? With a resigned nod and a heavy sigh, Harry replied, indeed. I conveyed the same to him, yet my father refuses to heed my words. Upon my return, he appeared transformed, exhibiting a temperament that is both irritable and radical. Irritable? Radical? Steve raised an eyebrow, intrigued. It seems the Green Goblin persona of Norman has manifested. Initially, he assumed that in this universe, the young Spider-Man would be free from the old Green Goblin, much like in the original narrative, with only Harry's diminutive goblin in existence. To his surprise, the classic villain had indeed resurfaced. Recalling the eerie dark green hue beneath his father's skin, Harry solemnly continued, precisely. I suspect that, much like Dr. Connors, my father injected himself with some untested biological agent in a bid to heal himself, which has resulted in his drastic change in demeanor. Steve, relishing Felicia's massage, responded leisurely. Your speculation bears merit. Most super serums do indeed carry side effects. For instance, my super soldier's serum amplifies not only one's physical prowess, but also magnifies inherent traits. It enhances the virtuous and corrupts the malevolent. Similarly, Dr. Connor's lizard serum, while augmenting strength and granting regenerative abilities, birthed a second persona rife with murderous intent. It seems your father, too, after administering some super serum, has awakened a negative alter ego akin to Connor's. However, unlike Connor's overtly violent persona, your father's second identity appears far more insidious, adept at concealing itself. The fact that only you, as his biological son, have detected this anomaly while it remains unnoticed by others suggests that your father's darker persona may be even more perilous than Connor's lizard identity. At these words, the worry etched on Harry's face became unmistakable as he turned to Steve, pleading, I implore you to assist me. Help my father. I am willing to concede to any terms you set, whatever you desire. Just please help our Osborn family through this crisis. Steve raised 3 fingers and shook his head. Young man, what you propose is not a singular request, but rather 3. To aid you, to assist your father Norman Osborn, and to support the entire Osborn lineage. Do you believe I am some omnipotent superhero? Harry also realized that his demands were excessive, lowering his gaze in disappointment. But I truly have no other options left. If even the greatest superhero in this world cannot assist me, then the Osborn family, as my father foretold, will indeed face extinction in my hands. The greatest superhero in the world? Steve mused, finding a peculiar delight in the title. a smile unconsciously curling at the corners of his mouth. Why do you speak such blunt truths, child? I never claimed I couldn't help. Suddenly, Harry looked up, a fierce yearning for life igniting in his eyes. Do you have a solution? Steve, no longer teasing the tearful young green goblin, nodded. Of course. But your three conditions combined require a bit more leverage. Harry immediately agreed. No problem. As long as you can help me, I would pay any price. Forget the price. If I can survive, what would it matter if I had to give away all my wealth? There is an ancient saying in the East, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. However, Steve shook his finger and replied, no. I believe you misunderstand. The leverage I speak of is not money. I lack for nothing in that regard. The Avengers are backed by Rogers Industries and Stark Industries, both of which are far from financially constrained. To me, money is merely a string of numbers, and I have no interest in it. What I require is something else from you. Not money. Then what is it? Harry felt somewhat disoriented. As a top-tier heir, it was the first time he had encountered someone indifferent to his wealth. However, upon reflection, he understood that neither Rogers Industries nor the vastly larger Stark Industries could be compared to the financially beleaguered Osborn Industries, which eased his mind. Yet, he felt even more defeated. What do you want then? It seems I have nothing left but money. Do you heed the words of others? If those who toil tirelessly for meager wages heard this, they might very well hang you, the wretched capitalist, from a lamppost. What? You say I am now a capitalist? In that case, Steve fixed his gaze on Harry, slowly stating, I want your loyalty. Harry's eyes widened. Disbelief etched across his face as he gasped. Your loyalty? Oh dear, why does he sound so breathless? Harry exhaled in relief, patting his chest, having feared that Captain America was a heartless monster. He had been contemplating whether to surrender his life or to cling to his dignity in unwavering defiance. He never anticipated it was merely a misunderstanding. Unaware of the confusion his words had wrought, Steve continued, I can cure your hereditary illness, help restore your father Norman Osborn to normalcy, and even stabilize the crumbling Osborn Industries, allowing you to take control. But the sole condition is that you must completely obey me from now on. And Osborn Industries will henceforth become a subsidiary of Rogers Industries. Consider your choices carefully, life or death, pride or substance. Make your selection. No matter. Harry's hesitation, even for a moment, would signify a lack of respect for his own existence. Almost instantaneously, as Steve finished speaking, he nodded in agreement. Living is the foundation of everything. If he were to perish, would not Osborn Industries simply fall into the hands of another? It is far better to barter for the preservation of both his and his father's lives. Steve nodded in satisfaction, raising his teacup towards Harry. Excellent. You are quite perceptive. I hold you in high regard. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. Harry raised his teacup in return, though his hand trembled slightly, uncertain if it was due to excitement or the affliction that plagued him. So when can my hereditary condition be cured? I fear my body may not endure much longer. Steve replied with a confident smile. When? Today. The hereditary ailment of the Osborn family essentially stems from genetic deficiencies. Conventional medical methods have proven largely ineffective. However, his approach to treatment was anything but ordinary. Not to mention, his experimental division was developing 3 products derived from the blood of Peter, Bucky, and the lizard. The existing symbiotes in the lab could also completely eradicate the genetic flaws afflicting Harry. Thus, treating Harry was merely a matter of convenience. And acquiring Osborn Industries in the process would be a remarkable coup. Yet, before Steve could escort Harry to the laboratory, the door to the reception room was forcefully kicked open. Hey, old man, look what this genius has brought you. This time, it will surely knock your socks off. Tony strode in with a white briefcase adorned with black lines, his head held high like a proud peacock, exuding an air of audacious arrogance. Chapter 77. The surprise brought by Tony, the brazen Steve-O, for heaven's sake. Tony, I swear, if you barge in here without knocking again, I will unleash my ancient, worn-out shoes from the last century upon your insufferable backside. Just the other day, Tony was bragging about his capable pepper, and today, Steve found every aspect of Tony utterly irksome. Yet, how could Tony, with his audacious demeanor, possibly take Steve's words to heart? A frivolous grin lingered at the corners of his mouth as he quipped, What's the matter? Afraid I might startle you while you're trying to work? Or perhaps you're worried I might catch a glimpse of your little secret. And is your taste becoming increasingly risque? Is a silver-haired secretary no longer sufficient for you? Look, there's even a prickly boy here. Come on, you're not a priest. I might just call the police on you. Do you understand the concept of monogamy? Steve scoffed, raising a hand in a gesture of international camaraderie. And call the police? Go ahead, but you should know that matters concerning superhumans fall under our jurisdiction. If you report it, I'll be the one taking your statement. You'd better hope that my body camera is charged, rather than my taser. Because if it's not, no matter how clean you think you've got it today, you're in for a surprise. Wow, you've won this round, Officer Rogers. Please, spare me the taser. I'd rather not suffer from incontinence. Tony raised his hands in a mock salute. Amidst their banter, Tony approached Steve, unceremoniously transforming into a master of desk clearance, sweeping aside the teacups belonging to Steve and Harry into the nearby trash bin, and with a resounding thud, he placed his black and white briefcase upon the table. Harry, who had been overlooked by Tony and regarded as a mere boy, found his hand suspended in midair as he attempted to take a sip of tea to alleviate his embarrassment. Harry, well, actually, I'm not that thirsty. Insert sad Harry expression here. Perceptively, Harry retracted his hand and offered Steve an awkward yet polite smile. Ahem, Mr. Rogers, since you and Mr. Stark have matters to discuss, perhaps I should come back tomorrow? Just one day, and I think I'll manage. No, you stay right where you are. Soon, we will all be comrades. There's nothing to shy away from. After we finish, I'll take you to address your inherited issues. Steve waved his hand, gesturing for the standing Harry to take a seat once more. Hearing Steve's inviting tone, Harry felt a sense of calm wash over him, coupled with a heartwarming sensation. It seemed like an eternity since anyone had acknowledged him in such a manner. It felt wonderfully uplifting. Meanwhile, Tony scrutinized Harry from head to toe, somewhat astonished. He anticipated that this seemingly ordinary lad would be regarded as one of us by Steve. Tony was well aware that, despite Steve's public persona of embracing camaraderie, he maintained a stringent threshold for those he considered his own. Since the Avengers' inception, having saved New York and astonished the world, they had inevitably become the focal point of attention in the realm of superhumans. During this period, countless individuals who fancied themselves superheroes have sought to join the Avengers at their headquarters, aspiring to become part of the esteemed team. However, to date, not a single one has captured Steve's discerning eye after his rigorous selection process. Each has been unceremoniously dismissed, akin to refuse. Thus, the young man before them stands as one of the latest additions to their ranks, following in the footsteps of Peter and Rhodey. The reason he is included among the few, despite Steve's rigorous standards, is that Steve has borrowed several exceptional talents from other fields to bolster their numbers. Tony finds himself intrigued by this seemingly unremarkable individual, pondering what unique qualities Steve perceives in him. As Tony scrutinizes Harry, Steve's gaze shifts to the briefcase on the table, reminiscent of the 5 Malawian kwaches, prompting him to curiously inquire, "So, what is this contraption?" He pays little mind to Tony's rather impolite gesture of one click clearing the table, as their camaraderie has long since transcended such formalities. They often regard each other as more than mere acquaintances, sometimes even overlooking one another's humanity. Thus, any actions that may seem inhumane are rendered reasonable within the context of their relationship. Noticing Steve's attention on the briefcase, Tony straightens his posture, puffing out his chest with pride as he declares, "Since you've asked so earnestly, I shall graciously enlighten you. Remember when I promised to create a custom Iron Man suit for you? I recall you expressing quite an affinity for my 5 Malawian kwaches portable briefcase armor. Therefore, I have been contemplating how to devise a suit that embodies the lightweight portability of the 5 Malawian kwaches, while also withstanding your extraordinary strength, which defies the laws of science. The delay in crafting your bespoke armor arises from my struggle to reconcile these two challenging attributes," he continues, "given the materials currently available on Earth. Achieving both durability and lightness is a daunting task, unless there exists a rare metal akin to the one used in your shield, vibranium. Regrettably, that precious substance was entirely consumed by my father in the creation of your battered shield, and considering your attachment to it, I doubt you would part with even a fragment for the sake of my armor. Moreover, the quantity left is woefully insufficient." As Tony expresses his lament, Steve's eyes gleam with contemplation. Amidst the flurry of activities surrounding the establishment of the Avengers headquarters, he had nearly forgotten about vibranium. It seems an opportune moment to arrange for an expedition to Wakanda, ideally sending someone of significant stature to knock on doors in search of assistance. Before Steve can finalize his choice of the unfortunate soul to undertake this task, Tony, with a triumphant bounce, resumes, "But fear not. A genius like me has ultimately succeeded in harmonizing the formidable challenges of lightness and durability. Moreover, I have embedded a truly unexpected special feature within the armor. What could this special feature be?" Steve retained the matter of vibranium in his thoughts as he returned to the current topic. After all, an armor is merely composed of a few functionalities. What could possibly be so extraordinary? Surely, Tony has not developed nanotechnology yet. With a mischievous grin, Tony said, "Heh. Place your hand on the table, and I shall demonstrate it for you." Although uncertain of Tony's intentions, Steve graciously complied and placed his hand upon the table. In an instant, Tony produced a gleaming dagger from seemingly nowhere, its blade shimmering coldly as he, with a vengeful smile, made a swift motion towards Steve's hand resting on the table. However, Tony's amusement quickly faded. Gazing at the mere faint white mark etched upon Steve's arm, he fell into silence. This was, after all, a dagger forged from an alloy capable of slicing through iron. After a prolonged moment, he finally murmured, I had initially believed your only invulnerability lay in your audacity, but it appears I have underestimated you. Chapter 78. Anti-Venom Battle Armor? Serum. Steve smugly remarked, indeed. As a man, one must be thick-skinned in all aspects, wealth, audacity, and even the skin itself. Otherwise, if you encounter a woman who counts down, you might find yourself in dire straits, losing a layer of skin in the process. Tony, with a deadpan expression, skeptically replied, a woman who counts down? She can strip away your skin? Huh. Are you certain you're not referring to a bomb about to detonate? Steve shrugged, indicating his indifference to Tony's disbelief, and refrained from further elaboration. It is worth noting that in the ancient East, within a region resembling a ferocious T-Rex on a map, there indeed existed a group of fearsome women. Moreover, in the Marvel universe, there exists a malevolent, bald woman who, when provoked, enjoys the literal stripping of skin from her adversaries, having left many superheroes at her mercy. For instance, a certain fiery individual, who bears a striking resemblance to Steve and possesses a comparable demeanor, had quite a few thoughts on this matter. Damn, she only bullies me because I can't perform the thunderclap, otherwise I would have cleaved her in two. Setting aside the matter of the bald woman, Tony did not dwell on it. Instead, Steve, unable to maneuver effectively, decisively drew a blade across his own arm. Perhaps due to the earlier failure of the dagger in Steve's hand, Tony's cut was rather deep, exposing bone and causing blood to gush forth. Steve was taken aback and gave Tony a thumbs up. Impressive, nephew. You're quite ruthless to yourself, are you all right? Tony twitched the corner of his mouth, his complexion paling as he forced a smile. It's merely a mortal wound. What could possibly happen to me? Just watch closely, a miracle is about to unfold. With that, Tony pressed his wounded hand against a black and white briefcase, which seemed to come alive, extending white tendrils that coiled around his arm until they enveloped the wound. Moments later, the liquid-like white substance retracted back into the briefcase, leaving Tony's grievous injury completely healed. Nanotechnology? No, this is a symbiote. Steve gasped internally. Moreover, it's a white symbiote. Could it be a serum? Where on earth did Tony procure this? Wait, this phenomenon has never appeared in the cinematic universe, has it? With a snap of his fingers, Tony gleefully declared, Congratulations, you are partially correct. However, this cannot be considered a complete symbiote. Rather, it is symbiote 2.0, which I extracted based on the original symbiote. Upon hearing this, Steve placed his hand on the briefcase and, under the biological force field, discerned the anomaly. Unlike the typically aggressive vitality of ordinary biological force fields, this briefcase exuded a lifeless stillness akin to that of a mere container. Intriguing, do elaborate, Steve encouraged. Tony, not one to keep secrets, explained. Do you recall the symbiote named Venom that I previously borrowed? I've been researching how to integrate its unique properties into my armor. However, Venom is notoriously resistant to merging with metal, which has hindered my progress until now. Last month, you brought back 3 symbiotes. One was the Riot from Drake, while the other 2 were offspring separated from Deadpool amidst chaos. You suggested I attempt to eliminate their self-awareness, which inspired me. Indeed, what I value are the unique abilities of the symbiotes, not their consciousness. I have no need for them to possess self-awareness. Thus, with the assistance of you, the bound Dr. Zhao Hailuan, and 2 brilliant young minds, I ultimately succeeded. Except for Venom, which inexplicably resisted the erasure of its self-awareness. I successfully obliterated the self-awareness of Riot and the 2 offspring of Deadpool, effectively merging them with the battle armor. Steve, upon hearing this, expressed his admiration. Incredible. You truly are the modern-day Kennedy. Your imagination knows no bounds. So, is this the battle armor created with one of the symbiotes? Tony nodded, then shook his head. Congratulations. You are only half correct. This is indeed a symbiote battle armor, but it is not made from any of those 3. Rather, it is an entirely new symbiote. After eliminating the other 3 symbiotes, I was unwilling to accept failure with Venom, so I intensified the electrical charge. While I ultimately did not succeed, the endeavor was not entirely in vain. Venom was shocked into splitting off a new symbiote, one devoid of self-awareness. However, this new symbiote was also exceedingly weak, so I had to find a way to revive it. After my attempts to nourish it with phenethylamine proved futile, I surmised that the little one might not be hungry, but rather ill. Hence, I administered some white blood cells, and to my astonishment, it worked. The little one was indeed healed, its color contrasting sharply with Venom's, turning white. Upon its emergence, it nearly killed its progenitor, Venom, leading me to name it Anti-Venom. Through my experiments, I discovered this little one was remarkably unique. It not only possessed all the abilities of a symbiote, but also wielded a terrifying healing power capable of annihilating other symbiotes. In fact, anything it deemed as a disease could be eradicated and healed by it, including mutated cancer cells. This implies that it could theoretically revert superhumans back to humanity. As Tony's excitement grew, Steve began to realize the implications. Goodness, isn't this akin to the serum? Has Tony truly managed to create such a thing? Is Iron Man really this formidable? However, a moment of concern struck him. While the potential was promising, could it also strip away his powers? Although his abilities stemmed from system enhancements, he was reluctant to take that risk. Sensing Steve's apprehension, Tony waved his hand dismissively. Rest assured, this little one lacks self-awareness and is entirely under the host's control. The decision to utilize its unique healing ability lies solely with you. This, indeed, is one of the reasons I crafted this extraordinary symbiotic suit of armor for you. Not only is it unique, but it also harbors great peril. Should it fall into the hands of those with nefarious intentions, it would spell disaster for the realm of superhumans. Only in your possession can I rest assured that it will not succumb to the grasp of malevolent individuals. Yet, can I truly be certain of its safety under my watch? I think not. A smirk crept across Steve's lips as he placed his hand upon the briefcase, this time choosing not to envelop it in a bioplasmic field. The white tendrils instantly coiled around his arm, swiftly ascending his body. However, upon reaching his neck, he halted their advance. He had no inclination to don a helmet, preferring to showcase his handsome visage. Unless, of course, he was about to engage in mischief. Cough, cough. In an instant, the anti-venom suit was fully adorned upon him, an ensemble predominantly white, with striking black accents on the abdominal region and right arm. Steve examined his attire, feeling an inexplicable discomfort, pondering for a moment before a thought sparked. With a flourish, a white cape billowed forth from the back of the suit, bestowing upon him an air of commanding presence. At last, it felt just right. Chapter 79. My goodness, you truly resemble a villain, alas. I find myself regretting the decision to bestow upon you the anti-venom armor, for it is undeniably spectacular. Tony circled around Steve, his gaze devoid of admiration for Steve's handsome visage, instead reflecting sheer appreciation for his own creation. Goodness, this is a masterpiece, a testament to my genius. Steve took a step back, distancing himself from Tony, who resembled a peculiar individual, lest he harbor ulterior motives regarding his armor. Not a chance. Once it is in my possession, there is no reclaiming it. Absolutely out of the question. And do you truly believe anyone can wear it with as much flair as I do? With those short legs and your slender frame, you might as well be a comedic figure reminiscent of Chaplin. Tony, exasperated, remarked, You, Captain, change your tune faster than one can turn a page. I rushed to deliver this armor to you, and this is how you repay my generosity? All right, I concede. I am quite pleased with this armor. Acknowledging your filial piety, I shall grant you credit, Steve replied, stretching his limbs, clearly satisfied with the comfort of the suit. Though termed armor, the anti-venom suit is closer to an advanced bodysuit. Unlike Tony's other all-metal armors, this anti-venom suit is crafted from a combination of symbiote and alloy material. Thus it can, akin to nanotechnology, be controlled by the wearer's thoughts, enabling the addition or reduction of external components at will, or the transformation into various weapons. For instance, the cloak that appeared moments ago. The material is also softer than that of conventional armors, allowing for ease of movement, devoid of the restrictive feeling akin to being encased in metal. This is fantastic. Upon hearing Steve's acknowledgement, Tony continued his exposition. The capabilities of the anti-venom suit, aside from its unique symbiote attributes, are largely comparable to standard armors, so I won't elaborate further. As per usual, refer to the manual provided by Jarvis. However, a significant distinction is that even if the external reactor's energy is depleted, you can still utilize the innate abilities of the symbiote within the armor. So there is no need to fret about becoming encased in a mere shell. Moreover, through my experiments, I have discovered that the anti-venom symbiote, possibly due to mutations induced by white blood cells, is impervious to the flames and ultrasonic assaults that typically threaten other symbiotes, rendering it entirely immune to these two critical weaknesses. Lacking self-awareness and vulnerabilities, this is, in my estimation, the most perfect form of a symbiote, the quintessential biological armor. As Steve absorbed Tony's insights, he familiarized himself with the suit's capabilities. By the time Tony concluded, Steve's superhuman intellect had completely grasped all the powers of the anti-venom suit within that brief interval. The amplification of strength was approximately doubled, a significant enhancement, elevating his baseline strength beyond 1,000 tons. As for defense, it is negligible. The anti-venom's defensive capabilities are its weakest aspect, at best comparable to his own skin, utterly inferior to the extraordinary defenses of a biofield. Speeding up the activation of the battle armor's acceleration function, the velocity could potentially double, reaching an astounding Mach 12 at full throttle. However, it is highly probable that Steve would seldom utilize the energy from the reactor for acceleration, rendering it inconsequential. His typical biological field allows for a flight speed of Mach 6, which suffices for his needs. Next, we delve into the most vital aspect, the healing ability, which has multiplied exponentially. Previously, if he sustained a stab wound, natural recovery would take 10 minutes. Now, it requires not even a second. If he had suffered the loss of a limb, he could only prevent the wound from deteriorating, but now, with a bit of time, the severed limb could regenerate. Where once most toxins were ineffective against his constitution, he has now become immune to all toxins. Remarkably, even if he were to step into the epicenter of a nuclear explosion, his cells would disintegrate, yet the antitoxin suit would restore him completely. Although he does not believe that nuclear radiation poses any threat to his current physique. In summary, this transformation has elevated Steve, already invincible during this period, from a mere patriot to a true omni-hero. Now, let me first test your most crucial healing ability. Steve raised his palm, suddenly grasping Harry's astonished face from behind. Without allowing Harry a moment to react, a white liquid flowed from Steve's fingers into Harry's orifices. In less than 10 seconds, Steve retracted the serum and released Harry. Harry collapsed to the ground, experiencing an unprecedented sensation of purity within his body. Slowly, he raised his now steady hands, revealing a contorted expression of both tears and laughter. How incredible! Truly astonishing. Has the hereditary illness that has plagued the Osborn family for generations been cured just like that? No, it's not just the hereditary disease. It seems all my other ailments have vanished. I feel as pure as an infant. This is nothing short of a miracle. Steve gently patted the exhilarated Harry on the back, slightly bending forward, resembling a cunning antagonist seducing the protagonist. He whispered in Harry's ear, "Fear not, my child. I assured you that you would be fine, and you will be. You only need to trust me completely, and everything will unfold positively. Now, return and share this good news with your father, and bring him to the Avengers Tower. I shall have a thorough discussion with him. With my guidance, I believe he will recognize your brilliance, and Osborn Industries will soon be yours. But do not forget your promise." Having been healed, Harry now believed wholeheartedly in Steve's words and promptly nodded. "I understand. I will bring my father. He will surely grasp my sincere intentions. I will never forget my vow to you. Both I and Osborn Industries shall remain eternally loyal to you." Steve smiled gently. "Good, my dear. Felicia, please escort our friend and family member Harry out," he instructed. Felicia nodded and led Harry out. After Harry departed, Tony regarded Steve with a peculiar expression, as if contemplating an eccentric uncle. "Goodness, has anyone ever informed you that, from an observer's perspective, you occasionally resemble the ultimate supervillain masquerading as a paragon of virtue? That child was the heir of the Osborn family, and you so nonchalantly absorbed Osborn Industries with mere words?" Steve turned slightly, revealing the sun-kissed profile of his face. "Of course not, for this visage embodies justice itself. No one understands the essence of righteousness better than I do. Moreover, it was not an absorption, rather, it was Harry's voluntary offering in gratitude." "Well, you leave me speechless," Tony shrugged, acknowledging the irrefutable nature of that statement. Steve's countenance represents Captain America. To deny his sense of justice would be tantamount to repudiating the very notion of righteousness that America prides itself on. Chapter 80. The honeyed words of the captain. Though Tony, as an arms dealer, was acutely aware that the righteousness spoken of by politicians was a mere illusion. The United States continued to proclaim itself as the bastion of justice solely due to its formidable power. Shaking his head, Tony chose to dismiss these vexing thoughts. With his objective accomplished, he resolved to depart. "All right, I came here to deliver the long-overdue armor. The gift has been presented, and now I must take my leave. I have yet to finish the other symbiotic armors. Oh, by the way, regarding your suggestion to enhance Barnes, I am currently crafting that riot bioarmor. Once completed, it will undeniably provide Barnes with an epic enhancement." Steve patted Tony on the shoulder, sincerely expressing, "Thank you, Tony. In terms of filial piety, you are truly a paragon." Tony shrugged off Steve's hand and rolled his eyes. "I truly appreciate it, but you really ought to brush your teeth and learn how to make your words less odorous." Steve, unfazed, chuckled, "Huh? If my breath weren't foul, we wouldn't have bonded over our shared disdain, would we? Come on, let me escort you out." As they exited the reception room, Tony's gaze fell upon the sculptures lining the corridor, leading him to inquire curiously, "By the way, what is the story behind these life-sized sculptures of us? You, who have little appreciation for fine art and luxury automobiles, surprisingly possess an artistic flair?" Steve casually replied. "Artistic flair? No, these are merely tools for profit. As our influence grows, these pieces will prove valuable. We can create some comic books and merchandise to sell, which would surely be more lucrative than dealing in arms." Tony, astonished, exclaimed, "Good heavens! How did I not realize your business acumen before? You're not actually considering starting a company to sell these trinkets, are you?" "Believe it or not, I do have such plans. Let us call it Marvel. What do you think?" "Marvel? That sounds oddly familiar, as if I've heard it somewhere before. It resembles that comic selling DC." "Close enough. but we are the real-life version. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Tony took his leave. With the new suit in hand, Steve returned to his office, taking a few minutes to tackle the pile of paperwork that had accumulated. He mused to himself that this could not continue. It appeared he needed to find someone as capable as Pepper Potts to assume the role of a proxy CEO to manage these affairs. Felicia Hardy, the Black Cat, was certainly not an option. He had little trust in that thief. Sharon Carter was also unsuitable, as she was already juggling two roles, monitoring Nick Fury while keeping an eye on him in return. As a double agent, she hardly had the time to spare. Steve felt a headache coming on. He knew numerous powerful female superheroes in the Marvel Universe, yet there seemed to be a dearth of competent businesswomen. As for why he wouldn't he choose a man, Steve reasoned that he did not wish to have another man in his office, utilizing his secretary. Moreover, a beautiful woman could not only be efficient, but also pleasing to the eye. What could a man offer in comparison? Forget it, let fate decide. If it doesn't work out, I suppose I shall just scour the job market for a suitable candidate. For now, let me ponder over the matter of Wakandan vibranium. Which fortunate soul should I select as my Han Dynasty envoy? The identity must carry significance and bear a connection to myself, so that he possesses a valid reason to confront those who dare challenge Wakanda. Tony? Absolutely not. He is the beloved nephew of mine, and it would be utterly irresponsible to cast him into the depths of the black market after he has just bestowed a grand gift upon me. That would be a betrayal. Pierce? Not quite suitable either. He still holds value at this moment. If he were to meet his demise at the hands of those technologically advanced black market mercenaries, it would surely provoke the ire of the Hydra leaders who have always held a grudge against him. Although he currently fears nothing from Hydra, he is still intent on exploiting them further. Who else could it be? Just as Steve was lost in thought, a knock resonated through the room, and Felicia entered with a graceful stride. Boss, the Spider-Man at the front desk has sent a message. A person claiming to be your boss is here to see you. Spider-Man inquired if you should deliver a beating and throw the intruder out. My boss? Am I not the foremost authority in this company? Steve thought to himself. And is the symbiote within that little spider not adequately restrained? Why such aggression? Little spider, isn't that learned from you, boss? Have you forgotten the incident last month when you interviewed that brash hedgehog who disregarded everyone, constantly stating do you? You forcefully subdued him, bloodied and all, and tossed him out. Steve. Felicia, please allow this boss entry. I am quite curious to see who dares to claim such a title. I hope that when he descends, he employs more than just the stairs or the elevator. More than just the stairs or the elevator. Surely, that implies. Felicia gasped softly, retreating cautiously, fearful of being ejected in a non-traditional manner by her boss. Moments later, another knock echoed, and Felicia entered, leading Steve's boss into the room. Upon seeing the individual behind Felicia, Steve frowned, expressing his dissatisfaction. Felicia, what is the meaning of this? Did I not make it clear that our Avengers office is a legitimate and righteous organization, devoid of any human trafficking? You ought to provide this unfortunate soul, whose organs have evidently been sold, with some funds to procure his beloved watermelon and fried chicken. Felicia. Nick Fury. Nick Fury, visibly incensed, approached Steve with deliberate strides, placing his hands firmly on the desk. Captain Rogers, do not forget your identity. You are a representative of America, and moreover, an agent under my command. I could very well accuse you of insulting a superior and engaging in racial discrimination. Steve feigned realization, his tone languid. Director Fury, my sincerest apologies. I failed to recognize you. I initially thought you were some unfortunate cotton machine, as the features of your people, from afar, appear quite similar save for the eyes. It is rather difficult to distinguish, wouldn't you agree? Moreover, you possess only one eye. Nick Fury's forehead bulged with veins as he bellowed. Nonsense. That is nothing short of blatant discrimination. Steve shrugged. If you must perceive it that way, I cannot alter your perspective. However, I assure you, I harbor no prejudice against you, for in my eyes, you are no different from a mere pillow. The fury within Nick Fury subsided slightly as he furrowed his brow. A pillow? Are you suggesting that I should disregard your words altogether? Steve slowly shook his head. No, what I mean is that you, like a pillow, are composed of cotton. Nick Fury exclaimed. What the hell? You insufferable Brooklyn redneck. I ought to report you and have you arrested. Steve crossed his arms defiantly, unperturbed. Go ahead and report me. Just know that I hope you won't find yourself emptied of your magazine by the NYPD while reaching into your pocket for evidence. Chapter 81. The Fear Induced in Nick Fury by Steve I. Nick Fury, Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and King of Agents. The man who once saved the world alongside the most formidable woman on Earth. Find myself once again thoroughly unsettled. This time, it is none other than the American captain, whom I had once deemed, aside from Captain Marvel, to be my greatest ally, who has breached my defenses. Though they share the title of captain, the disparity between Carol, the cosmic captain, and Rogers, the American captain, is staggering. Is it truly the case that with greater power comes greater virtue? is the American captain, being merely a super soldier of Earth, destined to possess qualities as inferior as those of the typical American soldier? Nick Fury leaned forward over the table, his hands pressed against its surface, his gaze fixed upon Steve with the intensity of a predator eyeing its prey. Steve Rogers, can you enlighten me as to why you insist on opposing me? Steve, maintaining a calm demeanor, chose to disregard the man whose bravado exceeded his actual capabilities. Instead, he turned his attention to Felicia at the door. Felicia, kindly step outside and ensure that no one enters without my explicit permission, regardless of the commotion that may arise. Understood. Felicia nodded respectfully, casting a sympathetic glance at Nick Fury before quietly exiting the office. After serving as the private secretary to the American captain for a month, she had gleaned much, both what was known and what was not. She was aware that this so-called American captain was far from the benevolent figure depicted in tales. In fact, he often seemed more fearsome than the underworld lords of Hell's Kitchen or the anti-heroes who hunted them, akin to a bloodthirsty Tyrannosaurus clad in human skin. The supervillains who fell to his hands had a mortality rate that was indeed chilling, an astonishing 90, far exceeding that of any other Avenger. Those who managed to survive were typically left in a state of catastrophic injury, merely due to their perceived research value, often reduced to a state of shattered bones by the captain's formidable might. Today, it remained uncertain whether the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. would find himself among that 90 or the fortunate 10. Felicia's beautiful eyes darted around, reminiscent of an inquisitive kitten. Within the office, Nick Fury, upon the departure of the sole outsider, found no solace. Rather, the sight of Steve, who wore a bemused expression, sent a chill down his spine. Panic coursed through him. Does anyone know how to gracefully retract words once spoken? Internally, Nick Fury was nearly transformed into a flustered monarch, yet he maintained an exterior of composed calm. His gaze sharp, betraying no hint of trepidation. He spoke coolly. What? Do you truly dare to kill me? Steve, intrigued, regarded Nick Fury, who stood resolute like a mountain before an impending avalanche. He slowly approached from behind, his hands delicately resting on either side of Fury's neck, and whispered, Do you believe I would hesitate? Director, do you understand? You are not on my appointment list today. Even if I were to take your life right here and now, I could justifiably proclaim to the world that you were the one who plotted against me, while I acted in legitimate self-defense. I would face no repercussions for my actions. Do you believe that? Of course, how could I doubt it? You are the revered Captain America, while I am but a mere individual whose hands cannot stray from the steering wheel. The New York police would undoubtedly believe whatever you say. Feeling the hands by his neck that could extinguish his life at any moment, Nick Fury swallowed hard, his breathing becoming more labored as he spoke in a low voice. So, you are finally ready to tear away your facade of hypocrisy? Do you think that if I were to die, you would truly be free from worry? There will always be those who seek the truth. As he spoke, Nick Fury's hand subtly moved toward his coat pocket, preparing to make a desperate gamble. However, before he could retrieve whatever lay within, Steve's hands, pressing firmly on his shoulders, suddenly exerted force, compelling Nick Fury to sit back in his chair. In an instant, a vice-like grip seized his arm, preventing him from reaching into his pocket. You would do well to keep your hands where I can see them. Otherwise, should my instincts kick in, I cannot guarantee that your head will remain securely atop your shoulders in the next moment. Under Steve's formidable strength, Nick Fury found himself unable to budge an inch, helplessly watching as his hand was forcibly drawn from his pocket by Steve. Steve, observing the beads of cold sweat forming on Fury's forehead, reached into his coat pocket and extracted the object within, a slender, silver metal device. Regrettably, it was not the communicator he had envisioned for summoning Captain Marvel, but rather a high-intensity laser cutter, the very tool Nick Fury had employed to slice through the wreckage after being ambushed by the Winter Soldier. Ah, so this is your trump card? A mere gadget, Fury? Have you not graduated from elementary school yet? Steve lamented, toying with the laser cutter in his hand. To Nick Fury's astonishment, he then directed his gaze toward the device's aperture and pressed the activation button. Could this soldier, whose mind seemed consumed with brawn, truly be so naive as to mistake a laser cutter for a child's toy? Was he truly about to single-handedly defeat Captain America? In that moment, Nick Fury's mind raced with visions of what it would mean to vanquish the legendary hero, how to address the inevitable inquiries from the outside world, and how to respond to the Avengers' scrutiny. Yet, what followed sent shockwaves through his very being. The laser, capable of slicing through high-strength alloys, struck Steve's blue eye, producing an astonishing shower of sparks. What the hell? Is this some sort of cursed eye, forged from 24K titanium alloy? Steve switched off the laser pointer, tossing it lightly, a teasing glint in his eyes. Oh, so it's not a reading pen, but eye drops instead? Where did you procure such eye drops? They feel quite soothing and warm when applied, he quipped, requesting a link. After a moment of stunned silence, Nick Fury quickly regained his composure, his expression turning ashen. Who exactly are you? The effects of the super soldier serum cannot possibly be this outrageous. As the director of SHIELD, he was well aware that while others might be oblivious to the precise capabilities of the serum, he himself had meticulously memorized the intricate details of Captain America's serum injection. The serum bestows remarkable skin resilience and muscle density. Even ordinary bullets would struggle to penetrate, let alone the most vulnerable area of the human body, the eyes, making it utterly implausible for one to withstand a laser powerful enough to slice through metal. The display of strength from Steve had escalated Nick Fury's perception from mere threat to sheer terror. Chapter 82, the most powerful technological nation in Africa? This inevitably brings to mind another entity who withstood the assaults of cosmic warships with mere flesh, Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers. Could it be that Rogers has now become as formidable as Carol? A dreadful suspicion welled up in Nick Fury's mind, intensifying his wariness towards Steve. This is precisely the effect I desire. Fear me, regard me with trepidation. Only by acknowledging the chasm between us can I be of use to you. Steve gazed into Nick Fury's single eye, brimming with apprehension, and returned his laser pointer to the palm of his hand, calmly stating, "Who am I? I am Steve Rogers, the captain of SHIELD's Special Forces, the leader of the Avengers. The very Captain America you unearthed from the Arctic glaciers. Why do you doubt me?" Nick Fury pointed at his eye patch, his tone icy. "Because the last time I placed my trust in someone, I lost an eye." Steve chuckled softly. "Oh, is that so? But why does it seem to me that it resembles more of a cat scratch?" Nick Fury was taken aback, instinctively responding, "How do you know?" He abruptly fell silent midway through his sentence. Yet, the astonishment within him was palpable, his gaze towards Steve laden with skepticism. This matter pertained to his greatest secret. How did this man come to know, and to what extent? If he merely knew about the Devourer, it would be manageable. But if he were also aware of Carol and the Skrulls, then that would spell trouble. Observing Nick Fury's fluctuating expression, Steve scoffed disdainfully, his finger tapping against Fury's heart. "You see, Nick, this is why I harbor disdain for you. You have never been honest with anyone, nor have you chosen to trust others. Consequently, how can you expect others to be honest and trust you in return?" Nick Fury fell into a prolonged silence before speaking gravely. "What is it that you truly desire?" "What do I desire?" Steve released Nick Fury and approached the massive floor-to-ceiling window by the desk, gazing down at the towering edifices below, a glint of ambition flickering in his eyes. "To speak grandly, I yearn for world peace. On a smaller scale, I wish for all that I possess to remain undisturbed, between individuals, nations, races, and even planets. And I am diligently striving towards this goal. I have taken tangible actions to ensure harmony between superhumans and ordinary humans, demonstrating to those who would do harm what the rules entail with my fists. Do you have any idea how many lives I have directly or indirectly saved? Not in the millions, but certainly in the hundreds of thousands. And you? What has your SHIELD accomplished? How many lives have you safeguarded? Is your self-proclaimed justice truly just? Nick, if you genuinely wish to contribute to world peace, then do me a favor. Do not let SHIELD meddle and create chaos for me, all right? The once revered SHIELD has been unjustly belittled, prompting even a stoic figure like Nick Fury to clench his fists in indignation, gritting his teeth as he declared, "You truly comprehend nothing. SHIELD has never been tasked with safeguarding merely the bright facets of Earth, but rather the shadowy underbelly that remains hidden from the masses. Were it not for SHIELD, the world would have faced untold upheavals from those deeply concealed entities." A spark ignited in Steve's eyes, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He had finally hooked his prey. "Oh, is that so? Then pray tell. How is it that I have heard of a tribe in East Africa possessing technology that far surpasses that of the rest of the world, wielding extraterrestrial artifacts capable of threatening all of humanity?" Nick Fury frowned, incredulous. "What nonsense are you spouting? Impossible, utterly impossible. That part of Africa can barely sustain mobile phone usage. How could they possibly possess advanced technology?" He continued, "If you were referring to that mysterious Eastern nation, I might entertain your claims, but East Africa is out of the question." Steve raised an eyebrow, retrieving his vibranium shield from beneath the desk and placing it before Nick Fury. "What if I were to say they possess vibranium? Would that suffice? I trust you are aware of the extraordinary properties of the vibranium used to forge the shield." Upon seeing the shield, Nick Fury immediately comprehended Steve's implication but resolutely responded, "Are you implying Wakanda? Indeed, vibranium originates from there, but it is exceedingly rare, insufficient for Wakanda to develop anything significant, let alone groundbreaking technology. Moreover, the United Nations has conducted multiple assessments in Wakanda, and even SHIELD has discreetly investigated. They are so impoverished that they have been classified as an international poor nation, relying on United Nations aid for survival. How could they possibly possess the advanced technology you speak of? Upon hearing Fury's words, even Steve couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for Wakanda. Look at that. What a perfect example of having one's cake and eating it too. They monopolize an abundance of extraterrestrial vibranium resources while simultaneously feasting on United Nations poverty assistance for their own indulgence. Now, that truly exemplifies having the best of both worlds. This only solidified Steve's determination to seize the vibranium. He had never enjoyed such privileges, so why should these spear-wielding primitives? Steve retrieved a document from his drawer, tossing it before Nick Fury with a sardonic smile. Well, if I were to assert that vibranium is not merely a scarce commodity on the market, but rather exists in the form of an entire mountain mine, would that suffice? If you doubt my word, consider this. Over 20 years ago, Wakanda has not only experienced isolated incidents of vibranium leakage, your incompetent Hydra agents were simply oblivious to it. Ulysses Clow, the merchant of supernatural artifacts we Avengers are actively pursuing, has been trafficking the very vibranium you deem to be so scarce. Do you have any inkling of how much vibranium he has sold? At least several hundred kilograms. So do you still believe that Wakanda is as impoverished and backward as it appears on the surface? If you truly harbor such thoughts, I would advise you to swiftly purge the detritus from your mind and perhaps introduce a touch of lubrication to invigorate your rusted intellect. Nick Fury lowered his gaze, poring over the irrefutable evidence before him, his singular eye brimming with incredulity and astonishment. The realization that a technologically advanced nation like Wakanda resided in Africa struck him akin to Captain America awakening to discover that his superior was an individual of African descent. The sentiment was profoundly similar. After a considerable pause, Nick Fury regained his composure, and a glimmer of determination ignited in his eye. If, as Steve posited, Wakanda possessed an inexhaustible supply of vibranium, might not SHIELD also stake a claim? If those primitive inhabitants could cultivate themselves into a technological superpower with vibranium, imagine the ramifications if it fell into the hands of an already advanced organization like SHIELD. The world could very well be shaped by their influence. Furthermore, acquiring vibranium might also enable the revival of the long-dormant Tesseract project. The most formidable container could be harnessed to produce unparalleled energy as weaponry. Should extraterrestrial civilizations dare to invade again, he would possess the confidence to safeguard Earth, an Earth entirely under his dominion. Chapter 83. Who is the fool? A fleeting glimmer of ambition flickered in Nick Fury's solitary eye before it vanished as he raised his gaze, cautiously inquiring, "This matter involves an entire nation. Mishandling it could easily incite international turmoil. I cannot rely solely on your word," he continued. "Moreover, the Avengers lack the authority for international operations. Therefore, you shall await my news. I will conduct a thorough investigation first. How does that sound?" Steve feigned ignorance of Fury's intentions, shrugging nonchalantly. "Suit yourself. My target is Ulysses, whose illicit dealings with vibranium have resulted in supernatural hazards. Wakanda does not pose a tangible threat to the world, and I harbor no interest in vibranium. Thus, the Avengers have no reason to intervene. As for the situation in Wakanda, since S.H.I.E.L.D. possesses international law enforcement authority, how you choose to proceed is your own affair." Fury sensed an underlying discord in Steve's words, yet he could not pinpoint the source of his disquiet. After a moment of contemplation, he merely nodded in agreement. "Your perspective is astute. S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers are not adversaries. We are, in fact, allies striving for global peace, united by a common goal. We can assist one another as we are doing now, each fulfilling our respective roles. You handle superhuman threats while we address potential crises on Earth. Perhaps in the future, S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers could collaborate more frequently?" A peculiar smile crept across Steve's lips. "Frequent collaboration? Certainly. I believe there will be ample opportunities." The two men clasped hands, establishing a temporary camaraderie. For the first time since entering that oppressive office, a smile graced Fury's face as he remarked, "Naturally, I shall not take your information without due compensation. If the reports of Wakanda possessing substantial vibranium are true, I shall elevate your rank within S.H.I.E.L.D. by 2 levels, promoting you directly to an 8th-level agent, thereby officially recognizing you as a senior operative. What say you?" Steve regarded him with a neutral expression, though a flicker of derision and disdain lingered in his eyes. An 8th-level agent certainly sounded impressive. Natasha, the Black Widow, and Clint, Hawkeye, who had risked their lives countless times executing top-secret missions for Fury, were merely 7th-level agents. Only Phil Coulson, who had been with Fury from the beginning, had attained the rank of 8th-level agent. To exchange this solitary piece of information for a position among the highest echelons of S.H.I.E.L.D. was a remarkable deal. Yet, the reality was far more complex. Beyond the fact that S.H.I.E.L.D. was largely infiltrated by Hydra, his own authority far exceeded that of an 8th-level agent within S.H.I.E.L.D. Regarding the 8th-level agents themselves, aside from their ability to mobilize lower-tier agents from various branches of S.H.I.E.L.D. for assistance, they possess limited actual authority. To put it bluntly, in S.H.I.E.L.D., if you are not a 10th-level agent, you merely serve as a pawn for Nick Fury, ultimately leading to your exploitation to the point of demise. Even the 9th-level Deputy Director Hill is not exempt, as she too was used as a mere tool by Fury, ultimately captured by the Skrulls. Some, even in death, find no peace. For instance, Agent Coulson, despite his demise, was resurrected by Fury to continue serving him, disregarding his own desires. Thus, the hierarchy of S.H.I.E.L.D. holds no significance for Steve, evoking a sense of revulsion. He unabashedly expressed his disdain. The agent rank is of no concern to me. All I seek is a proper salary. I refuse to be exploited by a capitalistic overlord when only a few decades have passed in this world. Nick Fury momentarily faltered. Yet having been subjected to Steve's sharp tongue on multiple occasions, he was gradually fortifying his mindset. Such verbal assaults were now trivial to him. His expression quickly regained its composure. That Stark fellow has gifted you a weapons company worth at least hundreds of billions. Do you truly need S.H.I.E.L.D.'s meager salary? Steve shot him a sidelong glance, retorting coldly, that is beside the point. I may not care about that paltry salary, and I could simply collect it without working at S.H.I.E.L.D., but you cannot withhold it, understand? Nick Fury. Damn it. Have freeloaders become this brazen nowadays? Of course, he dared not voice this thought aloud, only muttering inwardly. With a forced smile, he said, rest assured, no one will be deprived of their due. For I certainly do not wish to see a headline tomorrow reading Black supervisor exploits his power to oppress American icons. Fury's tone carried a hint of melancholy, clearly recalling Steve's earlier threat to expose him in the press. This was nonsense. That was an issue from 80 chapters ago, yet this rascal still remembers. Such a grudging individual must not be allowed to linger. With this thought, Steve suppressed his urge to eliminate Fury as a future threat, gesturing for him to leave. All right. You can go if there's nothing else. Of course, you may choose to stay for dinner at the tower. The cafeteria has your favorite fried chicken and watermelon. Nick Fury's smile froze once more, his eyes widening. Damn it, Rogers, just when I had begun to think favorably of you. Couldn't you exhibit a bit of decorum and refrain from racial jests? Steve raised an eyebrow, replying languidly. Am I truly lacking in decorum? I perceive myself as quite refined. The Avengers all affectionately refer to me as Captain Classy. They say my words are as sweet as honey. I merely offered you fried chicken and watermelon, two ordinary foods. You're the one clinging to stereotypes, are you not? After all, I never suggested I would treat you to a whip. Had it not been for the final remark, Nick Fury might have nearly fallen for the captain's deceitful words, fearing that he might perish from Steve's wrath before he could be struck down. Nick Fury's expression darkened as he turned on his heel and strode away without a backward glance. However, in that fleeting moment of his departure, Nick Fury's countenance shifted, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. A simpleton is merely a simpleton. Aside from his brawn, he possesses naught but folly. So easily relinquishing such a precious resource as vibranium. What an absolute fool. Ah, but what of your own surroundings? At that very instant, as Nick Fury turned, Steve stood behind him, his expression not merely adorned with a smirk but rather bathed in mockery. A brute is simply a brute, aside from his dark heart. He resembles an uncivilized gorilla, so effortlessly ensnared by my cunning trap. What an utter imbecile. The hunter and the prey, ever shifting in the dance of fate. Once Nick Fury departed, Steve quietly returned the whip he had been holding to the drawer. Do not misunderstand. This was not intended as a tool for chastising Nick Fury. Rather, had Nick Fury failed to take the bait willingly, the whip would have served to bind him, facilitating his delivery to Wakanda. Of course, whether Steve could resist the temptation to deliver a few playful lashes during the binding process remains uncertain. However, with Nick Fury willingly stepping into the fray, this outcome is certainly the most favorable and least perilous. All that remains for him now is to exercise patience. Chapter 84, The Plan Begins. Awakening of the second ability time flew by, and another month had passed. In the outskirts of Sokovia, a derelict cruise ship lay abandoned. Though it appeared desolate and removed from the city's luminous embrace, it was, in fact, the clandestine stronghold of the armed smuggler, Ulysses Claw. The exterior of the vessel was weathered and forlorn, yet within its confines, the air was thick with the unmistakable scent of gunpowder, quite literally. The ship was filled with an assortment of military armaments, all pristine and meticulously arranged, incongruous with the vessel's dilapidated state. There were even high-tech storage units, the contents of which remained a mystery. At the helm of this operation was Ulysses, engaged in a lucrative transaction with none other than Baron Strucker, the infamous figure who had lost an eye to Steve Rogers and was often referred to alongside Nick Fury as the dual-eyed adversary of good and evil. Since the humiliation inflicted upon him by Steve, Baron Strucker had developed an obsession with superhumans, driven by an insatiable desire to create his own breed of enhanced beings. He had experimented with bioengineering, mechanical augmentation, and even cosmic radiation, yet the limitations of technology and materials had resulted in either failures or unsatisfactory outcomes. However, recent intelligence from Pierce had revealed to him that Ulysses' Claw possessed a supply of vibranium, the same rare metal used to forge Captain America's shield. This substance was not only exceptional for weapon production but also ideal for constructing devices capable of harnessing cosmic energy, a crucial component for Strucker's superhuman conversion machinery. Furthermore, Pierce had generously provided him with a substantial amount of energy derived from the Tesseract, intended to power the apparatus once the vibranium was procured. Although Strucker found Pierce's sudden benevolence somewhat perplexing, he dismissed his doubts, attributing it to the compensation for the near-fatal encounter with Claw's henchmen on Pierce's territory. Thus, he contacted Ulysses to acquire the vibranium. True to his word, Ulysses possessed an ample supply of the coveted metal, enough to facilitate the creation of his cosmic energy converter. Once the converter was operational, he would finally be able to forge his own super soldiers. To this end, he had even captured a handful of unfortunate souls attempting to cross into America, intending to use them as test subjects for his experiments once the machinery was complete. As Strucker opened the box presented by Ulysses, several pieces of vibranium exuded a mesmerizing blue luminescence, igniting a fervent excitement within him. Just wait, Steve Rogers. The day my Tesseract super soldiers are complete will mark your reckoning for the loss of my eye. Pleasure doing business, Ulysses said, as he and Strucker clasped hands, both wearing satisfied smiles, one pleased with the sum exchanged, the other with the goods received. Yet, the most satisfied party was not either of them, but rather, the bait has taken the hook. Above the abandoned ship, the sky was clear, and a white cloak billowed in the wind. Steve, clad in his anti-venom suit, wore a contented smile as he unobtrusively observed the transaction unfolding within the vessel. Indeed, it is all part of Steve's orchestration. A month ago, following Nick Fury's involvement, Hydra swiftly took action against Wakanda. As Steve had anticipated, the ever-suspicious Nick Fury, wary of entrusting other agents with investigations concerning vibranium, an element crucial to SHIELD's strategic resources, decided to personally lead a covert operation into Wakanda. Although fully aware of Wakanda's advanced technology and its abundant vibranium, his confidence in SHIELD's superior technology compelled him to proceed himself. Unfortunately, this seemingly omnipotent king of agents encountered an unexpected setback. While the external FAAD of Wakanda appeared deceptively impoverished, Fury was unprepared for the all-encompassing energy shields that enveloped the nation. Upon entering the inner circles, he was promptly apprehended by the border patrol tribes of Wakanda. Once his secret was unveiled, Wakanda had no intention of allowing Fury to escape easily and consequently imprisoned him, awaiting the judgment of the royal family. As the director of SHIELD, Nick Fury was not one to leave matters to chance. News of his disappearance reached SHIELD within an hour. This event marked the inception of a series of meticulously crafted plans by Steve and Pierce. First, with Fury's absence, SHIELD was left in disarray, leading to Alexander Pierce being appointed as the acting director, tasked with orchestrating a rescue operation. Secondly, at Pierce's behest, Steve stepped forward as a representative of the Avengers to partake in the rescue operation for Fury. Lastly, leveraging his position as the Secretary General of the United Nations, Pierce sought accountability from Wakanda and initiated a UN conference to address the true circumstances surrounding the nation. This strategic endeavor promised mutual benefits for both Steve and Pierce. Steve sought vibranium from Wakanda, while Pierce aimed to expand his influence by luring the royal family into participation at the UN conference. Pierce also intended to seize the opportunity to consolidate power by bringing Baron Strucker and his faction of Hydra under his command, with Steve responsible for eliminating those reluctant to integrate. Currently, the plan has reached its critical third phase, prior to the UN conference, gathering evidence of Wakanda's true situation and capturing Baron Strucker in one fell swoop. In preparation for potentially confronting an entire nation of advanced technology, Steve had been diligently tackling various superhuman incidents over the past month, successfully enhancing his physical capabilities to a remarkable 50 points. Initially, he had intended to fulfill Harry's commission to accumulate enough enhancement points in one go, but upon Harry's return, he discovered that his father, Norman, had mysteriously vanished, causing that task to be temporarily shelved. Nevertheless, The tasks undertaken by the Avengers counted towards his progress, allowing him to unlock a second special ability within the span of a month, despite not engaging in any Marvel protagonist-related missions. This explains why he was recently able to pierce through the ship's barriers and directly witness the transaction between Ulysses and Baron Strucker. His newfound ability, aptly named hypervision. Do not be deceived by the simplicity of this name, for it signifies far more than merely enhanced vision. The extraordinary enhancement of sight not only allows one to discern the intricate patterns on a mosquito's wings from a distance of up to 100 kilometers, but it also encompasses the ability to perceive all conventional materials with X-ray vision, as well as thermal vision exceeding 1,000 degrees. This directly resolves the issues of obstructed sight and long-range attacks for Steve. His mother need not fret any longer about anyone escaping from his grasp. With the power of penetration and transparency, what means could one possibly employ to flee? Chapter 85. The alluring heat of crime with irrefutable evidence of criminal activity. Officer Rogers is poised to apprehend the culprits. At the precise moment when Baron Strack exchanges goods with Ulysses, Steve is presented with a legitimate reason to act, transforming himself into Captain America, the formidable adversary of supervillains. Of course, even in the absence of evidence, it matters little. The Hydra captain will take action. Whoosh. Steve descends towards the ship in a free fall, akin to a leaden projectile, piercing through the rusted metal roof and landing inside the hold. With a resounding thud, the heavy impact disrupts the air within the cabin, plunging it into a brief silence, soon shattered by the unmistakable sound of numerous firearms being readied. Surveying the throng of armed men encircling him, Steve maintains a calm demeanor, raising his hands with a smile. Ho ho ho. Gentlemen, let us keep our composure, shall we? Although I am clad in a new uniform, you should still recognize me. Now, the righteous Captain America extends you an opportunity. Lower your weapons and, like me, lie down on the ground. The only response he receives is a single word: fire. Having introduced himself as Captain America, Steve's declaration prompts Ulysses' henchmen to act without hesitation, pulling their triggers in unison. Rat-a-tat-tat. Clink, clink, clink. Well, it seems my name does not hold sway everywhere. Observing the sparks ignited by the biofield surrounding him, Steve shrugs, his blue eyes igniting with a fierce crimson glow. Then, buzz. With a dull hum, two beams of fiery red light slice through the air, cleaving one of the assailants in two, spilling entrails across the floor. This sudden display of horror causes the fingers of the others, poised on their triggers, to momentarily freeze. But the destructive rays do not relent. Steve's fiery gaze resembles that of the Grim Reaper. Those who meet his eyes are doomed. Within mere moments, the once crowded ship's hold, now illuminated solely by the crimson radiance, is littered with severed limbs and pools of scarlet blood. Red and red, perfectly harmonious. Once the cabin is devoid of any standing figures. Steve blinks, reflecting on the peculiar thrill he experienced upon unleashing his heat vision. It seems that even a virtuous being like Captain America can become somewhat addicted to the act of killing. Well, I must admit, the exhilarating sensation of releasing everything is truly intoxicating. How does that superhuman fellow manage to refrain from using this power to obliterate all his foes? No wonder a certain giant baby in another realm, possessing similar abilities, relishes in wielding heat vision to annihilate all in his path. It is simply too exhilarating. Clang. As he indulges in this reverie, a sharp, resonant sound reverberates throughout the now quiet cabin, drawing Steve's fiery gaze. He spots Baron Strack and Ulysses, each clutching a box, stealthily attempting to slip away. The sound that interrupted his thoughts was none other than Ulysses' large box colliding with the railing. Regrettably, Ulysses cast an awkward glance at the irate Baron Strack, who was glaring back at him with fury, and without hesitation, drew his pistol. Upon witnessing this, Baron Strack could not help but exclaim, "Fool. Firearms are utterly useless against him." Ulysses flashed a grin, revealing his prominent gold tooth, yet did not aim the drawn weapon at Steve. Instead, he targeted the thigh of the Baron before him. "Of course, I know it's ineffective against him, but it certainly is against you. I assent it. I don't need to outrun him. I merely need to outrun you." Bang. "Ah, you wretched scoundrel. How dare you betray me? Hydra will not let you escape." With the sound of a gunshot, Baron Strack fell to the ground, cursing in his last moments. "Ha. You one-eyed Nazi scoundrel. Survive first in the clutches of your Hydra Terminator, Captain America, before you speak to me, you fool." Ulysses, seasoned from years of evading capture in Wakanda, merely offered the Baron a dismissive glance and a middle finger before slithering away with serpentine agility. Steve, arms crossed, observed with keen interest as the two, who had yet to engage him, began to turn on one another. He mused to himself, witnessing the epitome of villainy. This was truly the essence of wickedness. There were no bonds of friendship or any sentimental attachments, only the stark reality of mutual exploitation and betrayal. He reveled in their lowly demeanor, feeling as if he had returned home. "However, brother, did you think I would let you escape? With a flash of crimson light in his unextinguished eyes, Steve severed Ulysses' arm that clutched the box and simultaneously welded the iron door ahead, sealing off his escape route entirely. I appreciate your lack of decorum and your treachery against Hydra, but your disregard for my pursuit displeases me. So, remain still and play the part of Yonghua, or the next limb I sever will be your third leg. Understood? Despite his predicament, Ulysses maintained a deranged grin, raising his remaining hand in salute. Hee, at your command, Captain America. I assure you, I will remain as still as a Boy Scout. Ha ha, what a lunatic. Steve regarded him for a moment before shifting his focus to Baron Strack, who was clutching his wounded thigh. As the Baron felt the weight of Steve's menacing gaze once more, he hastily pleaded for mercy. Wait, we are on the same side, are we not? I was unaware that the fellow was your target before my arrival. I will hand him over to you, along with the money and vibranium. Just let me pretend I was never here. Steve chuckled derisively, stepping closer to the Baron and leaning down to pat his face. How amusing. By killing you. Wouldn't all of this belong to me as well? And do you not grasp the reality? Whether him or you both are my targets this time. You've been set up. At Steve's mocking words, Baron Strack's eyes widened in disbelief, his mechanical eye nearly overloading from the shock. You and that wretched scoundrel Pierce dare to conspire against me. Even in death, I shall not grant you mercy. My subordinates, lying in wait all around, will relay this information back to my stronghold. We shall perish together, and you and Pierce shall not find solace either. Upon hearing this, Steve remained utterly unfazed, even suppressing a chuckle. Do not be foolish, my dear brother, while you indulge in drink and business here. The henchmen you brought along have already been eliminated by my men. Furthermore, even if you manage to send word back, what of it? They need not avenge you. I shall personally ensure the demise of each and every one of your remaining lackeys shortly. Chapter 86. Wanda's prayer in the glaring sunlight. The Baron Strack, having lost all hope, completely succumbed to despair. Ignoring the gunshot wound in his leg, he pointed a finger at Steve and began to unleash a torrent of insults. You, a wretched cur that we have raised, will one day pay for your deeds. Just wait, when your identity is exposed. The entire world will drag you down from your pedestal, and you will be scorned by all. You are Hydra today, and you shall remain Hydra for eternity. Unfazed by the Baron's frenzied outburst in his final moments, Steve gently cradled his face, his eyes glowing with a fierce red light as they locked onto the Baroness with deep intensity. Your words instill fear in me, you foul-mouthed miscreant. Yet you must accept the punishment from Captain America. Buzz. Two searing beams of red light pierced through Strack's eye sockets, transforming his wild howls into agonizing screams. Under Steve's deliberate torment, one of Strack's remaining eyeballs exploded, while the other mechanical eye was melted into the flesh surrounding his eye socket by the intense heat, leading to a prolonged wail before he succumbed amidst the acrid scent of charred flesh. Only when the thermal beams penetrated the back of Strack's skull did Steve relinquish the charred, hollowed head, his merciless red gaze finally extinguished, reverting to the pure blue of innocence. Without a moment's pause, Steve reappeared before Ulysses, seizing his head with one hand and lifting him effortlessly into the air. Now it is your turn, Ulysses Clow. Ulysses felt the unyielding grip above him, yet his expression remained deranged. Oh please, if you intend to kill me, grant me a swift end, would you? I swear, that fellow's demise ranks second only to being slain by an octopus with its sticky, bizarre tentacles. Ha ha ha. Steve tilted his head slightly, casting a glance at the deranged man, the corners of his mouth curling into a smirk. Can you still laugh when death is at your doorstep? What a splendid lunatic you are. It's a pity you still hold some value. Otherwise, I would truly wish to dissect your brain to compare the structure of a madman with that of an ordinary person. But fret not. While I shall not end your life, I shall not leave you bored either. Allow me to find you a similarly deranged individual to keep you entertained. With that, Steve hurled Ulysses into the shadows of the corner. Wade, please ensure that our esteemed guest is well entertained, and extract from him the true location of the entrance to Wakanda. However, do not be overly harsh. He is a crucial witness for me. As you command, boss. A voice emerged from the shadows. Deadpool caught Ulysses, who had been thrown by Steve, cradling him in his arms, resting his head on Ulysses' shoulder while exhaling warm breath in his ear. My dear, our sweet time alone has arrived. Rest assured, I will pry open that dazzling golden-toothed mouth of yours. The boss did not specify how, so, heh. The maniacal grin on Ulysses' face gradually faded as he sensed a more chilling presence from Deadpool than even Captain America. Fear finally crept onto his visage. No, you cannot hand me over to this guy. I will tell you everything. But before he could articulate his plea, Deadpool's hand swiftly covered his mouth, forcibly dragging him into the darkness behind. As for what transpired next, oh dear, it was quite the sight. Steve quickly shut his eyes, fearing that another glance might lead to his own explosion, and leaped away from this den of chaos. Regarding Ulysses' claim of revealing all, puffed. What a jest! He wouldn't believe a word without torture. Thus, it was best left to wait, while he himself needed to attend to his dealings with Pierce. Sokovia, the Eastern European division base of Hydra. Boom. Enemy airstrike. Launch intercept missiles immediately. Oh my god, that is not an airstrike. That is a single person. Ah, a devil. That man is a demon. Quick, call for help from the other divisions. He has gone mad. He is slaughtering us. Damn it, our signal has been cut off. We cannot contact the other divisions. Shit. Oh god, please don't kill me. I am willing to surrender. Ah. The sounds of gunfire, screams, and the tremors of the castle reverberated through the dungeons, where human test subjects captured by Baron Strucker were imprisoned. Among them were a silver-haired youth and a red-haired young woman, trembling in fear as they huddled in a corner. They were none other than the Maximoff siblings, Wanda, the future Scarlet Witch, and Pietro, Quicksilver. Clearly, they were two of the unfortunate souls Strucker had mentioned, captured at the Sokovia border while attempting to sneak into America. Pietro shielded Wanda, masking his terror with curses. What the hell is happening outside? Why are those bastards who brought us here screaming like they're in hell? In contrast to her brother's rage, Wanda's eyes reflected not only fear, but also regret and defiance. Regardless of what transpired outside, their chances of survival seemed exceedingly slim. It was a pity that even in their last moments, they would not confront the shadows of their childhood. Pietro fell silent upon hearing her words. Indeed, who could fathom the misfortunes that have befallen these two siblings? A missile in their childhood claimed their parents, and another left them ensnared for 3 harrowing days, ingraining an indelible psychological scar upon their souls. After mustering their courage, they resolved to confront the architects of their anguish in America, the very adversary responsible for their orphanhood, Tony Stark. However, scarcely had they embarked on their perilous journey, having sacrificed all to purchase tickets for a clandestine passage, when they were seized by a cadre of armed men clad in black, imprisoned in a pitch-black dungeon. They could only watch in despair as the number of fellow captives dwindled day by day, awaiting the grim fate that loomed over them, fearing that their turn would soon arrive. Yet, they never anticipated that this day would dawn so swiftly and in such a peculiar manner. It appeared they would not need to wait in line, for their end was to come simultaneously. Wanda clasped her hands together, gazing upward at the trembling ceiling of the dungeon, fervently praying, "O God, if you truly exist, grant me the opportunity to confront the shadows of my past. I am willing to sacrifice everything for this chance." In an instant, a crimson glow enveloped the room. Reality began to shift, and dreams teetered on the brink of manifestation. With a resounding crash, as Wanda's prayer was uttered, a hand forcefully tore through the ceiling of the dungeon, allowing a blinding beam of sunlight to illuminate her face, which had long been deprived of light. Beneath that radiant beam stood a towering figure, suspended in the brilliance, as if a divine being had descended upon the earth. Chapter 87. Wanda, enveloped in tenderness, had the divine truly manifested? Wanda gazed vacantly at the heavens, her eyes filled with the image of a figure seemingly radiating holy light. Above, Steve's crimson gaze gradually faded, replaced by the vision of Wanda within his cerulean eyes. After clearing the remnants of Hydra from the ancient castle, his keen sight detected hidden figures below, revealing an unexpected delight. Wanda Maximoff, one of the 3 great forces of Marvel, host of the Chaos Power. How intriguing. He had initially intended to wait for Wanda to awaken her chaotic abilities before approaching her, yet fate had conspired to bring them together before her full awakening. However, now that their paths had crossed, he had no intention of allowing her to depart unscathed. The Chaos Power was far too perilous. Even he, who resembled a diminutive Superman, dared not underestimate its potential for catastrophe. Such a dangerous force must either be destroyed or claimed for oneself. There was no alternative. Yet destruction seemed a grievous waste. Thus, only one option remained. His superhuman intellect word as a plan to subdue Wanda began to take shape within his mind. Steve descended slowly from the sky, extending his hand to all within the dungeon. "Do not fear, do not despair. Children, Captain America has come to rescue you." In that moment, everyone instinctively reached out towards Steve, who descended like a deity, for he represented the sole glimmer of hope in their darkest hour. 7 days later, a Mustang raced forth, coming to a steady halt at the entrance of New York University, from which emerged 2 men and a woman. "Steve, am I truly capable of this?" Wanda asked, observing the vibrant throngs of students bustling through the campus, instinctively retreating behind Steve, her fingers clutching the hem of his shirt tightly. Steve turned, tousling Wanda's auburn hair, offering words of comfort. "Wanda, you are merely 19, the age to relish the joys of youthful college life. Trust me, your existence should not lack this vital journey." Wanda's cheeks flushed as she lowered her gaze, responding softly, "But I haven't attended school in so long. Would jumping straight to university be too hasty? I still wish to remain by your side and assist you." Wanda and her brother Pietro had grown up in the war-torn nation of Sokovia. While their parents were alive, the siblings had attended a modicum of schooling. Yet, following their parents' demise, survival had become a daunting struggle, rendering the prospect of university both overwhelming and daunting for her. Steve understood this well, and it was precisely a step in his plan to win Wanda over. He aimed to become her sole anchor in this unfamiliar environment, to orchestrate a life she had never known, all while providing gentle encouragement. With a soft chuckle, if a system were an emotional one, it is certain that Wanda has contributed a significant amount of system points. Steve displayed a radiant smile, his tone gentle. Be confident. Wanda, you are not inferior to anyone. Besides, Haven T, we already discussed this. You need not feel compelled to repay me with hasty gestures. Focus on your studies and relish your youthful days at university. That is the greatest gift you could offer me. Wanda, touched beyond words by this heartfelt exchange, felt her heart succumb to the warmth of Steve's kindness, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Suddenly, an inappropriate interruption broke the moment. Pietro, sipping his drink nearby, chimed in. I believe my brother speaks the truth. Both of us currently lack the skills to assist him. Rather than rushing to help, we should first acquire more valuable knowledge at school. I've heard that university life is splendid. We should strive to become students ourselves, to live well and be capable, so as not to squander our brother's kindness. Live well. Steve's lips twitched, dubious about the sincerity of Pietro's words. He hoped the lad wasn't being too frivolous. Clearing his throat, Wanda turned to Pietro with a hint of annoyance. Why are you even here, you gigantic third wheel? Pietro pointed to himself, incredulous. Excuse me. What do you mean, when am I here? My dear sister, I have always been present. Brother brought us both to university. Did you think he was here for a private date with you? Wanda's eyes widened at his words, and she rushed to cover Pietro's mouth. Pietro, what nonsense are you spouting? There is nothing between Steve and me. Pietro brushed her hand away, smirking as he teased. Oh really? If that is the case, why don't you refer to him as brother like I do, instead of calling him Steve so affectionately? I just... Enough with the forced explanations. To me, it seems you have developed feelings for him. But who can blame you? With a brother as perfect as he is. If I were a girl, I would have already thrown myself at him. Wanda, her secret laid bare, felt herself blushing furiously, unable to muster a rebuttal. For Pietro had spoken the truth. All right, Pietro, no more teasing your sister, or I shall revoke your university privileges and assign you to clean the Avengers Tower toilets. Steve feigned sternness towards Pietro, secretly pleased with his words. You have a promising way with words, lad. Captain rewards those who speak well. He handed Pietro an unlimited black card. Here, take this. It's for you and Wanda to use freely, but ensure you look after your sister at school. Don't let anyone bully her, understood? Pietro instantly grasped the situation, gratefully accepting the card and winking at Steve, confidently thumping his chest in promise. Rest assured, my dear brother, having navigated the complexities of society for many years, I may lack in certain areas. Yet my ability to discern character and engage in physical confrontations is unparalleled. I can assure you that no ill-intentioned individual shall come near Wanda. I trust you comprehend my meaning. Steve patted Pietro on the shoulder, clearly pleased with his perceptiveness. The two men shared a tacit understanding, while Wanda remained blissfully unaware of the underlying implications of their exchange. As for the courses you missed before university, worry not. I have arranged for 2 brilliant upperclassmen to tutor you. Given your intelligence, I am confident you will swiftly catch up with the academic pace. Just as Steve concluded his remarks, lo and behold, 2 vibrant young individuals emerged from New York University, none other than Peter and Gwen. Chapter 88, Brainwashing? Manipulating emotions is what a villain ought to do. Steve had already briefed the young couple, Wanda and Pietro, about each other. Upon learning this, Peter and Gwen were more than willing to assist. The 4 of them exchanged introductions and quickly developed a fondness for one another. Peter and Pietro, both gregarious and mischievous, struck up a camaraderie within mere minutes. Meanwhile, Gwen and Wanda, characterized by their gentle and intellectual natures, found it easy to bond and soon became good friends. Once the 4 were familiar with one another, Steve decided it was time to take his leave. He affectionately ruffled Wanda's hair and said, Now that you all know each other, Peter and Gwen will guide you and Pietro around the campus. I've already taken care of your enrollment paperwork. I must attend a United Nations meeting shortly, so I won't be joining you. The 2 nodded understandingly, and with Wanda's reluctant gaze upon him, Steve drove away. Pietro watched the taillights of the departing car with envy, exclaiming, Wow, my brother is truly the founder of the Avengers. He even gets to attend United Nations meetings. It's so impressive. If only we could join the Avengers someday. I can't even imagine how popular I would be with the ladies. I've even thought of a superhero name for myself. I was the fastest runner during the gang fights. How about calling myself Quicksilver? Wanda, however, fell silent, her expression turning complex as she quietly responded, Pietro, have you forgotten? Tony Stark is also one of the founders of the Avengers. Even if we possess the ability, could we truly join the Avengers without a heavy conscience, facing the very man responsible for our parents' deaths? Pietro fell silent as well, momentarily at a loss for words. The blissful days of late had led him to unconsciously evade this troubling question. Yet, as Wanda pointed out, they would eventually have to confront it. When the time came, how would they choose between life and vengeance? Nearby, Peter's ears perked up, sensing he had overheard something he perhaps should not have. The murderer of their parents? Mr. Stark? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Mr. Stark is so kind that he even added thermal features to the suits of every Avenger. How could he possibly commit such a heinous act? There must be some misunderstanding. I need to clarify this with Mr. Stark, he thought. I cannot allow misunderstandings to lead to tragedy. With their thoughts diverging, the group made their way towards the campus. Meanwhile, upon returning to the Avengers Tower in his Mustang, Steve did not linger. He donned his battle attire and soared into the sky, racing towards the horizon. The relationship between the Maximoff siblings and Steve traces back to a week prior. After Steve eliminated the traitors of Hydra, he unexpectedly encountered the Maximoff twins and resolved to recruit them. Before Wanda, Steve transformed into the embodiment of justice as Captain America, patiently arranging safe havens for all those he had rescued, establishing an image of unparalleled virtue and righteousness. During this process, Steve exhibited exceptional care for the two siblings, which, unbeknownst to them, steadily fostered a growing fondness towards him. Subsequently, Steve accidentally learned that the siblings were homeless and, in a display of compassion, took them in. The siblings, already enamored with Steve, found it impossible to decline his invitation, especially with the prospect of venturing to America, motivated both by their personal aspirations and the lingering shadows of vengeance in their hearts. What followed was a natural progression: sympathy, warmth, and financial support. Under Steve's trifecta of influence, few could resist falling under his spell. Each step the siblings took was precisely calculated, leading them into the emotional snare set by Steve. One viewed him as an elder brother, filled with admiration. The other developed romantic feelings for him. Compared to brainwashing, emotions proved to be the most reliable bond, firmly tethering them to Steve and rendering escape impossible. Thus unfolded the entire process of Steve winning over the two. Simple yet effective. At times, Steve felt as if he should don a pair of glasses and embody Eisen, as he resembled a villain manipulating the affections of others. Next, he would remove the glasses, style his hair in a more mature fashion, and engage in an act befitting a true antagonist, forcing a palace coup. Vienna. At the United Nations Conference, the assembly buzzed with voices. Representatives from over 100 nations, led by the 5 great powers, filled the room. At the podium stood the Secretary General of the Security Council, Alexander Pierce. Everyone, please be quiet. We are now officially addressing the matter concerning Wakanda's concealment of its true national circumstances, its long-standing appropriation of UN aid for impoverished nations, and its possession of a substantial quantity of supernatural vibranium meteorites capable of altering the global balance of power. King Chaka, do you have any objections to this? Instantly, the gaze of over 100 national representatives shifted toward Wakanda's seat, clearly concerned about the issue at hand. Seated at the edge of the assembly, King Chaka of Wakanda rose, maintaining a calm demeanor as he refuted the claims. Indeed, I do have objections. Firstly, the assertion that Wakanda has concealed its true situation is entirely unfounded. The United Nations has dispatched representatives multiple times to assess Wakanda's reality, and any concealment would have been discovered long ago. Furthermore, the notion that Wakanda possesses extraterrestrial meteorites is absurd. I acknowledge that a small quantity of the rare metal vibranium has been unearthed in Wakanda, but certainly not in the quantities you suggest. Much of the vibranium has already been appropriated by certain nations. Lastly, I question the source of Secretary Pierce's false information. Although Wakanda may be a modest nation, we will not tolerate any slander against our reputation. Even if you are the Secretary General of the World Security Council, you must provide a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, Wakanda will pursue this matter to the end. Faced with King Chaka's pointed inquiries and the intense scrutiny of the representatives, Pierce maintained a composed demeanor. Slander? So, King Chaka, do you deny the 2 matters I have just presented regarding Wakanda? Chaka remained impassive. Such a thing is unfathomable. Wakanda would certainly never concede. A sly smile curled at the corners of Pierce's mouth as he clapped his hands together. Very well, since that is the case, I shall proceed as King Chaka desires. I now invite the discoverer of the vibranium incident, accompanied by witnesses and material evidence. Captain Steve Rogers, please make your entrance. Suddenly, a thunderous sonic boom reverberated through the air, and descending from the heavens was Steve, clad in his classic deep blue uniform. In one hand, he grasped Ulysses, while the other held a briefcase as he gracefully hovered above the podium. Chapter 89. The mask is off. The truth is revealed. In an instant, The atmosphere was charged with astonishment. As Steve made his entrance, he became the focal point of the gathering, with all live camera feeds pivoting towards him. Even the ever-composed King Chaka felt a jolt of unease, a foreboding stirring within him. This visitor epitomized the unequivocal justice of this world, whatever he proclaimed. Individuals from every nation would scarcely question its veracity. He was the very embodiment of integrity. King Chaka's countenance darkened. The situation had now turned unfavorable for Wakanda. Without wasting a moment, Steve presented the beleaguered Ulysses, who had been thoroughly tormented by Deadpool, right before Chaka. He then unlatched the suitcase in his grasp, revealing several shards of vibranium to the astonished assembly. Surely, King Chaka was no stranger to this infamous figure, the thief marked by Wakanda's brand of theft. The internationally wanted arms smuggler, Ulysses Claw. The vibranium circulating in the market had originated from his nefarious dealings, and his mark of thievery was a testament to the vast quantities he had pilfered from Wakanda itself. Do you acknowledge this, King Chaka? Faced with Steve's interrogation, Chaka faltered, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. With witnesses, tangible evidence, and even the emblem of Wakanda emblazoned on Claw's neck, he found himself bereft of a defense. Fortunately, his innate ethnic advantage rendered his expressions inscrutable, allowing him to maintain a facade of composure as he gritted his teeth and retorted. I concede that this individual has indeed stolen vibranium from Wakanda, and I am grateful to Captain Rogers for apprehending this thief. However, I absolutely deny that Wakanda possesses a significant amount of vibranium. That is nothing but a slanderous accusation. Clap, clap, clap. Steve applauded appreciatively, a look of admiration on his face as he surveyed the assembly of over 100 national representatives. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe we could all learn a thing or two from King Chaka about tenacity. Wakanda simultaneously enjoys international aid while monopolizing alien meteorites capable of benefiting all humanity, and yet relies on the Avengers to capture their own thieves. This is an insatiable demand for more. We selflessly extend our assistance to Wakanda, yet they perceive us merely as an ATM, extracting resources while they thrive in opulence from vibranium. Do you not find this reasonable? A chorus of murmurs erupted from the assembly, a palpable dissatisfaction towards Wakanda. Brother, if you truly appear as impoverished as you claim, we genuinely wish for your nation to prosper. However, the issue lies in the fact that you cannot prosper too greatly. Your affluence surpasses ours, and we find it utterly unacceptable. It is human nature to be unable to bear witnessing another's suffering, yet even more so to tolerate another's prosperity, particularly when those who were once perceived as inferior suddenly find themselves far ahead. Even the representatives of the major powers began to stir restlessly, with the representatives from the upper three nations rising to confront Chaka directly. The representative of America wore a serious expression and addressed King Chaka, stating that if the captain's claims were indeed true and Wakanda possessed a quantity of vibranium sufficient to benefit all of humanity, then it would be unjust for Wakanda to hoard such a celestial treasure. This precious resource should belong to the entire world and ought to be distributed equitably according to the military strengths of each nation. The representative of China, with a seemingly cordial demeanor yet a hidden edge, remarked, though the American representative's words may be harsh, Your Majesty, consider this. If such a vast amount of vibranium were to fall into the hands of those with malicious intent, it would be akin to the cosmic cube being seized by Hydra last century, resulting in calamity for the entire world. Therefore, for the sake of security, it should indeed be placed under collective oversight. The Russian representative, visibly agitated, interjected, Why waste words with him? The matter is simple. Will you hand over the vibranium or not? If not, we shall take action. Chaka pointed an accusing finger at Steve Rogers and then at the representatives of the three major powers, his face dark with fury, his hand trembling with indignation. These individuals were blatantly attempting to rob him. Realizing this, he decided to cast aside pretense and reveal his true stance. He was the sovereign of the most technologically advanced nation on Earth. Reflecting on Wakanda's superior technological prowess, Chaka regained his confidence and scoffed, Let me be clear. If you seek vibranium, you shall find none. However, I could generously offer you some of our local specialties, should you wish to believe it. But if any of you intend to forcefully take from Wakanda, I must inform you that we fear neither confrontation nor the absence of it. If you wish to avoid trouble, it would be wise not to provoke us. Having delivered a series of stern warnings, Chaka dismissed the assembly, storming out in a huff. His actions undoubtedly incited discontent among the nations present. The abrupt departure from the United Nations meeting was an overt display of disregard for their authority. This only served to solidify the fact that Wakanda indeed possessed substantial vibranium. How else could this small African nation display such audacity? The American representative's neck flushed with anger, exclaiming, Arrogance! Utter arrogance! They consume our resources, wield our assets, and now flaunt their disdain towards us. How can we tolerate this? The Russian representative slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming, Suka bliat! We should simply dispatch our military to deal with him. The Chinese representative, calmly sipping water, responded, "Gentlemen, let us remain composed. The times have changed. We cannot resort to violence as our first recourse. It would jeopardize global peace. Perhaps we should consult the initiator of this matter, Captain Rogers, for his perspective." At this, the gaze of all present turned once more to Steve, eager to discern which course of action he would endorse. Despite the scrutiny of representatives from over 100 nations, Steve's expression remained more relaxed than that of those pretentious individuals who spent exorbitant sums merely to deliver speeches at the UN. "In my opinion," he began, "none among you is suited to safeguard vibranium. As a supernatural metal, it rightfully belongs under the guardianship of the Avengers. Who is in favor and who is against?" The representatives, taken aback, responded with a collective silence of bewilderment. "Ah, the valiant Captain America, with his striking brow and piercing gaze. Who would have thought you to possess such cunning? We pondered your elaborate efforts to expose Wakanda's clandestine possession of vibranium meteorites, only to uncover your intent to claim them for yourself." The typically vocal American representative, for once, fell into contemplative silence, his eyes glimmering with thought. This may not be entirely unfavorable. After all, Captain Rogers is indeed one of their own. Should the vibranium meteorites truly fall into his possession, he would not have to share with other nations, allowing him to surrender them entirely to his own country. I must admit, I am quite the clever one. Chapter 90. The control of vibranium secured. However, it was evident that other nations had also contemplated this matter, as the majority of their representatives wore grim expressions. The Russian delegate, who had always been at odds with the United States, pointed an accusatory finger at Steve, exclaiming, "You fool! What do you think you're doing? Your Avengers headquarters is in the United States, and with the vibranium meteorite in your possession, how is that any different from handing it directly over to America? I foresee that today's vibranium meteorite will be returned to the Avengers, and by tomorrow, it will be in the hands of the U.S. military. Within a year, you land-grabbing scoundrels will be deploying vibranium weapons on the battlefield." The other representatives remained silent, clearly in agreement with the Russian sentiments. After all, those present understood the tendencies of the United States all too well. In anticipation of this reaction, Steve gestured towards all the representatives and then pointed to his own chest, stating, "I understand that none of you wish for certain nations to monopolize the majority of vibranium while others are left without, thereby exacerbating military disparities. I assure you, both in my personal capacity and in the name of the Avengers, that vibranium will never fall into the hands of any single nation. Furthermore, any civilian technology developed by the Avengers using vibranium will be sold equitably to all nations, without bias. The vibranium weaponry produced by the Avengers will solely be used to combat superhuman threats or supernatural events. Should anyone utilize the vibranium weapons issued by the Avengers for warfare, I will personally ensure their complete destruction, along with the individual responsible." Turning to the assembly, he inquired, "How does that sound to you all?" The representatives exchanged glances, and it was now the American delegates who appeared troubled. Clearly, Captain America's words included their nation, shattering their aspirations of monopolizing the vibranium. The irritable Russian delegate interjected, "Why should we believe you can fulfill your promises? You are Captain America, not captain of the world. What basis do we have for trusting you?" Steve offered a calm smile, meeting each gaze with equal regard. "You should trust me because I am the world's first superhero, the most powerful superhero. I single-handedly dismantled Hydra's schemes during World War II and saved the world. Is that not sufficient? If you cannot trust me, then who can you trust? Do you truly wish to ignite a third world war over vibranium?" A profound silence enveloped the room, with each individual lost in their own thoughts. Yet, they shared a common sentiment. No one desired a third world war, even for the sake of vibranium, for the number of nuclear-armed nations was far too great. And no one was willing to take that risk. However, they also did not want vibranium to fall into the hands of any single nation. After considerable deliberation, it seemed that having the Avengers, an entity not officially tied to any nation, manage the vibranium was indeed the most fitting choice. After all, the Avengers, as the world's first superhero organization, boasted both strength and credibility that were undeniably trustworthy. The representatives of the 5 major powers held a brief discussion and, in unison, pressed the earpieces embedded in their ears, as if receiving some directive. The 5 individuals exchanged glances before turning to Steve. "We concur with Captain Rogers' proposal to have the Avengers manage the vibranium meteorite, but we shall not extend any military support for this matter. Whether the vibranium is secured depends solely on the captain's capabilities, and this serves as a test of the Avengers' ability to safeguard the vibranium." With the representatives of the 5 major nations in agreement, a significant majority of other countries followed suit, casting their votes in favor, while a small minority chose silence. "All right, we have acquired global authorization, and that suffices," Steve mused. He did not require their military backing. What he sought was merely their verbal endorsement, a promise that would not betray him later. After all, his sensitive heart could hardly endure the whispers of disparagement and betrayal lurking in the shadows. Should he inadvertently transform into an unjust superhero, the consequences would be dire. Surely, no one in the world would wish to witness a pair of luminous eyes scrutinizing every individual from the skies above. Thus, the custodianship of the vibranium meteorite was nominally transferred to the Avengers without the consent of Wakanda. With 99% of the global populace in agreement, Steve had little inclination to consider the sentiments of that remaining 1% from Wakanda. What mattered now was the retrieval of the vibranium by Wakanda. Following the conclusion of the conference, representatives from various nations approached Steve, engaging him fervently in discussions primarily concerning future vibranium technology. Steve maintained his earlier assurances that every nation would benefit, exchanging contact information for future transactions. He could already envision the potential of Rogers Industries, which, upon acquiring vibranium, would undoubtedly surpass Stark Industries, establishing itself as the premier commercial empire of the world. When the representative from China approached, aside from discussions on vibranium technology, Steve was pleasantly surprised to learn about the establishment of the Superhuman Division, Spear Bureau, and the potential for further collaboration. Once all the representatives had departed, Steve, with a stack of business cards in his pocket, exited the conference room. "Captain Rogers, may I have a word?" A voice called from behind him as he stepped out. He turned to see a man in a sharp black suit, handsome even among his peers, leaning against the wall by the conference room door. Steve narrowed his eyes, recognizing the individual. "Prince Chala, I trust you have heard everything clearly. There is little for us to discuss." Chala frowned at Steve's words. Unlike his father, he did not shy away from the topic of vibranium and instead explained, "Must matters escalate to this extent? Wakanda has never sought to be at odds with the world. Our concealment of vibranium was intended to prevent global conflict, yet your actions threaten to disrupt this delicate balance." Steve regarded the naive Chala with a shake of his head, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. He spoke earnestly. "To be frank, I do not harbor any ill will towards you. You are unlike your father. You are noble, enlightened, and pragmatic, infinitely superior to that selfish man. However, Prince Chala, have you not realized? The times have indeed transformed. Merely proclaiming that Wakanda has no intention of becoming adversarial to the world does not guarantee that your wishes will be fulfilled. With such an abundance of strategic resources, even if your father refrained from wielding them, how can you assure that the next king of Wakanda will exercise the same restraint? It is crucial to recognize that the forthcoming Black Panther, or the Panther God, may indeed wish to reveal its fangs to the world." Chala found himself at a loss for words, yearning to assert that it would not happen, yet the words eluded him. Wakanda's vibranium technology is akin to a double-edged sword. He could not guarantee that the next monarch would resist the temptation to wield this sword in a bid for global conquest. Observing Chala's hesitation, Steve interjected once more. "Furthermore, with the increasing frequency of superhuman calamities, Wakanda alone cannot safeguard the treasure of vibranium through technology alone. Only by entrusting it to the Avengers, a coalition of superhumans, can vibranium be prevented from becoming a catastrophic weapon aimed at humanity. Only the Avengers possess the capability to protect vibranium. Do you comprehend this?" No longer indecisive, Chala confidently proclaimed, "With the Black Panther and the Panther God to guard Wakanda, even as superhumans proliferate, Wakanda shall not fear any superhuman. Nor could any superhuman seize vibranium from our hands. I vow this in the name of the Panther God." Chapter 91. The angered Bambi. Will the future king conquer the earth using Wakanda's advanced technology? He cannot guarantee it. But the prowess of the Panther God and the Black Panther in safeguarding Wakanda and vibranium is undoubtedly assured. The mention of the Panther God drew a derisive scoff from Steve. "Do you truly believe that your so-called Panther God can protect Wakanda? That the so-called Black Panther can safeguard the vibranium meteorite?" Upon hearing Steve's disdainful remarks, Chala, who had maintained an air of sophistication, visibly bristled. "Do you comprehend what you are saying? You have no understanding of who the Black Panther is, nor the significance of the Panther God. His might transcends your imagination." Steve fixed his gaze upon Chala's eyes, his finger pressing against his chest, and with a cold smirk declared, "I do not understand? No. Perhaps I grasp far more than you presume. The Panther God Bast that Wakanda reveres, along with every king of Wakanda who connects with the heart-shaped herb, becomes its earthly embodiment, the Black Panther imbued with its power. And you, Prince Chala, I suspect you have connected with it, have you not?" Steve's azure eyes seemed to penetrate the very soul, rendering Chala momentarily paralyzed, unable to fathom how the other knew of the heart-shaped herb. A secret far more crucial than vibranium itself. Indeed, Steve's eyes could not truly see into one's heart, but he could discern the physical. He noted that Chala's muscle density was significantly greater than that of an ordinary human, evidently revealing that Chala was no mere mortal. but a superhuman black panther blessed by the panther god through the consumption of the heart-shaped herb. The herb's effects surpassed even that of Steve's original super soldier serum. Even without his battle suit, T'Challa in the original narrative was capable of effortlessly withstanding a punch from Bucky, subduing him with ease. He was the second individual, aside from Spider-Man, bold enough to absorb Bucky's punch with his own flesh, a feat even the original Captain America could not achieve. Regrettably, the heart-shaped herb, akin to the spider serum, bore a genetic lock. It was effective solely for the royal lineage of Wakanda and required the Panther God Bast's approval. For an ordinary person, its consumption would be tantamount to ingesting poison. Otherwise, Steve would have seized it for mass cultivation. As for whether he would provoke the so-called Panther God? Just an outer deity, Steve felt utterly unperturbed. With 3 sanctuaries guarding the earth, and the ancient nun residing deep within the Himalayas, let alone the Panther God Bast, not even the Dark Dimension's ruler, Dormammu, could hope to descend upon the earth. Before the Ancient One ventured off to seek the Eternal One, Steve could confidently navigate the earth without fear of inciting wrath from beings like the Panther God. With several years remaining before the Ancient One embarked on her quest. Since rescuing Tony, he had ascended to the level of a small superhuman in under a year. By the time she departed, he would likely no longer fear those ordinary dimensional lords. If worst came to worst, he could acquire the Space Stone. Even if he could not defeat them, he could certainly outrun them. As for using the Ancient One, would she seek retribution afterward? Steve harbored no such concerns. Unlike the Ancient One, who merely safeguards the Earth, Doctor Strange embodies a dual commitment to both the planet and humanity. This distinction is fundamentally significant. Strange may intervene in the actions of Steve on Earth due to his innate sense of humanity. In contrast, the Ancient One, having transcended time itself, has long since shed her human traits, viewing all beings with an impartial gaze, save for her designated responsibilities. She refrains from interfering in the affairs of the world, including human conflicts, as long as they do not threaten the Earth's existence. One might argue that, as a time traveler, Steve's meddling with the original timeline would certainly draw the Ancient One's attention, prompting her to ensnare him within the mirror dimension and administer a stern lesson. To this, Steve would retort, "Hey, bro, do you really think this is a novel? Does the Ancient One have so much leisure time that she would chase down every time traveler for a reprimand? After all, she has her own battles against the encroachment of the Dark Dimension to attend to. Moreover, if the Ancient One truly believed that his actions could yield detrimental consequences, her omniscient gaze would have ensured his demise at the very inception of his journey, rather than allowing him to persist until now." 2 years into his existence in this realm, Steve has instigated numerous significant changes, yet he has never encountered the Ancient One. This suggests that the future he has forged is, indeed, more promising than the original timeline, rendering her intervention unnecessary. In truth, it is the TVA, Time Variance Authority, that occupies Steve's thoughts with greater concern. The TVA is far less accommodating than the Ancient One, fixated solely on the trajectory of the future, be it favorable or unfavorable. Their mandate is to preserve the sacred timeline, ensuring no deviations occur within it or across parallel universes. Should any anomaly arise, they would swiftly detain the offender, often banishing them to the void, a chaotic realm at the end of time, teeming with all manner of errant characters and the notorious Omega-level mutants, alongside the dread entity known as Ilias the Garbage Crusher. Even Steve hesitates to venture into such perilous territory. After all, he possesses a charming disposition and would prefer not to meet a fate akin to being flayed alive. A thought that sends shivers down his spine. Yet, despite his numerous alterations to the timeline, the TVA has yet to pursue him, leaving Steve with profound doubts regarding the timeline he inhabits, or rather, the specific juncture within it. If this were indeed the era ruled by Kong the Conqueror, he would never allow any anomalies to roam freely. So, has the age of Bambi truly dawned? A sudden thunderclap jolts Steve from his reverie, pulling him back to reality. He gazes in astonishment out of the window at the clear blue sky, a fleeting smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Oh, my sincerest apologies, Your Highness. The third princess. It appears I ought not to refer to you as Bambi." The thunder rumbled ominously, and in that moment, the once blinding sunlight outside seemed to dim. Steve swallowed hard, silencing the incessant stream of sarcasm echoing in his mind. Goodness, if a silly tuft of hair were to sprout atop his head, this world would undoubtedly meet a fate akin to that of Kennedy. No, I must not dwell on such thoughts. Very well, Prince T'Challa. Do not ponder excessively either. Rain is imminent, and I must return home to gather my laundry. I have no time to continue this idle chatter with you. I shall grant you a day. Tomorrow, I will personally journey to Wakanda, and then you shall discover whether your beloved Wakanda can truly safeguard the perilous treasure of vibranium. And you will come to understand just how vulnerable the deity you revere, the Panther God, truly is. Chapter 92. No one can make me stumble in my BGM. After a few rumbles of thunder, Steve lost the desire to continue bantering with Chala. He feared that if he lingered any longer, the green mummy enamored with his female counterpart might truly strike him down. Blast it. This damned mind of mine, cease these thoughts. After hastily leaving behind a card reminiscent of the Phantom Thief Kid, he did not wait for the bewildered Chala to respond and vanished like a fleeting gust of wind before him. Once Steve departed, Chala gazed out at the heavy, overcast sky, his heart burdened, mirroring the somber atmosphere above. Wakanda, a storm is brewing. The following day, in the capital of Wakanda, Zana. Contrary to the impoverished and backward image projected to the outside world, the capital appeared ethereal, imbued with a distinct cyberpunk aesthetic. The futuristic skyscrapers, flying cars, motorcycles, and high-speed maglev trains all spoke volumes of Wakanda's advanced technology and prosperity. Any single piece of technology from here would astound the world. Even the seemingly ordinary spears wielded by the guards were no exception. Can you believe a spear forged from the world's most precious metal could unleash energy beams as a weapon? The development here seemed rife with contradictions, embodying both futurism and a yearning for retro aesthetics. Steve often referred to this contradictory behavior as a hybrid approach. One wonders why they would engage in close combat with technological products. It almost felt like a scene from Star Wars. At least in Star Wars, there were the Force and lightsabers. This spear simply wouldn't suffice. Thus, when Steve claimed that vibranium was wasted on Wakanda, it was not out of prejudice, but rather an acknowledgement of reality. It was precisely why the vibranium meteorite landed in Africa. Had it fallen elsewhere, humanity might have already entered the interstellar age. For instance, if it were in the hands of that Tony Stark fellow, Steve believed the Avengers' technological advancements would soon surpass Wakanda's millennia-long development of vibranium. Indeed, Wakanda boasts a history spanning over 10,000 years, and if one were to trace back to the time of their ancestors' first encounter with the vibranium meteorite, it would exceed 200,000 years. Thus, while Wakanda appears advanced, its technological evolution is not particularly impressive. It is merely the product of time, yielding the achievements seen today. However, in this era, a technological prodigy has emerged from Wakanda. In the laboratory of the Wakandan palace, Chala, clad in his Black Panther suit, strode into the lab and inquired, "Shuri, how's the defense engineering coming along?" In response, at the control console, a slender girl with dark skin deftly danced her fingers across the virtual screen, her face radiating confidence as she winked back at Chala. "Brother, I'm on it. Are you still worried? I have meticulously arranged all aspects of our defense. Our aerial forces are currently patrolling the entirety of Wakanda, the submarine sonar detection devices are operational, and the land-based frontier tribes have entered a state of readiness. Most crucially, I have maximized the power of the energy shield protecting the capital. The primitive technologies of the Earth simply cannot ascertain our true location. Therefore, not even the Avengers, nor the combined might of the entire world, could hope to breach Wakanda's formidable defenses. Our strength exists in an entirely different dimension." Despite hearing his sister's unwavering confidence, Chala found no solace. Instead, a shadow of worry lingered between his brows. Had the threat merely been from nations on Earth, he would have shared his sister's confidence, firmly believing that the advanced Wakanda could not be compromised. Yet, the impending challenge was not from any nation, but from the Avengers. Specifically, the enigmatic and immeasurably powerful Steve Rogers, who was well aware of Wakanda's most guarded secrets like the blessings of the Panther God and the heart-shaped herb. Noticing her brother's persistent concern, Shuri was about to offer him words of comfort, but before she could speak, the room's artificial intelligence, Griot, issued a warning. "Your Highness, Princess, an unidentified object has been detected approaching Wakanda at speeds exceeding Mach 10. Before they could investigate the nature of this unidentified object, a thunderous impact reverberated through the sky. The previously invisible energy shield of Wakanda suddenly materialized, radiating brilliant blue energy waves. What on earth? A missile strike?" Shuri gasped. Reflecting on her earlier claim that their enemies couldn't even find Wakanda, had she just been proven wrong? Chala fixed his gaze on the screen, observing the indistinct figure beyond the protective shield, and shook his head. "No, it is him, the most formidable challenge Wakanda has ever faced." In the sky, Steve rubbed his sore wrist, unable to suppress a wince. Goodness, he had imagined a grand entrance, shattering Wakanda's shield with a single punch, landing heroically. However, the shield proved more resilient than anticipated. Despite his full strength, he could not breach it. Yet, it was not without effect. His punch had revealed the true, hidden Wakanda to the world. Indeed, this battle was being broadcast live by Stark's satellites, transmitted to official channels worldwide. Incredible! You truly weren't exaggerating. Wakanda's technology far surpasses that of the world. It is astonishing. Tony's voice echoed in Steve's earpiece, the tech genius immediately grasping the vast disparity between global and Wakandan technology. Then came Tony's mocking laughter. Huh, you actually thought you could break through the energy shield with your bare hands? That's hilarious. Looks like your invincible strength has finally met its match. Steve felt a surge of determination. He vowed that if Tony were before him at that moment, he would certainly deliver a fierce kick to his backside. Blast it, Tony, could you not throw in some profanity? Today, we are the aggressors. How could you possibly undermine my authority in favor of another? Play some exhilarating rock music for me, Uncle. I am ready to unleash my power. Meanwhile, Tony was not one to dampen spirits. A burst of electrifying music immediately filled Steve's earpiece. Ah yes, a classic rock track from Black Sabbath to herald my esteemed uncle's triumphant initiation. Could it be? The iconic heavy metal from Iron Man 1, a personal favorite of mine. I highly recommend giving it a listen. It is truly magnificent. With a background score like this, there is an undeniable difference. Steve felt his blood boiling with fervor, as if he were the protagonist of the world. No one could make me falter amidst my soundtrack, not even vibranium technology. Steve extended his right hand, and a white, liquid substance coalesced into an exaggerated colossal blade, its invisible biofield pulsating with energy. Chapter 93 Nick Fury, subjected to relentless torment for 7 days and nights. Pondered the concept of energy fields. Your energy field is indeed a field. My biological field is also a field. Let us see which is superior. Steve brought the symbiotic blade, enveloped in the biological field, close to the barrier before him. Even without striking, the proximity sparked tiny arcs of electricity between the two. Oh, it seems quite effective. However, before he could make a move, several Wakandan vessels approached, hovering before him across the energy shield. A booming warning echoed from the ships. Captain Steve Rogers, you have illegally trespassed into Wakandan territory. You possess no right of entry. Please vacate Wakanda immediately. Steve raised an eyebrow at this proclamation. Right of entry? While I may lack that, my punching power is quite adequate. Care for a demonstration? Yet. As a captain of integrity, he refrained from acting rashly, mindful of the live broadcast and the impression it would leave on impressionable children. Thus, Steve's left hand manipulated the symbiote, producing a search warrant emblazoned with a black egg insignia, which he displayed towards Wakanda. No right of entry? I beg to differ. Our S.H.I.E.L.D. Director has gone missing within your borders, providing me ample reason to suspect that Wakanda has abducted him. As the director of a globally significant security agency, Fury possesses an abundance of classified information. Any leak could potentially endanger the world. Who knows what motives you may harbor in his abduction? Therefore, for the sake of global safety, as a level 8 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., I am duty-bound to investigate. So, Wakanda, does this grant me sufficient cause to enter? King T'Chaka, observing the scene through the vessel's surveillance, felt his pupils constrict sharply. He slammed his hand on the table, rising from his throne. This is disastrous. We've fallen into a trap within a trap. The earlier American agent, who had infiltrated Wakanda, was clearly after vibranium, leading to his capture by the border tribes. The leader of the border tribe, Wabi, harbored deep-seated resentment towards such invaders, given that his parents were murdered during Ulysses' theft of vibranium. Thus, Wabi had subjected the agent to relentless torment for 7 days and nights. As the king of Wakanda, T'Chaka was not one to show leniency. He believed that the agent could serve as a warning to those with nefarious intentions towards Wakanda, allowing Wabi to vent his frustration upon him. Since Wakanda's true capital was concealed within the energy field, T'Chaka had never feared that the interrogation of a foreign agent would lead to any revelations, even if that individual was the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. To Wakanda, S.H.I.E.L.D. was merely a trifling entity. Little did he realize that the esteemed director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was merely a decoy, a ploy to provide Captain America with a legitimate reason to enter Wakanda. The most unfortunate aspect is that the true capital of Wakanda has been forced into the limelight by that insufferable Captain America, exposing it to the world. Furthermore, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. is currently detained in the capital, reduced to a mere spinning top. How could T'Chaka allow Steve to enter and search for him? Gritting his teeth, T'Chaka resolved to be brazen and shouted through the spaceship's loudspeaker. We in Wakanda have never captured your director. We do not recognize your search warrant, so please leave. Captain Rogers, as long as he does not acknowledge it, no capture has occurred. You cannot breach our energy shield. What can you do to Wakanda? Steve was unfazed, responding calmly. So, you are saying King T'Chaka refuses to cooperate and chooses to disregard the rules set forth by the United Nations? Chalice scoffed. Humph. In Wakanda, my rules are the law. If necessary, we shall withdraw from the United Nations. Steve's expression grew increasingly frigid. Very well. I have been awaiting those words. Tony's voice crackled through the earpiece. All right, Captain, the online discourse has turned against Wakanda. Now you are on the side of justice. You may act without hesitation. Justice has never been dictated by right or wrong. It is determined by people. The side with greater numbers defines what is deemed just, even if it is not justice at all. Steve's demeanor transformed, the divine essence of Captain America receding, making way for the lethal resolve of the captain of his ancestors. Even his cloak began to flutter, as if foretelling the tragic fate awaiting Wakanda. Since Wakanda refuses to adhere to the rules, they cannot blame me for disregarding them either. After all, Wakanda has just withdrawn from the United Nations and is no longer protected by international law. Chaka remained silent, merely sneering. What of it if we are no longer under international protection? Now that the facade has been shattered, there is no turning back. What good is a title in the United Nations? Wakanda has never needed that absurd international protection. It has always been safeguarded by itself, by the Black Panther and the Panther God. Yet, is it truly so? Under Chaka's contemptuous gaze, Steve slowly raised his massive blade. His icy blue eyes filled with indifference as he swung down. The foolish white man dares to strike the vibranium energy field capable of withstanding a low-yield nuclear explosion. Does he believe it is some sort of annihilation weapon? With a harsh grinding sound, as Steve's blade descended, the energy field merely resisted for an instant before being nullified by the biological field surrounding the blade, effortlessly slicing a gaping wound, as if it were mere parchment. Chaka's derision turned to shock as Steve dealt him a resounding blow. His prideful first line of defense, the vibranium energy field, was so easily breached. By the Panther God, is this a man? I am done. With a stride, Steve crossed through the breach into the true Wakanda. A smile of a patriot gracing his lips. Now, for the final warning, all of you lay down your weapons. You are surrounded. Surrender and kneel on the ground. Wakanda? Are you suggesting that you, alone, have encircled our Wakandan forces on land, at sea, and in the air, along with hundreds of thousands of our capital's inhabitants? Preposterous. Chaka roared, his face flushed with fury as he issued commands. Everyone, launch the attack. Unleash all firepower. And let this Captain America understand that Wakanda is not America, and he cannot act with impunity simply because he is a superhuman. Land, sea, air, acknowledged. The first to initiate the assault were, of course, the aerial forces closest to Steve. Numerous vessels unleashed energy beams with reckless abandon from all directions, targeting Steve. Whoosh whoosh, whoosh. Amidst a dazzling display of light, the air around Steve became distorted due to the ferocity of the energy bombardment. Just as it seemed that Steve was to be reduced to ashes by the relentless onslaught, two crimson points suddenly ignited within the swirling air. Chapter 94, Captain America vs. Wakanda. The pilot aboard the spaceship wore a face of astonishment, exclaiming, "What on earth is that?" The pilot of another vessel narrowed his eyes, uncertainly responding. "It looks as though it resembles a pair of eyes." Suddenly, a warning from Su-Rue echoed throughout the ship. "Evacuate immediately. The target is not dead. I repeat, the target is not dead. Retreat quickly." However, it was too late. Two beams of crimson light pierced through the distorted air, shattering the vibranium-reinforced glass of one ship, obliterating the pilot within, and striking the vessel's energy core, resulting in a catastrophic explosion of the vibranium ship. The other pilots from Wakanda were left in a state of bewilderment, momentarily stunned by the shocking destruction of their aircraft. The situation was incomprehensible. Their ships were crafted from vibranium, and even the cockpit windows were fortified with vibranium-infused glass. Under normal circumstances, no attack should breach their defenses, save for weapons made of vibranium itself. This was the first time their vibranium vessels appeared so vulnerable. In the laboratory, Su-Rue examined the energy data relayed by the intelligent assistant. Incredulity etched across his face as he cradled his head in disbelief. "Oh, for heaven's sake. How is this possible? The temperature of that red beam is barely over 1,000 degrees. Why is its impact and cutting force so unfathomably powerful? This defies the law of energy conservation." Steve interjected, affirming, "You are correct, but thermal beams are not bound by the laws of conservation. And they rely on more than mere heat. They possess an unparalleled impact force as well. The newly awakened thermal vision may lack in temperature. Yet its impact is intrinsically linked to his physique, yielding a destructive force that surpasses even his own punches. The frail vibranium-reinforced glass, not pure vibranium, naturally could not withstand such overwhelming force." Chaka was the first to regain his composure, calmly issuing new orders. "Aerial units, increase your distance and engage in concentrated attacks. Ground forces, support the offensive. We must bring him down from the skies and engage him on the ground." In aerial combat, a humanoid entity moving at speeds exceeding 10 Mach would undoubtedly exhibit greater agility than a ship, thus necessitating his descent to the ground for a more effective confrontation. Alas, while dreams are splendid, reality is harsh. Steve, without the need to accelerate time, initiated his movement at a staggering 10 Mach speed, coupled with formidable reflexes. Even with the entirety of the aerial fleet launching an assault and ground-based energy artillery firing incessantly, not even the hem of Steve's cloak was touched. Furthermore, Steve unleashed a devastating onslaught upon the aerial units. After obliterating several ships with his thermal vision, the remaining pilots recognized their vessel's critical vulnerability and began to circle Steve at high speeds, shifting from a frontal assault to supporting ground attacks, striving to avoid direct confrontation with his gaze. "As long as you can't see our cockpit, how can you aim at us?" To which Steve responded, "Here comes the human cannonball." Amidst the incessant buzzing of vessels flitting about like bothersome flies, Steve resolutely retracted his heated gaze and propelled himself, akin to a cannonball, onto the rear of one ship. With a swift motion, he plunged his hand into the cockpit, crushing the pilot's skull. The demise of the pilot rendered the ship uncontrollable, plummeting violently toward the ground. Seizing the momentum, Steve kicked off from the descending craft, piercing through another vessel and igniting a grand explosion. Remarkably, he emerged unscathed from the conflagration, crashing into yet another ship and unceremoniously ejecting its pilot. For a vivid depiction, one might recall the scene in Man of Steel, where the Kryptonian female officer decimates a squadron of fighters. Truly spectacular. As the laboratory was inundated with alerts of ship destruction, Su Rue, responsible for command, was drenched in sweat, grappling with unprecedented pressure. In contrast, Chala, standing behind her, maintained an unwavering demeanor, his expression a blend of seriousness and composure since Steve's initial absence. Donning the Black Panther helmet, he patted the anxious Su Rue and spoke in a calm tone. "Su Rue, relinquish your hopes. Conventional attacks are futile against him, only exacerbating the losses among our warriors. Only the Black Panther can bring this to an end." Having just analyzed the intelligence data revealing the extraordinary might of Steve, Su Rue vehemently disagreed, grasping Chala's hand tightly. "No, brother, you cannot go. Even with the power bestowed by the heart-shaped herb and the protection of the Black Panther suit, you stand no chance against him. He is an unmitigated monster." Chala gently pried her hand away, resolutely stating, "This is not merely a question of defeating him. It is my duty as the next Black Panther. If, should anything befall me, I entrust you with our father, mother, and Wakanda." Desperately, Su Rue positioned herself in front of him, gritting her teeth. "I understand your determination, brother. Not even the might of 8 Wakandan rhinos could sway you. But allow me to assist you one last time. Wear this." She produced a necklace adorned with vibranium leopard teeth and offered it to Chala. Chala, puzzled, inquired, "What is this?" Su Rue forced a smile and explained, "It is a prototype of the new Nano Black Panther suit. I intended to perfect it before presenting it to you, but it seems I must expedite its delivery." She continued, "It possesses nano-storage capabilities, capable of repairing damaged sections of the suit, as well as kinetic energy recovery features to significantly enhance your offensive capabilities. This is all I can do for you, brother." "Thank you, my sister. Your presence is my greatest fortune and that of Wakanda." Having concluded, Chala accepted the necklace with resolve and ascended into a vessel, soaring into the sky. "Brother, you must return alive." Oh, heavens! If Steve were to witness this poignant display of familial love, he might very well perceive himself as the villain, though. Such is the truth. Just as the aerial forces of Wakanda were on the verge of being decimated by Steve, another uniquely designed ship approached him head-on. "Oh, why? You scoundrel, not only do you fail to flee, but you dare to collide with me?" A sardonic smile graced Steve's lips as he stood his ground, launching a powerful punch towards the approaching spacecraft. A thunderous crash echoed through the sky, reminiscent of a thunderclap. Yet the anticipated image of the spacecraft shattering into pieces did not materialize. Instead, a prominent dent marked the vessel, which in turn propelled Steve backwards a considerable distance. Shaking his hand, a flicker of astonishment crossed his face. "Goodness, this ship is crafted entirely from vibranium. Unlike other vessels that were typically composed of various alloys, this one was a pure manifestation of vibranium. Whose subordinate is this, possessing such extravagance?" Just as he stabilized himself midair, a shadow leapt from the very spacecraft that had collided with him, lunging towards Steve and dragging him downwards. With a resounding crash, dust erupted from the ground as Steve, propelled by the force of the descent, managed to forcefully straighten his legs, creating 2 long furrows in the earth. Extracting his legs from the soil, he brushed off the dust that clung to him. Lamenting the absence of a biological force field, he gazed at the beautifully carved plow marks and mused, "Behold these exquisite furrows. If only I had possessed such a skill in my past life, my dear grandmother would have been overjoyed. Finally, her old ox would have the chance to rest." While Steve marveled at the wonders of life, Chala was not so fortunate. Unable to fly, he tumbled for over 1,000 meters upon landing, eventually coming to a halt against a rocky cliff his body adorned with intricate purple patterns from the accumulated energy.